Witch Gone Viral is the third book of the Red Witch Chronicles, an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Chapter 1. January 20th evening. Los Angeles, California, Culver City. A predator hid in the alley. Red gripped her stake tighter. Distant car traffic echoed between the one-story buildings of the office park. She tried to push out the background noise to focus on the silent stalker. The offices, bland like stale cake and the same color, housed accountants ignorant of what crept out after dark. Smog obscured the thin crescent moon. Security lights on the roof eaves wrecked her night vision in the alley, while the distant street traffic created shifting shadows. If I just turned on my third eye and used my spirit gaze. Red quashed the thought. She was a hunter. She didn't need magic to fight. A gravel-toned grumble broke through her concentration. Pay attention! Shit, she put her hand over her heart. I was, Vic. In his electric wheelchair, Vic Constantine tipped up his red trucker hat before shaking his head, black mullet fanning out. To me, you're like a meerkat, head darting around. I knew you'd get distracted. She motioned to the flat roofs above. I'm hunting here, vampire. That's the point, right? The dead will keep. Waving a hand in dismissal, he wrinkled his nose. A hunter can focus everywhere at once, grasshopper. So listen to my questions, will ya? I'm not quizzing you for my health here. I know. Red had been so worried to ask Vic to sponsor her in the Hunter's Challenge before, but he'd taken on the project like he had thought of it. After all the preparation, she couldn't lose focus now. The Hunter's Challenge was next week, first the written and then the practical to prove to the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes that she was worthy to join their order as an official hunter. The storied Brotherhood claimed Hercules, Joan of Arc, and Iron Jack Constantine as members. Red was a 2-bit hunter's intern with amnesia. The practical will be a breeze for you, Vic said. His words sounded like a compliment until she saw the scowl. The written is the killer. It was made by a bunch of bureaucrats in London to be Demon Jeopardy, with long-form answers. What was the question again? What's your plan on offing this vamp? Quinn, Red started to say, until she caught Vic's glare for breaking character. She chewed her lip to hold back a giggle. She had already been hunting for over a year. Tracking Quinn through an alley in an office park in Culver City felt like live-action role-play. Lucas had wanted to be here, but Vic had banned Red's dreamy boyfriend potential co-worker from field training for being too distracting. She knew Vic only wanted her to be prepared and channeling. His best Professor X was his way of helping. He whizzed ahead. Think aloud. I want to see the math, not just the answer. The practical might as well be a presentation. Weakened by blessed silver, a vampire can be killed by decapitation, stake, and fire, Red said, trotting to keep up with him. Vampires seemed overpowered until you realized they were sprinters, not marathoners. They could only keep up their super speed, strength, and healing after feeding on fresh blood. Their chests were also curiously weak compared to the rest of their bodies. I've got a stake. He has a heart. I'll improvise. Ingenious. Stake the vampire. He has another advantage over you. Where are we? Big picture. An alley? She flushed at her own idiocy, realizing what he'd meant. The truce with Cora's vampires. I don't know if he has a soul or not in this scenario of yours. You're not going to be a merc anymore. Join the Brotherhood. Obey their truces. You can't play fast and loose with their rules. We're not as powerful as we used to be back in the day. You mess up, they might be able to pull your ass out. That's a big might. It's what you're signing up for. Quinn Burns dropped to the alley floor in a crouch, black trench coat fluttering. I thought someone was killing me. Red smirked at her boss. Souled vampire and good sport. He had volunteered to be their devious demon this evening. That's the plan. Vic flapped his hand. Get back up there. Play on your phone until I'm done with this teachable moment. Quinn shrugged before leaping soundlessly up onto the nearby roof. Red lost sight after he sprinted past an air conditioner unit. She forced herself to focus on Vic. Vamps are political critters. They might not be on LinkedIn, but they have a network. Their loyalties to their sire, a supreme master of a city, and the Blood Alliance, in that order. Then factor in souls. This isn't just a smash and stake like Utah. We're in LA. You need to know your shit. She nodded. He acted like he disdained the dusty academics of the Brotherhood, but he sure could lecture like one. Fun fact, Cincinnati is the only other American city with both a truce and a sold supreme. Vic twirled his finger. Resume stalking. Red looked for Quinn on the rooftop while bracing herself for the next question. Wind whipped through the alley, sweeping her black jacket behind her. She tightened her grip on her stake. An office window brightened ahead in the dark middle section of the alley. Dulled by a curtain, the light splashed over cracked pavement. Silver reflected from an oblong shape next to a dumpster. Someone is working late, she said. I'll need to lure the fight away to avoid a dark veil breach. Good, we're already in deep with the Blood Alliance. How would you describe them in an essay question? Shadowy vampire government. She walked forward, instinct driving her. That's the nutshell. Put it in the form of an essay. The Alliance began after the August harvest and the Soul Curse. Come on, give me some context, Vic said, rolling slowly behind her. She sped up as she noticed someone on the ground on the other side of the dumpster. Unearthly still, their dusty boots pointed up. There wasn't a blanket on the rough sleeper. The chill leached through her jacket. Winter in LA might make someone back east laugh, but the nights were long. The homeless bunkered down with all their layers. The interior office light turned off before Red could figure out what was wrong with the prone person's legs. She tingled with unease. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the change in darkness. The training was louder than an actual hunt with all of Vicky's questions. If someone was trying to catch some sleep in the alley, they would have stirred by now. Vic said, "Where are you going?" "Don't you see that?" Red stalked to the dumpster. "Oh, shh." She expected to find a fresher body. A skeleton waited for her. Bleached bones peeked out from the tattered buckskin pants and fringed shirt. It was sitting, propped upright in a corner made by the alley wall and the metal bin. A stake lay in its rib cage. It was a vampire. Had been, at least. When a vampire was killed, their flesh reverting to its rightful level of decay in an instant. This victim must have been old to leave bones so white they could have roasted in the Mojave for a century. Sunrise would have destroyed the remains. Before coming to LA, she'd have cheered to see a dead bloodsucker. Now, she had too many that she cared about. She itched to text Lucas to see if he was okay on his patrol of Skid Row. They weren't officially in a relationship and he could take care of himself, but she couldn't help but worry like a girlfriend. Vic wheeled beside her. "Sweet fancy Moses." "Do you recognize him?" "He was sold," Quinn said as he jumped down from the roof. He seemed to capture the scene with his famed photographic memory. His fingers twitched as if the immortal was already mentally sketching the scene for the authorities. "Orval is his name. Was." Vic muttered, "So much for sold vampires being protected in this town. There goes my lesson plan." Red crouched to examine the scene. The disturbed gravel and the new cracks in the pavement hinted at a struggle. Image conscious like its citizens, LA was a clean town. The alley was free of litter and weeds beyond a few weathered cigarette butts under the dumpster, probably left by a smoker hiding out on lunch break. She looked closer at Orval, 2 crimson-backed playing cards huddled flat against the wall by him. She pulled a bobby pin out of her hair and used it like tweezers to flip the cards face up on the ground. An ace and 8 of spades. The ace had one word written on it, the script trailing off as if forced off the paper. Dag. "Does this mean something to you?" She pointed at the card. "Cryptic clue or coincidental trash?" Quinn stroked his chin. "It means dagger in French." "The cards are old but not weathered. Maybe the victims?" she asked. It was unusual that his buckskin suit partially survived his death. The magic that decayed a vampire this old usually took the outfit too. I saw a frontier looking vampire at the Halloween ball. He seemed pretty out of it. This is him. Quinn crouched to join her, taking a picture of the scene with his phone, thumbs blurred from speed as he sent a text message. Orval preferred the desert to other vampires even before the soul, unless he could get in a good poker game. Red pointed to a faint sheen on the buckskin in the camera flash. He's glittery. Blessed silver dust? Vic leaned over to poke at the pant leg. The femur dropped from the kneecap. He cringed. Sorry, Q. Quinn usually emoted as much as a brick wall, but his fury broke through his reserve. They knew they couldn't take Orval in a fair fight. Vic snapped his fingers. That's why the buckskin didn't fully disintegrate. Blessed Silver messes with the old vampire magic. He got sprayed, then staked. They did some research on your poker buddy. Red said, That seems like a lot for an old prospector. She stood, putting her stake away in her belted hunter's kit, and faced the damaged stucco building wall. She stepped closer to study the deep scratches. Silver dusted the wall. A wide flood lamp hung on a dangling, exposed wire from the building's eaves. The victim must have dug in his claws to climb away. Or did the killer tug him down from the flat roof? Quinn stared at the skeleton with soulful brown eyes. They used to call him Orval the Terror before the curse. I called him my friend after. Your friend was tough, she said by way of condolence. Vic rubbed his hands, not even bothering to repress the fanboy glee. He wasn't just tough. He could turn into a bat. Must have hit him with the silver dust while he was mid-shift. Quinn pointed at the scratches on the wall. It looks like he struggled, breaking the building light before falling back into human form. Then they staked him. I think... Whoa, whoa! Red waved her hands. Time out. A bat? You two can't drop that a guy turned into a bat, then move on. Bat shifting is the rarest dark gift after healing, Quinn said. Vic said, Pulling a Dracula didn't help this sorry bastard. You didn't know about the bat stuff, Red? It's the coolest. What are some of the other gifts, Grasshopper? From most to least common, we've got wall crawling, mesmerizing, becoming mist, and coming inside without an invite. And the bat thing, apparently. It's not the time for a pop quiz. It's a teachable moment, she gestured to the bones. Isn't it a little weird that the grizzled old mountain man came to Culver City, only blocks from Quinn investigations? Vic said, Look through your Rolodex of enemies, Q. A police officer stepped into the mouth of the alley with his head down, hat hiding his face. Far-off street lamps glimmered on his badge. Red tugged on her jacket to cover her stake. Cop, it's Joe, Quinn said. Officer Joe Chang sprinted the length of half a football field at the same time it took most people to think about it. On the beat with the LAPD as a human, he didn't retire after Cora Moon turned him into a vampire. Wariness lingered on his handsome features. This isn't training anymore, Vic, Quinn said quietly before he raised his voice and turned toward the newcomer. Joe, you came quick. I just texted you. I was nearby. Is the body as you found it? Vic mimed drinking from an invisible bottle. No, we took it and hit the strip. Weekend at Bernie's style. The cop narrowed his eyes at the other Asian American. Vic Park Constantine, why am I not surprised to see you next to a dead vampire? Have a smart remark for that? She crossed her fingers that he didn't. He always had to sass Chang. It was leftover rebellion from when Vic used to get caught sneaking onto spooky crime scenes instead of studying computer science. Quinn exchanged a glance with Vic, brow wrinkling in silent communication. The bard sighed and whizzed away in his chair, mullet blowing behind him. I'll wait then. Joe Chang said, It's the old hermit then, died with his boots on. Quinn nodded with a sigh. What would he always say during those poker nights in the 60s? Boots on my feet, cards up my sleeve, and a gun in my hand. That was Orval. Red pointed out the scrawled message on the dropped playing cards. He did have some cards. Symbolic placement by the killer? Or someone settled a debt the hard way and they fell out of his sleeve. Joe crouched by the skeleton. Reading the playing cards, his nostrils flared, and he quickly pulled out a plastic bag for the evidence. She noted the reaction. What did the word dag mean to him? Joe continued, more subdued. Orval loved playing the dead man's hand. Said he knew Wild Bill Hickok. He had a big temper and a small wallet. Not a good combo for a guy with a gambling problem. How do you think they took him out? She gestured to footprints in a nearby dirt-filled pothole where a dainty tread mingled with a larger sneaker print. Silver and numbers. Getting bolder, the officer murmured to himself. He put the bagged cards in his back pocket. Pressing the walkie-talkie on his uniform, he barked police jargon and ordered backup into a crackling line. This wasn't local hunters, she pointed out when he finished. He shot her a dry look. I know. The Supreme has them under her thumb. This was one of ours. You've seen the M.O.? Joe Chang glared at her. Quinn texted me that you only just stumbled on it. Go, before the team gets here and I have to say more in an official report for Cora. Aisha might keep quiet if you butt in, but the rest won't. She lifted her eyebrow. How is Detective Calloway doing with the Fang PD? As good as any do-gooder human does. Sometimes I get what Fuchs was saying about my soul. It makes you whiny. He rolled his eyes. Enough catch up. She fell silent. What was it like for Aisha Calloway with her undead boss? They had both worked for vampires, but she wouldn't have traded places with the Supreme's vassal human. Quinn investigations protected the innocent, not the secret that vampires existed. Red slept better at night. Quinn asked, Need more men on the ground, Joe? This is a confidential, ongoing investigation. Joe crossed his arms, cheek twitching as if he realized he'd said too much. All the van time with Vic's tinfoil hat podcast must have rubbed off on Red, because she smelled a conspiracy. He's not the first dead vampire, is he? Did they all have souls? Officer Chang pointed to the end of the alley. Okay, Nancy Drew, move it along. Quinn guided her away with a hand on her shoulder. Just walk away. She retreated to the lit-up half of the alley. The street cacophony grew louder. Tomorrow, the office smoker on a cigarette break would never know what happened in the alley. The vampires would cover any trace for the human authorities to find. If Chang had his way, the underworld wouldn't learn the truth either. No one would know that an immortal had met his end here. Red said, He was coming to see you, I bet. We'll get pulled into this. Quinn said, I'll find out all about the investigation from Delilah after she goes to yoga with Cora. Oh, things are good with the ex-wife then, she mentally added, and sire. Vampires didn't just have complicated political alliances, their personal lives were a mess. She had been dealing with the fallout of vampire drama ever since she arrived in Los Angeles. Don't tell Vic, I won't hear the end of it. He shook his head, a ghost of a smile on his lips. Red shivered in the wind. All the vampires have secrets tonight. Always. Chapter 2. January 20th, evening. Los Angeles, California, Sunrise Apartments. Red reclined on her couch. She shoved popcorn into her mouth, content to inhale the whole bowl. The TV soared with the Harry Potter theme. A quiet night was exactly what she needed. For weeks, she had been either working, studying for the Hunter's Challenge, or practicing what to say to the Dark Veil Assurance Tribunal. Vic had invited her to the pump house for a round of drinks with some hunters. He'd even convinced Quinn to join him. She declined. Tomorrow's summons to Vampire Court was going to be a doozy. She didn't need to be hungover for it, too. Cozy in fluffy socks and a purple bathrobe, she had popcorn to eat and a lumpy scarf to knit. She had finally settled into the apartment, made it feel like a home, and even found a non-demon hunting-related hobby. Dawn, the empath therapist that Basil had told her to see, would have been proud of her ace self-care right now. This was the kind of normal life that she wanted in Los Angeles. Except for the vampire tribunals, Red grumbled at having to move her popcorn to the coffee table before turning off the lights. Even if she used magic, she'd still have to get up. Her therapist didn't understand why she stopped using magic, neither did Vic. Her friend saw it as a nifty tool. She saw a power that could destroy in the wrong hands. She didn't know what her hands had done before Vic found her. Until she understood her origins and connection to her doppelganger, she'd forge a unique path. She wasn't capable of being a dark witch like Juniper St. James and would prove it. Officially joining the Brotherhood was a start. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She braced herself for a drunk call from Vic. How long would it take him to bring up his buddy Stan in Colorado and try to set them up again? She bet herself it'd be 3 minutes before he mentioned that the weed farm was zombie-proof. Wiping her buttery fingers on a paper towel, she paused the movie and pulled out her phone. Her jaw dropped at the name on the screen. Fat Crispin? On a video call? Fat. Jacob Crispin was their point of contact with the Brotherhood. He assigned bounties and paid on time via email. The only time he'd ever initiated a phone call was when his daughter Julia had been murdered, and he gave them the case. Was he butt dialing her? Red adjusted bathrobe. An oversized South Dakota tourist t-shirt hid underneath. She smoothed her hair back and swiped the video call on. If he wasn't butt dialing her, then this must be the apocalypse. Crispin's thin face loomed large on the small screen before he leaned back in his desk chair. The ironic nickname was courtesy of British humor in a venerable Brotherhood family with a dozen Jacobs in the branches. He was lanky in a conservative blue suit and bow tie. Gray early morning London sunlight framed his neatly parted brown hair. His gaze was alert behind thick black eyeglasses. Red, forgive the late hour. Certainly, Mr. Crispin. Vic is out. How can I help you? She crossed her fingers, hoping that he hadn't already tried Vic, who hadn't had a fun night out in ages. Few things would kill his buzz more than trying to hold it together for a video call with headquarters. This matter is not about Vic. Unfortunately, it is news for you. This could not be in an email, I regret. Crispin clasped his hands on the desk. Understand that this is unusual. Normally, a hunter's challenge in California would gather little attention. Stomach sinking, she saw what was around the corner in this conversation. It was like a collapsed bridge ahead when you were already speeding. There was no pumping the brakes. But mine got a lot, didn't it? In certain circles, yes. The records from the LA coup were on a fast track to be processed and archived. My own doing, which I may regret. British to the core, he had a stiff upper lip that could rival the Queen. Only the worry behind his glasses hinted at his disquiet. That included the audio of Michel de Gramont's conversation with you, where he said I was the reincarnation of Juniper St. James. It wasn't a question. She already knew. How many others had gotten the memo? It wasn't true. Not even the warlock had been sure. Red bit her tongue. She hadn't reported the Dreamland fight to the Brotherhood. Saying anything about Maxwell Baldacci would only lead to questions that wouldn't help her case. Her research in BardNet, the Brotherhood database, hadn't uncovered anything about the dead warlock anyway. Crispin said, Indeed, it is a closed file with copious evidence, yet that particular snippet attracted notice. She kept calm for the camera. Let me guess, in certain circles. Higher than I dare put in an email. What do you think, sir? I don't care if you were Medusa or Margaret Thatcher in a past life. I know your record. My daughter knows justice. I don't need rumors. She asked delicately, Is this a warning? If the Brotherhood were interested in her, the best case scenario was that she'd be documented in a scholarly dissertation that would be locked in a vault along with the classified Stone Tree Monastery file. She didn't like to think of the alternatives. Be on guard, Red. I don't even know what to make of rumbles about an obscure witch that the historical record can't even verify. No census records, no death certificate, no original documents even in our databases. Nothing beyond hearsay that she died in Dresden with connections to vampires. She certainly wasn't Morgana Le Fay. I will, she said. It was unsettling to know more than the Brotherhood. Did they really think Juniper had died in Dresden? It happened in London in 1900 on the night that Lucas and his family were cursed with souls. Red had hoped that someone as high up as Fat Crispin would have better clearance on the barred net than Vic, whose password she'd borrowed to research. That isn't the last of my grim tidings. You will get official notice, but after your stellar, if unofficial, service with Constantine, I did not feel that a letter would suffice. I'm afraid that your application to take the Hunter's Challenge has been rejected. You have been deemed unfit by men who do not know you. That is not an opinion shared by me or others in the Brotherhood. Thank you for telling me yourself. Her head swam. She kept herself from embarrassing the proper Englishman with her emotions. She barely heard his short goodbye. Red gripped her phone, fighting the urge to scream-cry like a wounded pterodactyl. How much had she done to join the Brotherhood? The opportunity had crumbled to ash with Michel de Gramont. She had risked more than life and limb to make this world a little less shitty and dangerous, and it only took the word of a monster to destroy her reputation. Her phone buzzed again with a text message. She wiped her eyes on her sleeve. If it was Vic, he had chosen a terrible time. Automated reminder to Red, your Dark Veil Assurance Tribunal is tomorrow. Report to your Supreme Master Vampire at sunset. Bring Form 42B. All cell phones, electronic recording devices, firearms, amulets, familiars, cursed relics, and stakes will be confiscated at the door. Failure to appear is punishable by death. Shit! She didn't need a text bot to kick her when she was already down. Form 42B. What was Form 42B? Red paced, sniffing as she tried to pull it together. Her chest ached like she had been the one staked tonight. She had wanted to walk into her DVA summons tomorrow with the weight of the Brotherhood behind her. Even the Blood Alliance hesitated before killing bards in the bard adjacent. Vic might have managed her expectations, but she knew Cora wanted the truce. Now, Red was blackballed. She studied that stupid truce enough to know it didn't apply to her now. Vic called them political critters. He wasn't lying. Her last bargaining chip was her status as Christoph Novak's claimed human. She swallowed back the bitter taste of relying on undead laws. The Blood Alliance's version of a Bill of Rights included allowing vampires to claim humans and do whatever they wanted to them. What would a claimed human do? Go to the cops? There was probably a vampire on the night shift. Older vamps had to respect a younger one's claim. It wasn't the hand she wanted to play, even if she knew it could work. Christoph Novak would swoop in wearing an Armani suit, lean on his status as a diplomat for Prince Merrick of Portland, and get her off while making a double entendre about it. Red wanted to cry on the couch to Harry Potter, but she had paperwork from hell to fill out. If she could figure out how to find it, Quinn would be the most likely to know, as the friendly and responsible neighborhood-souled vampire. Counterpoint, she would blurt out the terrible news about the Hunter's Challenge to the next person she talked to. That left him out because she couldn't let him tell Vic. It would ruin their night. She called the one vampire in LA who wouldn't know but was the only one she wanted to talk to. How did you know I was thinking about you? Lucas Crawford said. The British accent drifted out of the phone speaker, an easy smile in the tone. Leather shifted on leather in the background, as if he leaned back on his couch in the basement apartment under Quinn Investigations. Red covered a sob. She had told herself not to cry before she even said hello. Damn it. She had staked master vampires, tracked homicidal werewolves, and seen the weirdest shit in the West. She was a hunter, except she wasn't. Not really. She would never be a real hunter. What's wrong, love? I got rejected from the Hunter's Challenge. They said I was unfit and that I couldn't even take it. Then I got this DVA notice about a form I need for tomorrow. 42B. Is this on the website, or do I have to go down to Moon Enterprises? I don't even have the van. No one told me until now. I even asked about paperwork. The words shot from her mouth in a rapid burst until she took a ragged breath. Embarrassment burned her cheeks. I'm so sorry, kitten. I know what it means to you. I hate that I'm crying. But Lucas, it's the Brotherhood. They won't even let me take the multiple choice part. You never needed their standardized test bullshit. You're field tested. We'll get through this. He paused. Admittedly, I got no bloody idea what Form 42B is, but Quinn keeps everything. Let me look and bring it to you. Get some tea and put on your cozy socks. I'll be there in a mo. Voice watery, she thanked him before flopping back onto the couch, holding onto a pillow. In a fight, she was fine, but there wasn't a monster to fight here. It was paperwork and whispers stacked against her. After crying for longer than she wanted to admit, dry mouth forced her to the attached kitchen. She started a cup of tea before splashing water on her face. Her inner monologue veered between an existential identity crisis and reassuring herself that plenty of hunters were unlicensed. Red opened her journal on the kitchen island. Expensive private therapy with an empath had resulted in a checklist of healthy coping mechanisms. Fighting demons wasn't on it. Journaling was. After a year traveling with a bard, she already was used to keeping a field journal. This entry would be more emotional than usual. The pen flew as she poured heartbreak onto paper, incoherent sentences about purpose, mingled with rants about how it wasn't fair, and an essay's worth of what the Brotherhood meant to her. She was a doppelganger trying to do right. Why didn't they see that? How could she make them? A knock on the front door roused her from writing. She wiped her eyes and closed the book, feeling more coherent after rambling for pages. Walking through the living room, she looked in the peephole. Lucas waited on the other side. Relief washed over her as she fell into his arms. Oh, baby. He rubbed her back, murmuring soothing British nonsense, and kicked the door closed behind him. Thank you for coming, she murmured into his neck before leaving a teary kiss and pulling away. She wiped her face on a fluffy purple sleeve. I'm probably all red and splotchy. You're perfect. Lucas led her to the couch and pulled a manila folder from under his arm to set on the coffee table. Maybe fill this out in the morning. Made some extra copies, too. Red scanned the form's many thin lines and tiny checkboxes. It even had a requirement for a specific pen color and thickness to be used. Vampires and paperwork. Sadism comes in many forms among my kind. Lucas walked to the kitchen. Let's get another cup of tea in you, and you tell me all about it. She wanted to tell him why her application had been kicked to the curb, but it felt too fresh to share. Juniper St. James hadn't just been the most powerful dark witch of her age. She had been his courtesan back in ye old times. They tiptoed around the doppelganger topic as a rule. Red had experienced a supernatural acid trip of a coma that led her to some peace with it. She still didn't want to share more than a face, or have anyone else think that. Lucas set a mug on the coffee table and sat beside her on the couch. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders. What is it? You're thinking. Tell me. In time, she would tell him the full story, but tonight, all she could think about was the crushing disappointment. She confessed a more comfortable truth. I didn't realize how much hope I had put on the Brotherhood approving me. Is this what it feels like when normal people are rejected by their top college? He kissed the top of her head. Normal is relative. You don't need them to do good. Wistfulness tinged her words. They are the gold standard in good. The Brotherhood is a shield for humanity. That was she wanted to be. With her tiny powers, she'd never be a hero with a capital H like the ones trained by the Chiron branch of the Brotherhood, but she could still help people. She did all over the West with Vic. They'd help people with problems too small for the Brotherhood. Some were bounties, money sent by a cash-rich but hero-poor ancient order, but others were just because Red was there, and she could do something. As a realist, she knew that the blanks in her memories might have terrible answers. Vic had told her that point blank on their first meeting, even without seeing the extent of the scars on her body. She had no control over the past, but she could be a force for good now. If only the Bards would give her a chance. Lucas rubbed her back in soothing circles. Sodom. Most likely this is some secret society hard to get business. Reject you a few times, then welcome you in to learn a fancy handshake. Red curled tighter around him, drawing in strength from the feel of him. I don't know how much I can talk about it yet. Raw is an understatement. How about I just hold you while you watch The Wizard Boy? A sob caught in her throat as she nodded. That was exactly what she needed. She had kept Vic going after his disability, fought warlocks, and saved cities. She did it with a quip and kept doing it, night after night. She wanted someone else to be the strong one. Just lie back, he murmured, holding her close. She was the little spoon on the wide couch. Sighing, she entwined her fingers with his. The buzz in her head gradually settled into a low hum. She tried to think about the fantasy of a boy who lived instead of the reality of a dream that died. What? Weak winter sun shone through her bedroom windows. She blinked awake in a mental fog. Lucas must have tucked her into bed. When did the movie end? The dazed reprieve lasted all of 5 seconds before reality crushed her. It had turned out vampires didn't accept a dark witch stole my body as an excuse for rampaging through a nightclub. Tonight she faced a tribunal of the Blood Alliance for breaking the dark veil. She rolled over, limbs flopping in defeat already, stared at an alarm clock on her bedstand. The green digits were squared like gravestones. She had less than 10 hours until the tribunal. Chapter 3. January 21st, late afternoon. Culver City, California Sunrise Apartments. You look like someone died, Vic asked Red. He wheeled out of his room into the living area, hunched and scruffy in sweatpants. Dark bags under his eyes declared that last night had done him in. Coughing, he patted his chest. Did someone? In the kitchen, Red looked up from her journal. Tea and angst fueled her scribbling as she strove to soothe fraying nerves. She had pulled out of the writing flow when she'd heard his electric wheelchair stirring in his room. Yarn and pens littered the island counter. She started the morning by stress knitting until moving on to journaling in her list of sanity-making activities. Normal people called them hobbies. Vic zoomed over and picked up a yarn ball. Did you get more of this? We still have all that origami paper. I'm still figuring out my hobbies. She put her pen down. This was a safe topic. Better to let the hungover bard wake up before she hit him with the bad news. Origami just wasn't one of them. Neither was bowling or yoga. You were good at bowling. That league was weird even before the gin joined, she said. Slumped on her elbow, she closed her notebook. How long would she wait to break the news? Could she stall until lunch arrived? The harsh light of day had finally found her. It was only down from here. Worry edged into his sleepy eyes. We're bantering and you still look like the sheriff is coming it down. Tell me. Red brooded on what she would say to him all morning. The carefully composed speech dissolved in her brain. She winced as the bald truth escaped her lips. The Brotherhood rejected me. What? Did you go behind my back to take the written? Little shit. Vic wagged his finger, amused. Don't worry, everyone gets rejected the first time. Then you apply again, pass it, and on to the practical. Maybe you'll have to deal with a leprechaun or something. They are more Irish mob than Tinkerbell, FYI. She stood, choking up as his excitement bubbled. You don't get it. I was rejected. Period. Full stop, as they say in merry old England. Crispin broke it to me over a video call last night. He video called you? He blinked, flapping the outlandish notion away. No, none of this makes sense. Any hunter off the street can take the challenge. And after we took down the one-eyed bastard who killed his daughter, Fat Crispin owes you. He owes us. The Brotherhood heard what Michelle said that night to me. He couldn't say more, but Crispin was spooked. Vic slammed a fist on his armrest. That's bullshit. You've done more in the field than most of those crusty fish and chip eaters in their ivory tower ever have. You asked me why I don't like doing magic. This is it. I have everyone judging me because of a woman I never met. Avoiding his gaze, Red stared at their framed picture on the wall. A Christmas gift. It had been taken on Cannon Beach in Oregon before a hunt. That was the life she wanted. She didn't want to be a witch anymore, especially not the doppelganger of a dark one. Hey, they suck. That's why I don't wave my bard flag anymore. I stick with the hunters in the field, people who are doing shit. That includes you. They think I'm a risk. She drooped. The good guys thought she was bad. Even after a night's sleep, it still felt like a stake through the heart. He brushed back his sleep-tousled mullet, nervousness imprinted in the gesture. Did Fat Crispin say that? Because old Jake is careful with his words. No, but I got the message anyway. She turned away, goosebumps rising. How could she explain that a small part of her didn't think the Brotherhood was out of line to be worried? It was based on lies, but Juniper St. James had betrayed the Order once upon a time. History could repeat itself. Hey, cut the shit. He poked her arm. You're not her. You're my intern. A knock sounded on the apartment front door like a referee calling time out. The casual holler drifted through the wood. Got some lo mein. Red went to answer the delivery, grateful for a distraction from Vic's crushed expression. He'd been so gung-ho about the challenge. She wanted to make him proud, but all she'd managed to get right was the lunch order. Their usual old Shanghai delivery man stood outside in the open-air hallway, holding tightly bagged takeout cartons. Thanks, Bill. She took the bags, steam escaping the bag. Hey, I know this is personal, but I just wanted to say that it looks like you two are doing better, he said, nervous lips twisted into a smile, brown eyes warmed by sympathy. Oh, thank you. You guys order a lot, so it's like the whole restaurant has followed the journey with you and your husband. With the chair and all, we're rooting for you. The delivery man beamed. That's why we put in extra wontons. She was too surprised to even say that Vic wasn't her partner like that. Wow, that's super nice. Waving, Bill walked away. See you tomorrow. Closing the door, Red couldn't decide if she felt validated or self-conscious. Were they ordering too much Chinese food? That was the weird part about staying in one place. People began to remember you. Who knows what their crotchety next-door neighbor, Mrs. Morales, thought. She could only imagine how they must have seemed, licking their wounds after Halloween. The fall had turned into winter in a flurry of doctor visits, settling into the apartment, and dealing with new jobs at Quinn Investigations. Old Shanghai might as well have been their kitchen. With her mysterious inheritance, takeout didn't hurt the wallet like it used to. Vic crossed his arms. We're getting pity wontons. We need to find a new takeout place. Let's switch it up and start ordering from Ty the Knot. It's sweet. They think we're improving as people. He followed her into the attached kitchen. I suppose you're right. Free is free. On the bright side, we look like well-adjusted members of society now. Red put the bags on the counter and unwrapped them. She tried to keep a straight face. It crumbled into giggles. His chuckles turned into deep belly laughs. He leaned on his wheelchair, holding his side. Oh yeah, those few therapy sessions really did the trick, she snarked. I'm totally over the whole amnesiac mystery heiress doppelganger thing. Yep, perfectly stable we are. All our bathroom towels match even. The little ones too. We're adulting. We're trying though. Red pointed at Vic with a mock serious expression. Admit it. The delivery man is willing to give us points for effort. No, we are. We've truly become California people by finding shrinks, too. I've been meditating. You're back at church. Made a normie friend, even. She tapped his shoulder in a friendly punch. Luis is the inspirational Marine that gets invited on talk shows. I don't know why he puts up with me when all I do is drag him to strip clubs for pity lap dances. So you won't take pity wontons, but lap dances are cool? Obviously. He sniffed, discreetly flexing his bicep in the spaceship covered Orville t shirt that she had gotten him for Christmas. Luis noticed my gains in the gym. He is trying hard to draft me for his wheelchair basketball team. That's awesome. See, we're doing it. You'll have basketball and I'll. She trailed off. The pause lingered too long, like an old bulldog fart. Vic smiled like polite company, wading through a social snafu, worry hiding in his gaze. Red bounced on her heels, trying to stay upbeat and calm. I'll keep doing my thing. Hey, you got a good one. It's unlicensed by any governing body, but that makes you a rebel in the supernatural gig economy. Vic winced as his attempt at comforting failed. He tried again after a long beat. You'll pull through this, Red. Lots of great hunters don't even bother with the Brotherhood. I know, just gotta prove them wrong. If I can show them who I really am, it's simple. No more magic. She started to pace the kitchen, shushing him when he tried to object. Her journal had a whole color coded mind map about how to get back on the Brotherhood's good side. I've got more guesses about that Oregon diner I found in the Dreamland, too. Remember, I teleported into it with Basil. I can picture it so clearly, but I didn't see the name. Everywhere I went in the Dreamland had a reason. That was the only one I couldn't place. I wished to go somewhere safe, then there I was. That has to mean something. I'm all for your journey of self discovery, Vic said. But you don't need to keep obsessing over online maps looking for a mystery greasy spoon. That could be my hometown diner. I could have been a waitress there. If I had a paper trail that wasn't just mugshots and a mysterious trust fund at a shady supernatural bank, maybe people wouldn't be so quick to believe the worst. You've already proved them wrong about that. Now, I'll make more coffee and you dig into the pity wantons. You'll need all the well wishes tonight. Red shivered from more than the winter's chill as she entered Moon Enterprises. The warmly lit lobby was decorated with inspirational murals and racks of public services brochures for its daytime function as a community center. A stranger wouldn't have guessed that a gun battle had been fought here on Halloween. The murals, updated from their original 1970s splendor of earthy tones and bell bottomed Black Panthers, had been updated to reflect the times. The building didn't look like the vampiric headquarters of Los Angeles. Two security guards stood at the elevator while a secretary typed at a large circular desk. The unnatural white of their teeth and the stillness of their chests signaled the night shift had started. After the sun set, the ground floor drop-in center was cleared of humans, except one. Detective Aisha Calloway loitered at the front desk. A shoulder holster bulged under her blue suit. The young detective's relaxed black hair hung in polished waves, but it was clear from the dark circles under her eyes that the new year started rough. Lucas put an arm around Red. I'll walk with you until they kick me out. She sighed. That would be now, I think. Aisha approached them. I'm sorry, but Cora is only allowing Red up. He said, Don't care, I'm not on her payroll like you. The detective jerked back as if slapped. Red glared at Lucas. Would he go rogue and cause a scene? No, but you are still one of her subjects. She kissed him on the cheek. It galled him to feel helpless. He could do as much as she could against his kind's laws. Behave, and I'll meet you right here. I'll read an old magazine then. He examined the guards. His irises flickered amber. He sat in a waiting area, with the air of a man plotting how to burn the building down. Aisha Calloway gestured for Red to follow her to the elevator. You're my guide tonight? No. The cop's voice came out shaky. I just had to be here. Heard about the tribunal then? Red felt like a condemned person with the melancholy detective at her side. I need to know if Cora can protect her people, or will. Aisha shook her head, lines deepening on her forehead, lips twisted in disgust. Since I'm on her payroll. Don't listen to him! You're doing what you need to do to help people. That's what I tell myself, not like I can quit. This is her town. The detective fell silent with a sad stare that aged her youthful features. Good luck. Red walked into the elevator, quelling her trembles and smoothing down her dark conservative dress. She would need more than luck tonight. Stick to the script, baby girl, and Miss Cora will take care of you. Red shifted in her chair, smoothing her skirt, before placing her fidgeting fingers on the table. It's not so different from what happened. The Supreme Master Vampire of Los Angeles put a hand on top of hers. City lights shone through the windows on the rose quartz decorating her headband. A brown afro framed her compassionate face. The black long-sleeved turtleneck hid her lack of a pulse. You helped me get my city back. I know you're scared, but I haven't forgotten that. You're the only Supreme that I want in this town, Red said. Coramoon had a soul, and she acted like it. She might have had a body count in her past, but her present had more good deeds than a truck full of nuns. It still took ruthless cunning to reign supreme. The vampiress had an aura as bright as a phoenix's tail. She smiled. You'll be alone for this DVA interrogation, but I will be there during the tribunal representing you, Red affirmed, the noise more a nervous grunt than words. Weeks ago, she had learned what to say about Neve Morgan. Nerves made her palms sweat anyway. This would have been the perfect time to knit, if vampire tribunals allowed it. She hadn't asked about bringing her new hobby to Moon Enterprises, but she had the feeling that one didn't knit in front of vampires, especially with wooden needles. Cora pulled out her buzzing phone. Namaste! Mohammed, what? They haven't RSVP'd for the job fair yet? She made an apologetic face at Red. Sorry, Chica. Just wait here for the director. She got up from the table and walked to the door. Mo, you are lowering my vibe. You know we must top last year. Red slumped in the chair as the vampire left. Breathing deep, she tried to settle her galloping heart and knotted stomach. She stared at the sleeping city below the high-rise, floor-to-ceiling window. Just stick to the script. A doorknob turned with a creak. She snapped out of her meditation and wiped her sweaty hands again on her skirt. The DVA director entered in a red blazer and black high-waisted pants. A leather folio was under her arm. Her hair was cut in a shiny brown, asymmetrical bob. Curious hazel eyes peeped from an oval face. Short, she looked young enough to be an intern. She didn't bother to pretend to breathe as she sat on the opposite side of the table from Red. Who do you think I am? I've been told that I'm supposed to meet a regional director with the Dark Veil Assurance. Seems like a lot for just me, but the Morgan case is high profile enough. Red calmed her fidgets, but didn't dare look into the director's eyes. Cora had neglected to tell Red the director's name. Had she forgotten to include any dark gifts? I can't mesmerize you. Amused, the vampire steepled her fingers, elbows bent on the table. I lead the Pacific Northwest Division. What's my name? Unsettled, Red shrugged, already at a disadvantage in the conversation. Sorry, but you know Supremes. They tell you what they think you should know. I'm Director Netta Chernin. Pleasure to meet you. You're aware of my case, I'm sure. Red pulled out the 42B form and pushed it across the table. I have this, and the rest of the evidence has already been taken by the Supreme. Aren't you prepared? You even did the personal statement. I didn't think kids your age even knew cursive. Director Chernin scanned the form in a snap before putting it in her folio. Red hid a pout. She had spent a seriously long time on that stupid form to have it barely read. The director scrutinized her. You don't have a Facebook account, Instagram profile, YouTube channel, or even a poorly attended Twitch stream. I can't even find an old embarrassing MySpace page. Our face recognition AI is stumped. I like to stay off the grid. There is off the grid, and then there is scrubbed clean. Do you have your buddy Vic to thank for that? This wasn't on the script. Red dug her nails harder into her palms under the table. He wasn't there when Neve broke the dark veil. The director opened her folio. She revealed a mugshot of Red holding a sign labeled with a fake name in a Utah jail. Then we found these. Not as easy to rub out, or maybe you just started getting sloppy a year and some change ago. Red kept her breathing steady. A vampire could sense her heartbeat better than a lie detector machine. You came onto the DVA's radar when your mentor made some noise in Salt Lake City. Miss Hilda Higby is an old-fashioned woman who likes a clean house, and he made a mess. The director moved on to her next point without a pause as she presented more evidence. A testimony letter, redacted in black, was first, then a copied receipt. Finally, a printout of Red accidentally photobombing a stranger's selfie at a county fair, face circled in yellow highlighter. Red tried not to react even as her disquiet grew. That fair was her one arranged date with Vic's friend Stan. The director's scrutinizing stare probed her for any weakness. We have werewolves in Colorado, a minor demon in Washington, and the Canyon Hill fairies in Idaho. If I didn't know what was behind the dark veil, I would assume you and the cute Asian guy are on a natural-born killer's road trip across the good old US of A. Is the sex good? You. No. Red chewed on the inside of her cheek. Her time on the road had been colorful. Vic liked the challenging cases. Knowing other hunters had passed up a dangerous bounty only made him want to do it more. She had been down in the trenches with him every step of the way. Her rap sheet proved it. I had to dig deep, the director said. There were a few small-town bumpkins who really didn't want to talk. Couple cops, too. Red froze, icy fear prickling her skin. Hunts were unpredictable. She and Vic had been in rough spots before, and townies helped them. Regular people who stood up to the darkness better than most. They didn't deserve DVA agents at their door. What happened to them? Don't puff up in heroics. I didn't shoot the sheriff or the deputy. They were mesmerized and released back into the wild. Netta Chernin arched her brow. Still, it was a trail, then poof, no trail. The jobs got bigger. I'm punching above my weight, like you said. Red wasn't too proud to act meek in front of a vampire. It made them underestimate you later. The director seemed to have her own narrative about a hunter on the edge. It was better than the truth, which would invite questions Red couldn't answer. She had been searching for her origins for so long that it made her feel strangely better that not even the vampire CIA had found them either. Until the mysterious package from her inheritance had arrived, all she'd had was a hunch about a diner based on a dream. It was the latest in what had thus far been a trail of red herrings. The director said, "It happens to hunters when they've been on the trail too long. Things fall through the cracks. Then mug shots, viral videos, and celebrity suicides. That's why I'm settling down. Yes, working for Quinn Investigations." Director Chernin stared, as if Red had a spider in her hair. The cold professional demeanor dropped like a breaking avalanche. Chuckling, she waved her hands in front of her chest. I can't keep this up. Red bit her lip as that particularly weird doppelganger social anxiety welled inside her. Reverse déjà vu. She didn't know any other doppelgangers to ask how they handled it. She mostly just barreled through awkwardness. Let me guess, I look familiar. It's freaky as fuck. Netta Chernin leaned back in her chair, pointing back and forth between them with a lazy jerk of her finger. I had a whole bit prepared. You know, to make this look less like I am returning a favor to Kristoff to get his claimed human off scot-free. Red should have known that he already meddled in the investigation. It was almost reassuring to know that the game was rigged. Almost. Basil had left Los Angeles with a warning about Kristoff's gifts. Always read the fine print. Director... The vampire leaned forward, reaching out to touch Red's hair, curiosity burning in her eyes. Just call me Netta here. Looking at you, I would say I'm speechless, but I'm talking more than usual. Wow. Red stared at the cold hand like it was a snake. She didn't make any sudden movements. Even the texture is the same. Netta drew back and rubbed her empty fingers. Eerie. This is bringing back all the times I had to do Juniper's hair. She looked up, as if startled to realize that she had to explain. It was my first job. Maid to a lady. Everyone has to start somewhere. So that's how you know Kristoff. You could say we got promoted together? Netta smiled cryptically. Now, to fill time, let's dish on the nonsense that keeps Kristoff jetting down to the land of palm trees and sunshine. It's perfect in Portland right now. So cloudy that a vampire can daywalk. Everyone is enjoying the weather. Huh. Red couldn't imagine a bizarro world where Oregon in January was ideal. I particularly want to know about an exchange with Delilah at the club. Did you two really get into a cat fight? Technically, Navy was in my body, but yeah, cattiness ensued. I thought Delilah was going to kill her and, well, me, after this one insult about crow's feet. Netta beamed like a connoisseur sipping on a prize vintage. Schadenfreude softened her features. The dead witch isn't worth all this hassle, but she just got a point in my book. Delighted to oblige, I'm sure. Red forced a blank expression, uncertainty making her squirm. So, you know Kristoff from work? He's an old friend. That's what made me take on this case personally. Pain in the ass as it is. Netta leaned forward, youthful face suddenly seeming old and grim. She said the questioning was a formality, but the real interrogation seemed to begin. He mentioned female friends. I had to see what has been turning his head for months. Well, now that you've seen, why don't we start with that rubber stamping you promised Kristoff and Cora? Red attempted a smile that felt more like an awkward cringe. I am happy to cooperate. Good. What are your intentions with my old friend? Red recoiled from the question like a surprise smack. She expected a lot from her DVA summons, but a demonic teenager acting like a big sister to Christoph Novak, the 6'3" vampire who liked punching out demon hearts, of all people. That wasn't one of them. Beyond some life or death situations, we barely know each other. I don't have intentions beyond staying away from him. Yet you text him when you need help? Netta crossed her arms. Her true age shone through her girlish visage, as if she had spent a century chewing up and spitting out women like Red. You call on him like you know him. The director had her on that one. I have in the past. Red told herself to play it cool. This interrogation would end in a slap fight at worst. It would be much different if Netta knew exactly what Red suspected about Kristoff from his real estate holdings, dark gifts, and quick climb up the vampire hierarchy. That's familiar, and you're a hunter too, just like Juniper tried to be. Nearly got him killed, just like you did on the last solstice. Hey, I get this is a freaky situation. I'm freaked for sure, but I don't have any intentions for him. Red tried to de-escalate the if you heard him talk. What part of the script had the director acting like an old-school dad about to chase a boy from his daughter's room? I'm a hunter based in LA. I'm not setting foot in Portland, Oregon. He's safe from me. No, he's not. Your hair still smells like Lucas Crawford. Netta glowered, nostrils flaring. Kristoff was broken up when Juniper died. I'm telling you this once. If you're going to break his heart to have some happy ever after with his sire, then rip the Band-Aid off quick. I'm not intending to hurt anyone. I care about your impact, not your intentions. Kristoff stuck his neck out to get Prince Merrick at this tribunal. He's acting like an idiot, but he's my idiot, so be gentle with him. Red didn't know how to process the idea. Gentle with an unsold demon? I think this appointment is over, a sold vampire in Chanel ordered from the doorway. Delilah Burns, Netta said. Paling, she closed her folio of evidence. She composed the dark worry tightening her features. You might be Cora's new master of spin, but you can't intrude into a closed DVA interrogation. It's a goddamn reunion, Delilah retorted, hand on her hip. So you two know each other, Red said. If Netta had done Juniper's hair, then they must have met back in the day. Delilah had traveled in style with Quinn, Lucas, and Celine as the four left bodies across Europe. Someone had to scrub the blood off the gowns. Obviously. We were just talking about you, Netta said. Delilah leaned against the table, crossing her arms. No, you were scaring the girl about Kristoff. Still have ears like an old bat. Netta pulled on a mysteriously pleased smile. Her clever gaze sharpened. Or should I say, crow? Live a few centuries and you'll learn how annoying it is to hear everyone's inane chatter. Delilah's red lips pursed, edges curving up. Speaking of which, you're my next meeting. Oh, I am just quivering to share some reports with you. Netta leaned back in her chair, fingers steepled, amusement crinkling her eyes. Interesting social media spikes in your sector. You'll never believe what they are saying about your ex on the dark web. Delightful, Delilah said dryly before crooking a finger at the hunter. Red stood, happy to be away from a conversation that felt over her head. When would all the stuff she studied come in handy? So, are we done, Director? Delilah scoffed at the title and strutted to the door. Officially, the DVA is satisfied with your testimony. Unofficially, I have more questions, but we'll save them for another day. Netta promised, voice as chilly as her taut expression. You're free to go. Red scrabbled to Delilah before forcing herself to slow down. Sweat dripped over her neck to Kristoff's mark. Netta watched her like an archer, waiting for the prey to come back into range. Delilah waited to speak until she was power walking down the hallway with Red. Listen up, Hunter. You're on the ropes here. Clearly, I haven't even been to the tribunal yet and already want to run. Kristoff said he had female friends. I didn't realize that they'd want to beat me up. That was softball in there. If she really wanted answers out of you, she'd have pulled out thumbscrews. Cora and Kristoff tried to rig the tribunal, but don't expect the three Supreme Masters to give a crap about your love life. I certainly hope they don't. Red frowned. The thing that they don't tell you about deals with the devil is that sometimes he gives a gift first. Netta said something about Kristoff sticking his neck out. Delilah rolled her eyes. He wants to stick something else in. Cora is the one who will collect on this favor first. You're underestimating her because she has a soul. You're still not over her having you tortured, huh? I'm not a human. I get over shit. Delilah folded her arms, hip cocked to the side. Take it from a bitch who knows. A soul makes you as soft as you let it. She owed you before. Depending on the tribunal, that could change. These favors pile up. Red had been lucky so far. Kristoff seemed to just want to wine and dine her, while Cora might as well be an undead vegan breaking for whales. Other claimed humans ended up walking blood bags, pawns, or sycophants serving to get a chance at immortality. You're lucky she's weak for humans. Don't push her. This tribunal is as much about her as it is you. Delilah opened the conference room door. This is your cue. Cora stood by a giant screen, her black clothes outlined by a projector light. She gestured to the long table with a single chair. We got this, Chica. Red wasn't so sure of that. Chapter 4. January 21st, after sunset. Inglewood, Moon Enterprises. Three unearthly pale faces loomed over the expansive conference room from a giant screen. Red pinched her leg under the table, hoping it was another nightmare. No joy. This was reality. This really was her tribunal. Cora whispered in her ear. Pinched expression turned from the raised webcam on the tabletop. Two of these motherfuckers are a surprise. The screen was split into separate video feeds. There were two female judges in the tribunal, one in a long black veil, and the other in a modest denim dress. They might have been a surprise to Cora, but they were all too familiar to Red. These were enemies that she remembered earning. Cora turned on the table microphone. Welcome, my brother Prince Merrick and sisters Hilda Higby and Sancha Constanza, masters most supreme. Red raised a water glass to wet her lips and tried to drink as the innocent would. Enough chitty-chat, one of the female judges said. In a blue jean dress and wrapped in judgment, Hilda Higby peered out from the right side of the screen. A golden beehive pinned to her collar was the only concession to decoration. Her thin face hardened. I have questions. Red nearly choked on the water. She had only seen the Supreme Master Vampire from afar. It was after blowing up $1 million worth of meth stamped with the beehive symbol of the Utah vampires. Hopefully, the recognition wasn't mutual. Technically, she hadn't broken any vampire laws in Utah. Vic had. The onslaught of question began. She didn't have a moment to collect herself. Cora's defense was essentially, yes, but circumstances. Red took notes on a Lego pad, sweat rolling down her back. It kept her focused on the conversation rather than her thumping heart. There was the truth of what had happened, and what Cora Moon told her to say. Hilda Higby had a question for every detail, from Halloween with Michelle to Neve being banished to hell along with Maxwell. The mousy looks hid a terrier who had scented blood. Red skirted details like the warlock's real vendetta. She hadn't told Cora the full truth, and she wouldn't tell the tribunal either. Then there was the omission of Kristoff from Mikkel's dramatic rooftop defeat. In the approved version, he had fled to Portland with his brother, Arno. She dodged and weaved through the interrogation to parrot the party line. She didn't know the details of what underworld deal had been made to keep Novak's reputation pristine to the bloodliner faction of unsold vampires, or why Cora inflated the numbers of sold vampires who had rallied to her aid. In the end, they all had something to hide. Maybe a real hunter would have done something different. Red didn't have the Brotherhood to stand with if she ever really had. Hiding behind vampires, even for self-preservation, felt like a bitter compromise to a new reality. It wasn't the protection or the payroll. She had worked for the good guys. Who did she work for now? Los Angeles had more shades of compromise than fake tans. Tomorrow, she could ponder the moral ramifications. Right now, she faced two master vampires who might want her in the grave, and one who'd allow it if his vassal asked. She had practiced her lines and repeated them as best she could. Red was sweating like a boxer in the ring by the time they reached the final statements. Cora addressed the screen, somber as a lawyer trying to get a man off death row. Everything that you have heard tonight must be understood in this most important context. She jabbed her finger on the metal table and paused for emphasis. Red acted on my orders before the unstable dark witch would have revealed us all. My PR machine successfully engineered a bigger headline for the tabloids with a new troubled celebrity du jour. As precisely ordered, this human has maintained the veil. The Neve saga is over. Let us close this tribunal on a loyal servant. Hilda Higby leaned closer to her webcam. On the large screen, she was a colossus, in a denim dress that covered her from neck to wrist. There wasn't a single crack in her armor. Red might be useful to you, Cora, but I am not satisfied that the hunter can hide her tracks. You haven't been satisfied this whole meeting, the smallest judge said. On the far left side of the screen, the wry, knowing tone sounded eerie from the pale child in a designer suit. Prince Marek of Portland looked 10, but he had centuries behind him. It wasn't forbidden to turn a child, but most found it distasteful enough that Red hadn't seen one in her travels. She hadn't prepared for the unsettling effect of fangs in a baby face. He was the vampire most likely to give her a break as Kristoff's liege supreme, but she'd tried to look at him the least in the trial. She focused on the camera lens instead. Cora Moon clasped her hands behind her back, crystal bracelets jangling. We've gone through the evidence, my friends, backwards and forwards. The hunter is not a threat. Sancha, Hilda said. I would have imagined you'd have more to share, considering your loss. So recently a widow, and now... She composed her grief into sympathy, blonde eyelashes fluttering down on unearthly pale cheeks. One eager, bright eye popped open. This is the same hunter, isn't she? Red avoided the narrowed gaze of the beautiful vampire in the center panel of the video conference. She had learned her lesson about looking into Sancha Constanza's eyes. Even through a screen, she didn't trust the recently crowned queen of the prairie dead. Red made her a monarch once upon a time, the hard way. It was a secret that could get them both executed. The Blood Alliance punished the assassins of their loyal city leaders, the unsanctioned ones at least. See, the hair color is the same, Sancha murmured. The soft sound barely moved the black mesh veil hanging from a small pillbox hat to her chest. Her brunette mane spilled over a black tailored jacket, piped in crimson. Red hallucinated the dead vampire king in the dreamland. She'd never expected to see his queen or her fake grieving widow act again. In DVA custody, she was a loose end that could reveal Sancha. It was enough for any cunning master to see her as a threat. Sancha lifted a thick eyebrow, the move glacially slow. Not quite obscured by the veil, her fangs popped from her berry-tinted lips. But it's a common box color. This one looks older, far more worn. Red bit her tongue. The dig stung less than the radiating relief. She wasn't the only one keeping secrets in the tribunal. Hilda lifted her chin, long neck tensing like a giraffe about to bite. Unmarked by cosmetics, the disdain shone clearly on her thin face. Well, I recognize her. It has bedeviled me the whole tribunal like a word on the tip of my tongue. She came to my territory with that werewolf hunter. He killed 2 of my childer. I thought you had died, little missy. Now I see you're making a fuss in L.A. She is guilty of murder. That is a crime beyond the dark veil. I know that you love all 100 of your precious childer, but if she didn't hold the stake, it isn't her crime, Cora said, putting her hands up. Did she kill them? No, Hilda released the admission with a grimace. She didn't, but she still can't be trusted. She's hunted our kind, killed 2 in Inglewood last month. Those were rogues executed on my orders, Cora said. As far as this tribunal can ascertain, she has never killed one of our kind without sanction. This session is to see if she can keep the dark veil, and she can. Hilda scowled. Perhaps she can keep the veil closed, but a wild card doesn't change its suit. She needs to be neutralized. Cora's serenity fizzled. Her arms stiffened as if she wanted to roll up her sleeves for a punch. That option is not on the table. She's more valuable to me alive than buried. Prince Merrick's thin voice cautioned. Sisters. I'm not looking to cause a fuss, the Utah Supreme explained, her ire growing into a matter-of-fact calm. I see your side. Even sore from loss, I still prioritize the greater good of our people. I know from experience that hunters make strong childer. She's more valuable to you as one of us. That is also not an option, Cora replied as smoothly as an experienced negotiator rejecting the first offer. Only her side glance to Red showed the worry. As arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of the youth. Hilda clasped her hands over her chest. Earnest fervor bloomed on her face. That might be in the good book, but it's a gospel for demonkind too. Our numbers have never recovered from the August harvest. I've lost precious childer. She can be a replacement. Red gripped her pen, the plastic bending under her chilled fingers. Fear-driven thoughts piled up in a traffic jam, leaving her speechless. Legal airdropping, Cora snapped. You're not turning her. Where are my manners? Hilda pressed her hands together in apology, casually solicitous, as if offering the last slice of pizza. You should turn her. Red dropped the pen. She hoped the camera didn't catch her gulp. She is claimed by my ambassador, Prince Merrick interjected. Leaning on his elbow, his easy smile revealed the tips of his small fangs. Poor man's been waiting lifetimes for this long-promised boon. Red flushed. One reference to Juniper lit the burning curiosity of what the child vampire saw when he looked at her. It had been almost refreshing to face vampires that only knew her and not Juniper. Hilda perked up. How could I forget? Novak claimed her so audaciously at the Blood Summit. Fought his own sire, I heard. Cora clapped for attention. Let's put a pin in the personal talk unrelated to the case at hand. I despise gossip as well, Hilda said primly before leaning forward again. I will say it's certainly odd that a claimed human is still working as a hunter in a completely different state from her master. Back in my day, the good days, we knew how to corral our flock. Prince Merrick's small face darkened. You're not corralling my flock, Higby. I misspoke. The relationship is certainly unorthodox, she said after uttering a syrupy, sweet apology. Red looked away to hide her embarrassment. Delilah had been wrong about the tribunal judge's interest in her personal life. Kristoff is one of those modern types. Prince Merrick smiled, but steel edged his words. Baby fat puffed up his cheek. The aged gaze tarnished the childlike illusion. But his territory is clear. Hilda raised her hands, closing her eyes like at a prayer circle. Praise Satan. His justice is truly that. We have a solution. Red didn't think she'd like it. Excuse me. Cora's words were polite, but her features sharpened from irritation. It's simple. Hilda blessed them with a beatific smile. Christoph Novak turns his claimed human by sunset tomorrow and adds to our numbers. Red waited for the two vamps on her side to pipe up. Prince Merrick shrugged with the indolence of an agnostic. Red jerked back. Her chair legs squeaked on the ground. Was that it? Cora didn't meet her eyes. Her bangles rattled a soft warning as she crossed her arms. Christoph may turn her someday, as is his undisputed right, yet she is still mine to command. In my agreement with Prince Mark, I have guardianship over the hunter as I need her. Our truce with the Brotherhood ensures her safety. She was expelled by the bards, Sancha said quietly from under her widow's veil. The unexpected comment silenced the room. Red felt the words like a kick to the throat. How did Sancha know that? The Brotherhood's might had diminished, but apparently their rumor mill was stronger than ever. Had the knowledge of her connection to Juniper spread? Or was it just news of her blackballing? Cora dug her fingers into her hips. Amber flashed in her gaze. She will not be turned tomorrow or the days after that. I find her useful, and Christoph finds it useful to loan her to me. You dig it? Red motioned to herself. She had held back all her sarcasm, frustrations, and rants to follow the speak when asked rule. Now she couldn't stay quiet. The LA Supreme asked in a strained voice, "What do you have to say for yourself, Red?" Yes, the Brotherhood kicked me out. They have a truce with vampires, but they don't especially like their hunters being claimed by them. Conflict of interest. Red paused to emphasize the real emotion behind the rejection, even if she lied about the reason. The point of this meeting is to determine if I'm a threat to the Dark Veil, right? I must hide behind it. If I leaked this, the human world would think I was crazy or just put me in jail. However I got here, I'm in too deep. That's why I'm not a threat. That's a weak defense, Hilda said snidely, as she twisted the golden beehive pin on her collar absently. It's the honest one. You all know it's true. I've obeyed the Supreme in everything concerning the Dark Veil, and I will continue to. I know the score. Red held her breath, feeling both hopeful and like she might barf. Prince Merrick rapped a small fist on his desk before raising a glass. The crimson liquid within glinted on the video screen. Then we compromise, ladies. Red walks the line and serves Cora. If she breaks the Dark Veil again, Novak will make her one of us. Either way, everyone wins. Hilda was stiff with disappointment. There must be boundaries on this compromise. If she flees LA County, the deal is forfeit, and your man better hunt her down, Merrick. Most importantly, if she takes a life in our community, she gives her own in return, Cora. Cora looked ready to reach through the screen to throttle the Salt Lake City Supreme. I can handle my people. The child vampire acted more like a UN mediator than a fourth grader. My wise sister Supreme clearly holds the reins masterfully. I must insist that this inquiry end. We've reached consensus. I render my satisfaction with the agreement that Cora's guardianship continues over this human. Sancha tapped her long red nails on her chin. As the silence dragged on, tension wrapping around Red's chest like barbed wire, the widow inclined her black pillbox hat an inch and no more in agreement. He nodded and sipped his wine. I'll drink to that. Hilda Higby said the words as if they were bile coming out of her mouth. I yield to the crowd. Cora's smile dripped poisoned sugar that could have only been spun in the deep south. Bless your heart, Hilda. Red gritted her teeth through the goodbyes and tried to steady her breathing. The sweat chilled under her collar. How long before another hunt splashed onto the papers? Even if she covered her tracks in the human world, she might kill the wrong dead man. She had survived, but the axe still hung over her head. The power the Blood Alliance had over her was simple. The vampires could do it because no one would stop them. If Red had been a part of the Brotherhood or a member of a coven, politics might gum up the works. She wasn't trying to be underestimated in the tribunal in her closing remarks. It was the truth. She was up to her neck in the undead and had the marks to prove it. This was the new line that she walked: fuck up and end up a vampire. It wasn't like having diabetes. She wouldn't just switch her diet. Without a soul anchoring her empathy, she'd succumb to the demon instincts. She wouldn't keep trying to knit a non-crappy scarf or finally make a freaking origami crane that didn't look like a paper crumple. She'd eat people. What would the gang do if that happened? Call in Basil to give her a soul. If the soulmancer could even be found or get close enough, perform the spell. They would have to stake her if they couldn't stop her from killing. Kristoff might not want to turn her now, but he would save her from dying a mortal death on the orders of the Blood Alliance or from her friends. She had seen him fight. With everything she symbolized, Kristoff would hit first and below the belt. Even without his supernatural strength, he had assets. His real estate portfolio made her inheritance look like she got some old china from Grandma. A private jet flight to the other side of the world would take them from anything that could stop her from feeding and killing. The screen finally went dark. Cora leaned back in her chair. Stress flattened her gaze. Positive feedback. You stayed on the script with Hilda grilling you. I was glad to have it. I didn't realize who would. Negative feedback. Cora rubbed her face. Positive vibes bleeding out like old tie-dye. You freestyled at the end. It sold the desperation, but listen to me next time, Chica. Hopefully there isn't a next time. Red fought a shiver as the performance adrenaline faded. Are tribunals usually that long? No. Hybe just wanted all my dirt. I got my boy Merrick on the panel, but the universe did the rest. My horoscope told me to expect unwelcome guests. Unwelcome, yeah. The stars were downplaying it. And Sancha, how did she know about the Brotherhood? Her sire was Michel, the king of spiders. His webs stretched to the Brotherhood. Someone at the Blood Alliance either owed her a favor or just wanted to fuck with me. I don't understand why I am manifesting this negativity. I was told the Supreme Master of Tucson was going to be there. That magnificent bastard owes me one. Red had been jumped by a group before, but fighting was easier when you could see the jabs. Vampires delighted in subtle daggers, hidden by darkness and ruses jammed into the back. Movies showed drowning in blood, but unseen power plays were how they had operated under the radar after the Dark Ages. Live long enough as a vampire, you didn't need to get your hands dirty. You got someone else to do it. She knew from experience. It was her hands Sancha dirtied. Cora rubbed her turtleneck sleeves. For a moment, she seemed as unsure as a human, the immortal confidence breaking to show the real person underneath. You'd think she'd throw me under the bus, a couple of them. I killed her maker. Fuck, I helped you. Red slapped her forehead, groaning. The massacre in Oklahoma City had been superbly covered up by Michelle. Now she knew why. Sancha, she was entirely too chill. She knew what I wanted, and she could have teamed up with Higby out of spite. Get a bit of cold comfort over Michelle. Cora paced, speaking aloud as if to herself. I know the Blood Alliance heat has been on her since his failed coup, but she could have poured more salt over that tribunal. It's a toss-up over who she might hate more, me or you. I heard about Oklahoma. She should have wanted to nail you to the wall out of principle. You didn't just kill a supreme, baby girl. You axed her hubby. I don't know what you might have heard. Red put up her hands as she rose, legs shaking. The night had drained the energy from her limbs. She didn't know how many more questions and accusations she could take. The worst were the true ones. I might have staked Cowboy Kurt, but Sancha manipulated the situation from the start. Paid me, too. Maybe she wanted to make sure that I... Don't say that to anyone else, especially the DVA. Even among the dead, killing your husband is frowned upon. And queens, want only smiles. This was one more secrecy that could be used against her. Red shook herself. She had been around vampires too long, seeing every ally as a future enemy, and every token of goodwill as a potential slap. Cora had fought for her tonight. She was the only one who didn't want Red dead one way or another. You're the only one I have told. Good. Pour a sister a cup when you get more hot tea like that. Overextended nerves made Red ramble. That's about it. Then there is Hilda Higby. Pissing off the head of the undead Mormon Mafia wasn't my best move. Admittedly, Vic did kill two of hers to save a pastor's daughter, and I was bait. I spent most of that hunt injured in a van, though. Might be why she thought I died. Nearly did. Funny story. Vic's adopted brother, LaShawn, had to make a tourniquet out of a... Cora sighed. I appreciate that you feel so comfortable with me to share all of this, but that's another thing not to tell anyone, maybe not even me. What's the deal with you and Higby anyway? Why does she hate you? She's a bloodliner regressive who loved hemming and hawing over my policies at the summit. I had to bite my tongue because she's the chairperson of the Blood Alliance's DVA Oversight Committee, and a member of half a dozen others. Oh, for fuck's sake, can we get a break? Red knew exactly who would be delighted to lay the full force of the blood law down on her next Dark Veil violation. It would probably only take an email to see it done. Cora touched Red's shoulder. Hey, I know you are freaked, but I got this. You're part of the crew. I take care of my people. Thank you. I wouldn't have gotten out of that if you hadn't dug in your heels about Kristoff turning me. Red weighed the outcome, logic tapping down on the primal monkey fear, vibrating her temporal lobe. She couldn't leave Southern California for a while, but she wasn't going to hit Sunset Strip as a vampire this weekend. Cora winked and squeezed her shoulder. I'll let you know when you can do me a solid favor back. The words sounded like a cell door closing. Oh, Red barely remembered leaving Moon Enterprises to find the Millennium Falcon in the darkened lot. The chill of January sank through her jacket to the patch of worry sweat on her back. A passing car boomed the bass too loud to understand the lyrics. She hugged herself as she walked quicker to the van. Inglewood might have been off limits for vampires to feed, but the night had brought out unexpected villains already. She rubbed her eyes as if she could wipe away the vision of the tribunal. All she did was grind mascara into her irises. She knew Lucas had waited for her, but she couldn't face him yet. He appeared from behind the van. ANF stepped over to her. The hint of sandalwood and tobacco clung to him from a sneaky cigarette puffed long ago to cut the stress. They let you walk out, so that is a good sign. What happened? I followed you out of the building, but you didn't even notice me. They let me go. Cora is like my court-appointed legal guardian or something. I work for her now. Quinn will have to take it up with her about payroll. Red tried to be glib, but this wasn't just a new job. Heat pricked at her eyeballs. I need to get out of here. We have the best van in the galaxy to get you home. Lucas opened the passenger door for her, then hopped into the driver's seat. The Millennium Falcon roared to life. It jolted out of the lot and darted into traffic. He muttered a soft curse at a car, tapping on the steering wheel, driving with a dead man's abandon. She ignored that usual lurch in her stomach from Lucas's driving. She stared into the side mirror and memorized the sensation of seeing herself in the glass. If Hilda Higby had had her way, Red would have kissed her reflection goodbye. Lucas touched her shoulder as they waited at a red light. Tell me about it. You survived, at least. Yeah, guess Cora really wants me around. Red couldn't return his smile. She wouldn't have called tonight a win. She's not the only one. His grin faded. I've seen you around ghosts. You don't look as pale. I saw something worse. Hilda Higby and Sancha Constanza. Cora didn't get the tribunal she wanted. She barely got the verdict she wanted. They won't need to rally the Supremes again. The next time the DVA is called on me, the judgment has already been decided. I am to be turned. She didn't need to say by whom. Lucas knew the blood law better than she did. He swore furiously in florid British slang that was hard to follow, leaning over the steering wheel looking mad enough to bite it. He took a sharp right turn. Red braced herself on the door, without comment, long used to how he could turn city driving into an extreme sport. Somehow, seeing him panic made her feel calmer. Dealing with his worry was something she could handle even without a script. She wanted to say the right thing, but maybe words weren't needed. All she had were vague ideas of how she could handle Christoph Novak after all. More like suspicions. Christoph might have had friends looking into her secrets, but she had been digging for his. She didn't know if she had hit gold yet, but if she was right, it was a case of mutually assured destruction. Red put a hand on his knee, half to calm him and half to distract herself, and tried to convey through touch what she didn't have the words to say. Lucas loosened his death grip on the wheel and sighed. That fucking little Lord Fauntleroy suggested it, didn't he? Finally made good on an old promise. Tiny Wanker is still pissed that I plucked out his eye that one time. She wrinkled her nose at the violent visual. He might be, but it was Higby. Cora pulled a fake agreement out of her ass. Merrick went with it. She saved me this time. There isn't going to be another time. If the worst came, I wouldn't let you stay an unsold vampire against your wishes. He looked pained in the dim light of passing street lamps. Whatever you want, I'll do. I promise you that. Told you I would do right by you, and I will. Red stroked his soft black hair. We don't need to go over my last will and testament. I'll already hear it from Vic. I'd like to think I'll make it out of this town alive. Silence smothered the van until they parked next to his motorcycle at the pink stucco California Arms building. The headlamps shined on oleanders by the gated courtyard. Old smoke from the grill hit her nose as she stepped out of the van. Lucas pulled her to him. Red let herself be distracted by his kiss. Even flavored with worry, it made her heart skip a beat. She took the keys, still huddled close to him, not yet ready to go. Too much had happened in the last few days. It clustered together like marbles jammed in a jar. Yearning to escape, but caught. What could she tell him? That she had seen the gears of destiny turning her away from the Brotherhood and toward the Blood Alliance? That her life was becoming a modern reboot of the Juniper St. James saga? That he was the only thing that made sense in her life, and she still couldn't tell him all her secrets? Red kissed him on the cheek and left him by his bike. He put on his helmet, but his gaze still followed her, though the dark visor, until she was inside the gate. In the outside second-floor hall, she found a black cat cleaning its paw and bent down to give it a pat. The feline tolerated her before bounding toward Mrs. Morales's place. She girded her loins to share this Pyrrhic victory with Vic. Unlocking the apartment, Red stepped inside. It felt like a cage with matching towels. Chapter 5. January 22nd after sunset. Culver City. Quinn investigations. Red stepped to the side with her fists up. Sweat dripped down her chest. She kept her focus on Quinn. They circled each other in the front room of his office. The pushed-aside furniture huddled along the wall as if taking bets. Smells from the nearby curry place tickled her nose. She aimed a punch for his chin. He caught her fist without unsettling a single precisely gelled blonde hair on his head. You're telegraphing your move. It doesn't matter if you put your whole body into the blow if I block it. I keep doing that. Red wiped sweaty palms on her gym shorts. A negative stream of thoughts had dogged her all day. Training with him was routine, but she couldn't get into the rhythm. You're rattled. Quinn tossed a big right overhand punch. She blocked, huffing through clenched teeth. Even holding back his strength, the blow radiated down her arm. That's when the enemy usually attacks. Concentrate. Is that all anyone says to me now? Red pivoted to punch him in the stomach before she pulled out a stake from her gym. She thrust the stake upward toward his heart, stopping it an inch from his chest. He took the stake and spun it in his hands. That wasn't bad. I don't know why we're still doing this, Quinn. I was rejected from the Brotherhood. I can't do the hunter's challenge, and if Hilda Higby knew that I was sparring with a stake, she'd have a field day. That doesn't mean you shouldn't train. What did you say about the Goonies? Don't throw pop culture you don't understand in my face. Hey, I saw that in theaters. He defended himself sheepishly. Out of the two of us, I was actually alive for the 80s. Pick on the 90s, baby, why don't you? He donned a mentor-ish manner like Superman pulling on a cape to give little Jimmy Olsen a pep talk. This isn't the end. It feels like it. If I can't do the Hunter's Challenge, I doubt I can claim their bounties. They might as well have fired me. This isn't an apply again situation like Vic thinks. Not with what they heard on the recording from Halloween. I'm not Juniper's reincarnation, but Michelle's lies took root in the Brotherhood. Quinn toed the ground, his emotional IQ fading in an aura of discomfort. He had warmed up to her, but the guilt-ridden immortal fumbled in most social situations. He had talked to her about her doppelganger. It wasn't an easy story for him. The Black Libertine, as he used to be known, had been a villain in it. You were gagged, not deaf. You and Delilah heard, and so did higher circles of the Brotherhood. Red made air quotes. That was yesterday. He squared his feet, putting his fists up. Now, what are you going to do today? Be a better hunter. She matched his stance. Today is all you can control, and I need you in top shape if I am going to find out who killed Orville. With your luck, someone is working their way through all your poker buddies. She bobbed and feinted, looking for a weak spot. Have you come up with that enemies list? Working on it, he grunted out. I still have 2 centuries left to cover. What about Fabio Gianni? He owned that bar in the construction warehouse. I stopped those minions from beating you and Lucas up there. That's not exactly how it went down. The window panels rolled up, time to reveal the darkened parking lot after twilight. A cop car lurked directly outside the office like a great white shark in the surf. Detective Calloway usually texted before she swung by to drop a weird case on their lap. Was this the LAPD or the Fang PD? Red said. The New Delhi kitchen is going to be pissed if another crime scene chases away their dinner rush. A knock thumped on the door, and a uniformed Joe Chang walked in. He frowned, taking off his hat. Sorry to bother you folks, but the Supreme requests your presence. Now. She looked to Quinn. He had done jobs for Cora before, but the Supreme usually called first. Was he going to find out what had happened to Orval? Lock the place up, Red. The souled vampire stepped forward, pulling his black trench coat off the rack and onto his broad shoulders. He rose to his full height. Losing the quiet social awkwardness of her friendly vamp boss, he became the immortal gumshoe that had brought justice to the LA underbelly for half a century. She had watched the transformation night after night, but the difference still struck her. It was why Vic called him Batman. No, both of you, Chang said, looking embarrassed. You're not under arrest, but Quinn, that old convertible can't be seen at Moon Enterprises tonight. Delilah had said that Cora would come to collect on the favor first. The thing about owing a master vampire was they didn't need to send you to collections. They could just collect you. Red didn't argue with the order. LA was her safe zone from the growing number of master vampires that wanted her dead. She grabbed her jacket, wishing she smelled less like she just hopped off a treadmill. Vampire secrets. I told you, Quinn said, as the 3 went to the police car where he took the passenger side while Red ended up in the back. She touched the metal mesh separating the front and back seats. You ever think one of these days I'll sit in the front? At least you're not in handcuffs this time, Chang said before turning on a techno song on a portable speaker on the dashboard. This lit up the last festival I went to. Red settled into the slower than usual creep of traffic toward Inglewood. They passed a 3-car pileup on the side of the road. She couldn't look away from the twisted metal as they inched by the accident. It felt like an omen. She followed Joe and Quinn into Moon Enterprises. Sugar babes, you're early. Cora Moon waited for them by the front desk in high-waisted bell-bottoms and a tie-dyed crop top. She lifted a clipboard off the desk before addressing a human behind the desk. Call Jamal. Tell him he will need to fill in for the resume workshop. Then you're done for the day. It's after sunset. The matronly black desk clerk was clad in paisley and concern. She nodded. He'll grumble, Miss Cora. Remind him that men make 30 cents more on the dollar than women do. Cora turned to the waiting trio, gesturing them forward. Let's beat feet. Busy day? Red forced herself to sound calm as she walked to the elevator. Vampires sensed weakness, even souled ones. Hearing a trembling pulse, smelling fierce sweat, they couldn't help it as much as she couldn't help knowing that a bakery had made fresh bread. Simmering anxiety made her want answers, but acting frustrated only put her at a disadvantage. Political creatures, she reminded herself. The job fair is tomorrow, and I want to make sure our mamas are ready, Cora said, stepping through the open elevator and put her thumb on the sensor. An instrumental version of Gin and Juice by Snoop Dogg played. Take the stairs, boys. The door closed. Cora cast no reflection in the metallic elevator. They rose above the regular levels where the undead labored 8 p.m., 3 a.m. to keep their corner of the supernatural world spinning. Healthy communication begins with honesty. You helped me regain my city. I wrote about it in my gratitude book. And then Nevaeh Morgan blindsided us both. Red nodded. She felt a request coming. It took clout to fix the tribunal, Cora said. When I saw Hilda and Sancha, I didn't know if I would pull it off. Then, with the suggestion to turn you, I lied about an agreement with the Portland crew to be your guardian. That was my last trick. Only Merrick's soft spot for me had him play along. I'm very appreciative. Healthy relationships are an exchange. Now, before you freak, I'm not going to act like the overbearing vampire. What the tribunal said was barbaric. No one is turned without consent in my city. It doesn't matter who. That guardian stuff is whatever. I don't force people to work for me. I ask for help as a friend. How could I say no? Red tried to smile. Detective Calloway's warning sounded like far-off drums. Once you started working for vampires, there was no quitting. At the top floor, Cora paused in mid-step out the opening elevator, twinkling eyes beaming reassurance. You're in deep, but don't worry, girl. I got you. Because healthy relationships. Exactly. Red followed Cora Moon into a maroon office lined with computer terminals and servers, the city lights reflecting a dull sheen from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Burning sage tickled her nose. Quinn held his hand over curls of sage smoke wafting from an abalone shell. Joe Chang stood silent by the wall, arms crossed. A server on a rolling rack hummed, and tiny LED bulbs reflected against his face. He glanced at the lights. The dark circles under his eyes were illuminated for a moment before he tugged the police hat down. Red bit back a gasp at the only other human in the room. Panic drove the thought of what was missing from the room out of her head. If this was her debt, why was he here? Vic sat at the conference table with a mug of coffee in his hands. Free trade coffee, anyone? You got a free trade ride in a cop car, too? Red examined him for marks. She hadn't wanted Vic dragged into this. Yeah, lady cop that looked like Angelina Jolie's vamp cousin. Even manhandled me a bit. Made my day. Vic wiggled his eyebrows over his coffee. His bravado almost covered the stress vein bulging in his jaw. The mechanisms behind vampire conspiracies were precise and thorough. Red knew it well. She had joined one or two, after all. Even just the public record of Kristoff's role was evidence of how information was weighed and distributed to the supernatural masses. They had eliminated him from the record of the coup, but broadcasted that he had killed the minion who attacked Red on the solstice. Each act was engineered to extract a measured response. Cora knew that Vic had killed Hilda Higby's childer. Was he here to help, or just because of blackmail to keep Quinn and Red in line? Red shook herself. She was sounding paranoid like Vic. Cora hopped on the table, sitting on it cross-legged, waiting until she had their attention. At ease, this is serious. but it's not a funeral. Vic said, "You've assembled the Avengers. What's the job?" "This isn't a case for Quinn investigations." Cora made eye contact with each of them. "This isn't on the books. This is me calling in some karma." Quinn straightened his jacket lapels, rubbing his knuckles down to smooth them as he strode to the table. "I can take this solo." "There isn't a mystery for you to solve, Sherlock. I need jobs done on the down low. Some maybe in the daytime." Cora tugged at her shirt, nervous energy twitching at her fingers. "More than what I can ask Detective Calloway to do." Red wanted to sigh. So, it was really illegal then. Or deep vampire bullshit. Or both. "Does this have something to do with Orval? Any more of Quinn's poker buddies go missing? Or is it Fabio Gianni? Wasn't he billing you for bar damage?" She realized from the icicles dangling from Cora's vibe that she had pushed the Supreme too far. Healthy relationship or not, it wasn't an equal one. Not in this supernatural hierarchy. "I hate getting this answer, but I have to say it. You'll know what you need to," Cora said. Her stern gaze froze Vic's next snappy remark on his lips. "What I really need is what you know and what you can find out. First, I want to know which hunters are working with souled vampires." Vic said, "That word gets out. I don't just want LA County. Chit-chat with hunters on the West Coast, then spread out." Cora rattled off city names, counting them on her fingers. "Make sure you cover Cincinnati, Oklahoma City, and New York. I might have to take a drive or two to talk to the more off-the-grid types." Vic rubbed his chin. His concentration almost looked pained. "No worries. You'll be back if we need you." The Supreme said the words calmly, but the certainty could cut diamonds. Red sat next to Vic. They had been drafted. Cora was one of the better vampires to owe. She would protect them, but she still had an unstable city. The Blood Alliance's summit showed that she had enough enemies willing to watch her fall from a coup. Backed into a corner, she went into warrior pose with the surety of a samurai. She already had a sword. Red knew not to cross her. Quinn asked, "What do you need from me?" "I need someone to do a shipment to a friend in the desert. My usual wheelman is held up." Red tucked the cryptic request away to analyze later. Cora should have just spilled the beans. Leaving it a secret was like a taunt to an investigator. Quinn nodded to Cora's child. "You ordered Joe to check on all the sold vampires instead." "Hey!" Joe Chang yanked his hat off to better glare at him. "He told me on the walk up. You know how many will run when they see a cop on their doorstep." Joe rapped on his badge. "I have other clothes," Quinn said. "The other half will clam up when they recognize him as the one who usually collects your tithes, Cora. If you need answers, I can get them for you." Red watched the conversation like a match at Wimbledon. Cora said, "You can't do that if you are in the Mojave. This plan sounds like I still got a package hot in my hands." "Red can do it," Quinn suggested, gesturing to the hunter. It had taken her a while to tell the difference in his even keel emoting. Like seasons in the desert, it was subtle, but she knew that stoic bastard was up to something. What was he volunteering her for? Vic waved his hands. "Hey, wait, don't plop your job on her. What were you going to have her do, Cora?" "Infiltrate a bloodliner club as a human donor," Cora replied, as if announcing what vegan offering was going to be served in the soup kitchen tomorrow. Red tried to speak. The shock numbed her tongue. Vic whistled. That escalated a bit. "I'm cool with doing the delivery." Red raised her hand. "If that is an option." Cora stroked her chin. "Tonight. Whatever gets me out of having to put on a pleather dress and pretend to be a bleeder." Red had played bait before. She had to get the scars lasered off from the last time. Hilda Higby proved that removing the scars didn't remove the consequences. "Don't break the speed limit," Cora warned. "It's over 6 hours there and back." Vic asked, "Are you at least going to give a hint of what the end game is?" "I'm manifesting it right now." Cora looked around the table. Her irises glimmered amber. Tell no one what you're doing. No one finds out. The Supreme's guards were nowhere to be seen. They usually prowled in earpieces behind her, blending into the background. Purging her staff after the coup must have left slim pickings on who to trust. Red had made the cut. It was hard to pinpoint how to feel about that. Vampires hoarded valuable things, even people. Lucas's history proved that they could keep a human for a long time. Cora hopped off the table and patted Quinn on the shoulder. Make sure she gets on the road. She looked to Red, smiling. Don't forget your seatbelt and water. So important to stay hydrated. The goodbyes were short before Red and Quinn exited into the penthouse hallway. The decor was stuck in the 70s, even if the surveillance technology was top of the line. They stayed silent in the elevator. The buttons blinked as they lowered to the basement garage. The upgrades to Moon Enterprises included new cameras, even if she couldn't see where they were hidden. Chang had left her alone with Quinn on the descent. She had a lot to say, but nothing she wanted overheard by the security team. Red walked into the chilly air of the garage. She wished for more than a t-shirt and gym shorts on. Do you think I'll be able to go home and change? Chang stepped out of the shadows and held up a bag. Oh, you won't want to. You'll want those goods off your back as quick as you can. Cora had me get something warmer for you. Red took the bag. Thanks. Make it fast. It's the yellow VW van. Chang tossed her the keys. I'm going to sit on my car and buy tickets to a dance festival, but I'll be watching. She found the vintage vehicle quickly and went on the other side to change into the thick leggings from the backpack. A long-sleeved knit dress lay under water bottles in the bag. Her sweaty gym clothes went inside as she changed. She smoothed the skirt to her knees, then pulled on a jacket. She might have become Cora's personal delivery driver, the first of many favors, she was sure, but at least she didn't have to be shivering. She walked out from behind the van. Hey, Quinn, thanks for suggesting this job instead. You really pushed me out of the firing range. His eyes twinkled. I thought this would be more interesting for you. I think being a bleeder at a bloodliner party would be plenty interesting. I can listen to an audiobook while I do this. You've had a lot of questions. Maybe you might find some answers. He handed her a piece of paper. A phantom smile lingered on his lips. She squinted suspiciously and unfolded the note. It was handwritten directions with a final instruction to burn it before letting anyone else see it. Quinn was gone when she looked up. Joe Chang glanced around from the hood of his police car. He shrugged at her before hopping down and sprinting to catch up with the other vampire. Curious, Red opened the back of the van. A mix of boxes, pillows, and lampshades were stacked benignly as if she was moving to a new house. After enough nights spent in a van, she knew something about hiding something in one. The floor of the van rose too high from the bed. Cora had asked her to deliver the package, not inspect it. She couldn't help it. The question mark on her cargo would dog her every mile. Red pushed a box aside before pushing up a towel to see a hatch. She jerked it open to peek inside. AR-47s and smaller handguns peeked back at her, tightly packed in a black styrofoam. Holy shit. This was going to be the longest car ride of her life. Chapter 6. January 22nd, evening, California, somewhere in the Mojave Desert. Red winced at each bump as she turned onto a lonely dirt road. She sweated over the hidden cargo for 3 hours on I-15. An audiobook streamed from her phone speaker, but she hadn't absorbed any of the high fantasy adventure of The Hobbit, so she'd flipped it off. The old VW van barely reached the speed limit, but she still drove stiff-gripped and paranoid that a taillight would go out if she got pulled over by a cop. She had driven before with her snub-nosed Rhino 20DS revolver, courtesy of Vic. He had handed it over as if giving Excalibur, reciting its stats at length, when all she wanted to know was how to make it go boom. She had wondered if he knew the gun's astrological sign and turn-ons. Did the revolver like long walks on the beach? Vic was the one with the gun collection, so as his roommate, she might as well have had one too. This was different. The Millennium Falcon was fully loaded with an arsenal worthy of a cartel, and she was delivering it. Clenched like a fist, she followed the handwritten directions deep into the Mojave. A ranch came into view. It was the only intact structure for miles on the dark, flat horizon. She checked the directions again, go past the ghost town, the lost cemetery, and turn right at the crossroads with the lightning struck tree. The last step was a driveway outlined in white stone and Joshua trees. A long, squat adobe compound, roofed in red tile with a wraparound porch, would be at the end. If this were a horror movie, a creepy hermit would have popped out to warn her to turn back. Red drove to the front door. She wasn't going to make gun running her new thing. No need to stick around to chit chat. In and out, she told herself. She killed the engine and walked to the porch. Hey, I have a delivery from the Supreme. The door creaked open. Shadows obscured the interior. Celine Burns appeared in the threshold, holding a music box with a Venus flytrap planted in it. She stepped forward in a white and black silk dress. Are you a stray kitten come looking for milk? More like a messenger. Red felt like a slack-jawed idiot, staring at the eternal raven-haired beauty's feet to avoid eye contact. Lucas's sire was prettier in person. She also had the dark gift to mesmerize. I already told the others about our present. Celine waved at the two vampires unloading the van at top speed. Well then, I must be going. Cool plant, though. Don't leave, not when I finally see you. Apollo holds his hands to my true vision, but I knew that a modern miss would return. It's why I made you this. Celine held out the music box. The Venus flytrap's mouth lay closed as if sleeping. She nodded with the eagerness of a child. Red took the gift. For me? I remember you from a place you could never be. I'm in a lot of places at once, even now. But that asylum, it wasn't a place for ladies. Were you really in the dreamland? You came to us so long ago, Selene said. Her chin trembled, voice cracking. Saturn moves in the sky and the Earthshaker comes behind. New orders, old ties, I see what I understand. No more, no less. Puzzle pieces in my roses. I don't understand. Is this about the attack on Orval? I'm past that, or maybe before. Celine hugged herself. Girl with no name, when am I now? Is this where we should be? Red thought back to the arsenal she handed over. I sure hope so. Edison bulbs sparked to life on the copper chandelier behind Selene, illuminating Navajo blankets on the walls, mesquite chairs in the corner, and sheepskins on the dark wood floor in the front room. Two mounted cameras hid in the upper corners. You're at Soul House, Selene, a serene masculine voice commented from a whitewashed adobe archway. The newcomer was lanky and broad-shouldered with a bushy brown beard. He wore a mechanic's uniform. Matt was stitched in red cursive on the name tag. Eerily pale under the electric lights, he was obviously a vampire. His sad, kind hazel eyes revealed his soul. Celine walked to him. Have you met my friend? This is my first time, Red said. She stopped herself from adding, and last. It would be fun explaining this Venus flytrap to Vic. He'd probably want to burn the thing. Celine leaned to Matt, covering her mouth as she whispered into his ear. Her voice came out too loud like a child telling a secret. She doesn't have a proper name, but don't laugh. Red jerked her thumb to the door. She signed for your package, so I guess I'll go. Cora says, hey, FYI. Matt asked, did she send you or did Quinn? Technically the Supreme, but I'm beginning to think it was a setup. Red didn't know how much in advance her boss had planned swapping jobs with her, but he had seemed pleased to send her off. Vic was the one obsessed with teachable moments. Had Quinn decided to get in on the mentor action? She didn't know what lesson she was supposed to learn besides Celine's address. You're not the only one who's surprised. Usually good old Joe does deliveries, and we get in some poker before he goes. Red connected the dots. Quinn and Delilah led the sold vampire scene in Los Angeles in the 1950s during one of their on periods. Joe Chang and Orval went to their poker games. Had Matt? She put that clue in the past enemy taking out Quinn's poker buddies theory pile. Deep in vampire shenanigans, she couldn't see through the pitch black. She had done jobs where the boss hadn't given the crew the full story. She hated each one. Matt gestured to the hallway behind him. Come on, get some water, take a pit stop. You're safe here. We're the good kind of vampires. Red nodded, curiosity in her full bladder winning out. Celine clapped her hands. I can show you my garden. You've never seen it here. What is this place? Red surveyed the southwestern decor for other lurking vampires. She found kachina dolls, mesquite furniture, and leather-bound hand drums by an empty fireplace. The place looked like a ranch-style bed and breakfast. Matt said, most folks would call this a sanctuary for souled vampires, a slice of respite for the newly repentant and those who need a breather. He led her to a courtyard lined with brightly painted doors. Soul House was bigger than it seemed from the front. Glittering stars lazed over desert plants, a picnic table, and a few fire pits. The compound had an aura of peace, like a Joshua tree in the moonlight. Celine glided ahead through the garden, stooping to greet a squat barrel cactus, then waved to a giant pillar of a succulent. Red said, She's been here for a while, hasn't she? A pillar of our community. Keeps the place green. Matt lifted his arm to show off his sleeve. Made my uniform, you know. It's spiffy. Celine pointed proudly at the five-armed saguaro. I named him Phil. Red was strangely endeared, even if still deeply confused. Why did Quinn want her to see Celine? Had he detected jealousy from Red? Did he think she needed to meet the whole vamp family? She frowned, giving the tall cactus a second look. Those aren't supposed to grow here. They do if Celine wants them to. Matt smiled. He pointed to a door painted turquoise. Wash up, then join me in the kitchen. It's the yellow door. We might just have snacks. In the bathroom, Red cleaned off some of the road grime and the worry sweat. It was hard not to worry about her odor around the supernatural senses of smell. She walked out to the courtyard, then into the kitchen. Retro appliances in light teal added charm to the white southwestern kitchen. Matt sat at a round table with a water bottle and an apple. He gestured to the fruit. Sit, eat. We had some cheese, but I couldn't tell if it was French or it had gone off. Matt, you seem like a nice guy, Red said. She guessed why arms were sent to Soul House. Orville's death wasn't a simple gambling debt collection turned fatal. I don't know what deal you have with Cora, but be careful. It seems like souled vampires have a target on their backs nowadays. We always have. I've seen the rumors on the dark web. It's a new spin on an old tale. He shrugged, sadness tinging the Zen acceptance in his gaze. It's why I built Soul House. She glanced through the open door at the vampires, whispering to a cactus. Why is Selene here, really? She can't live anywhere else. Most just pass through. They get the boost they need to move on. Is this like a yoga retreat for vampires? Cora calls me a guru, but I'm not one. Calling me a good mechanic is stretching it too. Matt chuckled with a self-deprecating glance down at his uniform. He appeared humble, but he had the confidence of age behind him. Was this a cult or a halfway house? He certainly didn't seem like a Blood Alliance vamp. We're not really a structured activity kind of place. What do you do for them? It's a strange thing to grapple with being both a victim and a perpetrator. I provide a safe place for their souls, help them discover a positive purpose. It's my gift. I'm handy with a wrench, but I'm better with a soul. Soul man, sir? Red had only known one before. Her chest panged. She hoped Basil had found his white beach somewhere. Bingo, he said. Just like Celine, I kept some of my magic after death. Once I processed my own pain, I helped others. It's how I met Cora and Joe. You counseled Orval too? No, just played poker with him. The man didn't want me preaching. He liked me better when I was pouring tequila. Grief washed over his bearded face. He crossed himself as if sending a prayer for Orval. It was an oddly Catholic gesture from a demon. He's met the true death, and he's not the only one. Who are you, really? She put the pieces together as she spoke. It sounded too crazy in her head. There had to be other soulmancers named Matthew who were Catholic out there. Are you asking because you're suspicious of me, or because you recognize me and you don't know why? The first, but now I'm curious about the second. Red wouldn't have picked him out of a police lineup. He looked like half of the grease monkeys leaning over a car hood on this side of the Mississippi. Obviously, Quinn had more than one poker buddy with cards up his sleeve. I go by Matt, but some might better know me as Father Matthew. Seriously? You're him? She tried to process the unbelievable sentence. How could the most famous soulmancer in history have been turned into a vampire? Every supernatural knew the story. What the Black Plague was to the human world, the August harvest was to vampires. Father Matthew Svoboda changed history in 1900 at the Stone Tree Monastery when he cursed the Burnses with souls during a massacre of monks. His short pamphlet on how he did it went viral on printing presses around the world. That year, every supernatural learned exactly how to craft a vampire's darkest fear: a guilty conscience. Vampires around the world soon saw themselves looking down the barrel of empathy, ready to be locked, loaded, and slammed back into them. Karma called after countless nights of fuck, feed, kill. You live long enough, you'll make enemies. Other mages tried to modify the curse to suit their own powers. Some worked, some left their victims charging madly into the sun. A soul curse needed to be done near a vampire. Countless magic users, from soulmancers to alchemists, died trying to get close enough. The vampires who escaped the ad hoc curses then faced chaos within their bloodlines. Dynasties traced straight to the original 8 vampires. Traditions, honed over 5,000 years, were torched. Masters fell and minions rebelled. The paranormal map had to be redrawn as the vampiric struggle overflowed onto alchemist academies, shifter packs, ghoul nests, and even the Brotherhood itself. Only the formation of the Blood Alliance brought order to the undead world. If you thought of the August harvest as a vampire World War I, she was looking at the guy who shot Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Red goggled at Matt. You're the Jesuit, Father Matthew? What happened next wasn't my intention, but a man owns his past, he said, crow's feet deepening. His weathered brow nodded. He had been turned near 40, back when your 30s were rougher. Why doesn't everyone know this? Was he going to offer her the red pill next? She half expected to find out Albert Einstein was an alchemist running a McDonald's in Toledo. They thought my spell was a minor inconvenience at first. I ruined the siege of London just as the Alaric Order was winning the last bloodline war. I did take out 4 of their best, Matt said the last word ironically. My turning was meant as a secret punishment, to be sired, left to murder innocents, and then given a soul before greeting the sun. No one expected that I would survive, and the August harvest took care of anyone who would risk telling. Red said, the Blood Alliance has to know. They leave me alone, whatever they know. I'm the boogeyman for unsouled vampires. Few at Soul House even know. No wonder you need to hide, and all the guns. A terrible thought came to her and snuck out her mouth. Celine. She killed your son. And Lucas Crawford killed my brothers, Matt said calmly, even as a sharp gleam entered his eyes. I had my reasons for cursing him. My mentor warned me to not mess with supernatural librarians. Basil had shown her a secret memory swiped from Lucas's mind during their magical murder mystery Christmas coma. Juniper had been there when he was cursed, nearly pep-talking him through the process. The official Brotherhood files listed her as dying the year before in Dresden. Whatever the true story was, it had been buried deep. Had Juniper been working with Matt? This must have been why Quinn had sent Red. No one else could have given her insight on both her own soul and Juniper's. Red said, You asked me if I recalled you, but it's really you who remembered me. Juniper was at the Stone Tree Monastery when you cursed the 4. How'd you know her? She gave me a kick in the pants about my destiny, Matt said. He flicked his finger out over his palm, as if launching a paper football. Prophecy that I couldn't refuse. You were with her. What about when she was working with the bards? Even though the Brotherhood had dumped her, she still couldn't help but feel protective over the venerable order. Juniper had double-crossed Vic's great-great-great adopted grandpa, Iron Jack Constantine, in her revenge trip over Maxwell. Or so the warlock wanted her to believe. Would Matt sing a different song? I was studying in Prague then. Red was disappointed. She should have been happy that her dark side doppelganger had a good side. Juniper had set the August harvest in motion. That gave her an indirect vampire kill count that would put any other hunter to shame. Nearly 30% of the vampire population had died over 3 decades. The ripple effect was enormous. It had to counterbalance double-crossing the Brotherhood or the lost bystanders caught in the crossfire with the warlock on the streets of Victorian England. Right? He lowered his head. I didn't even know if I would even make it to London on time, come that fateful day. I saw Juniper once before the end. The stories make you sound like a vengeful mage. I wanted the vengeance, but I never wanted to be a soulmancer. My father was a witch hunter and his father before him. I joined the church to reject the so-called corruption. Magic, status, money, roots from the same evil tree. I hadn't yet learned that power reveals more than it corrupts, Matt sighed. My story is old news. You came expecting answers. I can give you some. Red fidgeted in her seat. She had been to shamans and oracles with clear questions, but facing the soulmancer, all she felt was muddy confusion. He couldn't tell her what her real name was. He couldn't tell her about her mother either. He could tell her about Juniper, and she had heard more than enough for a lifetime. The tension forced a nervous giggle from her throat. How much for the reading? The last soulmancer I met charged a hefty fee. Soul House is a non-profit. He touched her hand like a blind man reading Braille. His soulmancy energy made her arm hair rise. I knew Juniper enough to read her soul. She pulled her hand back. I'm more interested in mine. The reading is the same. I'm happy to see that the cosmos gave my old friend another shot. I am not surprised to see what she would have become with a kinder life. The horrible implications sank in. Red said, No, that's bullshit. I've already had the one opinion that I need on it, and he said I was fine. Of course, because you are. That other soulmancer was correct. You are a lively, intelligent woman striking out on her own destiny. She put a hand on her chest, trying to catch her breath. Had she misheard him before? Thank you. I am. He just didn't know Juniper. Matt grinned and smacked the table. It's an honor to meet you again. How's this new life been? She stood quickly, nearly knocking her chair over. Thoughts crowded her brain like bickering clowns packed too tight in a circus car. Her racing heart rose above the din. You don't get to just drop a bomb and then go back to small talk. That's not how this works. Were you just waiting this whole time to bust that out? I wanted to get to know the woman who came to my door now, not the one I knew from the past. She cursed. It couldn't be true. She was kicking Quinn's ass for this. You're upset. Great soul read on that one. This is why the Brotherhood rejected me. They were right. Matt lifted his hands, looking confused. Why is it so bad to be her? I thought it was bad sharing a face with her, and now I have the same soul. I wanted something to be mine, she said. Trembling as fear ran up one side of her body and anger ran down the other, she marched out of the kitchen. Basil said it wasn't a big deal to have passed Leif Begagi. Well, she was sick of carrying it. Somewhere in hell, Maxwell Baldacci was vindicated. Matt called after her. Your true path is what you're resisting. Common sense reminded Red that it was stupid to flee like prey around vampires. She slowed through the garden to the other side of the courtyard. Selene stepped out from behind the saguaro. The grandfathers tell me a secret. You love my garden. Red held in a sarcastic reply. She didn't love anything about this place now, but shooting barbed words at the vampires was like kicking a puppy who was really excited by plants. It's beautiful. Night blooming cacti, wildflowers, and delicate ocotillo cast shadows from distant stars. The Milky Way was nearly as bright as the moon. Her heart rate relaxed in the greenery. She gazed at the woman that she must have known in a past life. How had it felt being on one of Lucas's arms while Selene was on the other? Who were they to each other? Selene answered the silent question. You were like a doll. I brushed your hair and dried your tears. How did you? Don't remember. Let's just stay in the garden. Celine raised a hand, little finger poised. Her gaze glittered like an oasis, eyes widening large enough to dive into. We don't need names here. Pinky promise. Red fled from the mesmerizing stare piercing into her heart and soul. Chapter 7. January 22nd evening, somewhere in the Mojave Desert. Red pushed the old yellow VW van to its limits on the dirt road away from Soul House. Only kicked up dust followed her. So far. Her head swirled with the confirmation that she wasn't just a doppelganger. She was a reincarnation. Both of those things she would accept, but not at the same time. Why couldn't Juniper have been reborn as a computer programmer in Sao Paulo? She drove, ranting to herself about her own destiny. Did she really choose it, or was this just an old pattern? Missing the exit for the highway, she pulled over and accepted that she couldn't drive yet. Existential angst wasn't just distracting, it could give a girl a wicked case of dry mouth. She turned around to go to Baker, California. Small enough to blink and miss it in the sea of dunes, it was the only place to stop in this part of the Mojave. The VW van puttered into the village rest stop at the highway exit. A lonely diner glittered a neon welcome. She slipped out of the van to find a vinyl booth. The fluorescent lights beamed down on sleepy truckers hunched over chicken fried steak in the mom and pop restaurant. Bored waitresses hid behind a bakery case to look at their phones. A freckly teenager in a green polo shirt muttered a dull greeting between glances at the clock as if she were willing time to speed up. Red ordered a coffee, donuts, and a water quickly to release the waitress to answer the siren call of a smartphone. Had she worked in a place like this once upon a time? It was like the diner in Oregon that she had seen in the dreamland. The teenager looked about the age she had been, well, before whatever happened in the 8 years she forgot. She kept meeting Juniper's people, but she wanted to know her own. Amnesia had kicked out her personal biography, but nothing else. She still knew how to drive and sing Happy Birthday. Yet there was a multi-year dead zone in her knowledge banks that didn't even include trivia or world events. Just poof, nothing. Simplest explanation was that a vampire had attacked her and compelled her to forget to avoid breaking the dark veil. Beyond ghosts, hinting about her mother, she knew virtually nothing. She had a delayed inheritance package in transit from some foreign vault of Smith and Reaper. The apologies from her agent, Sheila Jones, had gotten more fervent. Until the mysterious bank could grease the wheels of customs, it wasn't a lead, it was a tease. Then what she saw in the dreamland. What was real, and what was one of Maxwell's tricks? Most had seemed like hallucinations, yet Celine confirmed that she had seen Red Spirit in Scotland in the 1890s. What else had been real? The waitress interrupted her ruminations with coffee. Thanks, Red said absently. She tried to shake the chill out of her bones. Celine and Matt, Father Matthew, had been nice in an Addams family way, but this whole evening had been a level of weird that she didn't ask for. She tamped down her frustrated anger at herself. She needed to calm down to drive, not wind herself up. Lost in thought, she didn't look up when the waitress refilled her cup. Vic entered the diner in a green trucker hat and brown bomber jacket. He rolled toward her in his wheelchair. Waitress, could I get a coffee too? Red smiled. Was he checking in on her? He's also going to want a bear claw. Two, please. He stopped at her booth table and leaned on his armrest like a spring ready to pop up. I know why I'm in the middle of nowhere on a Tuesday night, Red said. Why are you? I had to make sure you'd leave that house. Quinn told me where you went in that yellow van. I figured that you'd need a pit stop, and there ain't much out here. It's more than that. She picked up her phone and waved it at him. We have these wacky things nowadays. They paused as the waitress brought his coffee and donuts. Vic said, I was going to tell you tonight, but they didn't give us much time for a goodbye. I finally got a hold of LaShawn. He was in Phoenix on business and drove out to Dad's old cabin. I'm meeting him. That's fantastic. Red hadn't seen him this excited in months. The adopted brothers had parted on bad terms after hunting Hilda Higby's childer in Utah. Now, I know what it takes for my little bro to return my messages. Vic chuckled. The flippancy drained. I need to get out of the city for a while, too. You'll be okay with the day-to-day stuff? She asked, even knowing he would never admit otherwise. He'd been pushing himself to independence in every physical therapy session for months. It was the one thing in the darkest days of his recovery that he had been sober for. His progress amazed regular doctors who called it a miraculous, but the magical treatments hadn't cured his legs. Such a transformation required darker magics than either of them would touch. He compensated by doubling down on physical therapy. I have wicked guns now. He kissed his bicep. I'm hauling myself around every place with a handrail. Your room does have a monkey bars look to it. I'll guilt LaShawn into the rest while I research from the cabin with Dad's library and the Brotherhood's database. I can take in the fresh country air. He gestured with the bear claw. You've been chasing this Oregon Dream diner for a bit. Let me take a crack at it. Save your bandwidth for whatever the Supreme throws at you next. You're the best. I can't keep staring at that damn state map anymore. Red grinned. He wasn't the most emotionally astute dude, but when he got it, he hit it out of the park. When will you be back? Few days. I'm not pushing my luck with Cora. Vic bit into a donut, gaze growing distant on the window. Even before I heard from LaShawn, I'd been wanting to look at Dad's old journals. I always got something out of them. Maybe he might have something in there that I need to read now. Red knew what his adopted father Henry meant to him. This felt like a turning point in her mentor getting back to his old self. I'll hold down the fort. Lie low after this delivery, finish Breaking Bad. The vampires have us by the balls. No running into alleys saving damsels. I'm not feeling heroic tonight. No, you look like you're eating your feelings. What happened? Quinn said I'd find answers after I ran some hot cargo. She tried to hold back her existential crisis. Turns out I found a legend. Good old Matt. I would have given you a heads up if I'd known earlier. He repaired the Millennium Falcon once. Vic brushed sugary crumbles off his coat. So what folksy wisdom did he give you on the porch while Celine twirled in a cactus patch? Reincarnation. That's the expert opinion from a man who's read us both. The soul man said it like that? Exactly? Same face, same soul, same difference, she said bitterly. I guess the warlock did find the right witch after all. Cut the crap! Juniper was a witch who needed guidance. There was good in her. You told me Lucas's memory. The Brotherhood should be assigning you a bard instead of blackballing you. I have one. You. Red rolled her eyes before creeping her fingers toward his donut. She didn't know if she would take his attempt at comfort, but she'd try for his snack. She was trying to eat her feelings, after all. One who doesn't keep a flask in his hunter's kit. Vic tapped her hand from touching his sweet treat. Still, you know what I mean. You see this as an indictment. That's a past life. You can make this one different. I know. You've trained me. Red slapped on a brave smile. She couldn't distract him with her drama. He needed this after months of radio silence from his adopted brother. This was major for them. Her mystical baggage wasn't going to ruin it for him. Hey, I know you worry, but we'll be fine at home. I'll keep the lights on in the bat cave until you come back. Good. Don't start any of more of the shows we're watching together either. Vic wagged his finger. Stick to Breaking Bad so we can finally talk about the ending. I know you'll be watching the Netflix queue, Red said. How many times they had found themselves in a lonely diner on a no-name stretch of highway. You're not worried to leave the intern unsupervised? You're ready. She sipped her coffee, ducking her head shyly. It wasn't passing the hunter's challenge, but his respect meant more than he knew. A heaviness fell over her. She knew it was goodbye for now. We both have a long way to go, Vic said, turning away in his chair. He seemed to be hiding his own existential worries. Check, please. After paying, they hugged in the parking lot. Another small town, another job. This was where hunters usually parted. It felt weird to not climb into the Millennium Falcon for another trip to the Constantine family cabin. Enjoy the reunion. Try not to kill each other. She walked away from Vic to her yellow van to get back on the long road to Los Angeles. Red rolled down the window to let the white noise of the open highway in. Her heart sounded in her ears. Wind eroded her thoughts to stillness. The glittering Milky Way faded as she reached civilization. She might have calmed down enough to not want to kick Quinn's ass, but he still had some explaining to do. After rinsing off, Red pulled on a shirt borrowed from Lucas. She stroked the lived-in material before darting away from the wide mirror over the dresser. Her reflection brought up too many questions. The shower brought on a burst of energy. She needed a release. Seeking her hunter's journal, she walked out of her room, yearning to process the night. A lean figure stood at the balcony rail behind the glass doors off the living room. It was Lucas. She smiled bashfully, tugging the white t-shirt down farther over her thighs. Did she want to see him, or was it just a reincarnation loop pushing her toward an old flame? She rubbed her arms, shivering at the thought, but she walked outside anyway. Lucas said, "So that's where my shirt went." An impish smile bloomed on his lips. His gray eyes devoured her as he stepped forward. His leather jacket pocked with safety pins and old band patches draped to his ripped jeans. Kissing her quickly, he nibbled at her lip before pulling back. She said, "I said I would bring it back, I just never said when." "Keep it. Looks better on you." Lucas touched her cheek. "Are you okay? Woke up to the massage therapist next door telling me the cops came. Then when the old bastard rolled up without a word, you and Vic were nowhere to be found." "The only thing I can say is that I went for donuts." Cora had ordered no leaks. Looking at his handsome face, Red's voice trailed off, leaving thoughts of the Supreme behind. Was it that bad to be cosmically entangled with him? "You went a long way for donuts." He tipped up her chin. "Baker, if I'm guessing right." "They make the best bear claws." She shrugged, nuzzling against his touch before she caught herself. "I figured I'd earned a sugar binge." "So you're going to give me the same stone wall that Quinn did? Are you done with it? Whatever secret thing that she who must not be named told you to do?" "Did he tell you where I went?" "Took some doing to put the pieces together myself. There's not much in that stretch of the desert." "Well, he could have told me. I was blindsided. He played that wise mentor in a trench coat act, telling me I would find answers. Those answers sucked." Even in memory, her head still spun from the sucker punch of a revelation that Matt had dumped on her. Was it a surprise? Not in hindsight. It still stung like a sudden slap. Lucas lifted her hands, searching for marks before his piercing gaze examined her face and neck. "What did Celine do? Did she try to hurt you?" "What? No, Celine was really sweet, actually." Red still hadn't confessed about the wacky Juniper flashbacks in her coma to him. Then factor in the past life. It would be hard to explain that she was meeting Selena for a second time. "We got on like peas and carrots. It was the other guy." "The mechanic," he said, leaning on the balcony rail. He seemed a million miles and over a century away. "Yeah, I have mixed feelings about him myself." considering. Red told him once that maybe they could get it right this time. While a good 76% of that line had been fueled by the lusty hope of some Netflix and chill, she had meant it. She had been focusing on Juniper's mistakes this whole time. What if Lucas had been something she had gotten right? Back in petticoat times, she had been an evil witch. He had been an evil vampire. Times had changed. They had changed. You're looking at me all dewy-eyed. He caressed her arm to rub his thumb on her wrist pulse. Because I have a weird-ass supernatural life and you're one of my favorite things in it. You're one of mine, too. You're shivering. Lucas led her inside to the living room. Red, what happened tonight? I met a cactus named Phil. She touched his face. How many times, how many lifetimes she had done that? That electricity between them sparkled. She kissed him, the featherlight brush of her lips deepening. Hands in her hair, he pulled her closer into his leather-clad and sandalwood-scented embrace. She'd taken it slow with Lucas, resisted sinking into that inscrutable connection. Now she knew the universe had thrown them together. Again. Entwining their fingers with one hand, she pulled away to breathe. I know tonight was weird, but all the driving made some things clear to me. He played with her hair, seemingly enchanted by it. Tell me your highway insights. This isn't a life with a guarantee. She took his hand and planted kisses on each finger. I want you, Lucas, and maybe I'm supposed to. Either way, I'm not fighting it. I'm sick of resisting. A soft joy suffused his features, and he sucked in an unnecessary breath, speechless. Giving up on finding the words, he kissed her. Red should tell him about the reincarnation stuff. Come clean. It was selfish, but she wanted to just be herself in his eyes for their first time. She pushed his jacket off his shoulders, clinging to him, and whispered the words, Stay the night. He carried her into her bedroom and set her down on her feet. She pulled off her shirt, leaving only her panties behind. My beautiful girl. Lucas kissed down her neck. Red gasped as his cold hands caressed her. The difference in temperature made her shake. She inched them backward towards the bed. He pulled off his shirt and dropped to his knees. An earnest plea entered his voice. I'm not a man, even if you make me feel like one. You're you. That's why I'm here. Are you sure you want a thing like me? He stumbled over the word thing, shoulders dropping. I want you. Red sat on the bed to meet his eyes. Tracing hot fingers over his high cheekbones, she deepened the kiss. Her legs felt like jelly as his palm ran up her thigh. It was another movement that seemed to echo through lifetimes. He laughed when she pulled back for air. His joy was infectious, a smile crinkling the corner of his eyes. I don't know what I did. She giggled, resting her wrists on his shoulders. You kissed me like you missed me. To have you in my life, even just to be with you right now, what did a demon like me deserve to get this? Saved a bunch of people, hero stuff. She nibbled along his jaw up to his ear. Also, you're pretty sexy, so that enhances all the good karma. Karmic sexiness? Lucas chuckled, chilly hands warming from her stolen body heat as his fingers traced lazy patterns down her thighs. A lustful gaze took in her topless form. Plenty of that in this room. Red covered the faded scars on her thighs and shied away. An old memory jolted forward, smothering the sizzle between them. It was before she had gotten laser scar treatment. Making out in the back of a Camaro in Colorado, she had been on a date that had been going well enough that her skirt was up. Then the other hunter saw the fang marks. Hey, what is it, love? She tried to smile. It's fine. Fine is a dangerous word. He rubbed a thumb along her jaw. What is it, love? It's just, my thighs are ugly. She tried to obscure the blurted truth with a bad joke. The laser can only do so much. You're spectacular, every bit. Lucas pulled her hand off the faded bite, kissing each knuckle before each scar on her thighs. Every inch of you should be adored. When she tugged him to her, she didn't know how she would let go again. They fit together. She felt it in his touch, that truth that Father Matthew had tried to tell her. She had done this before. She had lived this before. Her body moved with an old rhythm. He kissed down her neck and between her breasts, finding every sensitive spot and discovering a few new ones. His mouth and hands explored her body as if coming home. She managed coherent thought until he ripped her underwear down with his teeth. Hours later, Red lay wrapped up in Lucas's arms, feeling boneless, still sweaty and tingling. Head on his chest, she listened as his heart didn't beat. It was his most vulnerable spot. Lore around the world diverged on how the first vampires were created, but all agreed that it had been a goddess who had weakened them there out of love of humanity. She tapped her knuckles between his pecs with the air of a scientific experiment. You know that it's completely quiet in there? Oi, I'm not a melon at market, he laughed, stroking her hair. I just think you're neat, physiologically speaking. She giggled, drawing invisible shapes on his chest. You've even warmed up. Are vampires heat conductors? His gray eyes sparkled. You're always so curious. Red stilled her wandering fingers. A dark cloud gained on her afterglow, letting him into her truth, the secrets that she carried. It scared her each time. It had taken weeks for her to tell him about the memory loss. Curled together in the dark, she felt like they were in their own private world. Secrets felt at home here. She had to tell him even if she didn't know the right words. Was I always? Lucas quirked his eyebrow up, the grin fading. I became a believer in reincarnation tonight. Red tensed, tightening her grip on him. She tried to meet his eyes and failed. Guess I have more in common with Juniper than we thought. His fingers trembled on her back. Kitten? I resisted it for so long because I just wanted to be me. And I am me, but I guess somewhere on the karmic cycle, I was her. I finally know why I dreamt of you before I met you. It hadn't been the first time. Lucas rolled her under him and kissed her fiercely. What did I do? You're a miracle. This between us, I can't ignore it. I felt it the moment you found me in LA. He traced the outline of her kiss-puffed lips and spoke the words like a vow. I will always find you. Red melted into his embrace. Tears sprang to her eyes as he touched her, as if she were the most precious thing in his world. Did you guess before? I will always know you. He ran his thumb under her eye to catch a tear. I should have known that I'd see you again. You've always been the most unlikely girl. She smiled, curling her leg around his. What does that mean? I smell dawn. Lucas bundled her into his arms and rolled them onto their sides. It's soon. She boggled at his nonchalance. You can smell that? How? I don't know. Trees perk up. East wind blows. It has a smell. He laughed, brushing sweaty tendrils of hair behind her shoulder. If I had known that inquisitive mind would be back, I would have studied up for your questions. That hasn't changed. I don't like that the sun's coming up. Red nuzzled his chest. I want to cuddle more, but I also don't want you to get all crispy dead. He kissed her head. Priorities. I kinda always imagined our first time would be at your place, so I never bothered to vampire-proof mine. She started making the list for her next shopping trip. Imagined it, eh? How'd I stack up? 5 out of 5 hearts in my hunter's journal. Usually they are about slaying and not laying. She chuckled. I won't let Vic see that entry. Lucas caressed her cheek. The universe gave you back to me. I'm going to do right by you, Red. I'll hold you to it. Now go. This would be a real bummer of a reincarnation romance if it ended with the hero burning to ash in the sun. He rubbed his thumb over her lips. I'd race the sun for you any day. She bit the pad of his thumb playfully. I'll light proof for next time. Lucas leaned forward to steal a kiss. She laughed, pushing him away. Shoo! He disappeared with a lusty growl. Red leaned back in bed, feeling boneless and incapable of existential thought. She smuggled guns into the Mojave, and that was the least of her night. Quinn had set her up to get blindsided by the truth, but he had also gotten her laid. Should she slap him or send him some scotch? She would decide later. Slipping into dreams, she smiled into her pillow that still smelled like Lucas. When she woke in the morning, she didn't remember the nightmares. Maybe if she had, she might have been able to stop what was coming. The dream faded like morning dew. She simply stretched out sex-relaxed limbs and bounded into the shower. Red didn't know how soon everything would change. Only in hindsight did it seem inevitable. Chapter 8. January 24th, evening. Inglewood, Moon Enterprises. The call from Inglewood broke up Red's promised TV binge. Cora's name on the phone signaled that the staycation was over. It had lasted a day and a half. She texted Vic before she left, and he warned her to only do as ordered and nothing more. Then he sent a longer message about what shows to watch next. Red set off to navigate the urban jungle in her rental car. The route had long since become routine. Inside the building, the receptionist waved her through. It was unsettling to think she was one of the regulars known on site. She no longer needed a guide in Moon Enterprises to get to the penthouse office with its maroon-colored walls and computer server equipment. She refocused on the blank notebook, pulling herself out of her thoughts. The meeting had been going on for a while, as Cora led them in a breathing exercise that seemed to relax no one. Lucas grinned at Red, biting his bottom lip before he mouthed the word, "Hi." Flushing, she ignored him beside her at the conference table. It took more physical effort than sparring did. Her foot inched closer before she corralled it back. Cora stood in front of a large screen. A sudden projected footage painted her white jumpsuit. She stared first at Quinn and Red, then her nose wrinkled at the sight of Lucas before she refocused on her presentation. The Supreme pointed up at the snarling face in the corner with the projector remote. Orville Trevor, born 1801 in Maine, died a fur trader in 1841 outside Santa Fe. 4 days ago, he passed for the last time. Rest in power. The screen rewound the footage to show a bat flailing against a flood lamp in an alley before transforming into a human in a spray of silver. A brawl started between 3 masked vampires, 2 males and a female, against the one in buckskin. Orville managed to rip the ski mask off a thin, dingy, blonde-haired male. Cora clicked her remote to pause the screen. This low-vibe, cross-eyed motherfucker was too slow for the camera, and they were too cocky to edit it out. The screen paused as the vampire pulled the mask back on. Cora stomped to the screen. This is a burrower. I need him smoked out. Red looked to Lucas. Burrower? Group of vamps living out by the Salton Sea. They feed on tweakers. He flattened his palm and shook it. So tough. Red jotted down the note. Vampires could consume drugs like humans did, but the effects were dulled. To get the full high, they had to either do a lot or drink from an intoxicated human. It wasn't pretty either way. She had fought vampires on meth in Utah. It landed her in the hospital. Cora gripped her crystal necklace as if beseeching the rock for strength. They were tough enough to bring down the terror. Red raised her pen. She had her theories about the cryptic case, but none involved a murderer dumb enough to record the act. There weren't working security cameras in that alley. Where did you get this video? Fresh from the dark web, just like the last ones. Red scribbled a note about Matt's words at Soul House. She couldn't believe she hadn't asked him what he'd meant by hearing things on the dark web. But then again, she had been too distracted by everything else he'd said. The human internet had its own underground of black markets, criminal organizing, and worse on the dark web. Vampires had their own forums there. Cora narrowed her eyes at the screen. This is the first one with a face. I already had AI recognition run on the video and cross-referenced in my database. He's not in it. I have only old rumors of him around the Salton Sea and Palm Springs to go on. How many have died? Quinn crossed his arms. Joe and I haven't finished checking on all the sold vampires. Only one in LA, but I don't know. They could have a backlog of them. Cora tapped the table. Around the county? He's far from the first staked with the footage sent out to bloodliners online. I got the full scoop from the Supreme in Cincinnati. Are these random hate crimes? Red instinctively checked out Lucas. Was this what Orval wanted to warn them about? What had he seen in the desert that made him run to his old friend Quinn? Her chest tightened. Or assassinations? That's the million-dollar question. Cora raised her hands in frustration. They pop up with the same hashtag and quote, post a snuff film and abandon the username. Different IP, different country, different profile each time. What's the hashtag, Dag? Red wrote the word on her notepad. The dagger? How did you know their name? It was written on the playing card beside Orval's body. He might have come to the city to warn Quinn. Red dropped her pencil on the table, straining to keep the edge out of her voice. Why isn't the Blood Alliance doing anything? They leave the individual investigations in the hands of the Supreme with jurisdiction. Lucas barked out a harsh laugh. Wankers don't even know the half of it, I bet. You're not the only Supreme trying to scrub this shit off the dark web once it hits. As a rule, we don't like to advertise when our minions and vassals are being killed. If I called in backup for some backwater raiders, I know what the Blood Alliance already thinks of my regime. Cora waved her hand in dismissal. I have a contact in Slab City living off the grid. We need more intel before I let the DVA near this. You know what's out in the desert, Quinn said. Or, well, under it. I'm worried that I don't. That's why I need a small team to scout it out. You can read the dossier on the road. Red definitely wasn't going to get back to her TV marathon anytime soon. Lucas pointed at himself before flicking his finger to the others. Is this the team? To go investigate the burrows, unstable tunnels dug by vampires spun on meth-laced blood. Us three? This team? And Joe Chang. Cora's smile hung crooked and brittle. Let's have positive mindsets. He snorted. Positivity doesn't help when you're fighting in a basement. You aren't going into a tunnel. Cora pressed her hands together as if centering herself before she spoke again. I'm releasing my own negativity around everything that happened in '93 to bring you in, Lucas. However, if this is uncomfortable and you want to set a boundary, I respect that. The two vampires studied each other like Wild West duelists. They had their weapons up at metaphorical high noon, waiting for the other to blink. There are other members of this team who are committed, Cora said. The airy tone returned to her voice. It wasn't a blink. It was upping the ante. She turned to Red. Have you piloted a drone or used such software before? Assisted a few times. Red's stomach sank as she realized Cora's power flex. She owed Cora, even if she didn't have an interest in keeping a souled vampire leading the city. As a free agent, Lucas was in the black, but he wouldn't skip a hunt if she were there. Good. I need recon. I need it tonight. Cora snapped her fingers, smirking at Lucas. This is what it looks like to give back to society. Bugger all. He was the one to blink in the standoff. His chilly gaze warmed as he glanced at Red. You know I'm in. Her typical relief at having him as backup sputtered like a motorcycle out of gas. This shadowy mission took him up against an enemy that was hunting good guy vampires like him. Like Orval, he wouldn't back down from a fight. The unmasked burrower glared from the screen. Red told herself it would take more to bring down Lucas. The old Honda parked in a dirt driveway outside Slab City. After being subjected to 3 hours of drum and bass electronica, Red bolted out. She was ready to face the burrows to escape Joe Chang's playlist, if nothing else. The best part of the ride was when she had catnapped against Lucas. She was fresh, even if her eardrums pulsed with a phantom techno beat. She gripped a metal case. The desert wind flapped her jacket against the hunter's kit strapped to her waist and thigh. They parked near an earthen adobe home that was off the beaten path, and then some. The unusual house shaped like a cluster of cones. It had a gate covered with nailed beer caps and fairy lights. Curious statues, cobbled together from scrap metal, peeked over a Ocotillo fence. Music drifted the mile from Slab City, a settlement of lit-up trailers. The military had pulled out of the area in the middle of the last century, leaving only concrete slabs behind on the desert floor. Artists, snowbirds, and survivalists came later to squat on the foundations. No power lines, pipes, or property taxes connected the small community to society. Lucas caught her gaze. Untainted by city lights, the stars cast a soft glow on his sharp cheekbones. She smiled, breath hitching as she took his hand. His touch set off mini thunderbolts on her skin. She reminded herself that she was working. Good luck with the contact. He squeezed her hand. Quirking a mischievous brow, his devilish stare told her that he had caught the lusty look. I know Patrice from my CBGB days in the New York club scene. She's a pushover for me, even if she does have a mean right hook. Red pushed the sexy vampire from her mind as he went with Quinn into the house. Tonight she played the part of co-pilot. She set the metal case on the car hood, then opened it to reveal the large controllers and a tablet-sized screen in the center. Don't you have the best toys, Joe Chang? Night vision, heat sensors, and of course a direct feed. Joe set a laptop down by the case and typed quickly. When I was alive, we were excited to tap a phone, had to remember not to cough or they'd hear you. Now I have a little buddy in the sky. Lucas returned, stopping from a dead run. His clenched jaw didn't hide the grieved shake to his chin. Patrice is dead. Red touched the hunter's kit strapped to the front of her thigh. She scrutinized the shadows of the clumped grasses and cacti off the dirt road. Moonlight dappled over the acres of flat, empty desert between Patrice's house and Slab City. We need to pack this up and find a new site for the launch. We need to investigate. Someone offed my friend in there, Lucas said, jabbing a finger back at the house. The scene's too hot. I'm sorry, she said. Rubbing her arm, he nodded. Take the fuzz and head off. We'll meet you. Cheng said, I don't like the idea of splitting up in enemy territory. It's all hot. Lucas jerked his thumb over a shoulder, his other hand hooked on his belt. There's no one in the house. Quinn checked the yard. There's a dead vampire in there, Red said. Why were they having this conversation? They should get all the spy gear back into the car. Am I the only one stuck on that point? This is a two-part operation, Chang said, shoulders squaring. He rose to his full height, sharp cheekbones jutting out above a granite jaw. We need to know what those fucking burrowers are up to. We're coming back with something besides another dead friend. Cora needs this. She crossed her arms. This scene is compromised. Lucas said, She has a point, Joe. This is the closest to neutral ground we're going to find in drone range of the burrows without being seen by humans or vampires. Chang pointed at Red. You're a merc on this job, and this is the call. You're the boss. She put her hands up, stepping back, tamping down the sarcasm in her tone. This wasn't her play. It wasn't a Quinn Investigations case either. If she were to survive working off her debt to Cora, she'd have to remember that. Lucas and Quinn had as much control as she did when the Supreme came to call on her. A pang twisted her stomach as she imagined them attacked in a posted video. The Daig were looking to get attention online. What would get more than offing one of the original sold vampires? If it was open season on their kind, she just wanted Lucas away. This case couldn't end quickly enough. The sooner Cora had the dirt on the Daig, the sooner Red could breathe easy about her sold honey. Joe said, I'll start setting up. See if Patrice left a clue of what we're up against. We need to know which direction to point this thing. Red stifled her disquiet. Fighting among each other only brought attention, and they already had a dead vampire on their hands. She walked with Lucas through the gate into the yard. Strange statues lined the chipped tile mosaic path. A hellhound made from wire and welded rusty metals seemed to drool red fairy lights. Its bike reflector eyes followed her. Mirror shards glimmered on another sculpture. They were tears on a clay face. The earthen figure held a broken form made of found metals and rebar. The design confused her until she placed the homage, a pietà depicting the Virgin Mary holding Jesus, made of clay and scrap 80s electronics. She liked Cellini's garden better. Entering a low circular door, her vision adjusted to the home. Solar lanterns hung from the coned ceiling. The blue light fell on the skeleton on the ground, reflecting the splashed blood. A skull sat yards away, under an empty easel. It was Patrice. Quinn knelt by the bones. Red circled the room. It was an art studio. Each inch of the walls was taken up by either work areas, projects in progress, or hanging supplies. Napkins littered the work counters. Each had boxy handwriting wrapped around sketches. Lucas said, "She got used to writing on napkins at the bar." He read one, expression curdling. "Someone is offing my best drinking pals." "You knew Patrice well then?" "It's a small community. I get on with even less. She was good people." Lucas looked to the older vampire. "Have you been able to get a signal yet?" "No, I can't send the pictures." Quinn sighed, shaking his phone. Red picked up a knocked over canvas and placed it on the easel. "We just missed them. It's still wet." Rough black and yellow paint strokes came together on the canvas to form a hunched machine that looked as if an iron lung and a Dalek from Doctor Who had a baby. A baby itching to break all of Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. Smeared white sigils framed the painting. Even if the struggle hadn't jacked up the paint, she'd need a dictionary to translate them. She wiped her hands on a rag. "Who was your friend Patrice, really?" Lucas considered the painting, voice soft from grief. "If you had met her, you wouldn't have guessed what her art looked like." "The soul hits us all differently," Quinn commented. He took a picture, then started photographing the napkin notes with his phone. "She found peace in creating." Red asked, "Was she a magic user? Because these are mystical signs." Lucas said, "Wouldn't touch a charm even if her old fashions were magic. Had a brush with a mage, obviously. Couldn't even watch Bewitched on the telly. Loud, wild, and born in Hell's Kitchen. Patrice had one fear, and that was magic." Artistic license, then?" Red rubbed her chin, relating easily to Patrice. She had met Navai and Maxwell, and that had been enough magic for her. Joe's voice drifted in through the open doorway. "I need my co-pilot." She pulled Lucas into a hug, her condolences muffled by his jacket. Going outside, she found Joe Chang, kneeling in the dirt by a drone the size of a dog. Red said, "They can't be far. Her painting hasn't even dried." "I might be able to find the perps then. If they're local burrowers, they could be on foot still." Joe grabbed the controller from the car hood. Illuminated by the dim touchscreen, he deftly manipulated the interface. "Watch my back and keep an eye on the laptop. I have to concentrate on the controls." The drone buzzed as it hovered. Compared to the earthen hive house, the drone looked like an alien UFO from a distant future. Sensors spun on its belly. Red looked to the horizon to see if the stealth drone caused a curious head to peep up in the shadows. Only the machine stirred in the quiet night. A video feed appeared on the laptop screen. Oranges and yellows outlined her heat signature while he showed up as blue and green. The drone rose and their figures on the feed grew smaller. Heat traces of the Slab City humans in their trailers entered the screen. 3 blue shapes bolted in the corner. "We got a trio going southeast," Red said. Chang said, "Let's see where they go." The drone's altitude meter zoomed up on the sidebar of the computer interface. She watched the feed, imagining it settling into a cloudy perch like an eagle stalking prey. Music wandered on the wind from Slab City. Minutes ticked by as the 3 vampires darted across the desert floor. He said, "They haven't gotten into a car yet. We might have a new burrow close by." "Stopping and starting. What are they doing?" Celebrating along the way. Twisted fucks. He clutched the drone controls, neck corded with tension. I have to adjust the settings. This bad boy can peep into their tunnels. It was like a photography filter dropped on the screen. Tiny dots sparkled on the feed like a distant fiery constellation. It was the drone picking up the heat signatures of desert critters in their dens. The blue figures turned to loop around. She said, "They are veering to the north again. I'll get ahead of them." The video terrain blurred from the speed of the drone. A ghostly blue smudge, larger than the red heat signatures of coyotes and cottontail rabbits, blipped on the screen. "Slow down," she said. "I saw something cold underground. How many burrowers should we expect?" "A dozen together for a kegger, maybe. This area can't support a big population. Hunting between the border and LA, they travel in small groups and rotate between a few tunnel systems. They are usually farther out from Slab City." Red spotted another cold signature, and then another, then pairs and a trio before clusters of blue smudges were on the screen. "Oh shit! There are a lot more than a dozen. Get the coordinates down." She typed the number into her phone in a text message, quickly looking for Lucas in her contacts, barely seeing the name before jabbing the send button. She took a picture of the screen. She sent it along to Vic Safe in Arizona, just in case. This intel couldn't stay with them, not if the burrowers came in force. That's more than enough traces to be the burrowers, the missing souled vampires, and if they decided to throw a house party for the whole neighborhood. Cora will be pieced. The sea is technically split between LA and San Diego, but the Supremi down there fights, too much with the Brujos of Tijuana to care. More shit on our plate. Can we take this on the road? We're exposed here, and now we know that a small team ain't going to cut it. Red pulled out her stake. A pause in songs from Slab City brought silence to the desert. Gravel crunched nearby. She turned around. "Chang?" "Give me a second. Wind's picking up." He focused on the drone controller. The screen flashed red. He cursed. "Something just hit the drone. Rock, maybe. Stealth, my ass." She revealed a blessed silver cross on a necklace from under her shirt. They weren't alone anymore. In the middle of the driveway, a heavy-set female cast a long shadow in the moonlight. Black goggles rested in her eyes. She wore a white lab coat over a skin-tight vinyl jumpsuit and towered on platform shoes. A high brown ponytail crowned her head. She lifted an axe crafted from hubcaps and sharpened to a razor point. Her fangs dripped venom in anticipation. Locals. Red gulped at the voluptuous dominatrix that looked like she had walked out of a BDSM vision of Burning Man. She glanced over her shoulder. A scrawny male vampire appeared behind her. Shirtless and covered in raised brands, he glared out of a zipped gimp mask. His eyes glowed amber. He swung a chain. The hunter reached for her kit. "More dystopian-looking locals!" Chang rushed to meet the woman. Red jumped back as the masked man rushed her. He struck the car hood, barely missing the laptop with the chain. Metal clattered on metal. She put a wide step between her and the gimp. He reeled back, spinning his looped chain in a figure 8, and aimed for her. Red dodged the swinging chain whooshing by her arm. She pulled a vial from the front pocket on her hunter's kit and splashed holy water on the vampire's bony chest. He hissed behind the zipped mouth of the mask. Red stomped on the chain, jerking it down out of his grip. She elbowed the vampire, twisting away. She ran towards the house fence, ducking a thrown hubcap axe. The gimp grabbed her shoulder, fingers digging into her jacket. She grabbed the laptop from the hood and slammed it across his face. He yanked her against the raised brands and scars on his bare chest. Fierce sweat dripped down her back. She pressed the cross necklace to him. The blessed silver sizzled on his skin. The vampire hummed happily as he loosened his grip to nuzzle the cross. Okay, this guy was serious about pain. Red reached for the stake in her belt loop with the other hand. She kneed him in the groin, then staked him in an upward thrust. Blood poured out from his face zipper as he fell over. His body decayed to instant putrefaction. The raised brands on his chest dissolved into rot. His corpse fell over like a mummified board. A flash of reflected Christmas lights dazzled the corner of her vision. Red dodged the axe blade whooshing by her ear and rolled into a somersault. She crouched by the fence. Chang tackled the female vampire around the neck. He tugged at her white collar and ripped off her goggles. The dominatrix's deep laugh bubbled up as she bucked him off. She straightened her white coat and smoothed the lapels over her vinyl catsuit. "Stay down, dog." Red weighed her options in a snap. Slab City was lawless, but a shooting would attract attention, even if a stray bullet didn't hurt a bystander. Killing the wrong vamp meant she took their place. Breaking the dark veil had the same result. She knew exactly where a step out of line would take her, right onto Kristoff's fangs. This time Cora might not be able to convince a tribunal that it was all on her orders. Red gripped her stake and rose to defend Chang. The dominatrix rushed here. Lucas appeared, sprinting out of the gate, and met the unsold vampire head on. Growling, he grabbed her wrist. "Humans not on the menu, love." "The name's not Love, it's Evelyn." Red tossed her stake to Quinn as he passed by. She pulled out her revolver from the holster pocket of her hunter's kit. "Take Evelyn alive." Quinn charged, fangs flashing and stake raised. Evelyn caught Lucas's arm, tugging him forward in a blink. She raised him like a shield. Seconds slowed. Momentum propelled Quinn forward, and the stake pierced Lucas's shoulder. Lucas roared, throwing his elbow back into Evelyn's face. Quinn yanked the stake out. Dark veil be damned. Red lifted the revolver, but the vampires were too close together to get a clear shot. Evelyn kicked Lucas into Quinn. She dashed to her axe, sliding on the sand as she grasped the handle. Red aimed for the dominatrix. The vampire was gone before the bullet hit the ground. The ringing in her ears remained. Evelyn said, "Let the Daeg liberate you. We can show you who you really are." She kicked Lucas under his chin and spun into a crouch. She swiped the axe at Quinn's ankles. "You can be of use to the cause, but I'd have to bring you to heel first." Quinn punched downward, hitting her face. "I'm not much for being on a leash." Evelyn shoved him back and adjusted her bleeding nose. It stained her white coat. The cartilage cracked in the night. She licked at the blood on her top lip. "You've never been in my laboratory, pretty boy." Red almost pulled the trigger until Chang barreled into her shot. Irises amber and fangs jutting out from bared teeth, he rushed the female. His pumping legs were too fast to see. Curved fingers reached for the dominatrix's jugular. Evelyn swung her axe, muscled arms pulled back like a baseball slugger. Joe Chang was a decorated officer of the LAPD and dedicated raver. For 6 decades, he had been faster than anything the night could throw at him. Tonight, he was too slow. The blade caught him under the chin. Mystical decay hit him quickly. Blood spurting, the force sent his head flying back. It landed a bare skull. His bones scattered on impact with the dirt road. Evelyn laughed. "We should have gotten that on video." Red Dry heaved at the sightless sockets of Chang's skull even as she aimed. She pulled the trigger without thinking. The roar of the blast deafened her. Evelyn staggered from the bullet hitting her shoulder. She pulled the bullet from her shoulder, dropping it to the sand, and stomped to Red. Lucas jumped on the vampire's back. His pale fingers dug into her temples and twisted. Evelyn collapsed to the ground, white lab coat fluttering around her. Her black platform boots twitched. Even an immortal couldn't walk off spinal damage. She'd heal in time, if they let her. Lucas jumped back, panting more from emotion than biological necessity. Wiping his mouth, he grabbed the axe and lifted it high. "For Joe." "Stop." Red could barely hear him over the ringing in her ears, but didn't need sound to know what he wanted to do. "Cora will want to question her." "She's right." Quinn hoisted the captive up by her armpits, lifting her high. Lucas shook his head, flashing fang. "Cora will want to do more than question this one. Chang was one of hers." A gunshot ripped through the air. Red ducked. Lucas huddled over her. Quinn staggered. Blood seeped onto the back of his shoulder. "Sniper!" The dominatrix in the lab coat turned to bones and dust in his arms. Red darted for the Honda. Faster, Lucas picked her up. He bundled her into the back seat, then climbed into the passenger side from the back. Quinn was in the driver's seat in a blink. They zoomed forward. The fallen laptop cracked under their tire while the open trunk thumped with each bump in the road. She ducked her head as a bullet hit the bumper. The new gun blasts dialed up the buzz in her eardrums. Sweat rolled down her forehead. The car zigzagged on the dirt road before turning onto a paved one. Quinn gunned the engine and left Slab City behind. The silence of the desert transformed into a scared hush. Joe and I, Red said. She swallowed a lump of grief. A solidly good vampire, he had helped her escape Michelle's cells. His bones decorated the sand. We saw their new burrow before they took out the drone. They have dozens in there. Lucas ran shaking fingers through his hair, clenched jaw sharpening his high cheekbones. He said they did a drone sweep last week and found the same old. I guess they got newcomers. Quinn shook his head, expression invisible in the rearview mirror. I recognized Evelyn Weiss, Cincinnati, Ohio, 1930s. Last time I saw her, she had a soul. Lucas quipped. Did she use safe words then? Quinn glowered. This isn't the time to be a smartass. The dog aren't merely staking souled vampires anymore. Are they stealing souls? Red choked on the words as a chill spread up her arms. Lucas joked, but there was nothing funny about it. She joined Quinn in glaring at him. How can we secure yours? Bloody hell. Kitten, you don't have to worry about that. Our souls were stapled in. We don't lose them. Quinn ducked his head. Except that time that I did. Lucas sighed. Soulmancy on vampires isn't just outlawed. It's bleeding difficult. Slapping a soul into a vampire takes juice. Ripping it out takes even more. You must be close to the vampire and have a soulmancer do it, to be sure. Besides, it's a one-at-a-time job. My soul is as safe as houses. We'll root these bastards out. I know the mechanics. It doesn't matter if it's difficult. She didn't point out that Father Matthew had sold 4 in one go. Lucas knew that better than she did. I'm spooked for you. Both of you. Quinn, you agree? So, we don't know what they are doing. We only know where they are. We do, right? She nodded. We lost the laptop in the fight, but I have the coordinates where the drone went down. I texted it to one of you. Lucas scrolled through his phone. Not me. Quinn shook his head. Vic, then. It happened fast, but the message is saved on my phone. Let me forward it on. She slapped her forehead, distracted from her screen. Oh God, what do we tell Cora? How could she have forgotten? They needed to tell the Supreme about Joe before anything else. It wouldn't be easy. Cora had been hit with loss after loss for months. Red might have had mixed feelings about having an undead guardian, but she couldn't deny that the vampires had a good heart. It would twist when she learned about Joe Chang. Red never got the romance vibe from Cora's end, only trust from decades of partnership. She already knows, Quinn said. He gripped the steering wheel tighter. The power is in the blood. When you give so much of yours to create a true child, you always know when the bond is severed. Red hurt for Cora. He was one of the best. Lucas frowned. Orville, Patrice, and Joe, we're losing institutions here. I'll make the call, Quinn said. Let's just get a little farther down the highway. I don't have signal yet. That sniper was a rutting setup, not a random raid. Everyone knew Patrice. Her Palm Springs weekends were wild. Red wedged herself between the front seats, resting an elbow on the middle console. Life as a hunter had taught her how to put primal terror and cutting grief aside once the smoke had cleared. I don't think they anticipated the drones. The Gimp I was fighting went for the tech first. She pieced the night together before it turned into a violent haze with a BDSM theme, trying to find the pattern. What did Orval and Patrice have in common? Besides souls? People knew them? Respected them, Quinn said slowly, as if calculating her question. They were legends. Lucas twisted in his seat to face her. Orville killed 4 soulmancers before the 5th cursed him. The Brotherhood sent them in to stop his night raids on the border. The fight was epic. Then Patrice. Make you a drink, listen to your problems, have you create outsider art. She lived in a hut, but she didn't stay there. What do you need to say about Joe Chang? He busted heads aplenty to get and keep Cora in power. He was the vampire cop everyone knew on the street beat. Orval was an influencer, in human terms. That's what gets the clicks, right? If the dog want attention, they aren't going to bother with randoms. Red couldn't think of better targets for the dog than her friends. You two have to be on the top of the hit list. First vampires with a soul, after all. Lucas snorted. Not going to happen. Red could have screamed at him, but she was too freaked out to be angry. Why are you acting so calm? If they're going for the infamous and the sold in SoCal, why wouldn't you be a target? You would be my first. We'll stop them, Lucas said. Leaning between the front car seats, he captured her lips in a quick kiss. I'll stick to you like glue if it makes you feel better. It doesn't. She pushed Lucas away and slumped into the back seat. Was he not taking this seriously because it was too scary a topic, or was he really that devil-may-care? It could be both with him. If he didn't take this seriously, she would. Red looked down at her phone, searching for the text messages she had recorded the coordinates in, and almost swore. She had sent it to Kristoff of all people. The lack of signal had stopped it from going through. Her thumb moved to tap to cancel it. I have a phone signal, Quinn said, looking at his phone. 4 signal bars suddenly popped up on her screen before she could confirm the message cancel. Wincing, she looked out the window. She had texted the very last person she should have. That was bad. Epically bad, Quinn said. Send the coordinates. I'm going to call Cora. Red robotically copied and pasted the coordinates into a text to him as she mentally kicked herself. Netta's suspicious face popped up in her head. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Kristoff. Mysterious. What's by the Salton Sea? Is this the start to an adventure? Hours later, Red nearly ran out of the penthouse office in Moon Enterprises. The other woman in the jean skirt was a red flag. Red followed behind Quinn and Lucas towards the conference table like they were going to a funeral. She hoped it wasn't hers. Hilda Higby turned her head an unnatural degree like an owl. A golden beehive pin glinted on the lace collar of her ankle-length denim dress. You know what to do, Cora. I will debrief with Director Cernan before I catch my flight home. Yes, Cora Moon said absently. She stood by the windows, draped in a black sack dress and a virtual collar of mismatched crystal necklaces. The lights of her city cast her haunted gaze in sharp relief. Lucas stepped in front of Red. She didn't mind his old-fashioned protectiveness then. Hilda Higby might have been on their side against the dog, but she gave Red the creeps. Cora greeted them without lifting her sight from the floor. Fingers curling around a rose quartz hanging from her neck, her voice had the horrible absence of emotion that only meant that she had too many to process. Thank you for coming on short notice. Of course, Quinn said. He offered an arm to Hilda. Let me show you the way, Mrs. Higby. Old manners, Mr. Burns. I had thought they were lost in this city. Hilda R. rested her pale fingers lightly on his elbow. She sniffed at Red before whispering something to him. As they left the room, she said, And do tell me about your lady wife. Lucas jerked his thumb at the doorway when the door closed. What is Little House on the Prairie doing here? You go now, Cora said. She glowered, arms folding and unfolding as if they couldn't find purchase on her waist. The crystals around her neck shifted like an angry wasp nest. She looked so alone, surrounded by servers filled with her records in the wide office, without even bodyguards. Red waved him away when he reached for her. She tried to tell him with her eyes that Cora needed someone. Lucas gave a shrug that said he'd be waiting as he left. Red didn't put a friendly hand on Cora's arm. Touching a grieving vampire could be dangerous. She just didn't want the other woman to be alone. It must have been hard, calling in the Blood Alliance. I ate a helping of non-vegan crow tonight, but Hagby didn't rub it in as much as she could. Cora trembled under her baggy black morning dress. Ego, that is what it would have cost me before. I waited, and instead, it cost me Joe. Red didn't know what to say to that, besides uttering heartfelt if short condolences. She could say more, but it would only dig the knife in deeper to know that Joe was thinking of Cora to the end. It was obvious when he looked at his sire that he'd do anything for her. She waited a beat. Higby is the chairwoman of the DVA Oversight Committee. Posting snuff films of vampires online must be against the Dark Veil. Is she taking the Blood Alliance Black Ops to the burrows? Not yet, Cora said. Hild has leaks on her own end. The dog have been around long enough to gain sympathizers, apparently. The last Blood Summit must have been the perfect time to convene my enemies on my fucking dime. Her eyes glowed amber. I'm completely on my own until she can root out the mole. We are to keep this quiet from even the Alliance. A few days ago, Hilda might have sent someone in, but this was a recent screw you from the universe. If I knew that, I wouldn't have. Red could fill in the blanks. Cora said, We're worse off than I thought. Fuck. Fuck is right. Joe. I made him a month before we were cursed. Told him that he would be carefree and young forever. I lied to my best friend. Cora lowered her head, towering presence shrinking in grief. Red took the risk and put an arm around the vampire. She murmured quiet, soothing nonsense. Michel de Gramont had tried to take Cora's city, but he had never broken her spirit. He fought with a tarnished kind of honor against his vampire foes. The Dag might have held him as a beloved martyr, but they weren't playing by his old rules. They meant to disrupt the status quo, and they were winning. Chapter 9. January 25th evening, Sunset Strip, Pandora Hotel. Red perched on a bar stool, spying over her wine glass at the dimly lit tables in the elegant Pandora Hotel restaurant. The Pandora radiated old Hollywood glamour along with a sanctuary spell. Its Art Deco decor took on an oriental flair in the restaurant. Sea dragons leapt over jade waves on the screens, shielding the VIPs from view in private alcoves. The horror of the night before had made her toss and turn, tormented by very real visions of Joe Chang's death, and the chilling possibility of the Dag stealing Lucas's soul. She tamped down the urge to use her third eye. She had already peaked enough when she came in. Red scrutinized every patron in the restaurant for eerily fluid movements, unbreathing chests, and unnaturally white teeth, the subtle signs of a vampire. The human metamorphosis into a vampire was internal, changing the circulatory system, adding venom glands to enthrall their victims, and transforming the teeth. To even an experienced eye, they looked like everyone else. Tonight, any unsold vampire was suspect. Cora had sent the guys to the other, less luxurious sanctuaries to learn which schemers were making rounds in the city. The new burrow had been empty when another drone went over Slab City during the day. They were back at square one. Red had to admit that any recon job that allowed her to order sashimi was pretty good. The menu offered authentic Japanese cuisine for humans, and an impressive array of demon delicacies like Swedish bezoars and yak bilasaup. The Pandora Hotel didn't just have a five-star kitchen. It was neutral ground where the upper crust of supernatural society could mingle freely. A door opened from a side hall nearly hidden by screens near the bar. A blond male with thick eyeliner stepped out. His breathing chest confirmed he was human. Red wasn't exactly looking for a fight, but it was better than the rotating worries about the Dag, the Brotherhood, and the Blood Alliance. She was really fucking tired of ominous proper nouns. A shiver ran up her spine as she glanced over her shoulder and back again. She bit the inside of her cheek to stop a shocked inhale. How did he find her? Christoph Novak leaned against the bar in an unbuttoned black jacket, tailored perfectly for his broad shoulders. He slipped his thumb in his pocket, pushing the dark wool jacket aside, revealing a crisp, white undershirt over a lean stomach. His smile deepened the dimple in his cheek and the cleft in his chin. He looked like the epitome of a handsome devil. Who is your person of interest this evening? Not you. Red tried to keep her breathing even. The knowing familiarity in his expression made her fidget. She draped her loose hair over her shoulder, trying to discreetly cover his bite on her neck. She tempted him by simply looking like Juniper, even if he didn't know the truth. His gentleman act held because of a mix of his sire threatening him, Cora protecting her, and his own desire to woo her. The last was likely a whim of nostalgia, maybe to prove something to Lucas, or himself. That barrier could snap once Kristoff decided he was done with games. After the tribunal, she didn't want him to get any more ideas. She might have leverage over him, yet she didn't want to test it too soon. More than that, she wanted to tug her short skirt down, but she didn't want to attract his piercing gaze. Vampires cursed with a soul were like humans with bloodlust. They had empathy, compassion, and a full range of human emotions to battle against the demon instincts. Unsouled vampires didn't. When they died, they kept their personality and memories, but lost their moral compass. They knew right and wrong, but they didn't care. Kristoff was the last person that should know who her soul had been before. He grinned at her blush and nervous motions. You want to know who is dining behind the screens? Red sipped from her wine glass to act casual. I'm just people watching. You're ignoring the people for the vampires. He whispered in her ear. Is this about Michelle going viral? Her heart dropped at the name. Had the audio of her conversation with Michelle gotten out? I'm not on the vampire side of the dark web. What are people saying about him? Cora kept her throne, but she created a martyr. His last words struck a chord in some corners. I would have shown you who you really are. It was the mysterious quote the Doug had posted along with their snuff films. She always thought Michelle had said it for her. Why was Kristoff here? With Higby holding back the force of the DVA and closing communication from the Blood Alliance, was Cora pulling in other allies? Or had the tribunal ordered him from Portland to await their verdict? The compromise could have been decided beforehand. With vampires, it was easy to see everything as a conspiracy because it often was. Red said, Cora has the notion that you're an upright citizen. Did she ask you to come down to LA because of the tribunal? I have my own Supreme to serve. Fancy ambassador business for Prince Merrick, then? More of an errand. His mother is on an American holiday. I'm escorting her from Los Angeles to Portland on my private plane this week. Kristoff beckoned the bartender. Whiskey? Double? Thank you. Red watched the top-shelf liquor poured into the glass. She stole glances at Kristoff before the bartender moved on. She was on another job, but couldn't forget the tribunal's threat hanging over her head. He had to know what his prince had almost agreed to if Cora hadn't stood in the way. You can't join me. I know you're working some mystery, but this counts as dinner. You have a slice of sashimi left. Red picked up her chopsticks and chewed the sashimi, glaring at him. Dinner's done. Brief. But I will always remember the adorable scowl and that little expression you made when you realized a chopstick could be a steak. He chuckled. Why so blue, Red? What happened? I have heard that chestnut of joke before. She decided to play it straight with him. Snarky banter seemed to be his preferred intellectual foreplay anyway. You pulled some weight for me. Thank you for convincing Merrick to come to the tribunal. Hilda was gunning for me. Of course, Red. If I can use my influence to help you, I will. Kristoff shrugged with the false modesty of a man who knew he'd rigged the game, but felt bragging was beneath him. How much he had manipulated behind the scenes. He put his hand on hers. Brief. The touch tingled. His fingers were still calloused from mortal labors. You know, I was summoned by the DVA too. You got me off, she added quickly, scot-free. I helped with the script, I'll admit. He smiled at the innuendo slip. His teasing scent of charcoal and midnight forest mingled with the fine whiskey he drank. She wrinkled her nose, trying to get the annoyingly alluring scent out, and lowered her voice. What about the investigation around me? Netta had the DVA pick over my old cases. They pulled off quite the investigation in just a few weeks over the holidays. That's a lot of overtime, even for the night shift. She's good at her job, doesn't need me. I can read the subtext. I helped you, and now you're suspicious. No, I appreciate the help, but the invasion of privacy, not so much. How long have you had her look into me? Kristoff matched her steely gaze. The minute you stepped out of my club with my fresh bite on your neck. Red didn't expect the truth. I won't lie to you, he said. We agreed on that. I'm an open book. I was being framed for murder then. And the investigator was a mysterious hunter with my old lover's face. I was curious. Then you just kept digging. Did you get your voyeur jollies spying on my whole life? I'm flattered that you think I have the reach. I'm not the FBI. I had Netta run a record search in October. Remember, we had a whole tete-a-tete about it before I staked a biker in this very hotel, he said dryly. I expected college transcripts, a family in a flyover state, and a name. I found mugshots and mystery. Red said, You had no right. You looked me up too. Don't play the coy victim about that. Kristoff frowned, straightening as if a cold thought chilled his spine. You're worried I engineered this tribunal so I could turn you. The thought crossed my mind. When I create a child, it's not a punishment, he said. Seemingly embarrassed at his fervent tone, he tugged at his collar and looked away. Nevi's swan dive was what brought the DVA sniffing around your past kills. They were jobs, Red snapped. She wasn't a killer. The denial wasn't a surprise. He would make turning her into a production if he did it. He arched his brow at her correction. Is it different because you were paid for those kills? I was helping people, saving them from monsters. That's the difference. Then you helped a lot of people across the West. Kristoff brushed his fingers on the black lyre inked on her shoulder. I am most curious about this tattoo. Personal bubble. She shied away, ignoring clench in her belly at his touch. It felt like déjà vu. This claim, whatever the tribunal thinks, doesn't make you my master. I might not want to kill you, but to stop being turned, I'll fight with everything I have. That was Hilda's idea, not mine. The last thing that I want is for you to be afraid of me. His chiseled features grew earnest. I'll make sure that you stay under the radar. Running the show, huh? Did you tell Netta to give me the "he's like my big brother and don't hurt him" speech too? In mid-sip of his whiskey, he blinked, eyes widening like an ice cube went down the wrong tube. He coughed and set down his glass. What kind of speech? A giggle stole from her at his suddenly graceless dismay. She had seen him chained in silver without losing his cool. Now he was choking on a drink. Red had figured out his intentions long ago, but she had never thought about her own, just counted her blessings that he hadn't acted on his claim. Then, a few months later, she was drinking with him instead of holding a shotgun in his face. Free will or a past life pattern creeping up again? Either way, she knew how this story had ended for Juniper. Fraternizing with unsold vampires was the kind of thing that proved the higher circles of the Brotherhood right. Her giggles subsided. She wanted to know my intentions. Kristoff grinned. And they are? A carefully crafted deflection dripping with acrid wit dissolved on her tongue. Juniper hadn't been the only one who had suffered in that tormented saga. I don't want to hurt you. He sat on the stool beside her. I don't have feelings to hurt. Soulless monster, remember? His emotional range might have been more monochrome than Technicolor after death, but even big bad unsold vampires must have feelings, right? Netta had insisted that Red be gentle. Still, she said, you're trying to be good to me. I can be very good to you. It doesn't take a soul. She didn't know how to process the sincere guarantee in his expression. She tried to remind herself that there was a demon behind those blue eyes. You're not like any other unsold vampire that I've met. You were right about that. Why do you sound sad about it? It's because I appreciate it enough to be straight with you. Red rubbed her arms, feeling chilled in her sleeveless dress. She didn't want to hurt him, but she couldn't stop him from hurting himself. He knew she was with his sire. You know the situation with Lucas and me, and apparently so does Netta. She trailed off, looking over Kristoff's shoulder. Speaking of, Netta Chernin rounded the corner of the bar, cowl neck of her shirt flapping from her determined pace. Donald Robertson followed, dressed in black slacks and a matching V-neck, red hair slicked back. He tugged Netta's dark sleeve with a chuckle, whispering in her ear. A blond human man broke away from them to wait at the bar. He had walked in earlier, but Red hadn't placed him as a claimed human until he was beside Donald. He'd been the only other one at the Halloween ball, and had also been at a poker game at Gianni Construction. That was before Red sent 2 vans careening into it. Your friends are here, Red said. She picked up her glass and drank the last gulp of wine, bracing for the oncoming vampires. Vic hadn't trained her for this kind of battle. Kristoff downed the whiskey as if he wasn't looking forward to it either. Donald clapped a big hand on the other vampire's shoulder. This is where you went, boyo. Found a pretty girl and deserted your mates. She's beautiful, not pretty, Kristoff corrected him. Red ducked her head. Now they'd think this was a date. Donald chuckled. Is my boardroom bandit about to launch into poetics? Just having a drink, Netta said, leaning on the other side of Red's stool. She peered suspiciously at the empty glasses, as if there was poison in them. Business or pleasure? Kristoff warned. Netta. Fine. I need to call my wife anyway. She pushed off the bar, staring the hunter down as she stalked away. 1 vampire had left, but Red still had 2 to deal with. I was enjoying dinner alone. Donald laughed, elbowing his friend. Aren't you lucky that a handsome gent came along? Now let me get rid of Kristoff and get you a fresh drink. I don't know what your date will think of that. She nodded to the claimed human loitering at the end of the bar, whose darkly lined eyes kept darting to his vampire. Trey would pout for a week, Donald said. I'll just have to leave you with my far less good-looking friend. Kristoff's lazy gaze fell to the fang scars on her neck. I have my charms. Red tried not to think of his bite. The paranormal romances were wrong. A vampire's bite could hurt even through the venom-induced thrall, not his. He might not be able to turn into a bat, but his bite seemed like a dark gift that even the Brotherhood's scholars hadn't discovered yet. She looked away from him. Donald shook his hand. I'm heading off. I'll need to tuck my boy in before I hit the road. Kristoff said, just get my Harley to Portland in one piece, will ya? After Donald left, she peeked at Kristoff through her third eye. A purple aura threaded with silver hung over his broad shoulders. She mentally cursed herself for using magic. After what Matt told her, she couldn't use it. Red had found Lucas. She had found Kristoff. She didn't need to go further down her doppelganger's path. The other highlights included releasing zombies onto the English countryside. There was no need to repeat all of Juniper's greatest mistakes. Looking at him, Red could see why she was tempted in her past life. That was enough to convince her that it was time to go. She stood, laying cash by her plate for her bill. Try not to have too much fun tonight. Leaving so soon, you were about to give me the talk about how we should just be friends, Kristoff said, running a finger on the rim of his empty glass. She turned away from the all-too-handsome face. You know we can't be friends. We don't know how. He appeared in front of her. The casual act fell away as he leaned closer. His words were a vow. I'm an old dog, but I can learn new tricks. It's not you that worries me. Red had to tilt her head up to match his gaze. Do you really want history to repeat itself, even after how badly it hurt you? The admission came out a plea. Yes. You survived. I didn't. What if the road still goes on, but it only leads to the same place? Kristoff took her hand and kissed her knuckles, gaze fervent. I can change it. I can protect you now. I'm not a minion anymore. You can't fight my fate for me, My future will only change if I do. She stepped around him. He didn't realize that she was protecting him by walking away. She felt his eyes on her as strongly as his kiss on her fingers. Goodbye, Mr. Novak. Red took a shaky breath as she slipped out of the hotel restaurant into a side hallway. She kicked back the squiggly emotions that only an epic journaling session could tame. She power walked down the long hall toward the parking lot. A brunette stepped out of a door ahead, announced by the click of her stiletto heels. It was Sancha Constanza. Necesito irme temprano. Adios, Sancha said into her phone. She dropped it like a grenade into her purse. In a cherry crimson high-necked mini dress, she was lush from her full lips to her hips. A fishtail braid hung over her shoulder. The tribunal video conference hadn't done her beauty justice. Red froze, translating the Spanish to herself. What was Sancha leaving early for? Why was she even here? She had a stake while the vampire had supernatural might. The familiar presence of the sanctuary spell felt like security blanket. It was temporary. She couldn't stay in the hotel forever. Sancha wrinkled her nose and turned to face Red. Nearly 3.5 centuries old, the sailor's daughter from Bilbao had loved and lost kings. Now she ruled Oklahoma City in her own right. You made a name for yourself, Strawberry, after you made me a widow. Red rested her hand on her purse, ready to snatch the hidden stake. The king of the prairie dead had called her Strawberry for her sweet blood. She didn't need that thrown in her face. We both know I was pawn. That seems to be a pattern. Now you're being loaned out like a serf. A job is a job. She avoided the vampire's eyes. When I put up that bounty, I wanted the werewolf hunter. The fates brought me you like a cursed monkey's paw, Sancha said. A hint of old Spain flavored her words. The tribunal is over, but I will not forget anything you have done to me or mine. I've only obeyed orders. Red forced her breathing to stay even. Some of those were yours. Sancha stiffened, yellow flashing in her brown irises. But you were there when my sire fell. Close enough to taste his ashes, hear his last words. Did you see death in his eyes? Decapitated, Michelle had crumbled to dust and scattered in a Santa Ana wind. Red shifted on her feet and tried to be comforting. He looked calm. Maybe he thought of Penelope in the end. Always Penelope. Sancha sucked at her fangs, arms crossing with a pout. She composed herself with visible effort, straining her immortal brow. I gave you a taste of power in Oklahoma, the saber that has no name but lingers on the tongue long after it's gone. The Blood Alliance might be watching me, the traitor's child, but that watchful eye will turn. Red already felt the target on her back. Why are you here, Sancha? A shopping spree on Rodeo Drive. I'm out of mourning after all. Sancha sneered, pillowy lips pulled back to reveal fangs, and sauntered down the hall. Didn't you notice the new dress? Red waited until the sound of high heels disappeared to call Cora. She was sent directly to voicemail. I saw Sancha Constanza alone at the Pandora. She had a lot more to say than at the tribunal, mostly implied threats and insults. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. She paced, voice hushed as she made up her mind in a snap. This situation was moving too fast for her to stay here on recon. The Dage is using Michelle as a martyr, and his child is in town just when they're dialing up the heat. Reach out to Sold Sal at the Skinner in Oklahoma City. He can give you details about her. I'm going to the desert and retrieving our mutual friend. If we have an emergency, I want him nearby. Red had left Soul House because she couldn't stand to hear the truth from Father Matthew. She couldn't run from it any longer. Chapter 10, Stotcher. January 25th evening, Baker, California. After pulling into the gas station, Red shivered on the walk to the detached bathroom with her go bag. A cold wind blew her short skirt and thin cardigan back. She hadn't wasted time to change once she decided that Matt should be safe inside the fortified Moon Enterprises building. She had sped on the desert highway in her rental car, trying to make up time lost behind an accident on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The need for gas stopped her in Baker. She certainly hadn't come back for donuts at the diner. This was the only village on the edge of the Mojave National Preserve. There was nothing else besides dunes in this corner of California. She still had at least another half an hour on the road to Soul House, then it was a long drive back to the city. Lights flickered in the bathroom above the cracked mirror and single stall. She checked it before locking the exterior door. She changed from the cocktail dress to a black shirt, jeans, and a leather jacket. After using the toilet, she washed and dried her hands slowly. Her heart felt heavy in her chest. She picked up her phone, too distracted by her own racing thoughts to focus on the screen. She sighed. Okay, I'm doing this. It's time to put on my big girl pants and face whatever truth that the soulmancer can give me. Red wagged her finger sternly at the mirror. She had overanalyzed for the last 3 hours. It was time for a pep talk, but her personal Yoda was in Arizona. I'm going to get Matt to safety in the city. I'm not freaking out about the whole reincarnation thing. Be logical like a bard. I can't be corrupted by magic if I don't do any. I have Juniper's soul, but I won't relive her life. Focus on the job. It's rock and roll time. She straightened her shoulders and struck a confident pose at her reflection. A frown tugged at her lips. She hadn't wiped off her makeup after recon at the Pandora Hotel, but the smoky eyeshadow couldn't hide the fear in her gaze. Fuck. Red leaned her hands on the rust-stained sink. She hadn't even wanted to make the pit stop, and now she couldn't get out of the bathroom. This was a job, but she was letting her feelings get in the way. If there was another vampire whose staking would get more social media clicks than Lucas and Quinn, it was Matt. He would be a PR victory for the Dag if he fell into their hands. He might live like a simple mechanic now, but his mortal life as Father Matthew had made him an enemy of every unsold vampire. More than a few sold ones, too. Hopefully, she could take him back to Los Angeles. She hadn't planned anything more than to be really persuasive and hope the undead soulmancer came willingly. She went to her small sedan at the gas pumps, threw her duffel bag into the back, and started fueling up. The lonely diner across the parking lot blazed its neon sign, Welcome Cafe. A semi-truck lingered behind it. Interior fluorescent light reflected on the motorcycles huddled in front. Red twisted her gas cap closed, trying to decide whether to go in. Something made her glance at the diner again. What was missing? Shaking her head, she got into the car, deciding it was a craving for donuts. She didn't need a sugar fix. She drove past the diner to get back on the road. Her tummy rumbled to argue that maybe she should get something at the cafe. She parked in front of the diner's wide windows. A trucker lay on the floor inside. Smoke drifted out of the kitchen door. Red realized what the place had been missing now, people moving around. She ran inside and gagged at the smell of blood. She had seen the aftermath of a supernatural attack, but nothing like this. This was a massacre. The freckled teenage waitress slumped against the hostess stand. Gore seeped from her ruined throat down her uniform. Her hands clutched an order pad, fingers bruised as if they had been forced into the position. Red knelt to feel for the girl's wrist pulse, even knowing it was impossible. Nothing. Her skin crawled at how warm the body still felt. She swallowed a dry heave. She pinched herself. Get it together. This was an active scene. She looked around, pulling a stake from under her jacket, and crept to the next victim. A muscle-bound biker knelt in a small pool of blood, holding a switchblade awkwardly. Throat torn, he slumped on a chair as if to climb up to fight again. 4 of his buddies lay around him, shredded from teeth that bit to the bone. There wasn't enough blood on the floor as there should have been. Were they drained? She didn't need to feel their pulses. The smoke grew heavier in the air. Red ran into the kitchen, avoiding the blood splatters. She grabbed oven mitts and tossed a flaming skillet of unrecognizable chow in the sink. The running faucet created a cloud of steam and smoke. She turned the stovetop off, coughing as the air cleared. She wasn't alone. A middle-aged Hispanic woman by the walk-in freezer held a sun-weathered elderly man over her lap. Blood stained their aprons, but their faces were wiped clean. The fang marks on their necks were crisp and clear. They stared at her, dead expressions locked in terror. They were arranged. They'd all been arranged. Red had seen people ripped up. She had seen them sacrificed in ritual. She had even seen a werewolf suicide bomber. This was like a sicko's doll collection. The first human would have sated the vampire. The rest were just fun. She sped out of the kitchen. Without the billowing smoke, the cloying scent of spilled blood grew stronger. Crimson splatters marred the bakery case and the tabletops. Hollow, dead eyes watched her flee to the parking lot. Wiping her eyes, she checked for a lurking predator. She coughed the stench of death from lungs. Her brain synapses shrieked from the horror. The thump in her chest made her shake as she pulled out her phone to dial the Supreme. Talk to me, Chica. Cora, I'm in Baker, and I'm looking at a 7-person massacre at the Welcome Cafe. Vamp attack. Cora cursed in Creole. It's grisly. Whoever did it, they took out a biker gang. I'll warn Matt, then get Delilah on the spin. The Dark Veil breach will be covered up, and I will make sure the victims' families get support. Cora sighed, the sorrow genuine in her voice. Get out. Already gone. Good. Take care of yourself. I mean it. Headlights flooded the parking lot. Red shielded her eyes as she hung up. Christoph stepped out of a black Mercedes-Benz. I smelled the blood from the highway. Why am I not surprised to see my favorite hunter? He grinned, leaning on the hood, hands in the pockets of his tailored wool coat. His grin faded. You're crying? They're all dead. What does Cora have you investigating? He appeared in front of her, brushing the tear from her cheek. The touch radiated through her system before she could blink. His features hardened. Are you hurt? I didn't expect. Those innocent people. She pointed to the diner. Other hunters could look on a scene like that with a stiff upper lip. She wasn't that hunter. The young waitress had served her and Vic donuts only days before. Christoph hugged her, stroking her hair. Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be the warrior right now. She sank into his embrace, trembling chin brushing his chest. Her body relaxed into his like a puzzle piece in the right spot. They were played with like dolls. We have to go. Whoever drank these people stocked up on enough blood to sprint to Fresno. Christoph guided Red toward his car. Let's tell Cora on the way. Already reported in, but I can't go back to LA. I came to the Mojave for a reason. She stopped. The relief at not being alone faded as the coincidence jabbed at her. He had changed clothes since she last saw him. His midnight blue coat had an Italian cut, and the black jeans were designer. He had exactly 3 undone buttons on his dark gray shirt, revealing a white tank top. Not that she noticed. Why are you here? This is the last gas station for miles, and I have a long road ahead. I'm beginning to think that you lied, and I am your person of interest this evening. I see you at the Pandora Hotel and now at a massacre. Are you following me? What? No. Out of the 2 of us, you're the Night Stalker. I'd stalk you somewhere more enticing than a truck stop. This drive is hours of my unlife that I won't get back. But at least I missed that pileup outside the city. Christoph grew distracted as if split between their conversation and his own supernatural senses. I owed Netta. She's worried about her wife who hasn't been answering her phone. Her stomach sank. Don't tell me that her wife is at Soul House. How do you know that place? I get around. She texted Cora with chilled hands. Did you get a hold of Matt? I'm with Christoph, and he says they aren't picking up at the ranch. Christoph asked urgently, What did the Soulmancer tell you? That their cheese had gone bad, Red said, tone drier than the Mojave. We have mass murder on our hands. Focus. Cora texted back. No. You're the only one who can check up on them. That was the Supreme. I gotta go. Red strode away. Work seemed better than returning home and battling waking nightmares of the Welcome Cafe. Without Vic, the apartment would be too quiet. She didn't do well with quiet. He crossed his arms, metaphorical heels already digging in. Are you really going to Soul House alone? We don't need to argue about it. I don't want to walk in without backup. This wasn't just a crew of vamps coming off a long Vegas weekend. She was already tired of fighting, even if she hadn't thrown a single punch. Meet me there. Now you want me to follow you? If you can keep up. Red drove on a lonely road into the Mojave, hoping all she would find was Selene twirling in the Joshua trees while Matt fixed an old beater car out front. Gore from the diner flashed through her mind, the blood on the ground, the gone look in the waitress's eyes, and the cook seemingly arranged in a pieta. That grisly homage to Patrice's art couldn't have been a coincidence. 7 people had lost their lives tonight. Senseless violence or planned? Or was it just sick demon play? Red was smushed between vampiric agendas, but these victims hadn't done anything besides come to the wrong diner. She didn't know who these people were. She had no ties to the sleepy village. But they were innocents. This was who she fought for, night after night, even without the Brotherhood's approval. If she had to take one unsold vampire's help to take down another, so be it. Cora might have shanghaied Red onto the team, but this had become personal. Soul House rose beyond the cloud of dust around her rental car. She parked in front and stepped out. The house had felt peaceful before. Now it seemed dead. Christoph arrived in a Mercedes-Benz. He sniffed the air, clever gaze scanning the area as he joined her. She opened her belted hunter's kit to grab a steak. What do you sense? It's empty. I hear a radio playing, but I don't hear anyone else. He entered the darkened hacienda. Red followed, happy to have a vampire shield in case anything started shooting. She turned on the lights in the quiet chamber. Toppled chairs and torn Navajo carpets covered the floor. She jogged toward Celine's garden. Where was everyone? The colorful doors of the open-air courtyard seemed dull in the unfiltered starlight. Phil the saguaro seemed to sag in the gloom. Barrel cacti cowered amid crushed wildflowers in the center garden. A soft radio commercial drifted on the breeze. It promised bargain financing on used cars in Barstow. Ask for Uncle Mikey. He has crazy low prices for you. Christoph caught up to her, tossing her a curt side eye. You should stay close to me. Teamwork, remember? We need to find Matt. She texted a quick update, then followed the radio's sound. It was in an open dining room. Copper chandeliers hung over a long table. Toppled wooden cups lay on the tabletop. Flies buzzed over the sludgy, drying blood pooling near the rims. A guitar lay broken on the floor. She said, This is looking worse and worse. Red wrinkled her nose at the smell of clotting blood and stalked to an open yellow door in the courtyard. She gestured to him before walking through the damaged threshold of the southwestern-styled kitchen. A fallen table lay in a corner over a white braided rug. She stepped around a tossed chair. Christoph sniffed the air like an alpha lion on a hunt for intruders. What do you smell, boy? Timmy down a well? Red muttered to herself, nerves pushing the quip from her. She tried to tamp down the horrifying anticipation of what they would find. Her terror memory bank was fully stocked. It made her imagination run wild with the ghost town ambiance of Soul House. Not unless Timmy was a vampire. He crouched by the rug and pushed it aside to reveal a steel trapdoor. Trying the latch, he shook his head. I know where the security system is. We can see who managed to get into the panic room. Red was acutely aware of each shadow as she walked beside him through the cactus garden to the other side of the courtyard. Christoph pushed aside a hanging Navajo blanket and yanked the knob off a hidden door. He tossed it aside and kicked the door open. Multiple flat-screen computer monitors glowed in the darkness. Separate video feeds arranged showed empty hallways and chambers, some ransacked and others untouched. One showed a prone form in the panic room. She ran to the computer desk, relief surging like high tide. Matt! I don't see Alzbeta. Christoph typed a command into the keyboard, switching the screen view. I need to find her for more than Netta's sake. The camera and the security system were on a closed network without internet access. Red didn't have the time to upload the footage onto a hard drive, but they couldn't leave it here. It seemed like a desktop computer tower ran the system. At least she had someone to haul the evidence around. He pulled out his phone, eyes drifting closed as if composing his words carefully. Prince Merrick, I'm at Soul House, and Alzbeta is missing along with the others. The place looks like a raid went through. I await your orders. She searched the computer for earlier footage from the kitchen. The files were neatly labeled by room and date without encryption. A video popped up. She rewound quickly, looking for movement, and turned on the sound. Stop. He put his hand on hers to click the mouse. Alzbeta. On the screen, a short-haired woman in jeans rushed into the kitchen, holding Matt in a headlock. His feet kicked on the floor. The pant cuff of his mechanic's uniform caught on the cracked doorway. The smaller woman had no trouble manhandling the lanky, bearded vampire. She kicked over the table and yanked open the safe room hatch. You can't fight them. You need to hide. Damn it, Alz, let go. Matt struggled. His cap fell to the ground. Alzbeta slammed a fat metal tranquilizer dart in his neck. They lost one soulmancer. They can't get another. She tossed him down the hatch and dropped his hat after him. She set the rug and table upright in a blur, arranging them precisely as they had been. She sat down at the table, resting her ankle on her knee, and waited. In a sprint too fast for the camera to capture, two vampires charged in. The shorter male in skinny jeans lifted his eyebrows at his partner, a taller female in military camouflage with a buzz cut like 90s Demi Moore. G.I. Jane sneered, elbowing skinny jeans. Looky at who has a soul. Alzbeta looked utterly unfazed. You should turn around, young ones. Skinny jeans said, Okay, boomer. One moment, Alzbeta was reclining in her chair. The next second, she held the male vampire by the neck. Skinny jeans dropped to the ground. His head was bent at an unnatural angle. G.I. Jane howled and lunged for her. Alzbeta swung the chair across her face. Its metal legs broke off the seat on impact. G.I. Jane hobbled, trying to sidestep around the far older vampire. Alzbeta seemed to have more arms than the Hindu warrior goddess Durga. She slashed and bashed what was left of the kitchen chair in a flurry of movement, striking G.I. Jane from her shins to her back. The vampire in fatigues crashed into the table. She toppled it, scattering the chairs. Alzbeta caught the other vampire's head in mid-tackle and twisted. She wiped her hands. Her bemused victory grin morphed into a growl. She spun around to the doorway. A woman walked inside wearing a black gas mask and high-necked mini dress. It was mid-gray and familiar in the monochrome feed. She held a spray canister with rubber-gloved hands and sprayed silver into Alzbeta's face. A scream reverberated through the computer speakers. Queasy Red turned off the sound. This has to be the dog. Christoph dented the metal table with his grip. Tricks! Red stopped the video as Alzbeta was shot with a tranq dart and dragged out. She clicked through the other videos, trying to find another trace of the woman in the gas mask. One was a file labeled Dining Room with today's date. She found a recording from after sunset. The long chamber appeared on the screen, far more peaceful than the one that they had walked into before. A dozen smiling vampires chatted around the wooden table. One played the guitar. Alzbeta sat next to Matt and Selene. The musician convulsed, dropping his instrument. His eyes glowed in the black and white footage. Matt stood, hands out. Be calm. We have a problem. Everyone back away from Teddy. Selene scratched her nails down the long sleeves of her Breton striped dress. Agitation plucked at her brow. Constant and clear. I hear the drums and the fifes. Teddy threw the guitar down to spin around and glower at the dinner party. What the fuck am I doing? A dart struck his Adam's apple. He choked. His fingers groped at his throat. Alzbeta caught another tranquilizer dart in midair over her chest. Run! Raiders stormed the room. The Soul House vampires fought their attackers with the fury of demons. Selene dropped to the floor, crying out. Her eyes glowed before she rushed off screen. An unseen scream echoed through the speakers. Selene came back into view, dragging a bleeding human woman, and bit viciously. I found a treat, a soulmancer. No, Matt yelled, punching past a raider to get to her. Alzbeta tugged him out of the video frame. Red reversed the footage to see the moment that Celine's eyes glowed. Even on the low-definition screen, the vampiress reveled in the unrepentant joy of slaughter after it happened, like a switch had been flipped. Fuck! Am I seeing what I think I am? They stole her soul. Kristoff rubbed his chin. Worry darkened his blue eyes. We really need to get you out of here. Red had sashimi for dinner and gore for dessert. Breathing deep to settle her stomach, she moved the mouse, swiping and clicking to make sure the video files were backed up. She unplugged the desktop computer tower. First, take this. Cora will want to see the footage. He took the computer, fingers brushing against hers. More hard drives are on the shelf. She turned quickly to the stack of hard drives on the shelf and filled a thick plastic tote bag. Her hands shook as she imagined having to tell Lucas about his sire. He would be crushed. It would be a long drive to Los Angeles. Kristoff led her out of Soul House at a trot and put the computer in her car's back seat along with the bag of hard drives. My car is faster. Mine's a rental. I'm not leaving it here to go with you. You shouldn't drive alone. I have a job to do, she said. We have a job. This was pushed on my plate the second Alzbeta was taken. He crossed his arms, looming over her with his above 6-foot height. Even if my prince wouldn't put me on the case, I'd be here anyway. Red matched his power pose. They could be watching the road. We split the evidence. If they attack, then one of us can still make it through. We'll do it convoy style. I take the computer equipment, you take the unconscious vampire. We're not bickering like old marrieds about it. You know it's logical. Kristoff shook his head, amused. Then watch your back. Selene is on the loose. She'll go to L.A. That is where her family is. A flashback of the propped-up waitress, streaked with blood, sent a chill down her spine. At least Vic was out of town. He put his hand on her upper arm. Selene is used to being number one. You're with the man she made to worship her forever. I already figured that a mad vampire with visions could be gunning for me. Red should draw her arm away, but his weirdly comforting touch made her pause. We'll rendezvous at Moon Enterprises, but text me when you get home anyway, so I know you made it. Don't hesitate to check into the Pandora Hotel to hide. Lucas won't be around to protect you. He'll be chasing after Selene. Jerking away from him, she didn't need that poison in her ear. He'd say anything to fuck with his sire's love life where she was concerned. I know what you're doing. Kristoff put his hands up in surrender. You told me to be honest. Sure, let's go with that. Sneering, she nodded. I'll be fine without big, strong vampire men around to save me from Selene. If it came to it, I know you'd go toe-to-toe with her. That's not what I am talking about. He shook his head. I don't want you to be hurt again when he puts her first. Red turned away to stare into the barren wasteland of the Mojave. With her nerves frayed and mental horror show fully downloaded, she was already hurt. Adding suspicions of Lucas on top of it only made her shoulders slump. She told herself that she already knew he wrote to his beautiful sire, that they had some kind of relationship. It felt more like an abstract concept before she had met Selene. This is where you usually yell, I'm not her. Red wanted to lie to him, but couldn't. Wonder softened his gaze. To have seen your face when he told you. Goosebumps rippled over her skin as if she had crossed some unseen meridian. She still couldn't say the words. Kristoff caressed her cheek, conjuring tingles as if the revelation had supercharged his touch. He studied her as if another puzzle piece had come loose. You have the same soul, don't you? That doesn't change anything. Her whisper sounded desperate to her own ears. It changed everything it already had. Chapter 11. January 25th evening. The Mojave Desert. Soul House. A motorcycle engine broke the eerie calm of the night. Dust billowed in the headlight's beam. The rider in black skidded to a stop in the gravel. Lucas swung his leg over the bike. Pulling off his helmet, he revealed stormy gray eyes and a taut grimace. He strode to Red and pulled her into a fierce hug. The clinging terror lessened in his arms. He had saved her in her dreams before she met him. A part of her believed he always would. He cupped her cheek. Clever gaze took her in from her sneakers to her no doubt must mascara. He brushed his thumb over her cheek. Red, it's dangerous here. I don't care what job Cora has you doing with Novak. We need to go. She gently entwined their fingers. Lucas, I don't know how to tell you. He already knows, Kristoff said. He hid his mouth behind a tight fist, as if forcing back an I told you. Lucas let go of her hand, pivoting to snipe at the other vampire. My sire called, but I could barely understand her. I ripped through the speed limit to get here. It sounded bad, and seeing you two, I know it was. What happened? It's bad, Red said. She's not herself now. Celine appeared, running a slow hand between her breasts and down her belly. Gore crusted her French manicure. Blood decorated her black and white striped dress. The wind carried her abattoir scent. Silly girl, I'm myself again. Red flipped open her belted hunting kit and retrieved the revolver. Her pounding heart became the musical score for the gruesome memories of the Welcome Cafe. All her instincts told her to shoot. Selene couldn't be left on the streets. Lucas blocked her from his sire's view. Raw and choked up, he said, Baby, what did you do? Selene touched his cheeks, leaving flakes of dried blood behind. The Dottie of sweet woman was gone. An unleashed demon remained. My sweet prince, I've missed you. He grabbed her wrists. I need you to come with me. Kristoff tensed to rush the pair. Red shook her head. Lucas had first dibs on the hunt. It was the hunter's code, unofficially. She'd just made that up, but a three-way brawl wouldn't get them back to LA quicker. He was most likely to persuade the mad seer. Celine cooed, Look, it's like old times. What wicked games we can play. We don't have time for games, love, Lucas growled, but a plea hid in the rough tone. Come with me. Why don't you want to play with the kitten? You toyed with her sweet parts, but you didn't taste her even sweeter witch blood. Sprites told me so. Red flushed, rubbing her neck sheepishly. You can catch up on the road. Lucas guided Selene closer to the cars. We need to get you safe, princess. She shot him a winsome smile. Let's see if our girl still tastes like strawberries. Red lifted the revolver, heart racing, without thought. She never liked what happened after a vampire said the word strawberry. Lucas did a double take. No! Red aimed at the vampiress. Take her in. Spoil sport, Selene huffed. Mischief lifted her lips, and quick like a deer, she turned away from her child. Growling, Kristoff grabbed Selena's arm, pulling her out of a blurred sprint, and yanked her back. She's mine! Mine the claim! She swiped her French manicure at his eyes. He jerked his head back to save his sight and punched her. Selene fell back on his Mercedes-Benz, denting the hood. She slammed her fist on it. The metal caved under her blow. I didn't tag you in, Lucas said. Hissing low, eyes amber, he pushed Kristoff away and grabbed his sire. Selene, you need to calm down. Let's take a ride. Selene headbutted him. Breathtakingly fast, she pulled Red into her arms. Little doll. Red elbowed Selene and ran away, breath caught in her throat. Swinging the snub-nosed revolver up and cocking the hammer, she aimed for Selene's shoulder. Forgive me, Lucas, but you can't do it. She squeezed the trigger. Hard palms slammed into her. Red staggered. The bullet went wide and hit the ground. Her jaw dropped as she gawked at Lucas. He pushed her. Selene sprinted into the Joshua trees. Kristoff followed, cursing in an unfamiliar language. Red put the safety on the revolver and jammed it back in her hunter's kit. She'd let him take the lead because Selene was his sire and Quinn's child. Who would die now because of her mistake? A vampire couldn't sprint at top speed forever, but after feasting on a diner full of humans, the madwoman had blood energy to spare to trek to the highway. It would be easy for her to carjack a ride then. Red's flush of anger didn't repel the cold fear that a homicidal maniac was loose in the desert, or the sting of knowing that Lucas had let her go. "What the fuck was that?" she asked. Lucas ruffled his hair, black locks sticking up from between his fingers. Lowering a lost and conflicted gaze, his voice sounded like pure gravel. "You were going to shoot her." "Her shoulder. I didn't aim to kill. It's better than she deserves right now." Red bit the inside of her cheek to keep from yelling. Her nerves boiled in a poisonous brew of fear, horror, and anxiety. "She just butchered 8 people and was going for me." 8? She killed the Daeg's captive soulmancer and then went on a spree in the diner in Baker. I should have recognized it. The victims were posed like dolls, complete with creepy imagery, just like the hijinks that she and Quinn used to do back in the bad old days. He glanced over his shoulder, as if he sensed his sire through their bond. The madness, the bloodlust, the maniacal whimsy. He had faced Celine and merely taken her hand. Was this what Kristoff had meant when he warned Red? "I need to go after her," Lucas said. Kristoff stopped from a dead sprint out of the desert. "So, you can let her go again?" Lucas crossed his arms. "You didn't find her." "I shouldn't have to. She was in your fucking hands. I thought she was doubling back, but it was a feint." "I can find her again." Red sighed. "You two can fight later. We need backup. At least get Quinn." There were enough hours left in the night for Selene to destroy more lives. She gestured to Kristoff. He could go after her in the meantime. "No, Novak would kill her." Lucas's gray eyes pleaded as his words came out raw and jagged. "She needs her soul. It has to be me." "You're not thinking straight." She put her hands up, breathless tone begging under her blunt words. "You're too close to this, Lucas." Kristoff looked at his watch and said dryly, "Yes, don't go. Be sensible." Lucas scanned the darkened horizon. "I can't let her trail grow cold." She tried another stab at reason. "It doesn't need to be you. You know what the Daeg are capable of." "She's my sire." Lucas kissed her on the cheek. His focus was completely on an unseen trail. "Don't worry about me, pet. I'll be back in LA by sunrise." Closing her eyes at his touch, Red sighed. She knew that he wouldn't be, as sure as she knew the sun set in the west. Catch her before she kills again. He exchanged a look with his progeny as he got on his bike. "Novak, get her home safe. Red, stake him if he doesn't." Kristoff repressed a smirk and saluted. Lucas drove off in a plume of dust without a look back. Red shivered in the desert shadows. He had always stared at her like she was the only one in the room, until she stood next to Celine. Chapter 12. January 25th, late evening, the Mojave Desert, Soul House. Red had dealt with a crew member going maverick on plan. Usually she just felt annoyed, not like uncaring fingers squeezed her heart. This wasn't any old hunter, it was Lucas. He could get himself killed out there. A dog raiding party was still at large. With the desert wind blowing through her hair and the Mojave spread before her, she felt utterly alone with her demons. Kristoff snapped his fingers. "You know who we almost left behind." How could she forget the literal demon next to her? Red rolled her eyes, even if he was right. Matt was still in the safe room. "This night is never ending. Look on the bright side. Those 2 loose cannons are occupied so we can finish our job." "Bright side? Sure." They returned to the compound. Kristoff took pictures of the ransacked living room. He crouched, angling the shot to show the scuff marks of dragged shoes on the floor. He flipped to the last shot in the phone gallery, rocking back on his heels. It's not the same without a proper camera. Peeking over his shoulder at the phone screen, she admired his shot. He made even crime scene photos look like art. She flirted with photography as a hobby, but was lucky to not get her thumb in the shot. You're getting into the CSI act. I can do more than invest in nightclubs and real estate. He stood, suddenly close enough to smell his aftershave. She walked to the courtyard to make distance between them. Can you get into the panic room? He continued taking pictures. Netta gave me the code, so if we can find the keypad. Check the security room. It looked like Alzbeta opened the panic room without triggering a mechanism, but they might have left it unlocked in case. I did just deliver a cache of AK-47s. I'll call Cora. Red left a voicemail, glossing over why she missed her shot and other details in the kitchen. Fatigue sapped her. The draining adrenaline made her knees shaky. I couldn't find a keypad, Christoph said from the cracked door jamb. He cocked his head and pulled a red thread off a jutting splinter. I did find this. That's the same color Sancha wore tonight. I was focusing on the freaking gas mask, but the vampire who silvered Alzbeta wore a dress cut exactly like hers. Joining the Dague would be political suicide. Once Cora builds up enough evidence to not look like she was caught with her thumb up her ass, she'll bring in the Blood Alliance. Red said, She already tried. Higby is sitting on the case. She doesn't trust her own organization. So then we just need to find enough evidence to make sure Higby looks good too. Oh, joy, more politics. It's just a big game of covering your ass. Christoph grinned. You know my kind. Coincidence or not, keep that thread as evidence. Red tapped her lips, considering the keypad's location. If it's not in the security room, then it has to be near the trapdoor for easy access. He walked around the tossed chairs and knocked over table, capturing the scene with his phone's camera. She searched all the cabinets and drawers of the island counter. Where is it? He opened the fuse box before feeling the white tiles of the sink's backsplash for secret latches or buttons. She tried to think like an old, canny, and rightfully paranoid vampire. Matt wouldn't want outsiders finding the keypad and possibly hacking it, but it needed to be close by for easy retreats. Where would a clever vampire hide something from other vampires? Where wouldn't they think to look? What wouldn't arouse their suspicions or be noticed? Red ran her fingers over the teal curve of the retro refrigerator and opened it. Nothing but blood bags. The counters were nearly empty beyond a sparkling top-of-the-line microwave. She touched the stove, pulling her hand away and wrinkling her nose at the dust on top. She twisted a knob for the gas range and sniffed. No gas came out. She turned it off and pulled open the oven door. A pale rag doll with red yarn hair stared up at her. Green button eyes glinted in the gloom. A tiny pink mouth had been stitched with care down to the triangle fangs. Oh, creepy. What did you find? Christoph asked, immediately alert. Something weird, but not what we are looking for. Red pulled it out, chilled by the sight of the tailored leather jacket and black pants on the doll, and placed it inside her jacket. It was a spell poppet or a disturbing arts and crafts day at Soul House. Either way, she would be ritually destroying it. Focusing on the oven, she leaned her head in far enough to feel a little too much like Sylvia Plath. A matte black keypad nearly blended into the dark walls of the oven. Red backed away. Time to shine, Christoph. Christoph typed into the keypad. Get something to wrap him in. We don't want to be seen carrying such a notorious body into Moon Enterprises. Hauling Matt out and wrapping him in sheepskin rugs took less time than breaking in. Christoph stowed him in his back seat, then slid behind the wheel. Finally, the plan was actually going to plan. Then the Mercedes-Benz sputtered and heaved metallic groans before dying. Red glared at his unfazed demeanor that his luxury car might as well have become a giant paperweight. Popping the hood, she cursed at the cracked cylinder cover and crushed spark plugs. For such a skinny girl, Celine can do some damage. Christoph stuck his head out the driver's side window. I know I said I had a lot of skills, but modern car repairs aren't among them. They wouldn't be able to get new parts at this time of night, even if they could wake up the mechanic. She surrendered to fate and tossed her keys to him before getting into the passenger side of her rental. You're driving, then. The rearview mirror reflected her pale face, lips pressed into a thin line and brows pinched together. It failed to capture Kristoff or comatose Matt in the bundle of sheepskin. Red felt hollow like a chocolate shell of an Easter candy rabbit. Regrets, doubts, and the memory of blood-splattered innocence buzzed around like a gnat. The ring from the gun blast still hadn't evaporated from her ears. Exhaustion deadened her limbs even if it was early compared to her usual workday. She had seen enough to know that she had seen too much tonight. "Are you going to call Quinn?" She stared at the passing desert. "I figured I'd let the Burns' telephone tree take care of that one. I reported to Cora. I don't need to rehash it." "You're already doing that enough in your head," he commented wryly. "Let it out. I saw it. We might as well talk about it on the long drive. Your boyfriend went rogue to chase after his sire." "He's not my boyfriend." Red had slept with Lucas. They certainly had history, literally, but she didn't know what to call them other than complicated. She thought she'd known what they were becoming, but not now. The time to cry over boy problems was after dropping off the sleeping immortal. "It doesn't matter what he is. Lucas went to haul Selenian as a job. He's not running off to Vegas with her. You know it's not business with them." "I don't want to talk about it." Her whole body ached as if sympathizing with her mind. "You need to plan for Celine. He'll block your next shot, too." "I don't need you to stir the pot, Kristoff. I'm already annoyed with him. He could get himself killed out of some duty to his sire." "Duty?" Kristoff snorted. "Love. Why do you think a roamer like Lucas has a base in LA? To see her." Red was too tired to even make a veiled threat about staking him. Or maybe she had just seen too much killing tonight. "I don't want to have this conversation. Not with you. Not now. Or really ever." "Who do you think will? I'm not trying to be a horse's ass and turn you against Lucas. He's doing fine on that account for himself. I just know them. What do you think Vic would say about this? He'd know you'd be a target." Red swallowed back the uncomfortable certainty of what Vic would say. She wasn't going to give Kristoff the satisfaction of being right. "I can defend myself. Besides, Lucas cares about me." Kristoff looked away from her. His voice was low and begrudging. "The idiot is in love with you. That doesn't change how it will always be with them. The sire connection. It means he will always hesitate. You can't." Red snapped a hair tie against her wrist. Frayed nerves made her fingers restless. "The last time you drove me, you were less chatty. You said you didn't want to see me hurt. The feeling is mutual. If you call me, I will be there. Maybe you don't know how to be my friend, but I think I can figure out how to be yours." "Does that mean I get to hitch a ride on your private plane too?" she joked, forcing out an awkward giggle. Humor was a coping mechanism, according to her therapist. She didn't know any other way to beat the tension and keep the conversation away from Lucas. He chuckled. "Saint-Tropez, say the word." "You're like a genie now?" He lifted his eyebrow. "Tell me some wishes. I'll see what I can do." "Get me to Moon Enterprises. Don't eat anyone along the way." "But what if they are tasty?" Kristoff smirked, blue gaze scanning her lazily. He reached into the back seat and handed her his wool jacket. "How about you try and nap? There is no rest for the wicked, and now you're working our hours. Keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes on the road, Mr. Novak." Red hid a yawn and accepted the coat. Closing your eyes around a vampire could be death, but he was right. She adjusted herself, unbelting her hunter's kit to put it on the floor, then fluffed the midnight blue fabric under her head. Her eyes slipped closed, blood soaked into her white veil as she stepped through the diner. Rabbits escaped out the door, dashing through her legs. The freckled waitress lay at her feet in green. Lights flashed. The dead teenager disappeared, leaving a young black woman, pink energy fading on her hands as fang bites materialized on her neck. A dark-haired man lay next to her, dead eyes staring. Red ran past a crimson diner booth with a monster's breath on her neck. Whimpering, she shuddered, sweat beading on her brow. Cold fingers stroked her hair. Kristoff murmured gentle words in a language she didn't understand and wouldn't remember. Chapter 13. January 26th, after midnight, Los Angeles, California. Red woke as a passing semi-truck honked outside the car window. When had she dozed off? The fog of the road nap clung to her. They were already in the city. Kristoff's hushed phone conversation penetrated her haze. Isn't the point. She stilled her instinctive stretch and kept her eyes closed so she could eavesdrop. The agonizing reality of the evening hadn't lost its rawness, but sleep had given her perspective. Sympathy for Lucas blinded her to the fact that he was too close to the job. If she had let Kristoff rush Selene in the beginning, it might have led to a fight, but one happened anyway. Now, they all had to deal with the consequences. He paused, listening to his phone call before explaining patiently, as if repeating himself. Netta, it's a bad idea to have the DVA swarm Soul House over Higby's orders. Elsbeta won't thank you for it either. She has kept this secret for centuries. Red wished for supernatural hearing to catch the DVA director's reply. Thank you, stay sensible. My sleeping beauty is awake, we'll be there in minutes. He hung up the phone. Eavesdropping? Red rolled over and stretched, looking out the window. The nap helped her fried brain, and despite the yawn, she felt a second wind coming on. I'm not dropping no eaves, sir, honest. Lord of the Rings. I love that movie. Really? She'd imagined that if he watched movies, they were avant-garde Eastern European cinema, not orcs chasing hobbits. His grin widened at her surprise. I do watch movies. If you came to the cabin for Christmas, you could have watched a few with me. She resisted the easy banter that came to mind as she adjusted the front seat and bundled his coat in her lap. He made it easy to forget what he was. Business was a safer topic for them. For both their sakes, they couldn't be friends. Even if he had been one tonight, from fighting beside her to telling her hard truths that she didn't want to hear. You've been busy. I assume you called your prince Cora and Netta in that order. Good guess, he said. The city lights cast a thin beam over his blue eyes, casting the rest of his face in shadow. Don't worry. As far as they know, we agreed to split up when Selene evaded your shot. Kristoff wasn't helping Lucas. He was helping Red. Cora would be furious if she knew who let Selene escape. The Supreme Master might have been stone cold in vampire politics, but she cared about innocents caught in the crossfire. Red nodded. I guess we have our story straight, then. A secret curved on his lips, deepening the dimple on his chin. We always did. You knew all along about my soul. It was our delightful conversation in that parking garage. You remember you held a shotgun in my face. Grinning, he turned onto the street where Moon Enterprises towered over the neighborhood. Juniper was always ahead of her time. It was like I had finally met her where she was supposed to be. The more we talk, the more I can hear her spirit. You're unique, Red, don't mistake me. You're not a replica. She had a hard life and the scars to show for it. She thought a lot more than she spoke, but that cleverness, the bravery, the crack shot. Yeah, I knew. She looked down at her fidgeting hands. She had been expecting fireworks when he found out, not contemplation. What are you going to do? Finish our job! The rolling door opened to the garage under the vampire headquarters. Cameras followed the car. She steeled herself to meet the Supreme. Whatever was brewing in her personal life, she had a comatose vampire in the trunk and a computer tower full of evidence. The time for personal business was done. They unloaded the Mercedes, taking the valuables into the elevator. It wasn't a task that he seemed to trust his minions to do. She clutched the tote bag with the computer and practiced what she would say to Cora. Even hazy in the steel, her reflection looked paler than usual. She tried not to sneak glances at Kristoff or the body he held. The closing metallic doors didn't capture his reflection. The rolled-up bundle of sheepskins hid Father Matthew except for his worn work boots stuck out. The latest single by Mr. Hyde serenaded them in the elevator. Former Quinn Investigations client and current Grammy winner, the rapper dropped hypnotic slow beats over a steampunk orchestra. I go my own dark way, the animal within, the chops of memory. Red had been there the night Mr. Hyde's recording studio's walls ran red with blood. Dark witchcraft had nearly killed him. The anti-magic ward in Moon Enterprises almost felt comforting. Soulmancy could be a beautiful gift, but tonight it had been corrupted. It happened when power in the wrong hands. The trouble was knowing who had the right ones. The elevator opened on the penthouse hallway. The 70s decor of cream velvet wallpaper and heavy furniture was the backdrop to a tense buzz of activity. Smoking Sage fought vainly against the negative vibes. Delilah and Quinn whispered by the window. They looked like the old-fashioned gumshoe had finally teamed up with the femme fatale in crimson for some noir scheme. Netta paced at the other end of the hallway on a phone call. I don't care about protocol. My partner was just fucking kidnapped by terrorists. Make it happen. By her office door, Cora was eye-catching in a fuzzy lime green coat. She shook her finger at her head of security. I don't need guards on me, sugar. Her hippie calm was as faded as the crescent logo on her old Moon Enterprises crop top. She glanced at Red and Kristoff, her voice lowered to a hoarse order. Go now. But, Cora shooed him away, I must preserve my vibe. The guard nodded, looking peeved under his black sunglasses, and left through the stairwell. Red held out the computer bag before nodding toward Matt, slung over Kristoff's shoulder. You're going to want to start analyzing this. And him. Netta grabbed the bag without pausing from her call. Seymour, what I am going to send you can't be run on the usual networks, she said into her phone, walking to the office. Go to your mom's basement for all I care. Cora strode forward, doe eyes fixed on Matt's disguised body, as if seeing through every layer. Kristoff strode forward with the skins on his shoulder like a shepherd hauling back a wayward sheep. The group stilled at his passage, staring at the wrapped mechanic on his shoulder. Red felt like she was spying on a secret. The Bardnet had been glitching the last week, so she couldn't do any research. She hated this lost feeling, trying to put together the connections between these people, who had so much history together. Quinn examined Kristoff's burden. Tension from the night hung heavy on his stoic brow. Delilah turned from the rolled-up skins with distaste. Cora took the man-sized sheepskin bundle with all the effort of lifting an infant. Cradling the swaddled vampire, she pulled the fur from his face. Reddish tears darkened the whites of her eyes. Matthew. This was the man who really showed us who we are. He gave my humanity back. Now, the secret of Soul House is at risk. Not everyone was so concerned for the Soulmancer. Delilah patted Cora, nose wrinkling from the seemingly awkward position of comforter. She gestured to Quinn and jerked her head toward the Supreme in the international sign of do something. He nudged Cora into another room and closed the door. Red whispered to Kristoff, what was the deal with those three? He shrugged as if she understood souled vampires as much as he did. Netta emerged into the corridor from the office and stomped to Delilah. You've really screwed the pooch on this one. I inherited this clusterfuck. Don't harp at me, because I know you can't do shit even if Higby had the DVA in order. You won't let your office touch this either. God forbid someone learns who was at Soul House. Elzbieta Chernin, the Supreme Master of Prague, has a soul. The scandal of it all. Red bit back a gasp. How had Elzbieta kept that secret? No wonder the pint-sized Supreme in Portland was keeping tabs on the raid. If the world knew that the leader of their order had a soul, it could jeopardize their standing in the demon world. Kristoff said, put away the claws until there's a real fight. He glanced to Netta, seeming to wordlessly communicate as only old friends could. Then he squared his shoulders to address Delilah. You've got us. Merrick can't show a public force and reveal his mother's condition. We must be delicate. That's in your favor. Be grateful. Delilah stiffened in the designer dress. Excuse me? Imagine the hellfire on your neck if we had free reign. His lips curved, but it looked more like a warning than a smile. Or if Merrick decides he just wants his mother, come what may. Hellfire is the least of it if I don't get my wife back. Netta turned to walk down the hall. Delilah was a woman who always got the last word. She enunciated each syllable, chipped and cold. Alsbeta isn't your sire. If Red could have manifested popcorn, she would have. Finally, it wasn't her personal life creating the drama. Netta huffed, fangs peeking out beneath her twitching lips. You come at me with that? Face it, girl, it's still not her blood in your veins. Delilah traced a red-tipped finger down her throat. You joined her clan, took her name, and hopped in her bed, but you're still one of mine. Remember that. She has done more for me than you ever did, you vindictive cow. I gave you eternal life. Netta stomped forward, finger pointed like a spear in a joust. Alsbeta is, Red card, Kristoff said, catching the slim DVA director by the waist and pulled her into the office. He kicked the door shut as Netta started yelling. Delilah stared at the closed office, as if indecisive on whether to go inside. Red said, Everyone has sire issues tonight. Delilah half chuckled. Not my Quinn, at least. There's more. Red gestured to the window at the end of the hall. It was out of easy eavesdropping range. Walked to it with her hands in her pockets. The story that Kristoff had given was good enough for the rest of them, but Delilah needed to know. Lucas, he saw Selene tonight and... I know. They ran off to play tag as usual. She pursed her lips to cover a long, suffering sigh. Children. Red grew uneasy at the implications in the vampire's words. Apparently, Kristoff wasn't lying about this being a pattern. I could have gotten a shoulder hit and brought her in, but Lucas stopped me. Fool boy. Delilah rubbed her temple. Pity flickered in her blue eyes. How are you? Red ignored the crack in the alpha bitch facade. The pity rubbed her like sandpaper. She didn't need everyone to act like she had already been dumped. He hasn't returned my text, and the sun's up in 4 hours. Has he called Quinn at least? No. Delilah tossed her hair back. Kristoff told us about the latest annoying chapter in their saga. Thank God I was with Quinn when the call came. He was half in his convertible before he hung up. Lucas will bring her in. Red didn't know who her words were for more, Delilah or herself. The rest don't need to know that he's pulling his punches in the meantime. I almost wish they knew. Then maybe I could twist Cora's arm to have Kristoff track Selene. Really? You trust Kristoff. Don't be so surprised. It wouldn't be the first time he helped when Selene had one of her fits, Delilah said. I need Quinn. I can't lose him to some chase after his mad child. Red chuckled uncertainly. The room suddenly felt colder. Why not? He's the straight man in that odd couple, the sensible one. It's only standing next to Lucas that he seems like a Rhodes Scholar. You're acting like Quinn is going to disappear on us. Cora keeps talking about karma. Delilah scowled. I love that bitch, but I really didn't need that idea in my head right now. Of course, Quinn and I make up, and then Selene has to appear. She wrinkled her nose. Why am I talking to you like you know? I have one of those faces, Red said monotone. That you do. If you were really Juniper, we could grab some wine and gab about it. Delilah leaned against the window, sighing. I made Quinn because he is exciting, and I get bored easily. He made Selene because he couldn't let an obsession die. She made Lucas to be worshipped when Quinn's eye wandered. Tempestuous, yes, but it worked. For 20 years, the 4 of us were a tempest. A quarter of a tempest, what's that? A really windy day? You're sassy. You'll be sassier when Selene turns you into a vampire. Or, more likely, she'll torture you until forcing Lucas to do it. Red met the sharp gaze without flinching. With the Dague involved, it might just be live-streamed. Michael's last fuck you to me. The DAG were just online agitators before he died, and a movement appeared out of nowhere. Red didn't know if she should ask more about the DAG, or if getting a glass of wine was still on the table. It had been one of those nights. Cora walked into the hallway with Quinn's hand on her shoulder. Pulling her grief off like a robe, she straightened and whistled. "Come around, gang." Red held back a groan. That didn't sound like a dismissal. At least she had gotten a nap on the drive here. Kristoff opened the office door, pointed gaze on Netta as if telling her to behave. She huffed, strutting by him. Cora met their eyes as they assembled. "This is the deal. We're in this mess and no one can know. Not the Blood Alliance, not the Dark Veil Assurance, not anyone. We can't afford leaks. All of us need a quiet resolution. We're a crew out of necessity. Maybe it isn't the one that we chose, but circumstance has thrown us together. The dog has hurt everyone in this penthouse. To stop them, I'm willing to forget our past grievances. Are you?" Silence answered her. Red knew the question wasn't for her, but for the immortals. Their shared history could fill a book. She needed a flow chart to keep track of who were rivals, lovers, and friends, or formerly were. Delilah and Quinn's rekindled relationship showed how quickly things could change for the better. Lucas and Kristoff proved how swiftly a friendship could sour. It was like the universe had curated the group of vampires most likely to irritate each other and splinter into factions. Cora rubbed her forehead as if she had a headache. "Can we forget our bullshit temporarily, at least?" "You're right," Quinn said. "We must unite." Kristoff and Lucas stared at each other with palpable disdain before nodding. Netta lifted her nose as she turned away from her sire. "I will do it for Elsbetta." Delilah shrugged. "I was with you from the beginning." "Thanks, bestie," Cora said. "I need Netta monitoring the DVA. We can't have video of Elsbetta's kidnapping online. Dee, you're controlling the coverage on the Baker massacre. Work together." The two vampires shared surly glances and crossed their arms nearly in sync. Cora waved them towards her office. "You'll find everything you need in here to start spinning the story." Netta's expression was as icy as her tone. "As you say," Delilah sneered, opening the office door. "Let's get this over with." She closed it behind Netta with a small glare at Cora that said the two would have a chat later. Cora hugged herself. The fuzzy green coat surrounded her like a security blanket. "Remind me to diffuse some essential oils in there to clear that negative juju." Quinn asked, "What do you need from me?" "Without Joe." The Supreme looked like the loneliest woman in the world as she trailed off. She composed herself, squaring her shoulders like a general. "Finish checking on the rest of the sold vampires. We've tried to gather them for a count, but some are still hunkering down. I need to know my people are safe. We're burning moonlight here." "I should track Celine," Quinn said. Red shared a sidelong glance with Kristoff. She said, "Lucas has that handled tonight." "But," Cora said, "Red's right. With Joe gone, I can count on my hands the vampires I trust right now." "You're one of the few, Quinn. I need boots on the ground here. These butchers are going after our friends. This is bigger than your child. Some of us have already sacrificed our own for the cause." "I'll shake out the stragglers," Quinn said and disappeared into the stairwell. Cora put her hands on her hips. "The night isn't over for you either, Red. You're putting in overtime. The Salton Sea doesn't have the population to support that many vampires. Where are they feeding? I need someone at the Pisa to see what the donors are saying." Red frowned. Donor was a politically correct way to say bleeder, vampire groupies who sought the thrill of a bite. Kristoff's voice was soft, but his words landed with finality. "She can't go alone." Cora flapped the concern away. "Of course not. She'll be with my informant. I realize the dangers." Red asked, "What kind of danger? This Pisa sounds pretty ominous." "It's just a rave hosted by Fabio Gianni. He's a vamp, unsold." Red nearly groaned. She was disguised when she wrecked his bar, but he could recognize her as an employee of Quinn Investigations. There was bad blood between Fabio and Quinn. Cora could be as intuitive as an empath. Clearly sensing alarm, she put her hands up to diffuse it. It's more college kids than supernaturals. They don't even have bonfires anymore because of the fire warnings. You have a claim, you'll blend in. I've been bouncing from crisis to crisis since sunset. It's making me a bit twitchy. Can this informant handle a fight if it happens? Glancing away, Cora patted her afro with feigned casualness. I was kind of thinking that you'd be the bodyguard. He's more of a lover than a fighter. So, I'm the muscle. Red felt like a limp noodle, but there wasn't another human to send. Aisha Calloway wouldn't blend in with her straight laced cop vibe. More than that, Red would toss and turn if she went home. The nap had given her enough juice to worry until dawn. What do I need for a rave? Glow sticks? More steaks? Cora shrugged off her knee length coat and tossed it over. Now, you're ready to rave. Red shrugged it on like armor. She steeled herself with the thought of the Welcome Cafe. They needed real answers before more people lost their lives. Where's your guy? Waiting for you by that adorable VW van. I'm going with her, Kristoff said calmly and firmly. His eyes dared the Supreme to say no. Red was relieved. He wasn't her first choice, but this was like swimming with the sharks. And it was getting close to dinner time. If she was watching the informant's back, who would watch hers? Raves are chaotic. Another pair of eyes could help. Cora raised an eyebrow. My man Kristoff here is not known for slumming it. No, but I am known for researching my investments. Gianni wants funding. He had that unfortunate damage to one of his bars. Cora stepped Red away from Kristoff. She wrapped a friendly arm over the human's shoulders. Her voice dropped to a candid whisper. Are you sure that you want him around, Chica? I've heard rumors about how you were claimed. I want to stop the violence, Cora. Those people at the diner, they would have finished their coffee and driven home tonight. You didn't see them. Red stopped as her stomach lurched. Her words resurrected the smell of the blood and the sight of the gore. We will stop the dog. I don't care about vampire politics. I care about the innocents hurt along the way. Red turned on her heel towards the elevator. We're going to have to hurry unless Kristoff wants to ride back in the trunk at sunrise. Chapter 14. January 26th, before dawn, Los Angeles, California, the Paisa Beach Party. Glow sticks beckoned Red deeper onto the beach. Technicolor ravers danced around a makeshift DJ setup. Some clustered to share joints and menthol cigarettes. Others had spread blankets on the sand to watch the choppy waves. Airplanes descended over the Black Pacific to the nearby Los Angeles International Airport. The loud engines competed with the techno bass. She gestured for Donald's claimed human to take the lead. This is your territory, Trey. Trey shifted on his feet before pulling his hood up. Black cat ears decorated the top. His heavily lined eyes darted around. He was silent on the van ride. His voice came out rough from disuse. I never come this late, Red cajoled. It's last call, I know. Let's make the rounds anyway. Kristoff patted the other man's shoulder. I'll be watching. Trey gulped, Adam's apple bobbing as he nodded. He looped his arm through hers and led them away. Let's flamingle then. A smattering of dancers gyrated to the beat, but after 4 a.m., the energy was flagging. The party had a coming down vibe. There were more people in Clud. Red said, What's the deal with this place? It's more chill than I expected. We're in after-party mode. Sighing wistfully, Trey looked away. She followed his line of sight to another raver. It was a pretty man in false eyelashes with wide pupils who stared at the sky as if he saw beyond the smog to the stars. She didn't know what to say. Did he want to be high? She liked a buzz after a job as much as the next hunter, but she had to be sober while working, especially in a place like this. The beach was ideal for vampires to find victims. The sold variety perfected the art of skimming, drinking without killing, while the unsold kind lured its prey away. A few pills of ecstasy would be enough. Some hunters didn't get why supernatural creatures would keep up the masquerade of secrecy for the human world. She got it. Why dabble in the mundane logistics when you could pull the strings behind the scenes? It was a fraction of the effort of an undead run dystopian society with plenty of benefits. Red said, "What a scam. The vamps pay off the cops, put up a DJ booth, and their dinner gathers." Trey snorted. "You think humans don't get something from the arrangement? I met Donnell at a party like this." She shoved back the judgment. The man had been silent as a sphinx and twice as enigmatic in the car. She knew nothing about his life beyond spotting him at a few vamp hangouts. The trouble with starting therapy was that you started to see the patterns in your own bullshit. She was judging everyone at this party because their lifestyle hit too close to home. It was hypocritical since she'd willingly came with the vampire who had claimed her. She asked softly, "What do you get from it?" Trey lifted an eyebrow. "You should know, once in your bed, you always choose dead." "That's a cliche," Red said. If Lucas was the standard, then Trey might not exactly be wrong. She wasn't going to admit it. "It's not true." "You say that because you haven't been with a human again yet." He snapped his fingers. "Come back to me when you do, girlfriend." "They aren't crack." "You can get off crack." The fake cat ears on his hoodie twitched as he shook his head. "There isn't any cure for the cemetery fever." Unsettled, she played it off with a joke. "Donnell is that good, huh?" "That bear is a Viking in the sheets and a gentleman on the streets, but we're not getting dirt on me." He guided her to the center of the dancers around the DJ. A skinny teenage girl tugged on his hoodie sleeve. "Trey, I haven't seen you in forever. Have you heard about Zane? His vamp finally turned him." "Are you kidding?" He glanced at Red. "Stay here, Sakura Bloom." Red held her surprise that he renamed her so imaginatively. Was that her rave name? "Keep an eyesight." Trey pushed through the crowd without a look back. The girl shrugged, frown defining her strong jaw. Lines of pink, white, and blue painted her from temple to temple. A bulky, faded military surplus jacket draped a black top and layers of silver necklaces. "Where is he going? I thought he'd be happier. He's all into that dead man crap." Red felt instantly protective over the kid. "I hope you're not. You don't look old enough to be here, let alone be immortal." "Ugh, God, no. Those types promise a lot, but I don't see them leaving much besides scars. I'm Ophelia." It sounded like a party nickname, but Red didn't expect more. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Trey start a fervent discussion with a lanky, dark-haired man. She wandered with Ophelia away from the DJ booth, feigning a casual aimlessness, but she really wanted a better view of her informant. "I'm new around here. You seem like a real regular." "I came to do tarot readings. Not everyone is a burnout junkie here. Some kids from UCLA come. They want to know the future, even if they are just about to pass out." Ophelia held up her bag. "Want a reading?" "Maybe. The future is kind of a big thing. I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow." "Trade secret. It's more of a psychological thing. The tarot is a mirror." Ophelia shuffled her deck and pulled out the Tower card. The Victorian-looking print was an ominous scene of crumbling stone and flames. "It's on fire." "That looks bad." "That's not a bad thing. Not necessarily. The Rider-Waite deck is dramatic. It just means that things are changing." "I already figured that out." Red studied the card, seeing the tower where the warlock had nearly burned her at the stake in the dreamland. She shivered in the ocean breeze. "Ophelia, you seem really sweet. You shouldn't be here. I've been hearing some weird rumors about some desert vamps." "Hey, I respect your mama bear vibes, but I already got the memo." Ophelia put her cards in her bag with a skittish smile. "Don't join the caravan out to Slab City." "You've heard about the Burrows, then?" "Yeah. Zane and some other friends went out there for a party. He's the only one who came back. I even saw one of the vamps they went with. He was dating my friend Sarah, and I overheard him tonight say he's meeting another chick at the Fine Line. Fucking vampires. Such two-timers. I walked right by him, but I didn't dare say anything." "Good. Don't." Red made a mental note to tell Cora about the newest rogue minion and the burrower in town. Where was this vampire? One of my friends went missing too. Ophelia nodded toward the edge of the water where Kristoff stood in quiet conversation with a female vampire in a black jumpsuit. Oh man, where'd he go? He was just there with the one in the jumpsuit. What did he look like? We shouldn't talk about this where they can hear. I got to go. Pale under her face paint, the young woman disappeared into the crowd and behind the DJ booth. Red hoped the girl would find her way home tonight. What it was like to be a reckless teenager living on the edges of vampire society. She might have been one. Maybe that was why she didn't remember high school. Trey walked to her. Why'd Ophelia run off? Realized it was her bedtime. She contemplated the sad resignation lurking in his peeved expression. His conversation with Zane didn't seem to have gone well. Did you learn anything? He scowled. This party is dead. No one has heard of any burrowers in town. Red guessed that Trey hadn't attempted serious recon because he was worried about a friend. She asked gently, What's happened to your buddy, Zane? He's going to live forever. He's peachy, he sassed, burying his hands in his hoodie pockets. She rubbed her ear, wondering if she'd misheard him over the drum and bass. Was that jealousy about being turned into a vampire? Hunters saw it as worse than death. You want that? Who wouldn't? But it's not going to happen for me. Trey shook his head, shoulders hunched from cold disappointment. Donald isn't the settling down type. Every time he leaves, I say good riddance and then ask him to come back the next weekend. Sounds hard. That's undead fuckboys for you. He laughed bitterly with a shrug. Hugging himself, he stomped his feet. Let's dance. I'm freezing. Red shuffled about and called it dancing, resisting the urge to call out to the DJ and request Freebird in Vic's honor. Trey suddenly came alive with the music. He managed to dance, giggle, flirt, gossip, and banter with multiple ravers at once. His dancing was more of a vehicle for conversation. She mostly bobbed her head and shivered to keep warm, ready to reach for the hunter's kit under the lime green fur at the sign of a vampire attack. Fingers ran over her shoulder. No touching. Red prepared a glare for another drugged-out college kid looking to pet her fuzzy coat. Oh, Mr. Novak, done discussing venture capital? Kristoff said, I hate to break up your fun, but I don't want to ride in the trunk. Did he learn something? She retreated from the last dregs of the dance party. A van load of ravers went to the desert and never returned. At least one was turned. There are definitely poachers in Cora's territory. Trey had been distracted tonight. Once he heard about Zane, he had checked out as an informant. She wasn't going to risk his life to share that insight. Whatever relationship she had with Kristoff, she couldn't assume that Donald kept his claimed humans so leniently. That's all we learned, she said. Better than me, he grumbled. I only heard pitch after pitch about the fine line. Is that a club? Owned by the same people who run these parties? Kristoff gestured to the beach rave. His gaze grew contemptuous, a professional assessing a peer's work and finding it wanting. What else did you hear? I heard that a burrower's going there to meet a woman. The raver thought it was a date. Fatigue hit her suddenly. Had it really all been the same night? That was the nature of the business. You could go weeks without a big case and then bam, your life was on hold while you lived on coffee and the rush of survival. Red pinched the bridge of her nose to refocus. I'm not sure when, but it sounds like soon. Just looking at you is making me cold, Kristoff said. Rubbing a firm hand on her back, he leaned in to block her from the wind. We both need sleep. I'm happy to go. I'm running on empty. She fought a yawn. I've been dancing, so I will hit the sheets and be asleep. He tucked a wind-blown lock of hair behind her ear. Nightmares? She frowned at the not unpleasant feel of his fingers through her hair. Too much had happened for her to process him on top of it. It had felt like a lifetime, and she still had the ride home. At least she was going home. Some hadn't tonight. What I've seen tonight would give the average person plenty of those. You care so much about the people in the diner, even that girl you were talking with tonight. Red screwed up her face, too tired to care that she was showing a weakness to a vampire. Going to make fun of me for my human feelings? He shook his head. You have courage in your convictions. I wouldn't make fun of that. I would make fun of Cora's coat, however. Surprise forced a laugh from her. She ran her hands down the shaggy lime green coat. It had been the hit of the rave, even if she wouldn't have normally worn something so furry or neon. It's warm. He rubbed her sleeve, chuckling. You look like you skinned a muppet. She wrapped herself tighter in the coat. I won't tell Cora you said that. Kristoff fixed her crooked collar. Gather Donald's boy, and I'll meet you two by the car. She trudged across the sand toward Trey, who was hugging the DJ. The wind whipped her. She felt colder without the vampire beside her. Trey strode to her. We packing it in? Finally, Red said. She led him from the beach toward the cars parked in a sprawling industrial lot. In the distance, Kristoff leaned against the Barrow VW bug. He looked different somehow. Trey commented, You're smiling a little? No, I'm not. She wiped the expression off her face. The hour must have made her delirious. I'm happy to go home. With or without Novak. She said quickly, He claimed me, but it's not like that. All right. His cat ears flapped skeptically on his hood. Red didn't need his knowing tone in her ear. She power walked to the waiting vampire. When would this night be over already? She should have already known the answer to that. Dawn still felt too far away. She drooped from exhaustion when she returned to the California Sunrise Apartments. Red bypassed the stairs to her second-floor apartment to march to the Courtyard Barbecue Grill. They had lost Chang yesterday, Lucas was God knew where with Selene, and their only soulmancer was in a pharmaceutical coma. It had blended into a horrified blur. Her sashimi dinner at the Pandora Hotel was the only highlight of the night. 8 people had still been alive then. This wasn't just a job for Cora now. It wasn't just about her debt. The Dage had crossed every line, human and vampire. This was just the beginning. Red had one more task before she could sleep. She pulled the eerie handmade poppet out from under her coat. It wasn't a voodoo doll, and the energy around it seemed neutral, but it was creepy anyway. Life as a hunter taught her to burn the spooky shit as a rule. She dropped it on the brick barbecue pit. Squeezing the last drops of lighter fluid on the fabric doll, she tossed the bottle into a nearby trash can. Red flicked a match on the poppet. The tiny stitched fangs were the only difference between her and the doll. Whatever it was, why ever it looked like her, the fire would purge the magic. Curls of smoke rose to the dawn sky past the apartment balconies overlooking Center Courtyard. Flames consumed the poppet in the barbecue pit. The green button eyes stared at her as the plastic bubbled. She retreated from the smoke. Shoulders shaking, she wiped her tears on her sleeve. It was stupid, but it didn't feel like she was just burning the doll. She saw herself, or maybe the woman she thought she had been. Her world had burned the night the Brotherhood rejected her. A new life had to rise from the ashes. Red might never be an official hunter in the noble brotherhood of bards and heroes, but she still knew how to hunt. She would find the monsters responsible for tonight and make them pay. Chapter 15. January 26th evening. Los Angeles, California. The Pump House. Red's day started without word from Lucas. He still hadn't called after sunset. Vic had updated her on his mission tracking down missing souled vampires across the country, complaining about the Brotherhood's database, glitching on his account, and waiting on intel. She skimmed over the trouble with Lucas and Selene, not wanting him to decide to come home early. Her worry boiled until she had called Cora for an assignment. Red chose the location, but not the team. She almost backed out when Quinn picked her up in his black convertible. Kristoff was with him. Cora could have warned her about that. Smiling sardonically, he opened the car door for her. Don't look so happy to see me. Quinn said, Get in the back, Novak. She slid into the front seat. barely registering the two vampires. They weren't who she really wanted to see. Where was Lucas? Thankfully, Quinn knew a shortcut to the pump house and kept the conversation on the night's objectives. When they parked behind the hunter's bar, she twisted to face the vampire in the back seat. Stay here unless I call. Kristoff leaned forward between the front seats. He changed his look, but not his usual cologne. He smelled a little too good for a hunter. You don't want me to meet your friends? No, Quinn said shortly. Come on, I blend in. Kristoff grinned and leaned back, arms rising to rest behind his head. He had put on a hunter costume, dark jeans and red flannel shirt over a white tank top. I thought we were a team. Red said, We don't want them to know that. She followed Quinn to LA's oldest hunter bar. Downey had been sucked into the Los Angeles metropolis, but in its heyday, the town had been the birthplace of the space program. Dusty models of rockets, NASA memorabilia, and portraits of JFK still decorated the walls of the pump house in tribute. Hunter bars didn't have covers. They had tests like the small mirrors set up by the doorway, and suspicious locals who liked to see if you sizzled from silver. Places like the pump house were the crossroads of gossip. The same as supernatural sanctuaries like the Pandora Hotel, except they could and would put a rowdy demon down here. They didn't have a fancy spell to kick out the riffraff. Hunters did it the hard way. She revealed the blessed silver cross necklace under her tank top when she entered. The regulars knew Quinn, but the ones drifting through town watched him warily. Red approached Chuck at the bar counter and tried to smile at him. It felt harder after the last few days. It didn't matter the hour, she always seemed to find Chuck at his favorite stool. A retired hunter, he always had an ear open for the latest news from the road. The old-timer wore a cowboy hat and dungarees. He puffed his white mustache up as he blew on his steaming coffee. I know that look, Red. I'll get you that next coffee. What answers do you need? He shook Quinn's hand. Vampire trouble, then. I actually have news for you, Red said. She lowered her voice, even though word would spread once she left. Chuck doled out his knowledge to any hunter who needed it, coffee bribe or not. The burrowers are raiding. If you have any friends by the Salton Sea, tell them to head back to civilization. That don't make a lick of sense. Chuck glanced around the bar, then leaned closer. The damn truce keeps our hands tied, but the vamp bosses cull them enough. If it's not the Supreme in Inglewood, it's the one in San Diego slapping those desert rats down. They didn't slap hard enough last time, she said. This compromise with the undead... He tilted his hat back, frustration narrowing his eyes. If it was up to us, those burrows would have been cleared out years ago. Cora might have been the lesser evil, but Red saw his point. The old hunter had retired because he couldn't work with the vampire establishment, even if individuals like Quinn passed his muster. The Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes had its points of dominance, like their academies in London and Tokyo, but they made compromises to survive, overstretched in a global world. In theory, their alliances with souled supremes made sense, when their allies weren't wobbling on their thrones. I hear you, she said. You see anything interesting lately with the vamps in town? Sold ones, too? Chuck stroked his mustache. Had a feller in here tracking 2 vamps from Cincinnati to Slab City. Said they had souls before. Those vampires are dead, Quinn whispered, scanning the barroom. A few non-local patrons by the pool table met his gaze, chins raised in a challenge, as they gripped their pint glasses. Red shook her head. Judging how Evelyn the dominatrix had wielded her wicked axe, it wasn't likely he would re-emerge from the desert. I don't know about the hunter. Crack. The front door flew forward, landing on an empty table. It splintered on impact as the furniture fell over. A dark-skinned male stepped forward, barrel-chested in a crimson and cream Sooners football jersey. It was Sold Sal. Demonic yellow flickered in his brown eyes. Chuck stood. Jesus, Sal, it's called a doorknob. Where's the fire? Horrifying realization slapped Red in the face. Stay away from him! Sal laughed. The deep sound rumbled from his big belly. Humor might have crinkled his eyelids, but his eyes were like black ice. God damn, it's the little girl who spooned Cowboy Kurt to death. Quinn said, "Back up, Sal." Heart sinking, Red reached in her hunter's kit to pull out a stake and tucked it in the wrist strap under her sleeve. Few hunters in the Midwest failed to make a stop in the Oklahoma diner, where Sold Sal dished up home cooking and kept the local vampire heat away. Judging by the rage brewing in his amber gaze, they'd have to find him a new nickname. He didn't look sold now. Sal gestured to the bar, walking inside. "Y'all have to be kidding me. This place doesn't even have a real kitchen." He hissed at the standing hunters. His fangs dripped venom. "I kept hearing about LA, how it was going to blow my oaky mind, but now I'm here. What a letdown." She raised her hands. "Easy, Sal, I agree. The Skinner is better." When she had met him in Oklahoma City, she had hated vampires. Only Vic's death glare had made her shake the vampire's offered hand. Later, Sold Sal had helped her escape the city alive. It had opened her mind so she could even make friends with Quinn and Lucas. She wasn't the only one Sal had that effect on. He had eased the mindless hate she had for the undead, helped her see them as people. He had shown her the difference a soul made. If Red could get him out of here, he could survive to get his soul back. The bartender lifted a shotgun from under the counter. Hunters pulled out stakes, crosses, and handguns. The whisper of weapons on fabric mingled with the chorus of Bad Moon Rising playing low on the speakers. Even the painting of JFK in the corner seemed ready to draw a revolver. "Hey, this is Sal," Chuck said. He held his arms out between the agitated parties. His gruff order turned desperate as he turned to Sal. "Get a grip, old friend." Red said, "Sal, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the coast for vacation? I have unlimited minutes on my phone now." He snorted. "Finally." Quinn strode to the intruder. "We're taking this outside." Sal dismissed him with a withering side-eye. He wiped a finger along the bar as if checking for dust, nose wrinkling. "In my place, I make waffles that would satisfy the Queen of England. If she was passing through to kill a ghoul in Tulsa, that is." "I've had them. They're the best," she said quickly. She bounced on her heels, yanking her thumb toward the crowd. "Let's go before they 86 you the hard way." Chuck whispered to her, "What is wrong with him?" Well," she stuttered. The truth would make him stake her friend. Sal grimaced, brushing his shoulders off as if swatting away a disgusting cockroach. "I used to be so proud to feed you people. It's embarrassing. I spent 50 years slapping burgers on a grill, all for hunters too stupid to stay alive long enough for me to learn their fucking names. That was wrong, brother. Now, I'm right." Quinn tackled him into a headlock and dragged him through the door. "Be right outside." Red lied quickly to Chuck as she left. "We'll handle it. He's under a spell." The truth was that the spell was lifted. If hunters knew that sold vampires were turning evil in LA, the local truce would fall before the bards in London noticed. It would be open season on the undead in the City of Angels. Before, she might have cheered on that fight. Now, she knew too many vampires that she didn't want to lose. She raced out of the pump house to rejoin Quinn and Sal. Honks from the street traffic echoed off the stucco. The scent of stale cooking oil followed them as they passed a dumpster. "Be cool," Quinn said. He gripped Sal's beefy shoulder as they walked around the building to the car. "They told me what to do, but I just needed to improvise." Sal sneered at Quinn's visible disapproval. "Don't give me that look, Bloody Burns. You'll know when the change happens to you. It's like you can't drink enough, you can't slash enough. The demon screams to make up for lost time." Quinn flashed a fang, growling, "Shut it!" Red kept pace with him, adjusting the stake in her sleeve. "There are over a dozen hunters in there who'll be happy to put you down, Sal. You're not one of Cora's. They can stake you even with the truce. No one will care." "That's where you're wrong." Sal slammed the back of his head against Quinn's nose. He spun, agile despite his bulk, to kick the other vampire in the chest. Quinn flew backwards. Sal charged her, ripping her cross necklace off. Boss lady said to record old Chuck's final retirement, but I'll start with you. We're buddies, remember? Red barely recognized him through the bloodlust. Twisting in his grip, she reached for the stake under her left sleeve. Her fear-stiffened fingers brushed the wood. He yanked her arm, choking her with the other hand. One flick of the wrist, and he could snap her spine. Quinn stepped behind him. Unhand her! I'll end this hunter bitch right now, and it'll make me a hero at home. Want her alive? Give me space. Sal seethed. This fool's soul nearly got me killed helping you and Vic. It made me kill my own kind. How can I live that down? Red kicked him between the legs, escaping his loosened grip. Groaning over his bruised junk, Sal slumped, clutching his groin. His eyes crossed under blinking eyelids. She pulled the stake from her wrist strap. Good thing you're already dead. Quinn jumped for the moaning male. Sal elbowed him and pivoted to punch the other vampire. They needed to bag Sal quick. Red had seen him hold his own against Sancha Constanza. Unlike most vampires, he never fought humans, only other demons. He was used to punching above his weight. She palmed a vial of holy water from her hunter's kit. Christoph, dart him! Christoph blurred to a stop, holding a tranquilizer gun, cold concentration on his face as he aimed and fired. You called? Sal used Quinn as a shield, blocking the shot, and tossed him at Christoph. The impact sent Christoph skidding across the parking lot. Disoriented, Quinn started fighting the younger vampire. She flung holy water at Sal and pulled the stake from her sleeve. Sal grabbed his sizzling cheek with one hand, hissing. He barreled into her, elbow jabbing into her torso. His bulk pinned her to the rough asphalt. Red cried out as one of her ribs cracked in a sickening internal snap. Her head bounced on the ground. Pain ricocheted through her skull. The stake rolled from her hand. Reaching for the fallen stake by her side, she wanted to say she was sorry for what she had to do, but there was no time. Sal strangled her. Yellow irises glared down. Her vision sparkled darkly. Magic tingled her fingertips. Usually it didn't come when Red called. This time it begged. She gritted her teeth. No. She didn't need magic to hunt. She jammed the stake up into his chest. She missed his heart because of the awkward angle. Her curse came out a squeak from a squashed windpipe. He moved quicker than she could process and slammed the stake into her palm. Red screamed. It came out a tortured wheeze from a damaged rib cage. Pain radiated down to her curling toes in her black sneakers. She scratched at his eyes. He twisted the stake. She bit her lip to stop another scream. Sal disappeared, hoisted into the air by the back of his Crimson Sooners jersey. Red coughed, choking on acid reflux as her neck and ribs throbbed. The magic called out to her to use it. It was too late. Her vision strobed between the mundane and her spirit gaze. Chakras flashed like warning sirens to her third eye. Blood gushed around the impaled stake in the center of her palm. Each trembling movement shot pain through her fingers and down her arm. Red exhaled roughly like she was preparing for birth. Even shallow breaths serrated her raw throat. She pushed herself up with her good palm. Pain exploded in her ribs. Her teeth ground into her cut lip to muffle the scream. Christoph held Sal by the neck. His other hand dug into the other vampire's chest, palm over his heart. Dark blood flowed sluggishly over his pale fingers, embedded to the knuckle. His neck muscles tensed to iron above a red flannel collar. He bared his fangs. Move and I rip it out. Fucker, Sal said. Christoph pulled a trank dart from his pocket in a movement almost too quick to see and slammed it into the other vampire's forehead. Cold fury darkened his chiseled features. He wiped his fingers on Sal before dropping him. Red waited to see if he popped up. The vampire's head only fell to the side, mouth slackening. She whimpered, hating herself for the sound, and held her wrist. The pain throbbed from the embedded stake. Christoph knelt by her in a second. His fury had turned clinical, even if his irises still burned amber as he examined the stake in her palm. I'm going to pull it out. Her tears chilled on the apples of her cheeks. She lifted her jacket-covered sleeve to her mouth and bit down on the leather. He didn't count. He didn't brace himself. Without warning, he jerked the stake from her palm. She screamed into her sleeve until the parking lot behind the pump house faded to oblivion. Red awoke restrained by a seatbelt. Her hand tapped the door. Pain jolted through her arm. Cursing, she raised her bandaged palm. She glanced at the back seat of the convertible where Quinn and Sal sat, passed out and belted in like worn-out kids coming home from an amusement park. The twist made her gag from pain in her ribs. She caught her reflection in the side mirror. Her green eyes narrowed at her unbruised neck. She swallowed reflectively, expecting pain, and found only a dry mouth. Her cracked ribs forced her mind blank as she leaned back with a hiss. Christoph ordered his minions on his phone. "And I need prisoners secured in the garage." He smiled at her. "You're awake." "Unfortunately." As he ended his call, they drove into the underground garage of Club Vltava. He parked the car near an employee-only stairwell. Brushing his fingers on her cheek, he said, "I'll carry you inside while my men come for Sal and Quinn. You're in rough shape." Red didn't need the reminder. She had seen a lot of fucked up shit in her remembered time, but being staked with her own stake and then watching it get pulled out was near the top. She leaned into his touch, accidentally trapping his fingers against her cheek and the upholstery. The chill felt good on her flushed skin, sweaty from pain. Weakly, Red moved her head to release his digits. "You have any drugs at this club?" Christoph smirked. "I can get you what you need." "Good, because my ribs are killing me." She presented her bandaged hand. "And the rest of me isn't looking too hot." "Why didn't you use magic? I thought you had him." "I did with the stake." "Then you missed." He put the car keys in his pocket and tensed to stand. Annoyance tinged the worry in his tone. "You should have used your magic." "I don't need it to be a hunter," Red said. Her ribs hurt too much to explain the twists and turns in her logic. Abstaining from magic felt sensible in theory, considering her mysterious past, but in practice, she was already kicking herself for it. "Tonight's not the best example of that." Christoph sighed at his rough tone, one leg out of the car before he turned back to her. "You have an amazing gift. Why not use it? Who's telling you not to?" "No one." She sighed through her nose, lips pressing shut from a wave of pain. "It doesn't work 95% of the time, so why bother?" "It's a part of you." "So's my appendix, but I don't need that either." The back car door opened and two minions pulled out Quinn and Sal. A third was a Hispanic female with green hair, wearing the white bow tee and black shirt of the Club Vltava uniform. She stared curiously at Red. Had they met before? The minion didn't look like one from his entourage at the Halloween ball. She hurried to help lift Quinn. "Stay still," Christoph said. He got out of the car and started barking orders at his people. Red felt her side for the damage, fingers delicate as if running over a bomb. Her whole torso ached, causing her mind to white out. He opened her car door and knelt to meet her eyes. "We need to get you to a hospital." "I can walk it off, no hospitals." "Let me take care of you." "I'll take your drugs, Mr. Novak. That's it." She stood and slumped half out the car. He gently swept her into his arms before sprinting out of the garage. Her eyes rolled back at the speed before the pain overwhelmed her again, and Red faded into unconsciousness. Chapter 16. January 26th, evening. Sunset Strip, Club Vltava. Christoph hovered over Red in his office. He looked ready to tuck her in under a quilt and give her chicken soup. Take more than Tylenol. Red was sprawled on a black leather couch, but sat up gingerly to prove a point. She was ready to be put back in the game, coach. Her head swam and her ribs ached, but she tried to keep the determined expression. "I can't go to a hospital until we learn what Sold Sal has to say." They needed to know who his boss lady was. Red was ready to put 20 on Sancha. If you were going to experiment with unsouling notable vampires, why not start with the nearest pains in your ass? If Red was a liability to Sancha's new stranglehold on power, Sold Sal was the closest thorn in her side as the vampire protector of the Oklahoma hunters. He had been sent to make the next viral dog video. It was the biggest lead yet. Christoph studied her injuries as if cataloging them as future debts to repay. The flannel had disappeared, leaving him in a white undershirt and dark jeans. Minimalist tattoos, multiple black and red lines ranging from tiny to pencil thick, circled his biceps. Regular tattoos didn't keep on immortal skin. He must have gotten them when alive. You have broken ribs and God knows what other damage, he said. Why not a hospital? It's only been like a month since I was in one of those. The pain kept her breathing harshly through her nose, but her legs were itching to find Sal. He was the key. She didn't know why they were fighting about the hospital. Was Christoph trying to distract her? The jig was up on at least one mystery that had confounded her. Did he really think she hadn't noticed her neck trauma disappeared? He sat on the other end of the couch. His scent, charcoal soap, and wintry cedarwood, was stronger without his usual designer layers. You're bleeding through your bandage. Red drew her feet from him. She was alone and bleeding, in biting range of a vampire who wanted nothing more than to hear her beg for his fangs. And yet she had been completely vulnerable with him for the last hour. Lucas and Vic were out of town, Quinn was unconscious, and even Delilah was busy tonight. It would have been the perfect moment for Christoph to have smuggled a claimed human out of LA on a private jet. The notorious butcher of Cologne had merely ordered her to drink water and take a painkiller. She glanced at the bloody bandage wrapped around her palm. Yeah, that looks pretty gross. I thought you and Quinn had it, so I held back until called. You were so pompous, telling me to stay in the car like a child. Didn't even roll the windows down. Red mock gasped, leaning on sarcasm to get her through a wave of pain. Pompous? What? The twinkle in his gaze faded. Christoph brushed his dark blonde hair out of his blue eyes. You got staked by a short-order cook tonight when you could have blasted him with fire. Is it because he is your friend, or because you're scared of your own greatness? Her ears heated in embarrassment. He was hyping up her powers, but he wasn't wrong that she'd held back. Averting her gaze to a large metal globe in the tastefully decorated office, she licked her curiously healed lip. Maybe Christoph didn't understand her, but she confirmed something about him tonight. He had no trouble using his gifts. I didn't, because my magic is unpredictable, and we needed him alive. His piercing gaze pressed on her as she avoided it. You don't want to use it. At least be honest about why. I don't need my eyes to turn black. Not a great look. You're beautiful when you do magic. He leaned closer, taut muscles shifting under the white tank top. His soft smile brought out the dimple in his chin and left cheek. You don't need to be afraid of that power. It's not the time for a heart-to-heart about self-acceptance. Red crossed her arms. She winced at the movement. No, it's time go to a hospital. He went to the phone on his desk. She didn't know if it was pain or morbid curiosity that pushed her. He promised to always be honest with her. Would he keep it? She said the words slowly, each one echoed in her ear as a warning to stop. Or you could heal me. He paused in mid-step, broad shoulders tensing. A remote composure froze his handsome features. It was like the curtains closed behind his eyes. I don't know what you mean. Who's playing coy now? Red lifted her palm and peeled the bandage to reveal torn skin. She showed the unblemished back of her hand. You didn't heal it all the way to be sneaky, but how could I not notice? I had a hole through my hand. If you're around, my injuries are never as bad as they first appear, are they? Even your bite mark healed super fast. You need to go to the hospital. Alarm broke his cool. You must have hit your head. Yes, and then you gave me your blood. Works better than aspirin. Red rewrapped her bandage. Admit it. You're not threatening to stake me? Are you possessed? I only make threats I can keep. My staking hand is out of commission. She brandished her palm, the cracked ribs urging on her boldness. For so long she'd had questions about him, but she hadn't known what to ask until after Christmas. She had been after this unconnected dot for months. Now she knew she was right. They were wasting time playing dumb about it. Vampire politics were spilling out into the streets. 8 people had already lost their lives. Who would speak for the innocent when Cora was drawing up her battle plans? He could get her back in fighting shape. Red said, I know what your blood can do. I did my research. It's like your bite. I'm not going to be psychically connected to you so you can't track me. I won't turn into your Renfield. You're not going to be able to beam sex dreams into my head. You've been watching too much HBO? Kristoff grinned. Dreaming about me? She looked away from him as she shifted guiltily in her seat. Don't flatter yourself. The flirty amusement drained from his voice. How long have you known about me? Red thought of Basil's healed jaw and hand when he left the hospital. The implication hadn't dawned on her that day. There were limits to mystical medicine, even by experts, unless you were willing to pay a heavy cosmic price. She knew from Vic's recovery. He had been given every relic, potion, and ritual that wasn't on the dark side for his damaged spine, and he was still in a chair. I healed too fast after the warlock. When I returned for a checkup at the hospital, the mage doctors said I was a medical wonder. I was studying for the Hunter's Challenge at the time. I read about the vampiric superpowers and dark gifts. It clicked. Vulnerability flickered in his gaze. I'm sure you have more than that to say. You have one hell of a gift, she said. Maxwell had psychically burned her spirit at a stake so hot that her physical form had sizzled in a hospital bed. She didn't have a single burn mark to show for it. A dark conflict lurked in his expression. The quick mind that had navigated the August harvest as a fledgling vampire must have switched his survival instinct on. She understood his trepidation. It was why she hadn't mentioned it until she was desperate and certain. Vampires who could walk on ceilings or turn into bats would brag about it. The ones who could morph into mists were prized as shadow warriors. Kristoff had more predators than prey with his gift. Humans looking for desperate cures, mages looking to enhance a spell, or even other demons with an agenda. Who have you told? He asked. No one. I would never mention this lightly. I haven't even told Vic. You kept my secret. He sat next to her on the couch. You didn't even tell your boyfriend? If it was his business, you would have already told him. You've known him longer than I have. She shook her head, wincing less from pain than from thinking of Lucas. It was easy to guess his knowledge level. He would have forced his progeny do something when a warlock psychically attacked her. If my timeline is right, you fed me at least twice on the solstice, then you healed Basil. Kristoff lifted an eyebrow. He told you that? No, he was too busy packing. Red said it as firmly as she could to not give him ideas. They were caring, sharing, and growing like a therapy session here. But she knew this was a secret that a vampire like him would kill to keep. The fewer thinking about Basil, the more likely the Soulmancer would get a peaceful vacation. I saw his jaw before he fled. Nervous energy caused Kristoff to fidget like a human. I had good intentions. I can believe you have a few. She inhaled. The motion jostled her ribs. The pain reminded her of the last time she had turned her nose up at a magical solution. It's weird that you slip people blood when they're unconscious, but I get it, especially why you hide it. I can't throw a snit fit because you saved my life and healed my friend at the risk of exposing yourself. Thank you. You're welcome. Seriously, I had a protection spell on myself, but when I was burning at the stake in the dreamland, it was cracking. Your blood probably kept me alive. She lifted her wounded hand, the bloody bandage looking like an aberration of color in the monotoned, minimal decor of his office. It certainly saved me some nerve damage tonight. I'd still be passed out from shock if it wasn't for you. He waited with an air of expectancy for her to continue. Do I need to say it? She said, mouth drying and heart pounding in her ears. His expression clouded. Be clear on exactly what you want from me, for both our sakes. Red couldn't look away from his intensely scrutinizing stare. There was subtext to the subtext in his words. Cards out. I want to stay in the fight. If I can help beat the dog and get back Alzbeta, then that evens the score with you, Merrick, and Cora. I get 3 master vampires off my back in one shot. LA will sleep easier too. That is why I want your blood. That and curiosity. You love weighing the logic. I'm fascinated by how selective it is. It would have been equally logical to blackmail me. Thought about it, but somehow I think you already know what to do with blackmailers. Intentions change. How will you feel about keeping my secrets in the future? Ask Celine about the future. It's hard to promise forever, so I won't. Here's the honesty part. I can't tell you I won't hurt you. Accidentally or because I finally do stab you with cutlery, however. I'm pretty good at secrets. She didn't have a better way to explain that if she decided he needed to be vanquished, she wouldn't do it by revealing his secret. Red would do it herself. She didn't know if that would piss him off, comfort him, or turn him on. Will you heal me all the way so I can stay in the fight? Kristoff lifted his hand behind his head and started pulling off his top. I'll share my blood with you. Hey, she squeaked, covering her eyes as the white fabric slipped up his toned stomach. This isn't an excuse for you to rip off your shirt and have me lick your manly chest. It's better from the source, more potent. Keep your potency to yourself. Red told herself it was the ache in her ribs making her sweat. You put it in some wine before, in the VIP room after Nevi possessed me. You're an observant thing, aren't you? He stood before ambling to an etched steel globe on a rolling stand. Lifting the hinged top, he revealed a small drink bar. He uncorked a carafe and poured some red wine in a glass before he bit his wrist. Blood drizzled into the wine, thick like corn syrup. She felt hypnotized by the sight like a viper before a snake charmer's flute. Her pulse pounded in her neck. How do you know how much to put in? Experience, he said as he reclined by her feet on the couch. He put the glass in her uninjured hand before reaching for the other. Allow me. Red unwrapped her bandage and held out her wound, trying to not betray a tremble. She pushed away a small nagging voice that sounded like Vic. What are doing? Kristoff dug his nails into his palm, making a fist. His tattoos rippled on his biceps from the motion. Blood dripped onto her mangled hand. It absorbed into her wound. Skin stitched itself back together in a ghoulish creep before her eyes. Whoa, she said, too impressed for full sentences. What about those ribs? Drink. Tentatively, she sipped the wine. She blocked the instinctive, you gross blood, what am I doing feeling by trying to put on the mindset of a supernatural anthropologist in the Brotherhood. There had been more than one who sampled vamp blood and documented the results. The expensive Cabernet masked the metallic flavor, leaving rich, woodsy notes and an umami that she wished she couldn't place. Intellectually, she knew she'd had his blood multiple times, but what if her research had been wrong? He smiled with a challenge in his eyes. Is that it? Red swallowed another mouthful. Is this where I say you taste like chicken? I hope not, because chicken blood tastes god-awful. Is it because of all the growth hormones? He chuckled. It's a good theory. Before you tell me all about it, take your medicine. Red already felt the throb easing in her side as she finished the glass. I'll top you off. Kristoff slid his wrist over her glass with his thumbnail. Wrinkling her nose, she drank the pure blood like a shot and set the glass on a side table. The dry red wine aftertaste masked some of the metallic flavor. She would have gagged, but a warmth spread from her throat to her belly. Tingles radiated to her extremities. The pain lessened to mere stiffness in her ribs. She stretched her healed hand. It wasn't even scarred. Licking a stray blood drop on her lip, she stopped, noticing his mesmerized focus on her mouth. The vampire was a little too excited for this. He handed her a black silk handkerchief. She accepted it to blot her mouth and scrub the dried blood off her hand. What did she say now? Thanks for the astounding cure. Text you later. Nervousness propelled the first stray thought out of her mouth. It must be lonely keeping this secret from everyone. Kristoff shrugged. He must have calculated it to seem casual, but she saw through the act. He was nervous, too. My brother knows. The prince, too. I imagine that Netta figured it out long ago, and now you. Can I ask how you found out? It wasn't yesterday, not with how you play doctor. He smirked, resting his elbows on the back of the couch. This is not how I play doctor. She didn't believe the leer. It's personal, I get it. I've never been good at keeping it just business with you. He grew more serious, eyes lowering. I found out when I tried to turn my brother, Arno. Before you came to America, right? She remembered from his entry in the barred net. I tried even earlier. He'd been told I died on a trip to Germany, but the lad had no way to grieve. How could he? I was buried in a root cellar to rise again. His expression grew distant. It was his birthday. I hadn't ever missed it when I was alive. The Burns family were on business with alchemists. I was supposed to be a lookout. Instead, I went to his boarding school. She tried to hide her dismay. You wanted to eat him. I miss my little brother, he insisted, sincerity in his demon gaze. Unsold vampires had the emotional range of a jackal, or so the lore would have her believe. He had told her once that he would exceed expectations. You said you didn't have feelings. I've got a few for even fewer people. Don't tell anyone. He smiled ruefully, as if not sure how he felt about his own sensitive side. I raised Arno after our ma passed. Without me, he was alone. It was his 16th birthday. He thought I was a dream. What happened? I couldn't stand to see him as he was, the orphan on scholarship in a cast-off uniform and leg braces. One of those feelings, I guess. He dipped his head, rubbing the back of his neck. Are you sure you want to know? You've never gotten to see me at my best. A story about feeding on a minor isn't going to make up for it. Red crossed her legs as she sat up. She shook her head, caught up in the story. If she had a brother, thought experiment aside, she didn't know what it was like to face such a decision. She just knew that she gave her all to those she called family. Maybe that love still survived the demon's call in a vampire's ear. I'm just listening. You're not judging. The surprise lingered in his hushed words. Christoph dropped his hands in his lap before running his fingers through his hair, as if not sure what to do with the restless digits. He crossed his ankle on his knee. Donnell called him a boardroom bandit, a smooth talker who straddled the human and vampire worlds. Not now. He regained his line of thought. I was precise, counting his pulse to make sure I got the right time. I was a young vampire trying to turn my first child. Not just any bum off the street, but my own kin. I wanted to see Arno run for the first time. Life had been a prison, and I knew I could liberate him, but I had never done it before. I was a babe in unlife, after all. With Lucas Crawford as an example, I barely knew what a sire was, let alone what it meant to be one. I fed Arno my blood when he was on the edge of death. Then my brother's heart began to beat again, stronger than before. His crooked legs straightened. My bite mark vanished. You freaked. I left him under a saint statue in the courtyard. The religious fathers called him a miracle, too. I guess he was my first one. Red thought back to Arno at the Halloween ball, dashing and athletic in a designer suit. There was nothing of a lonely, disabled boy in that Type A vampire who had ruled Club Vltava with a clipboard. You figured it out in the end. Like I would let anyone else turn my brother. Christoph dismissed the offending notion with a hand wave. When he was old enough, I turned him. How? Your blood heals. How could you even turn him? There aren't many healers like me, but I found another to teach me. It was more alchemy than anything. It wasn't easy to learn, but I got sick of him asking. Wait, he knew you were a vampire? She did a double take at the idea of a young Christoph minding his sassy teenage brother. Did you like parent him even after you died? Don't sound so surprised. I did a great job. Arno went to Stanford. Twice. He wore mock indignation, but a repressed grin broke the illusion. The Brotherhood's file on the Butcher of Cologne had skipped over all the nurturing Big Brother parts. If there is one person that I've done right by, it's him. It's always been him. Once Lucas and the Burns were sold, I came back to Prague. Alzbeta accepted us both into her clan. Arno lived quite happily as a human in her service. Right. It was different from your life in the Burns Manor then. Night and day, I would never have brought my brother into their charnel house. Christoph clenched his teeth, the expired possibility visibly raising his hackles. The cleft in his chin deepened. Red scrutinized the play of emotion on his face. He'd been created as an offhand minion, chosen to serve the Burns family until they left Prague in their eternal migration around Europe. Fate chose otherwise. He ended up a full member of their infamous Alaric order, even if Lucas didn't acknowledge him as a true child. Then he had made his own way. That took control. Most young vampires were in bash and slash mode. They weren't healing their little brothers and letting them decide on their own to be vampires. Even her skepticism had noted that on the night they'd met, the brothers acted thicker than thieves. It wasn't just the sire bond. His relationship with Lucas was proof that one could hate their maker. A question burst from her. How did you have such control as a fledgling? Loosened up by the wine, Red tried to pull herself together. She was getting too personal. Do you really want to know? You guessed it. Curiosity gets me every time. Her quip came out too serious. When I crawled out of the grave, the first heartbeat I heard was Juniper St. James, then every sunset after. I brought her tea, even when all I could think about was her blood. She was guarded by 4 elders, any one of whom would have staked me for inconveniencing their social schedule, let alone attacking a claimed human. He smirked, lazy pride in his gaze as he raked over her form. I had to be strong in the face of temptation. I'm serious. I was. Christoph sighed, flirty tone dissolving. If you want to know why I am half decent, then it's because of Alzbeta. Half decent, more like a roguish scoundrel with latent heroic tendencies. Try a lot harder and you could be Han Solo if he ate people. I'm taking that as a compliment. His phone buzzed on the desk. Drink up. Christoph answered and stepped to the bookshelf on the other side of his office. He listened to caller, murmuring affirmations. Unbidden, her third eye flickered to life. Protection sigils and drifting ether glowed in the room. It must have been left by a hired mage. She saw the radiance of magic behind her navel shimmer and grow. All 7 chakras strobed rainbow colors. Christoph was outlined in a dark royal purple aura marbled with snowy silver and black. He made perfunctory sounds into the phone, but his attention seemed to be all on her. She had shared more than blood with him tonight. It would take a long journaling entry to process. Red stood and rubbed her ribs. They were tender, but she could breathe without pain. She forced her third eye to close. Her magic floated close to the surface, but she resisted the call. His blood was as potent as advertised. She understood how Neve had been tossing orbs without a bespelled ring in the VIP room when she had been in Red's body. His blood had been fueling her. A high crept on her like the beginning of a mushroom trip. Her skin tingled. She stared at her fingers, expecting sparks. He put his cell phone in his pocket and laughed. You're watching your hands move. She forced her hands away from her eyes and onto her hips. Mr. Novak, you have a lot of explaining to do. Why am I high? Thought you did your research? It's been a century since I last fed a witch my blood. He walked over to her, cold fingers lifting her hand, and examined her healed palm. But depending on how badly you're injured, it can give you magic types a bit of a buzz. Excess potency and all. It'll wear off. She glared at him suspiciously. It better. You're a better guardian for this. He pulled a ring out of his pocket. It was the golden ruby ring that Nevaeh had used on the roof of Club Vltava. Red had thrown it down into the alley. He must have found it. Sprinting in a vampiric blur, he went to her purse to drop it inside and return to her. Not a strand of dark blonde hair was out of place, even after his speeding. Giggling, she became deathly serious and pulled her hand back. Chills rippled down her arms. She cocked her head, craning her neck to look up at him. "You're really tall." "It's a good thing you're not driving." He chuckled and put his hand on her back to guide her out of the office. His fingers traced up to her shoulder and lingered over the black lyre tattoo. Shivering, Red adjusted her black tank top strap. Maybe it was the blood, maybe it was the mutually assured destruction, but something had changed. Kristoff handed over her jacket and opened the door. "Do you want to see what we missed?" "Yeah." She pulled on her jacket, walking past him to the hall, uncomfortably hyper-aware of his proximity and tattooed arms. The mystical buzz ebbed in waves that sparkled in the corners of her vision. Not trusting herself to speak, she walked silently with him into an industrial stairwell to the floor below the club. The Novak brothers had more their own ventures in the five-story building. They passed darkened rented offices marked with signs reading Stevie French, night lawyer, and Charon Travel Services. Red didn't hear the violent beating until they came to a small antechamber. She held back the dumb question on her lips. It was Sal, of course. He was still a friend even if he'd tried to kill her. Cora waited for them. She moved out of a warrior yoga pose into a sun salutation and pressed her hands in prayer. She seemed like she desperately wanted Zen. Sal fucking clammed up. "I have Higby on my ass, and I need something to tell her." Kristoff glanced between the Supreme and the closed door. "It sounds like my people are making an impact." "I don't want him dead," Cora said. "I want him sold. He's a good man." "We agree on that," Red said. She put her hands in her back pockets and rocked on her heels in relief. "Cool, cool, cool." Cora arched an eyebrow at him. Her sharp glance communicated a secret. He clasped his hands behind his back. "You have orders?" Red bobbed her head, excited. She was at 110%. It was the middle of the night, but she could have hopped on a treadmill to run a mile. She was ready to get off the bench and into the game. "Let's hear him, Cora." "Quinn is checking on the other sold vampires, and Lucas is somewhere. I need eyes at the fine line. One of the burrowers who killed Orval was spotted in the city. The party intel is the hottest lead we have to his location. Surprise, surprise. My enemies prefer Fabio Gianni's clubs. You two are going together." Kristoff inclined his head. "As you wish." Cora put a hand on his shoulder. Her long purple nails dug into his bare shoulder. Physically smaller, her regal presence still dwarfed him. "She comes back safely." Red gave Cora 2 thumbs up. "No worries, I got this." Undercover at a vamp club. Old hat. She was ready to bust up the dog. That would show the Brotherhood. Bravado pumped through her system. Why had she been nervous before? Chapter 17. January 26th, before midnight, Koreatown, the Fine Line. The Fine Line catered to the beautiful, the damned, and the undead. Scanners at the underground club detected both metal and wood. The guards confiscated one woman's wooden hair sticks. Kristoff had breezed them through security after a handshake from the guard, but they still had to go through the detectors. This definitely wasn't one of Vic's training simulations. Red forced herself to admit he had a point when he stopped her from smuggling a steak into the vampire nightclub. It hadn't seemed like much when he said it was hidden under a grocery store parking garage. The place was bigger on the inside. After they had spent the car ride bickering, she wouldn't say he was right out loud yet. She tugged up the borrowed pleather bodice as she moved through the gyrating crowd under the red strobe lights. The cropped black corset top, tight on her heeled ribs, pushed too much up in the chest. It wasn't a sense of modesty unsettling her. It was not having a hunting kit with her, the boxy brown leather satchel bumping comfortingly against her hip or the smaller one belted to her waist. She didn't even have a stake strapped to her. She felt naked. Kristoff looked pristinely tailored in a black blazer and red V-neck shirt. He put an arm around her. "You look beautiful." "I look like I'm about to flash everyone in this borrowed top." She glanced at his fingers running down her bare upper arm. The strange euphoria from his blood had worn off, but her skin began to tingle again. This wasn't the place for an acid-style flashback. The fine line was cavernous, packed, and lit like a photographer's darkroom. It stretched into the gloom. Demon shadows, swift and unfettered by the dark veil, danced on the curved walls. Techno violins echoed from the speakers. A bat darted to a platform hanging from the ceiling. The creature transformed into a pink-haired black man. Walking on the ceiling, two vampires dropped down to join him. Wall crawlers. Red pressed herself closer to Kristoff instinctively. She withdrew when she caught herself. He brushed hair off her neck to reveal his mark. "You're safe with me." She tried to keep her heartbeat steady. Vampires, even in neutral sanctuaries, dialed back their abilities. Besides, in a fight, she had never seen them relaxed enough to move so quickly. There were humans on the dance floor who stuck out by their slowness compared to the vampiric spectacle. A cute Indian guy in office khakis twirled a giggling middle-aged woman in a pink sari. Her amusement disappeared, and she flashed her fangs as another vamp lingered too close to her territory. The claimed humans were a blended bunch. Red expected more stereotypical bleeders. Only one woman in black leather and platform boots walked on a leash behind a pale, shirtless vampire. Red squinted. Was that Trey, Donald's claimed human, passing the BDSM duo and disappearing into the dancers? He was too far away to tell. Kristoff strode like a king through the crowd. It parted for him as he led Red to a bar roughly poured out of concrete and decorated with broken black tile. The bartender poured and mixed a drink between 3 carafes of blood heating on hot plates, then placed it on the counter. "Greetings, Mr. Ambassador. I remember your order." He pointedly did not look at her. "For your companion?" "Surprise her with a Pinot Grigio." Kristoff traced the mark on her neck. Red bit her lip at the sensation. They should have set up more ground rules about touching. The bartender declined payment. As they walked away, Kristoff said, "Gianni wants my money for more than a drink. Hopefully, he won't surprise us with a boring business meeting." "How long do you think it will take our friends to crash the party?" She didn't think that Cora would break Sal. He had his feet in the flames before. They needed a new lead to his boss. "The party hasn't even started." Kristoff raised his glass to her. "You owe me small talk. You skipped out on it at the Halloween ball." "Why don't we get heavy about work instead?" "No, light and breezy. I want to know about you." "Didn't your research come up with enough?" "It didn't tell me what you like," Kristoff said cheerfully. "What you don't. How you spend your time." Red wasn't falling for his attempts at banter. This was a cover, not a date. "You're thinking date ideas." "I already have those. What's something I wouldn't expect about you?" The corset top hugged her chest too tight for a moment. She sipped her wine, trying not to think about how bitter it seemed compared to the one in his office. "I'm a sick puppy." "You're being all charming. That's not why we're here." "I'm blending in." "You're plotting something." "Wooing, really. You like me a bit, admit it." "You know who I'm with." He took the words like a punch. "You know who he is with right now." It was a low blow, calculated to hit her right where it hurt. "You don't have to sound so happy to get a dig in." "Hey, I didn't mean, this isn't about him." Searching for the words, Kristoff touched her arm. "You are a gorgeous redhead with a mean right hook who likes Tolkien. I'd want your number even if you weren't you." "You don't even know me." She told herself that she didn't pull away to keep up her act as a claimed human. "But I'm trying. Doesn't that count for something?" It did, but Red still didn't know for what. His touch lingered like a brand on her skin. A polite cough announced a black-suited vampire who had the air of a beleaguered manager. The balding man gestured toward a nearby sitting area, raised a step off the ground, and roped off with velvet. Iron-wrought furniture and important-looking vampires clustered on it. "Excuse me, Ambassador. I have a special gift for you from Mr. Gianni in the premium section. A special gift, Kristoff repeated dryly as he put his arm around Red. Wowie! The gift was a roughly welded tray holding 4 cube-shaped shot glasses. If it weren't for the blood, it would have looked like a beer flight from a hipster brewery. The fine line's answer to a maitre d' opened his mouth to intone about the offering. Kristoff said, You don't need to read the menu, I'll guess. The bald vampire bowed. He darted away to another table to continue his round of fluffing up the high-rolling club patrons on the low platform. The exclusive area was separated from the dance floor. It didn't look like these vampires were necessarily masters, but they had money. Mink stoles, leather pants, and luxurious satins wrapped around immortals of all shapes and hues. Red said, You always find the VIP area. This is a crass upsell. It's premium merely due to being 6 inches off the ground. Kristoff shook his head. I should try it in my clubs. Always looking for that next hustle? When you start out on the bottom, it's instinctive. That's where you met Netta, huh? When she said you were promoted with her. Red didn't know the politest way to ask if they had been murdered together. I assume, given the big hate-on that you have for your sires. We were turned on the same night, but the hate comes from a different place. Netta used to worship Delilah. I always thought Lucas was a dick. Red barely heard his jab as she noticed a notorious VIP. The Queen of the Prairie Dead stood alone at a high table diagonal from them. Sancha swept her long chestnut-brown hair over her shoulder. Resplendent sequins danced in a cascade of short fringe on her mini-dress. She clutched a small purse as if waiting. Kristoff asked drolly, What? Too harsh on my sire? Red elbowed him. No, look, Sancha. He gestured to the club agent and whispered to him with a mischievous smile. The bald vampire nodded and took the tray of bloodshots. Red tried to sound normal, as her eyes pleaded for Kristoff to bail out of whatever power flex he was cooking up. Not hungry? Not for that. He inclined his head gravely to the vampiress when the tray appeared at her table. I'm testing a theory. Sancha waved away the gift with rapid insulted Spanish. She stomped over to them. The nearby vampires whispered at her passing. She said, You send me scraps like a dog, Novak. That was a token of friendship. I haven't seen you in a century. It's been a pleasure watching your rise, from one black sheep to another. Sancha glowered at him. Keep your tokens. They've only caused me bad luck. They cleared your way. His face curved into a facsimile of a smile that would have chilled the devil. You got what you asked for. Don't you dare. Sancha backed away from him, seemingly unsettled. I didn't ask for that. You wanted one less rival, Kristoff gestured grandly to her, and now look at you. You're a queen. Remember that fact when you speak to me. Sancha tossed her mane over her shoulder. She stalked away and stepped off the low platform to the dance floor. Red whispered, What the fuck was that? Kristoff snuck a quick kiss on her knuckles before entwining their fingers. Tell you on the way. Enough with that. A tingle sparked between them. It was from his weird blood, and certainly for no other reason, she decided firmly. Her fingers loosely intertwined with his, she moved to disengage until she noticed the curious glances from the other tables. Kristoff followed after Sancha, human in one hand and drink in the other. He wove through the revelers at a casual pace to avoid suspicion. We lost her, Red said. She scanned the long chamber. The pulsing music matched her heartbeat. She released his hand. You dealt out some cryptic barbs. Care to share with the class? Was that about Halloween? No, that was an older skeleton in her closet. Kristoff guided her toward a wall, out of the throng. When Michel lost Paris, you know what we did to his bride Penelope. Guess who unwittingly gave us the intel to break the siege? Shit, Red muttered. Kristoff and Lucas had drained Penelope. Drinking another vampire's blood was forbidden by their traditions. But the old Alaric order reveled in depravity. notorious even among the undead. It was the abomination that had fueled Michelle's century-long vendetta. She hadn't consciously made the connection that if Sancha was Michelle's childe, Penelope was her blood sister. Does she know you? She wanted her sister out of the way. Didn't like how I did it in the end, he said. Kristoff had left the Burns after the first soul curse to join Elsbeda's clan, but Red could tell that even a century had not dimmed his memories. He was a veteran of what the demonologies called the Last Bloodline War. It was the Alaric Order's brief campaign for supremacy over Europe in 1900 that had engulfed Paris and London. In cruel fate, Father Matthew and his August Harvest hit the vampire world where it was the most divided. The horde stilled their gyrating. Yellowed eyes shone in anticipation from each vampire. The music cut out. Red had the wild urge for a flamethrower. What's going on? Chapter 18. January 27th, after midnight. Koreatown, the fine line. Red's only hope was to run faster than any other human here. The energy in the club was restless like sharks circling when Chum was tossed overboard. Cheers echoed in the long subterranean chamber. Wall crawlers dropped to the floor and joined the throng. The MC boomed out of the speakers. It's the last weekend of the month. You know what that means at the Fine Line? Blood Toast Sundays? Kristoff reached for her hand. I thought it was karaoke night. Hair-raising sounds of feeding reverberated as the music began again. The Indian man in business casual she had seen earlier sighed happily as he sank into his lover's arms. Another human whimpered when her wrists were bitten into by two demons. In the distance, a blond man hung limp in a brunette's embrace before the crowd shifted to hide the pair. Red squinted to see the brunette woman better. Was it Sancha? Before she could blink, she was moving. She was pressed against the wall, arms above her head. A steel grip held her wrists. Kristoff pressed closer, his leg against hers. He put a finger to his lip, silently bidding her to be quiet. I'm supposed to bite you now. You know what would happen if you did? The seconds elongated as they took the measure of each other. His grip on her wrists radiated through her raised arms. He tipped his glass on her neck. A threat died on her lips as lukewarm liquid poured on her neck. The sudden wetness scrambled her thoughts. It dripped into her bodice. She lifted her chin to show him she wasn't impressed. All it did was bring their faces closer together. Red said, That blood could have hepatitis. Unless you changed your mind about biting, we'll have to blend in somehow. Kristoff dropped the glass before adjusting his hold on her. He held her hands above her head loosely. LA's hottest vampire party is just getting started. Cracking over the loudspeaker, the master of ceremonies hyped up the crowd from the DJ booth with shout-outs and drink announcements. We got bee-paws on tap, y'all. Blood Toast Sunday is where it's at. Red rolled her eyes as the music came back on. It's dripping down my side. Super gross, Novak. When was this cheap club gimmick over? It was Biobe. Bring your own bleeder. Vampire waiters dipped through the club with blood shots on a tray for the humanless. They acted more like the Jell-O shot girls in a tourist bar than the undead. She tried to make a joke, but her voice shook at the end. You made less of a mess when you actually bit me. Kristoff grinned, forehead nearly touching hers. You sound a little breathless. How often do you think about my bite? The hunter side of her brain told her what to do with an unsold vampire this close. Knee him in the groin and run. The rest of her couldn't think. She was uncomfortably aware of how supportive the corset was to her bust line. I don't, Kristoff whispered into her neck. Really? No. She lied, but couldn't control her body's other responses. Enough flirting. I thought we were supposed to be honest with each other. Or was the honesty rule just for me? Fine, she snapped. I have thought about it. If you wanted... He murmured against his mark before pulling back to smile knowingly. No one would ever have to know. It would stay between me and you. She felt too aware of his body against hers. His bite had been seared into her memory. That strange, throbbing pleasure had overwhelmed her, even if it had only lasted seconds. Forcing her gaze away, she cursed her pale skin that snitched whenever she blushed. I'm not begging. Kristoff brought her hands down before rubbing his thumb across her knuckles. You don't need to beg. Just ask. Don't push your luck. She tamped down the confusing feelings that his touch provoked. She tried to distract herself from his proximity and checked out the scene. How long would he loom all creepily sexy for show? Other vampires were either still drinking from their humans or toasting each other with shot glasses. One didn't have a drink. A dishwater blonde in a black tank top and orange Hawaiian shirt cut off at the shoulders. He glanced longingly with a cross-eyed gaze at a human being fed on, amid chants of chug by fanged frat boys. Why did he look familiar? He sniffed, scratching his arm as he dodged and weaved to the edge of the crowd. With plodding feet, he walked through an unmarked door half hidden behind a tapestry. His face finally registered in her mind. The burrower from Orval's death video. She said, burrower, leaving to the left. Kristoff dropped the Romeo routine as they stalked their target. Compared to the faux, gothic catacomb look of the club, the hallway was utterly mundane. Buzzing fluorescent lights reflected on a scuffed linoleum floor. The sound from club was muffled by the thick concrete walls. Double swinging doors guarded the nearest end of the hall while the other stretched into the distance. They were alone with Orval's killer. The burrower bobbed his head to the distant beat as he walked down the hall. Is the VIP room this way? Kristoff asked, wobbling on his feet, suddenly sounding drunk as he held her close under her arm. I'm looking for a better party, man. Red tried to look dazed from blood loss as she scanned the fidgeting vampire for weapons. Nothing pooched from his baggy jeans or caught the drape of his ratty Hawaiian shirt. If it came to a fight, the hallway was clear of fine-line staff members, but it was still too open. The burrower stopped, looking back, pupils oversized even from a distance. What was he on? He twitched, rubbing his teeth, and scratched his chin. Damned if I know, I'm lost. You won't find a decent party here, my dude. We got ourselves a bunch of squares. That was a weak blood toast, Kristoff commiserated before wagging his finger. Hey, I met you in Palm Springs at one of Patrice's parties, didn't I? Keith or Bert or something? Bird, I was dragged to that lame pool party, then kicked out, if you can believe it. Sold parties are too vanilla for me. It didn't even have a blood orgy, Kristoff groaned, shaking his head. Are we creatures of the night or what? Red buried her head against his chest to hide her rolling eyes. Vampires. Immortal, yet still full of cliches. Everything was a blood this or a dark that. They couldn't just have a regular orgy. I know, Bird laughed. They never do. Then when you kill someone, they get all butt hurt. He made a jerk-off motion before chuckling. It's like an AA meeting. Kristoff acted unsteady on his feet. So, are you off to find some real action? Brother, I wish, but fuck it all, I'm working a thing, Bird said with the hangdog expression of a blue-collar Joe. I finally offed my old squeeze, so I'm in the market for another. Didn't even get more than a bite after sunset. Red wished she had a steak. This must have been the friend that Ophelia said went off to Slab City and never returned. Another innocent casualty to lay at the Daig's feet like the captive soulmancer or the people at the Welcome Cafe. It took all her training to stay silent. Tell me where I can find a better after-party in this town, and I'll share. Kristoff nudged her forward. She still has some left in her. The chick is spun out, but I like a kick to my fix. Red scowled. Great. Why was she always the bait? If you want a good time, brother, it's all about the desert parties. Bird shook his wrist, raising the pinky and index fingers on one hand, making the rock-on hand gesture as he walked forward. Thanks for the hit. I had a heroin junkie before, and I like being sped up, not slowed down. She forced herself to merely tremble, like a confused bleeder, and not kick him in the shin like she wanted to. Kristoff grabbed the other vampire by the neck, fingers squeezing. Only a croak came out of Bird's throat as he choked. Already guessing his plan, she darted away. Their evening plan had jumped from recon to kidnapping. He was an overachiever. They had that in common. She wanted this case closed. Cora had been desperate for intel. A wriggling informant would make her night. Kristoff slapped a rough hand over the other vampire's mouth, forcing him forward. Open the third door on the right, darling. It's under renovation. She trotted to obey, revealing a wide entryway to a multi-story stairwell with a door at the next landing. Canvas cloths covered the floor near a ladder. The in-progress black paint job had petered out 5 steps up the stairway. Some rebel with a roller brush had scribbled up the wall. Bird dug his heels into the side of the threshold, but Kristoff dragged him through. Red closed the door behind them. We're ahead of schedule, but we still gotta get out with him. Not going to happen, Bird spat out. Kristoff scrapped Bird's face against the rough concrete walls as he climbed the stairs. He was eerily calm, filled with a quiet confidence. She couldn't take her eyes off him. You're thinking, fuck this guy, I can take him, he said to the other vampire. Can too. Kristoff slammed Bird against a black anarchy sign. I'm 3 times your age, and I didn't do heroin tonight. Fuck you and your bitch, let me go. Kristoff shook his captive, amusement bubbling in his tone. Language, a lady is present. She was unfazed by the tough cop routine and scurried behind them to play good cop. We have an after party for you, Bird. You'll tell us all about the Dague on the way. Cooperation will get you a better deal later with the Blood Alliance. Kristoff warned, think through the black tar heroin about what you're going to say. I'll know if you're lying about the raid on Soul House. Shit, I wasn't there, brother. Not my jam. Kristoff twisted the restrained arm in his grip, jerking it up. Bird winced as his shoulder popped, bones grinding together. Red could still hear the beat from the club. Hopefully, it was loud enough to cover Kristoff, literally strong-arming their burrower. Bird said, I was telling the truth. Kristoff forced the other vampire up the steps. Is that what it sounds like? Good to know. She said, he was there with Orval. Bird tossed his head, strutting in an unrepentant perp walk. I plead the 5th. Kristoff slammed Bird's temple into the wall. Where's the fun in that? The other vampire drooped, unconscious in his arms. She frowned at the new complication. Okay, then. We're dragging out a body, then. I like him quiet. Get the watch chain from my inner jacket pocket. Wrap it around his wrists. She reached into his jacket and ignored the awkwardness. A nervous mental quip popped up that Kristoff literally did have something in his pocket for her. She pulled out a velvet pouch and dumped the antique silver pocket watch into her palm. The chain was unusually long. Clever. He wouldn't have been the first vampire with a predilection for old-fashioned accessories. The guards at the door had been too busy trying to impress him to notice the watch chain's material, blessed silver. While he held the slumped vampire, Red wrapped the chain around the burrower's wrists. The silver sizzled on his skin. She made a complex tie to fortify the restraint. You're strangely good at knots, Kristoff observed, seemingly intrigued by the implications. That's what all the demons say. She walked up the stairs. How are we getting him out of here? We were supposed to spy, not kidnap. You know my policy on expectations. I exceed them. He grinned, propping up Bird like he was getting a drunk friend home. An opening door squeaking out for grease above in the stairwell. Tossing a side-eye at him, Red silently challenged him to exceed expectations again. Kristoff went to an unmarked exit, lined in painter's tape at the nearest landing, and yanked it open with Bird under his arm. Red rushed through into a darkened hall. Cage bulbs hung from wall sconces, reflecting dim light on the gray paint, plush carpet, and a solitary door. An abstract painting of crimson and cream dominated the wall. This wasn't a utility hall. Had they finally found the real VIP area? He said, I'll get us out. I had a tour with the other potential investors. Voices carried from around the hallway corner. Red turned to the stairwell exit and heard another conversation on the other side. They were surrounded. She darted to the only room in the hall. Kristoff brushed past her with Bird. Red closed the door behind them. It was decorated in oak panel and heavy furniture, and old cigar smoke lingered in the air. A grand fireplace and leather chairs were the centerpieces of the space. The dim lights dully reflected off the brass trash chute cover in the corner. A chair turned roughly, scratching on the floor, and revealed Sancha. She crossed her legs in a shimmer of silver sequins. The queen didn't look shocked to have unexpected visitors. "Who sent you on what business?" "Mine," Kristoff retorted before dropping his burden. He stepped in front of Red to face the female vampire. "You're surprised to see me. What have I stumbled upon? The hunter breaking the rules again?" She grinned, almost coy. "Wait until I tell the Blood Alliance. Strawberry." Red snorted. "That's ironic, considering." Kristoff crossed his arms. "Your Daga have made enough enemies there?" Sancha stilled in mid-rise from her chair, unease washing over her features. "Michelle's old minions? I don't understand why you would care, Novak. Their politics are close enough to your own." "The second you fucked with Alzbeta, you made me care. Don't play stupid. It doesn't suit you. Not like that beautiful dress you wore on that desert raid. We have a nice little video of that." "I haven't been more than 10 miles from Beverly Hills since I arrived in this city. You'll find footage of me on Rodeo Drive if you look. I am certainly not hiking." Sancha waved a red nail in objection. "I don't know what plot you're investigating, but I would never go against Alzbeta Cernan. What would be the point?" Oddly, it checked out for Red. Cora had buried the truth of Kristoff's involvement in Michelle's demise. Even if Sancha somehow knew, why would she drag his powerful and multinational clan into it? Red asked. "Then why are you here?" "I was invited by an anonymous source about a newfound will, my sire's. Obviously, I'm being made a fool of. I don't understand what to make of this ruse, but I have nothing to do with the dag." "Good gambit," Kristoff said. Sancha huffed. "Michel screwed me over with his coup." "You were his child," Red pointed out. "That has to mean something to his followers." Kristoff sneered. "We all know how he covered up the Bricktown massacre. Saved your ass." "That was the least he could do. He wanted me as supreme in Oklahoma. Fool me, I thought he cared." Sancha's oval face tightened into harsh lines. "Then, without warning, the Blood Alliance stormed my lair, captured my guards, and interrogated me about every member of the Alaric Order who was staked in the last century." He smirked. "Bet they asked about the dead husband, too?" "Fuck you, Novak." Sancha shook her head, fangs peeping from her pillow lips. "I was held under silver, not a single word from the outside world. Only the sire bond with my children told me they still survived." Was I still supreme? Would I get a tribunal? Nights alone, I wondered. Then I suddenly didn't feel Michelle. Her eyes were dry, even if her voice quavered on the name. "You think it's going to be an explosion when your sire dies. It's just silence." Red inched closer to Kristoff as he tensed beside her. Sancha said, "I never grasped the space that he took up in my head until he lost his own." Conflict stole onto Kristoff's face before a cool reserve pulled it back under. "I don't believe her." Red had been in the Black Widow's web and seen what she had done to her nearest and dearest. The King of the Prairie Dead had been a lot of things, including sleazy and gross, but he had loved the queen who paid for his murder. Kristoff said, "Michel never trusted you again after Paris, Sancha." But he could never let me go. I don't know if he asked me to become queen so he could have a stronger ally in the Midwest, or if he just wanted me to lose someone that I once loved. So no, I am not posting his insipid hashtag. Sancha stared into the distance. He only showed me who he was. Red said, "Leave with us, and Cora will listen to your side of the story." The brunette started walking to the door, sequins trembling. "I am a queen. I don't need you." Kristoff loomed over her smaller frame. We're having a good chat. Step aside, Sancha demanded. Before Red could tell him to stop, he touched the other vampire's shoulder. Now. Sancha narrowed her eyes. It was the only warning. She tossed Kristoff over her shoulder. She fights! I forgot that! Red piped up, looking for something to stake Sancha with, as if she had a chance against the aged demon. The only wooden objects in the room were the wall panels. She felt caught between untying the silver from the unconscious vampire at her feet, to use for defense or running. Habit made her hand roam unseeing into her purse. Her fingers brushed against a ring. The stone's rough cut pricked her fingertip. She slipped it on. Magic hummed over her. Sancha pulled him to her eye level. Her small fist landed like a battering ram. She threw over 3 centuries of might into pounding Kristoff's face. Red raised her hand before realizing she didn't know how to operate the ruby ring he'd given her. Neva had made it seem easy. The magic energy welling behind her navel pulsed to life, beckoning her. It popped from the influence of his blood. Winging it, she cupped her hand and launched the tiny lumpy orb at Sancha's back. Her ears buzzed. The orb went wide, looping to land by the hearth, not even leaving a scorch. If it had had a sound, it would have been a sad trombone. Sancha charged for Red. Kristoff tackled the vampiress. No, Mira, look. Bird hissed at Red, hands bound behind his back. The blood on his temple dripped onto his patterned shirt. You can't stop what Michelle started. She turned to slowly. In a blur of Hawaiian print, he head-butted her, arms tied behind his back. The movement was sluggish, but hit like a brick. Red stumbled back. Pain exploded in her forehead. She raised her hand, furious tears on her cheeks. She tried again to will her magic to the surface. This was her gift, but she didn't know how to use it. Spectral rays pierced through the cracks in her fist like spiked brass knuckles. Bird lunged, fangs out. He jerked out a hand scraped raw, pinky gone, and cauterized by blessed silver in a ghoulish escape to slash at her. We got a whole plan, man. No time to throw an orb, she punched him in the face. His flesh burned under the orb's rays. He would have shown us who we are, Bird said. Sancha appeared behind him, holding the dropped silver chain. The metal sizzling her hands, she whipped it around his midsection and yanked the looped chain tight. I've had enough of that line. Bird squawked, the sound dying as the silver cut through his torso. His top half fell into a heap of bones as he decomposed in an instant. Sancha dropped the chain. Guess who saved your life again, Strawberry? Okay, sure. Red didn't consider that time in Cowboy Kurt's lair as a rescue. Kristoff rubbed his bruised jaw. His vampiric healing was still catching up to the pummeling the smaller dead woman had given him. At 345 years old, she was in a higher weight class by vampire standards. He transferred the bones into a trash chute. Decay wafted out as he opened the lid. We're down an informant. Skin crawling, Red realized that it wasn't for trash. Sancha lifted her chin. You have found a better one. I'll leave with you. No chains. No tricks, then, Red retorted. These idiots are attacking claimed humans and dragging me into a battle with both Cora and Prince Merrick. I am innocent. I came to LA to finalize Michelle's estate and get closure. Also, to buy expensive shoes, Sancha pronounced as she swept grandly out of the room. Red snarked. Yes, Your Majesty. He got ahead of the women to open the stairwell door. Why would the dog want to recruit you? Sancha sighed, climbing the half-renovated steps. They may have already, accidentally. I thought I was donating to keep some of Michelle's lesser children alive. Red held the stair rail as her forehead throbbed. Bird might have been on heroin and flying high until he died, but her buzz had faded. Kristoff's blood had already worked its magic. She was going to have to deal with this headache with aspirin. For the cost of a cup of coffee a day, you could support a poor minion. More like I wanted to bedevil Cora a bit, give them enough money to survive in the city and annoy her. Red stepped in sync with the queen. Who is their leader, then? Sancha laughed. They have none without Michel. The dagger was what he called his network of speech and refiance. Only his hand wielded it. I don't even recognize this digital incarnation of the Dege, Christophe warned as they reached the next landing. We're going to need better than you paid rent money, and Michel's old bodyguards joined the internet age. What I know, I will say to Cora, Sancha said. This information is my leverage. I'm not confessing all so you can try to get rid of me before we leave Koreatown. You can't possibly take me in a fight, but it would be messy to kill you both. You two can measure fangs in the car. Red pushed open the stairwell exit. The round window in the door showed the security scanners and line entering the club lobby. Christophe smiled and put an arm over her shoulders. Stay close, Red. They saw us come in together. The black walls pressed in on her as they walked in the smaller line leaving the club. Biting back her frustration, she acted like a claimed human, in a fang thrall and out on the town. The dazed look was hard to manage when she kept thinking about Sancha behind her. Her eye twitched. Two bouncers stood watch, checking fangs at the door. One smiled. Novak, my man, you're leaving Blood Toast Sunday? He shook the man's hand. Jamal, I'm taking the party home. You're the vampire I want to be when I grow up. Enjoy that ginger mouthful. Red rolled her eyes at Christophe, so he knew what she thought of that idea. With Sancha on their heels, they walked up the steps. It was hidden as a utility tunnel, squeezed between a parking garage and a grocery store. The yellowed light of the street lamps illuminated the path to his car in a secluded back alley. Red trotted towards the passenger front door. We need to get out of here, Christophe. Already unlocked. He reached for the driver's side handle. Sancha stared at the car as if it were a hellmouth. I'm not getting in there until I hear from Cora herself that I will be safe. Red pulled out her phone from her pocket. We don't have time for this drama. I'm worth all the drama. Sancha paced by the Mercedes-Benz. Michel held his schemes close to his chest, yet I can spot his fingerprints on any plot. His rudderless followers don't have his finesse, but they learned from him. You need me to see the pattern. The minions that I met with asked one other thing from me. I still don't understand what they got in trade for my promise to a traitor. Christophe said, Give me a name. Who was betrayed? Prince Marek, Cora, or the Blood Alliance? My lips stay sealed, Novak, unless I hear from the top that I am secure. I was already dialing, Red grumbled, putting her phone to her ear. A cat yowled in the distance as the ringing began. She felt too exposed in the quiet alley. They had left more bones than cash tips at the fine line tonight. Cora chirped through the speaker. Red, Chica, tell me the good news. We found you an informant, but she wants... Tell her that it is I, Queen Sancha Maria Gonzalo Montes Constanza, and I seek diplomatic immunity. I will be free to rule the OKC once I supply information. None of my children will be harmed. I disavow knowledge. A raw tree branch jutted from her heart. Blood dripped from a single dangling leaf. Sancha stared down, eyes widening as if she didn't believe it. The queen of the prairie dead crumbled to dust and sequins on the asphalt. Selene waved at Red over the ashes with a wild grin. Chapter 19. January 27th, after midnight, in Los Angeles and Koreatown. Selene staked their best lead to the Daguet. Red hung up on Cora, dropping her phone on the hood of the car. It was a toss-up on who she was more worried for, herself or the vampiress. The Blood Alliance executed vampires for less. Christophe bolted around his Mercedes-Benz and barreled into Selene. Wrestling the demon, he managed to pin one of her pale hands to the asphalt. You lunatic! You killed a Supreme! You met a birdie from the sea. Selene slashed at him. Her long nails sliced through his neck. She rolled him over, straddling his midsection. Thin fingers gripped his hair and jerked his head to the side. She tore the deep incision on his throat further. Red was queasy at the sight. He gasped silently, neck gaped open like a ghoulish red smile. Blood pooled on the ground below him. He threw a wide punch. Celine caught it and commented sadly, "You should have been Lancelot." Red visualized the orb growing in her palm and pushed her intention into Nevia's ruby ring. Heart racing, she tossed the semi-lumpy orb like a major league pitcher desperate to get a runner out. It struck Celine in the shoulder, sending her across the small parking area. She cried out, "Dead fishes in places that should never have been. That's what I smell." Christophe growled, rubbing his already scabbing over neck, and charged her. Celine dodged, visible clearly for only a second. Her black satin skirt fluttered over her bare feet and dusty knees. She suddenly rushed Red. She tugged the magic ring and crushed it in her fist. "You burned my Prezi. I worked hard on that dolly for you." Red somersaulted to the side. She cursed herself for losing the magical ring. That last orb hadn't sucked. She almost had the hang of it. Christophe wrenched a short metal sign pole from the ground. He ripped the reserved parking sign off it. Facing Selene, he brandished the pole like a sword. Celine giggled. "You want to slay the dragon for her? So sweet. You're her shadow, not her white knight." Christophe hacked downward with his makeshift weapon, expression darkening. Tall and broad-shouldered, he threw his might into the fight. He was fast, but Selene was faster. Selene dodged to the side, giggling. "You like taking hearts. Is it to replace the one you lost?" Red opened the car to look for her hunter's kit. A motorcycle engine roared in the mouth of the alley. Celine darted away from another swing of the improvised sword. She ran her hands down her hips and flicked her tongue on her lip. "My wicked prince, my Lucas is here." Red froze. What did that mean? Did the day... She hadn't heard from him since Soul House. Lucas ran into the fight. He slid under Christophe's swinging signpost sword to pop up beside Celine. He put his hands on her shoulders, drawing her away. His face softened as he stroked her arms. His attention was solely on his sire. "No more running, princess." "She just killed Sancha Constanza," Red spat out. Her gut knotted. They had caught 2 potential snitches, but were left with a pile of immortal dirt now. Every synapse in her brain screamed to stake the other woman. She stood beside Christophe. Lucas gripped Celine's wrists. "You did a bad thing, pet." She pouted. "The old queen was going to hurt our kitten in the end." Startled, he smiled, looking between the women. "That's right. No one hurts Red." His sire bobbed her head. "Only us. Just like before." Red scrutinized the emotions playing over their faces and held her breath. Lucas said, "No, don't touch her." Christophe stepped closer. "This is idiocy." Red tried to keep her cool. She had no weapons. Her magic felt tapped after creating 3 orbs in one night, even with Christophe's blood buoying her energy. Her eyes narrowed on the tenderness in Lucas's grip. He might have held Celine's wrists, but his fingers were loose. Any second, she could break away. He thought he was rescuing his sire, but she was toying with him. Lucas talked tough, but he had a vulnerable caretaker side. Every moment with his sire twisted him up. Celine bobbed her head, voice wistful and eager. "The family could be back together again. It wouldn't have to be you. I could turn her right now." Christophe growled. Red touched her hip, habit moving her hand to the empty space where her hunter's kit should be. Lucas tightened his grip, shaking his head. The side of his jacket drooped from a solid weight. "Damn it, Selena. No. I've already told you. You need to come with me." Red guessed what was in his pocket, but didn't want to be right. She had wanted to let him be the one to take Celine in and gain face with Cora, but she couldn't give him another chance to lose his sire. She tried to conjure sparks, but they didn't ignite. "Red!" Christophe warned, as he watched her approach the other vampires. Red put a hand on Lucas's shoulder, eyes on Celine. She gave him a second chance. Her gut screamed at her that it was a mistake. She wanted to be wrong about him. "Lucas, you know what you have to do." I'll handle it. Celine lunged forward in his grip. Red pulled the handheld tranquilizer gun from his pocket and shot the vampiress in the chest twice at point-blank range. The pops echoed in the alley. Butterscotch! Celine gasped, darts sinking deep into her chest. She fell backward like a stiff board. Lucas caught his sire. You had a trank gun the whole time, Red said, re-engaging the gun's safety mechanism. Her voice sounded flat through the dull buzzing in her ear. The rush of emotions overloaded her system. Her heart tightened as he stared down at his ex-girlfriend. Celine would always be his sire. Why was Red surprised by any of this? She said, "Time to go. Kristoff, carry her." Lucas glared at the other vampire. "Keep your paws away." "He's carrying her." "She doesn't know anything, Red," Lucas said. "Don't let Cora get a hold of her. She can't be on the streets, and we've already been loud enough in this alley. I'll make sure she'll be at Club Voltava. Watch over her there." Red readied her grip on the trank gun. She tried not to tense her shoulders and give herself away. She didn't want to do it, but if he broke Celine free again... Lucas nodded, the fight draining from him. Kristoff hoisted Celine over his shoulder. Satisfaction radiated from him. Red couldn't look at either man yet as she walked to the car hood to grab her abandoned phone. Lucas stepped into sync with her. "You gonna look at me?" "Give me a bit," Red said as she texted a quick update to the Supreme, who had called her back multiple times. He was lucky she had hung up on Cora Moon before the dramatics began. "I'm still working." "Is this the job or jealousy?" Lucas asked peevishly. Her internal monologue began and ended with, "How dare he," mixed with curses in the middle. Red resisted yelling at him in mixed company. That would make for an awkward conversation on the ride home. "We're in an active vampire extraction. It isn't the time for a relationship talk." Kristoff opened the car trunk, with the unconscious Celine resting in his other arm. Lucas pivoted toward his progeny. "She doesn't have to go in the trunk." "The ropey is in there," Red said quietly. His words chilled her anger. Did he really think she was going to roof up his ex for kicks? It was a job. She might have been Jealous, but she wasn't going to take it out on Selene. She handed the rope to Kristoff and looked away at the pity in his eyes. "The last vampire escaped my knots." Nodding, Kristoff took over the task. Lucas insisted, "Red, we can take her to my place." "No, we can't. The office isn't secure enough. This is deep state vampire shit for the Supreme, and we're all dead if the DVA finds out. It's not a Quinn investigations case." Lucas said snidely, "Cora has gotten to you. Being a good girl won't set you free." Red flared her nostrils as she breathed deep. Did he think she was an idiot? It was the price of being in LA. She had been willing to pay it before because of what she had here, or what she thought she had. He looked more like a stranger to her now than when they first met. "You don't have to work for the Supreme. I do. And you're lucky it's me here." Kristoff popped his head out of the car. He was already behind the wheel. Celine rested, tied up and belted, in the back seat behind him. "Ready?" "Yeah," Red said. She put her hands in her pockets. The adrenaline of the fight had faded, leaving her shivering in the crop-top corset and black jeans. "Club Voltava is neutral ground. She won't disappear into a bunker under Inglewood." The engine roared to life. Lucas said, "Cora will still torture her like she did Delilah." "Quinn can get through to her," she said, even though she didn't know how much she believed it. If the doggy could be rooted out of SoCal quickly, then yes, Cora would be light and love. She'd seen what happened when the Supreme was desperate. It sure wasn't Zen. "I can get through to her." Lucas might have been wrapped in leather and safety pins like an old-school punk, but he was scared. Conflict mixed with loyalty and fear on his face. Perversely, Red wanted to comfort him. If there was anything that she had learned in the last few days, it was how complicated the bond between sire and progeny could be. A nearby car alarm broke the spell of his eyes. Red opened the passenger side door. Lucas made her forget she was a professional. That could get her killed on a job like this. We're going. Follow on your motorcycle. Watch for a tail. You can't drive alone with Novak. Now it's dangerous? Red got into the car and closed the door without looking back. Kristoff glanced at her from the driver's side, his presence as palpable as his touch. He breathed in air into his dead lungs to speak. She cut him off before he started. Just drive. The tires squealed as Kristoff reversed and sped from the alley. His headlamps caught a bleary trace of Lucas as he sprinted away to his bike. She didn't speak until long after the car had sped out of Koreatown North on Western Avenue. Lights from pizza places and laundromats and squat shopping plazas dappled the parking lots. She stared without seeing as the scenery changed to Santa Monica Boulevard. Logic and emotion dueled like swordsmen in her mind. She had to come up with the right story to explain how they had managed to nearly crack the case, then fucked it up. Instead, her brain just wanted to analyze the look in Lucas's stormy gray eyes as he looked at Selene. Her body mostly just wanted the dried blood off. She blurted out, "Do you have anything to get this crud off me?" Kristoff raised an eyebrow at the outburst and tapped the dashboard glove box. "Get me a tissue, too." Red mopped up after distributing the wet wipes. It wasn't the first time she'd had a John Wayne bath in a car after a hunt. The mirror told her that her forehead was already bruising from Bird's headbutt. She looked better than expected after a night of jump shocks and pratfalls. Cora is going to be pissed, and Lucas isn't going to do us any favors. He scrubbed the already healed skin on his neck before moving to the dried blood in his hair. He drove one-handed with a serious expression. "We're hauling in Selene. Her ire won't be on us." "No, Sal is the punching bag for the evening." She twisted in her seat to face away from him and wiped discreetly under the bodice. "Ugh, your little trick got blood everywhere." He shrugged, smugly unrepentant. "I'm a neat biter, but I'm a messy pour." Snorting, Red rummaged through his glove box, finding the usual driver's registration box, along with several products perfect for cleaning blood. The tidy vampire never left home without them. She rubbed hand sanitizer on her neck and chest and yearned for a shower. A vulnerable chord threaded his tone. "Thank you for saving me." "The orbs. Yeah." She pushed a lock of hair behind her ear, self-consciously. "They were funny looking, not very orby." "You used magic for me." "I've never managed an orb before. I just reacted. Too bad Selene destroyed that ring." Magic lurked somewhere within her, waiting for the next temptation to use it. Abstinence wasn't the best policy, apparently. Her formerly staked hand proved it. Even after weeks without actively using her magic, it came to her, primal and instinctual, ready to bend to her will. The ruby ring had helped her like training wheels on a bike. Her skills could only make a bumpy orb, but the energy was there. Kristoff said, "I know you don't want to use your power, so I appreciate it even more." "You've saved my life before. I guess it was my turn." "Why don't you want to use magic?" "I've made a lot of mistakes, most I don't remember. I'm trying to make less of them." She looked out the window, hiding her face. The truth climbed up her throat. "But maybe I'm just making them all over again." "I think you did a lot of things right tonight, for what it's worth." Red couldn't fall apart before seeing Cora. Sinking into work despite the odds felt better than the hurt in her heart. She pulled out her phone to dial. "Let me see if I can rustle up some more intel to sweeten the pot with Cora." "Say hi to Vic for me." Kristoff studied her carefully out of the corner of his eye, even though his words came out flippant. "Vic, talk," the hunter grunted over the phone line, a TV dialed down in the background. "How's Arizona?" she asked. "It's the land of enchantment." "No, wait, that is New Mexico," Vic joked. His next words pivoted to grave seriousness. "What's the update? How's Quinn?" "Your vampire hero should be checking on sold vamps after sleeping off a trank dart from his last fight. It's been a rough night for the home team." Red gave him a quick summary. She tried to sound dispassionate and logical when describing Lucas's behavior. Vic had a lot of rules for hunters, but near the top was keeping feelings out of work. So, that's my exciting evening on the town. I hope you discovered something. I've been binging on Fringe with LaShawn. The show is just as good the third time around. Great, I'll let Cora know. Vic snorted. Just the facts then, ma'am. How much have you gotten on the missing souled vampires? Check your email in a bit, he said. Rapid typing snuck onto the phone line. I'll put the details in there, but here is the too long didn't read version. Red tapped the speakerphone on. I think you're on to something with your social media influencer theory. The G.I. Jane that Alzbeta knocked out at Soul House was a hunter, Lola Bozeman. She vanquished that St. Louis succubus, bespelling the men of the underworld for a reverse harem. Remember? Made for spicy gossip. Bit of trivia for you. Bozeman has fought in every American conflict since the Revolutionary War. He paused. Typing resumed in the background. Some of the missing souled vampires weren't social notables, though. A sound engineer, George Patil, last seen in Buffalo. Finally, I heard back from my contact in Cincinnati. Evelyn Weiss, the dominatrix you killed in Slab City, was an inventor specializing in mystical technology. So the dog have techies, generals, and inventors. There is a certainly strategy to their victims, and that is my hot take, Vic said. If Evelyn Weiss built something for them, they'll need energy to run it, Red said. Magic. They don't have a soulmancer anymore. Sold Sal might be able to tell us if they have another mage. Sold Sal? She had forgotten to tell him about the pump house. It was like 10 crises ago. The dash clock reminded her it was nearly 3 in the morning. The blood she had drunk had been better than a frappuccino at keeping her awake. We need to find Basil. She finished awkwardly, remembering Christoph was in the car. He might know a soulmancer. I tried. The bastard went off grid, Vic grumbled. We don't have the numbers. Drop some grenades in their hidey hole during the day. Red rolled her eyes. Then we'll just explain to the Prince of Portland that his mom is in little bits now. I'm sure he'll be cool with it. Christoph commented lightly, gaze on the road. Bit of trivia for you, Vic. He won't. Fine, fine. Red tried to find a silver lining. Cora had a lab look at the drug in Father Matthew's blood, and they're working on an antidote for the artificial coma he's in. It's not a common supernatural sedative, but they're making progress. They must be keeping the most powerful souled vampires sedated until they can remove the curse. Celine killed their soulmancer so they can't steal more souls. If we had a small team and got Sold Sal on our side, we could sneak in to give them the antidote. Vic blew a raspberry. You'll need backup. We don't have it, Christoph reminded him. Cora doesn't trust her people or outsiders. My prince is still sorting through his most loyal after Sancha mentioned something about a traitor. Higby already suspected as much in the DVA and cut any communications to the top. The Daig sympathizers are in the Blood Alliance. It's either bad luck or conspiracy that brought this team together. Red had already thought about their problems enough. She wanted solutions. What we really need is a map of the burrows so we can find out where they're hiding. Vic's finger snap echoed from the speakerphone. With Chuck's help, I could recruit a hunter crazy enough to do a flyover with some tech. I can't promise that he won't drop a grenade down while he's at it. Work your charms, she said as they reached Club Vltava on Sunset Strip. I'm losing signal in a parking garage. Call you later. Don't let the crazies get you down, Vic said as he hung up. It was already too late for that. Red stepped out of the door as Lucas rode up on his motorcycle. Awkwardly hanging outside the car, she watched the two male vampires take each other's measure. With a silent compromise seemingly made, Christoph picked up Selene to carry her out of the back seat and toward the staircase leading to the employee entrance of Club Vltava. He paused at the foot of the steps. He raised his eyebrow, asking with a look if Red wanted him to throw out Lucas. Go. Cora's waiting. She didn't want to be the one to tell the Supreme how their night had ended up more like a Benny Hill skit than James Bond espionage. Fill her in. Lucas watched his progeny leave. Celine is not safe here. You know I'm right. This is the safest place for her to be. She shook her head. Why didn't he get it? Celine had killed a supreme master. There was no safe place for her. This was better than the alternative. Cora had wanted his sire locked below Moon Enterprises. Why are you doing this? He paced, running his hand through his hair. You're acting like the second coming of Joe Chang, running on Cora's orders. I thought she already had a human cop to groom. Looking for a new club to join? It was a low blow. The implication about the Brotherhood was enough to make her want to yell at him. Red had cried about it to him because she thought he understood how much it meant to her. She forced herself not to spew all the bile that she had been holding on to since he'd disappeared at Soul House. Club Vltava wasn't the place where she wanted them to have their first screaming match. She said, I'm not doing this to dick with your ex. Could have fooled me. Oh, my sweet freaking God, I've been trying to be professional this whole time. I should get points for that, considering I saw your ex-girlfriend's massacre. Red hugged herself, unable to face him. Her voice lowered. Why don't you get that I've been covering for you this whole time? And I appreciate it, love. I'm sorry about the wisecrack. That was shite. Lucas ran his knuckles down her arm. I know that I've been a pillock. I just can't quit when it comes to family. If Cora decides to get rough with the dag, I'm not sure what she'll do. You know she's a softie for the downtrodden. She'll think twice about playing bad cop with a... Red didn't finish the sentence, not finding the right words. If his sire played the vulnerable vampire tortured by mental illness, then Cora might feel pity. Lucas obviously saw a wild child waif that needed to be saved. Red saw someone more capable, to say the least. Selene walked in worlds that few could imagine. Her mind saw into other times, heard conversations in alternate dimensions, knew the future even if she couldn't articulate it. Red finally said, I don't understand the sire bond you have, but Delilah and Quinn will be here too. You have the whole family with you. The Supreme is in a corner, Lucas said. She runs a city that she can't trust. Whatever history you have with her, she put it behind her. Don't test her, for both our sakes. Her voice cracked on the plea. For over 24 hours, she had wondered if he was dead, the not walking around being sexy kind. Slapping him or hugging him both seemed like cathartic choices. Oi, I'm thick enough to get on the Supreme's bad side, but you're her new golden girl. You don't understand. If Cora falls and takes us down with her, you might walk out of here. I already know my sentence if the Blood Alliance hauls me in again. Get through to Selene. Do what you have to do to talk sense into her, but don't do anything impulsive. He touched her arm. You won't be turned. That's what I hope. She leaned toward him. Even mad, she couldn't help but fall into his gaze. She straightened herself, gritting her teeth. I'm working my ass off here on this case, so stop making it harder for me. I'm sorry, I'm not proud that I left you holding the bag. Then why did you? Selene is in my blood. Then keep her safe, Red said, without asking what he meant. It was something that human would never understand, and hopefully, she never experienced a sire bond. She walked to the staircase. Be careful. Cora will forgive her, but I don't know about you. You don't need to close yourself off. I'm still on the job. She couldn't process this with him now. Dawn was still hours away. The night shift was far from over. You're mad at me. We need to talk about this. Sighing, Red paused in the middle of the staircase. For a guy who couldn't keep up a text conversation, he was really insisting on communicating feelings now. It would have been endearing if there weren't vampire terrorists in LA. Now, really, of all times? Yell, throw something, tell me I'm rubbish. I know it. Lucas gestured to himself, scowling self-deprecatingly. Do something so we can sort it out. I don't know what I should even feel. I was scared for you when you left last night. I tried to trust that you knew what you were doing. But you're right. I got mad. It was when I had to dart Celine with your own gun. How many shots haven't you taken? Guilt slumped his shoulders. It rattles her when she comes out of the drugs, makes her worse than before. I wanted to spare her that. You love her. Red tried to state the fact calmly. She turned her head farther away, not wanting even a glimpse of him in her peripheral vision. She's family. Lucas walked around her to meet her eyes. His gaze pleaded at her to look at him. I can hear in your voice. You're not just mad because I'm being a shitty hunter. You're mad because I'm being a shitty boyfriend. Tell me how you feel. Red had been staked tonight, had broken ribs, and had gone undercover as a bleeder. His words somehow hurt the most. After months of being cagey, kissing her one day and brooding about being a monster the next, now he was her boyfriend. You slept with me 2 nights ago, then ghosted both me and the job to run off half-cocked into danger after your ex-girlfriend. You want to know how I feel? Fuck you. That's how I feel. The stairwell door opened. Christoph popped his head out. His schadenfreude for his sire was as unmistakable as his charcoal and forest scent. Red, the Supreme wants you to talk to Sal, hunter to hunter. Lucas glared at him. Did she summon me too? Cora didn't say anything about you. Red walked into the stairwell. She lifted a finger at Christoph as she brushed past. Don't even. Chapter 20. January 27th before dawn. Sunset Strip, Club Vltava. The room was tastefully decorated in warm beiges with copper sconces. It was clearly intended for meetings. Now it had a darker purpose. Plastic sheeting protected the wooden floor. 2 chairs in the center commanded the eye. Sold Sal sat in one, bound in silver. Dried blood streaked the crimson and cream of his Sooners jersey. A rickety metal TV tray separated him from an empty chair. He huffed when Red approached. Is it true that gingers have no soul? If the Dagui Soulmancer wasn't dead, we could ask her. The smell of old dead blood caught in her nose, and she sneezed. She tried not to cringe at the black bruises on his face. He was one of the good guys. The Dag had stolen his soul and made him forget that. She put a small juice glass of blood in front of him, on the standing tray. An elaborate orange crazy straw spiraled out of it to spell out L.A. It was ridiculous in juxtaposition with his roughed-over form. But it's all the club had that would reach his lips. Sal said, I'm not drinking that. Red sighed inwardly. She had begged to be allowed to feed him. Vegan cuisine was freely given to anyone who came to Moon Enterprises. Blood? Not so much. Coldly logical, Cora didn't want him regenerating enough to escape. Red nearly had to give a PowerPoint on the diminishing effectiveness of torture to convince her to give her a chance to get through to him. Netta and Christoph lingered in the dimly room behind her. Neither had wanted her alone with the prisoner. Sal was ready to rip heads off without a soul, but somewhere her friend was still inside him. You need to heal, Red said. Sal furrowed his brow. You put something in it. Why? We could just inject you. I don't need your good cop mind games. You're right. I'm supposed to sweet talk you. That's the routine. She shrugged, stalling for time to think. There was only one way that he would ever walk out of this room. Cora's patience was waning. It's true, though. I'm the only one that wants you alive. I've been grilled by better. Netta stepped forward from the shadows of room. Christoph held her back with a single hand on her shoulder. She said, I'll beat him more. Sal didn't even blink at the DVA director. Red gestured to his bruises. Look at you, cool as the other side of the pillow. She wasn't surprised. Vampires respected strength. Masters collected minions through force of presence. He might not have had a traditional gang, but he had never been a minion. He was a hunter. Torture hadn't cracked him before. I look like shit. You look impeccable, glowing. He might have manned the grill at his restaurant, but that was part of his savvy, to stay under the radar as a blue-collar immortal. He never missed a beat. I thought I staked you. Did I accidentally give your bitch ass acupuncture? I've learned new tricks. She wasn't letting him grab the interrogation. Clever Sal had let Netta work him over and then left her the frustrated one. Red could see how. After reviewing the transcripts, she noticed that there was an argument that Netta hadn't made. Vampires were arrogant. They didn't think much of hunters. She might not have considered how much risk the day had put Sal in. They'd sent him, hyper like a kid after a timeout, to the pump house. Red continued, "Did you learn anything? Because I still don't know what the hell you thought was going to happen in that hunter's bar." "You're not going to start with how Cora's going to rip my guts out?" "You've been tortured enough already. I don't like seeing my friend knocked around like this, Sal." "Friends, are we?" "You saved my life once. Let me do the same." Red didn't cajole him or lie to him. She knew he would look through it. He had commented once that she was astute about supernatural interspecies relationships. She laid out implications that any political creature could appreciate. "You're not scared of Cora. Cool. You should think about how you can cash in." "What?" "You're footloose and soul free. If you return to OKC without a soul, a hunter will take you out to honor your memory. You need new friends, a new lair, the works. Cora can get you that." "She'll kill me." "We both know she needs you alive. More than I can say about your friends. The Dag sent you in to get your ass handed to you." "I would have ripped through those jokers. Let the world know that the real Sal was back." Red laughed, but it wasn't funny. It was delusional. He had been sipping on animal blood for decades. The first hit of pure human must have gone to his head. "Is that what they told you? Redeem yourself with the monster crowd? There were nearly 20 hunters in that bar. Did the Daig tell you that?" Sal wet his lips, shifting his bound arms. "There weren't supposed to be that many. They said the hunters had left town. The place has been flooded with hunters since the Blood Summit ended. The Dag knew, and they sent you in with only a phone. You could have live-streamed your own death. It would have been a win-win either way for them." Sal glowered mutely at the floor. Red could almost hear him thinking over her words. "The dog sent you to your final death. Cora wants you alive and will reward you. Which do you prefer?" "I'm not getting that soul back in me." "If you don't want a soul, she's not going to force it back into you. She is all about consent culture. Make a deal, she'll keep it." Red took a risk and reached over. The last supposedly chained vampire that she had run across tonight had headbutted her. The headache had only ended when she'd accepted more blood from Kristoff. Her tolerance must have grown because she only felt clear, not high. She positioned the cup to be easier for the bound vampire to reach. Sal leaned forward as much as his bonds allowed. He stuck his neck out and pursed his lips to suck at the orange, crazy straw spiraling up from the blood on the TV tray. His eyes closed as he slurped. He nodded, jaded expression easing as his dark bruises began to heal. "Fine, I'll play ball." Red smiled. "How many are in the burrows?" 40-ish in the one by Slab City. Don't know about the others. I was kept with the other captives in a holding cell until they unsold me." He shrugged. "I wasn't exactly given the Dandy Dime tour. They kept us blindfolded when they moved us to different burrows." "When you were in the cells, did you meet anyone named Lola Bozeman, George Patel, or Evelyn Weiss?" "I nearly escaped with Lola before they took her soul. They dragged us to their soulmancer in the lab. George worked there with Weiss, I think. He still had a soul, last I heard." "Which burrow has the lab?" Red glanced over her shoulder at Kristoff. It was another point for the theory that the Dag had captured the late Evelyn Weiss to conduct experiments on blending technology with soul magic. How far had she gotten in her research? "It always smelled like dead fish. Had to be close to that dead lake," Sal said slowly, as he seemed to concentrate on remembering. "When I first arrived, I saw desert willows near an old stock pen outside when my blindfold slipped. Other than that, it felt like a desert." "What are the dog working on?" "How would I know?" Red crossed her arms. "You were in their lab." Sal glared at her. getting my soul cut out. I saw some skinny white guy chained to weird electronics and magical knickknacks before they dragged me out and fed me a tweaker. I wasn't one of the Operation Paperclip captives working on their version of the A-bomb. They only let me out when I agreed to attack the pump house. But you're smart. You kept your ears open. I always do, but being chained to a wall makes it hard to eavesdrop. Fuckers have a never-ending supply of meth, so they're sped up and paranoid on guard duty. They didn't trust any of us new people anyway. I think they want a new soul mancer, one that doesn't die so easy. The rumor is they are getting Father Matthew tomorrow. I don't know the details. It could have been junkie talk. I just heard some burrowers talking before they realized I was listening. Bird, I think. The guy never shuts up. Red nodded to Christoph, who had already pulled out his phone to update Cora. Father Matthew was the most powerful soulmancer in modern history. Most soulmancers were lucky to reunite a single vampire with a soul. Matt had cursed 4 in one go. Bird was at a vamp club tonight. Who was he supposed to meet? Sancha? Sancha? I don't know about that. Last I knew, she was in the OKC. Never saw her in the boroughs or heard her name. Didn't even know she was in town. Netta burst out from her perch in the corner with Christoph. Are you covering for your Supreme? Red tossed a stern side-eye at the short DVA director. Sal said, I hate that self-serving princess. If I could throw her to the wolves, I would. Hell, if you want her taken out and will reward me for it, I'll sing your song. Red tugged back control of the conversation. Who's running the show in the boroughs? Not the burrowers. Sal described his captivity with all the energy of an online hotel review. The tunnels are falling apart. They never had enough bleeders to go around. Hygiene is an issue. The information gelled with what Red observed. The Dagway were cunning but not organiseed. They had lost vital assets by letting their dominatrix scientist go off to feed in Slab City and positioning their soulmancer too close to Selene after ripping out her soul. Who is living down there, then? I saw desert tweakers, captives, and Michel's minions who ran from LA. They got some old hands keeping them together, but it's not like I saw the president of the mole people. I can say that one-eyed bastard left some true believers behind. Netta asked. And the big plot is? Red tried not to react to the backseat driving of her interrogation. Christoph hushed his friend. Shit, I don't know. Sal glared at Netta before refocusing on Red. Not everyone was on drugs down there. They had the smarts to keep their super secret plan from prisoners, especially the ones that used to hunt them. Red asked, Who was Bird meeting at the Fine Line tonight? I don't know his schedule, but I know why he came to LA. The Soul House raid went wrong. They lost that mad seer. She was supposed to be bait for a later part of the plan. Red stiffed. For Lucas? They want the Black Libertine. Bloody Quinn Burns himself. She felt sick at the idea. Quinn Burness of the modern day was a quiet defender of the innocent. He never failed to change the printer toner and make the first pot of coffee in the office. The Black Libertine was just one of his nicknames before a soul when he had cut a bloody swath through the centuries. Netta appeared at her side. Her face might have been frozen at 19, but her shrewdness had been honed over a century. The air of authority loomed over her small frame. Sal, I take back what I said about using your rib cage as a shoe rack. I think we're ready to chat nicely now. Red, scurry off. Red left the room on legs that trembled like jelly. She had read about the shenanigans of the Bloody Burns gang in their heyday. Delilah had called them a tempest. That storm couldn't be unleashed on Los Angeles. Quinn and Selene had been the most sadistic and inventive of the four. If they were reunited without souls, she shuddered. Christoph followed her into the hallway and closed the door. I would protect you if they freed him. If they unsold Quinn, I'm taking you up on that trip to Portland. She shivered. Someone needs to warn him. Let me. Practicing what she would say, Red took the stairs instead of the elevator to the top floor of the building where Club Vltava made its home. She couldn't text this news. The other levels were occupied with galleries and other businesses affiliated with the Novak brothers. At this time in the morning, it felt eerily quiet like before an earthquake. Her gut told her to run to Arizona to hide with Vic. Instead, she crossed the nightclub's dance floor. Last call had come and gone hours ago. Only one section of the ceiling lights was on. Red fought each step. This was news that would crush her friend. Two immortals rested in an expansive wall alcove lined with white cushions. Quinn stroked Delilah's blonde curls as she rested her head on his lap. She'd kicked off her shoes and looked more relaxed than Red had ever seen. His chocolate-colored eyes warmed as he smiled. It wasn't one of his tiny lip twitches that passed for emoting. It was a big grin. He said, "You don't need to leave before dawn again." Delilah touched his brow, blue eyes twinkling. "After over 200 years, you'd think I'd be sick of looking into this face." Red coughed to get their attention, sympathy making her feel awkward to break up the romantic scene. Delilah grumbled at Red. Someone better have been murdered. This might be worse. Sal broke. The Daig are looking for a new soulmancer so they can recruit the Black Libertine. Delilah sat upright, looking to Quinn in shock. She took his hand. "I'll kill them all before that happens, my love." The warmth died on his face, leaving only a hollow dread. "I can't become that monster again." Delilah hissed at her. "You've said what you have to say." Red retreated. Panicked whispers followed her. Her boss had been her rock since she had arrived in Los Angeles. Until she was faced with losing it, she never realized how much she had leaned on his presence. She wiped away a tear. How could she tell Vic? She strode past the bar into a private hallway entrance. Christoph's office was close by with her clothes inside. She couldn't save the world before dawn, but she could get out of this borrowed corset. An open door in the hall made her pause. Celine was chained to a wall in her little black dress. She watched her pass by with a smirk. Walking quicker, Red finally hit a wall of fatigue. Her nagging loop of self-analyzing hadn't even perked up at the sight of the vampiress. The night had taken enough from her. She knew that she could rejoin the interrogation, but her head swam. Netta could get the rest out of Sal. She ducked into Christoph's office to find her tank top folded on a couch. Closing the door, she ran on autopilot as she changed into the shirt. The sight of the overstuffed leather couch called to her. She lay down on the couch and sighed as her muscles sank into the cushions. Red was just going to close her eyes for a moment. It wasn't the cold in the drafty brick room that made her shiver in her long dress. It wasn't the pain in her hip. It was the unseen girlish giggle in her ear. "We've missed our dear kitten so much. This is how it was meant to be. You'll see that one day." A snake ate its tail in the gloom. It glimmered and soldered like poured gold. Rabbits raced around her bare feet. A leather tome drifted open, pages turned by invisible hands, to an etching of a girl staring into a mirror. The pen moved across the sheet, guided by her own fingers to begin a signature. M. The dream disintegrated like burning paper. Red shivered before rolling over. When she awoke, she was curled up under a blanket, knees to her chest. Her shoes were gone. A soft pillow cradled her head. She had the dazed understanding that she wasn't in her bed. The thought didn't alarm her. She was used to sofa surfing when a hunt required it. The scent of steaming hot coffee tickled her nose. She yawned, covering her mouth, nuzzling into the pillow. Making sleepy sounds, she wondered why the TV was off. Foggy, she furrowed her brow, puzzled to not see Vic in some old hotel room. Belatedly, she remembered whose couch she'd crashed on. Christoph sat at his office desk with his shirt sleeves rolled up. He typed inhumanly fast on his laptop. Square black glasses perched on his handsome face. The protective smoky lens reflected the dimmed screen. Artificial light could be hell on supernatural eyes. She smiled at the idea of the uber-cool vampire checking emails using nerd glasses. He turned in his chair to smile at her. The computer glasses framed his concentrating blue eyes. They looked like a disguise. Superman turning into Clark Kent. Are you going to stay up for real this time? Rubbing her face, she sat up, still in her black tank top and jeans, blinking one eye and then the other at him. How long have I been asleep? It's nearly sunset. He closed his laptop. You grumbled at me a bit ago before eating like a spring bear and going to brush your teeth. Then you promised me you were only going to close your eyes for a bit. The snoring proved that to be a lie. Sounds like me. Red reached for the coffee on the couch side stand. Am I the last to wake up? You missed a scene when our guests were moved into secure cells. Quinn joined them. He doesn't want to risk being uncursed in the open by the dog. Kristoff shrugged, but the tension hovered close to the surface. She might have read about Quinn's past sins, but he lived them. The Dag posted Patrice's assassination. She put up a hand and lifted the coffee mug. Let me at least take a sip first. She sipped the magical liquid that made her feel like a person in the morning, trying to savor the exquisite roast. The habitual resentment at being awake subsided as the caffeine fueled her. As she inhaled the steam, sleep finally let go of her. Okay, now you can hit me with it. Nothing is on fire yet, so at ease, Hunter. Prince Marek has some fighters that he is sending down, but they won't arrive until long after midnight. The current plan is to extract Alzbeta, then spray the burrows with silver until they look like a disco ball. Good. You have no orders. He pointed to a bag by the door. You do have a change of clothes. Thanks. Yesterday's never-ending night rose in her head like a highlight reel. What's that frown? Kristoff studied Red as he sat at the end of the couch. He rested his arm on the back. That was a question with a lot of answers, but there was one worry that he was suited to address. She explained, I asked Lucas why he was jeopardizing the case for Celine, and he said it was because she was in his blood. What does that even mean? Did she mesmerize him? You want to know if she's making him act like an idiot? Kristoff said the words as if straining for objectivity. Mesmerizing only works on humans. Your sire can't magically force you to do anything, even if it feels like it sometimes. Red drooped in disappointed. The sire bond? It's like a psychic cord. He mimed a pulled string. Sometimes it feels like a piano wire stretched too tight on one note. You can feel their emotions and will, but not read their minds. Sense their proximity even if you ignore their call. It's like a gnat in the ear. She perked up from curiosity. You feel Lucas now? I try not to. I've had secondhand guilt for a century, he said dryly, shaking his head. Contempt lingered in his gaze. He's brooding nearby. It's better in Portland. It's more intense when he's close. You feel it all the time? She bit her lip, blushing, unable to finish the sentence. His lazy gaze snapped to her, and he raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I noticed when he was particularly happy a few days ago. That's awkward. Neck hot, she met his gaze sheepishly. Her phone vibrated. Relieved for a distraction, she swiped to the message to see an apology from Sheila Jones, her agent at Smith and Reaper. Exclamation points highlighted the desperation in the text. The expected package had been delayed again. It had been stuck in foreign customs for weeks. Her inheritance came with a jaw-dropping amount of cash and a few physical items, tantalizingly undescribed in the account inventory, except for one line about a necklace. She didn't realize how much she had been hoping to get the delivery. After getting kicked around for the last week, she needed a win. He asked, Is it Vic? Red shook her head and put her phone away. No, nothing serious. It's silly compared to all of this. I just had been looking forward to something being delivered. Kristoff inched closer to her on the couch. I'm assuming it's not from Amazon. Shrugging, she tried to play it off. The fake smile dimmed on her face. She hated talking about her family because what could she say? Her heritage was as much of a mystery as the rest of her life. Kristoff didn't pry as she fell quiet. He merely waited for her, holding space for her to speak. I keep thinking it's from my family, but I don't know, she said. It could be the answer to everything I've been searching for, or some antiques. Mystery box, you know? Maybe a stay with family might do you some good. It will get you out of LA. I can't. It took a beat for his advice to even make sense to her. Had she kept the card about her family that close to her chest with him? Then again, when they first met, she hadn't imagined she'd be crashing on his couch. He smirked, brushing his fingers through his dark blonde hair. I get it. You're a tough hunter who doesn't need anyone. No, I mean, I don't know where they are or who they are. I have a big nothing in my memories about them. I keep thinking I'll reach inside this box and suddenly remember. You have amnesia, Kristoff said. Shifting into a cross legged pose to match hers, he gaped like a fish, poised to speak again, then stopped as if the words kept leaping away from his tongue. The pause dragged out as they stared at each other from opposite ends of the couch. His mouth twitched. Laughter slipped out. I'm sorry, but seriously? You're the reincarnation of my long dead witch lover, and you have amnesia? This is too much. Giggling, Red put her face in her hand. Belly laughs shook her. She leaned her head on the couch back with a sigh. I know, it's fucking ridiculous. How is it that I'm just learning about this plot twist? She shrugged, hoping the pink had faded from her cheeks. Fighting together had made her see him in a different light. Trusting him hadn't come easy. The realization felt odd. I try to stay mysterious. We weren't always on the same team. You can't claim amnesia, then stop the story. He twirled his fingers for her to go on. Traveling with Vic, I spent the last year trying to figure out who I am. Then I came to LA, and I got my first real clue. I tried to hustle Smith and Reaper for a credit card, and they discovered I already had an account, an inheritance. This is my first actual connection to my past, beyond the boots Vic found me in. How do you think I offered that stay in the Pandora Hotel? Did you have the Black Liar tattoo when he found you? He touched her left shoulder shyly. Yes, and we've already tried researching it. Didn't come up with anything. She faked a cool that she definitely didn't feel. Her heart tightened at his touch. Judging by the vamp scars that I had lasered off, I can piece together what happened to me, just not who I was. Does Lucas know? Red nodded. She had told him by the Hollywood sign after a failed attempt to consult an oracle about her origins. She had been avoiding the amnesia topic for weeks until he got the truth out of her. Eventually, people notice that you're missing years of personal and cultural milestones. I can see why you don't do small talk. My mother was a witch, and hers was too, Red said. In the early days, she had chased every clue like it had been stolen from her. The disappointment had crushed her until she'd just stopped looking. It was only words from beyond the grave that made her try again. She didn't know why she felt the need to confess this to Kristoff. I learned it in Oklahoma City. King Kurt and Queen Sancha had cleaned out a coven there. The ghost of their patriarch told me. A line of witches. Me. Kristoff nudged her knee playfully. Of course, you're made of magic. He told me my mom didn't want to be a witch. I like to think she decided to do something very human-centric instead, like be a doctor or a teacher. Maybe my dad wasn't a mage, and they ran off to be together. You want it to be romantic, he teased her gently, but his smile was genuine. I want it to be ordinary. I want Sunday mornings where Dad makes pancakes while Mom sings along to the radio. Maybe she was the one who got me hooked on Tom Petty. I don't know. She looked down, smile fading. It's not as if that box is going to tell me. No, but I hope it does tell you something. Kristoff brushed his thumb along her jaw before pulling away as if unsure. His touch lingered on her skin. She faced demons every day. A different fear hovered over her. Staring into his handsome face, she had opened the door to her deepest secrets. Red had invited an unsold vampire in. Chapter 21. January 27th, after sunset. Sunset Strip, Club Vltava. Red entered a storage room with 3 thermoses of blood. She flipped a disguise switch in the fuse box. It triggered a shelf to swing open on the back wall to reveal a hidden chamber. Snores echoed out. Balancing the thermoses tucked under one arm, she walked inside. 3 large cells dominated one wall. Iron shackles hung on the other. Bare bulbs hung between black soundproofing panels on the ceiling. The last occupants, former minions of Michelle, had already been evicted the hard way. Christoph owned the whole building, which included offices in the middle, gallery on the ground floor, and Club Vltava on the top. The investor brochure in his office didn't include the cells in the underground parking garage. Was it too last season to match the modern luxury of the floors above? The porcelain sink, iron bars, and large drain in the concrete floor looked like the height of fashion for a Black Ops site to her. In the far cell, Sal slept on a bench, arms over his chest. His face was still healing. The fresh cup of blood wasn't enough to restore him. Selene called out, "Look at who wandered into the zoo!" The vampiress was in the nearest cell, prone on the ground in a black satin shift dress, arms over her head like a swimmer. She rolled over on all fours, her big eyes mischievous, and flashed her left fang at Red. "Come to feed us, dearie?" Avoiding direct eye contact, Red gave the first cage a wide berth as she went to the center cell. Quinn hushed Selene from the middle cell. He strode to the edge of his prison. "Ignore her." Red set down 2 thermoses on the floor, sheepishly looking around at Sal and Selene behind bars. She hadn't thought that one through. "I think I'll let someone else give these to the others." "Good idea. How are you holding up, Quinn?" Red held a steel thermos of blood between the bars for him. He had locked himself up. It probably didn't make it easier. "I've been in worse cages." "I don't like seeing you like this." Shoulders drooping, Quinn took the thermos and set it down on a metal bench in his enclosure. "If they manage to steal my soul with some invention, you'll be glad I'm in here and not free on the streets. A wall won't block a soulmancer's power." "The crescent wanes," Selene said. Fleeting micro-expressions twitched at her brow and lips as if she were reacting to rapid events. Her limbs stiffened as she lay on the floor. Red asked, "What's happening, Quinn?" "She's seeing," he said softly. "This could last a minute or days. It was like this even when she was alive." I read the Brotherhood's file. Given to druids, her family thought she was a changeling. Red could see their point, unsettled by the wide gaze staring beyond them into the cosmos. Selene specialized in folk magic and the far sight. The Brotherhood thought she could be a hero. She was in training. A haunted timbre came into his voice. "She ran away to live a normal life, to stop being a seer. Then you made her insane." Red knew the rest of the story of how Quinn had earned the ire of the Brotherhood forever. Many dark beings tried to kill heroes. Few made an elaborate production of mentally tormenting them. She already walked in moonlight and whispered to the trees. The thrill of surprising a seer fueled the obsession. What she had left of sanity, I took. Quinn shook his head. "I wanted to preserve my woodland muse." Red studied the slender vampire in the throes of her vision. "But first, you destroyed her life." "No, I made her love me," he said. "Then I killed her bard and anyone that loved her besides me. In 280 years, I've done a lot of evil. The very worst was to her." Red rubbed her arms to ease her goosebumps at his dark tale. She was already convinced that him without a soul equaled bad times. "When we were fleeing Slab City, what did you mean by not losing your soul again? Does Vic know?" "It was before Vic in 2010. When Alaric rose in rebellion against the Blood Alliance, he tried to get his generals back. I was one of them." Quinn reached through the bars to touch her arm. He said urgently, "If they steal my soul, put me down. My family won't be able to do it. Neither will Vic." "Don't talk like that." "Promise me." "You won't become that monster again," she insisted. Killing him was out of the question. "I'm always the monster, Red." "You try to be a man. That means something, at least to me." A phantom smile lightened his face. "You'll do the right thing. Whatever happens, make sure Lucas doesn't do anything rash. That was a sore topic. Red shifted on her feet. I haven't been able to do much about that lately. Quinn said, Celine threw him, but that doesn't change how he feels about you. They'd had heart-to-hearts about her love life before, maybe more than even Vic or Lucas might have guessed, but she wasn't in the mood, especially when it was packaged with an assisted suicide request. She said, he's showing it in some weird ways. He's trying to save you from Celine and her from the world. Be gentle with the lad. He's fallen for you and it scares him. A hum of a familiar electric motor echoed in the room. It was enough to dislodge her gloom. Ace spun around. Vic! Bundled in a brown bomber jacket, Vic nodded a manly nod of significance at Quinn as he wheeled toward them. His lip puckered in distaste at the sight of Celine before he checked out Sal sleeping in the far cell. He gestured to the wall opposite the cells. I like the giant candlesticks next to the manacles. Really ties the torture room together. Red punched his shoulder lightly. You're already back, and you didn't tell me. Surprise, it was to me, too. Vic chuckled through his teeth before he flopped his hands up in resignation. You know my brother LaShawn. Had to get back to the office. He's not like me. He's business in the front and the back. Brushing his hand through his mullet, he grinned at his own joke. It faded as he looked to Quinn. Could you give me a moment with the old man? Red patted Vic on the shoulder and left the men to their bromance. She went back to the parking garage. Quinn might have been her boss, but Vic was her mentor. Now that Celine was caught and unable to draw him into one of her mad games, it was a relief to have him here. He would know what to do. Hope warmed Red, even in the chilly underground lot. Lucas strode up to her, hands in his pockets. She tried to play it cool, but she still didn't know what to even think about him. Mostly she was worried. The messiness with Celine had infuriated her, still did, but she had collected a few secrets of her own in the last few days, too. You're up early, Red said. I do wake up before sunset, sometimes. He offered a ghost of his usual impish grin. I'm sorry, love. I mucked it up. Everything. I'm sorry about Celine. I don't know what it must feel like, she admitted, trying to put herself in his place. He was always impulsive. Everything had intensified with the dog closing in like a charging horse without a rider. His family meant so much to him. The vampire had a hidden desire to care and protect that made him brew her tea when she was sad and guard her in a fight. It was how he loved. It was why she wanted to be with him. Lucas shook his head. Family can make you crazy. Now, with Quinn, you won't lose him, Red said. I hated that bastard for the first 20 years of unlife. Now, he's my best mate. If it wasn't for him picking me up in the 30s and the 50s. Shrugging, he sighed, eyes rolling in black self-deprecation. Oi, it was rough in the 80s, too. Good punk music, bad times. Worst case scenario, we'll get a soulmancer. Father Matthew will wake up eventually. Even if that fails, I bet that there's a coven or alchemist who saved a rogue soul spell before the Blood Alliance destroyed them all. I could do it. No, soul magic is a rough trick. We won't get to that point. You're right, we won't. These are the monsters under my bed that I never wanted you to see. Lucas rubbed her wrist before lifting it to his mouth. He kissed her pulse sweetly. His gaze softened on her. I lost the plot out there. His kiss sent a small current down her arm. She said, I already accepted your past. You don't have to leave half-cocked when history says hello and goes on a rampage. He kissed her wrist again, grinning against her skin. This is what I can't understand. You always seem to see something in me. She put her hand on his cheek before smoothing back his errant dark locks. There's so much in you. Mostly shit, he chuckled. Celine made me. It makes me sound like a knob, but if I could help make her better, maybe I would be better. Worthy. You are worthy. What do you mean? Cradling his face, Red studied his brooding expression. The heart of a Victorian romantic lay underneath the punk leather, plucked from the mortal coil at his peak. His high cheekbones, mischievous lips, and stormy eyes would always make Lucas stand out in a crowd. Tonight, weariness peeped through the perfection of his immortality. I put on a cape eventually, but it was a long time before I got it together. I've made a dog's dinner out of this unlife of mine. You have a soul. It doesn't mean you have it figured out better than anyone else. He pulled her hands to his lips, kissing her fingers as if it were a goodbye. He withdrew. It's not a failure to launch situation, Ducks. The demon doesn't go away because you have a soul. It's just chained. I have to be better to touch something as good as you. Hey, she shot him her best. I will make you have self-esteem expression. Just be you. Lucas looked down. His voice came out small. Even if it's ugly? Be honest and open. That's what a good boyfriend does. Red kissed him on the cheek. A mental boulder lifted off her chest, loosening the stress tension in her ribs. Fighting with him felt wrong. It distracted her from the job. The stakes were high, but having him guarding her back again gave her some hope. Still think I am boyfriend material? He rocked back on his heels, lifting an eyebrow, grinning. Not so fast. You're on probation. She wagged a finger at him. They still had a truckload of issues to process and even more demons to hunt before they were ready for that talk. She nodded toward the cells. I left Selene some blood, but I think you'll be the best person to hand it over. Go have a moment with her. That was thoughtful. You didn't have to. A midnight blue Harley-Davidson charged into the garage, skidding to a stop. The biker parked, swinging a leather-clad leg over the dusty bike, and pulled his helmet off. It was Donald Robertson. Lucas grumbled, It's that guy again. She waved politely to Donald. Hopefully, this was the beginning of the reinforcements from Portland. Cora and Hilda Higbee kept the Blood Alliance in the dark for fear of the Dague knowing that they were on to the investigation. Mostly it was to cover their asses. If it were Red, she would have already swallowed her pride, prepared for the backlash, and asked for help from above. Vampires loved their secrets, though, and by now she'd learned a lot of them. After they took down the doggy, Red would have plenty of dead men to deal with. Christoph called out, Finally! And wouldn't you know, think of the devil and he appears. She smiled at his timing. He strode from an interior door to the parking garage. The black framed glasses and suit jacket had been left behind, but his white sleeves were still rolled up over his forearms. He grinned at Red across the garage before turning to the newcomer. Donald straightened his black jacket, smirking at his friend. Check the bike for dings. I didn't get a scratch on her. Christoph shook his hand. Good to have another fighter. And your bike back. Christoph's phone rang. Putting up a finger and turning from his friend, he took the call. His expression grew serious as he listened. Lucas muttered, Figures he'd have a Harley. All about the brand name with that one. Red shushed him. Christoph stalked toward them, voice a deep rumble. Moon Enterprises was just breached. They've come for the mechanic. The cockmaggots. Lucas began an inventive streak of British cursing that ended with a traditional bloody hell. I need to tell Delilah. He ran to the parking garage stairwell with dizzying speed. Red released a breath she didn't know she was holding. Her hand fell to the hunter's kit strapped to her thigh. She rubbed it like a lucky rabbit's foot. It was game over if the dog grabbed Father Matthew. She told herself Cora had tricked out her lair like a fortress. The Supreme would fight for every inch. Christoph said, Get the crew ready. Send half his reinforcements. Donald shook his head. I need them, boys. We need more than them, but Cora will count who came to her aid after the dust clears. A third and only the new ones, Donald counter-offered. They won't get there until the damage is done in Inglewood anyway. I know, but our support needs to be seen, Christoph said firmly. A third will do. Mix the ages. Have the others on guard, and have the staff evacuate the club now in case a raiding party hits us next. I'll secure the informants. Have fun with it, son. Donald patted the other man on the back. He winked at her before disappearing into the building. Why did he take the younger vampire's orders? Red pondered the two men's relationship. Age ruled the vampire hierarchy, whether it was a large clan of 100 or a nest of 3. The old traditions of the 8 bloodlines revered elders, and the Blood Alliance hadn't stamped out the practice. Kristoff had said he wasn't like most vampires. He turned to her. I know you have a bag of tricks, but I'd feel better if you had a flamethrower. Vic broke mine. Have one to spare? Speaking of, he's back. I need to get him out of here. Take him to the Pandora Hotel. Order some sashimi on my tab. Stay there a while and catch up, he said. His phone vibrated in crisis. He turned from her with a searching look before putting it up to his ear. Prince Merrick. Red turned and left the words she wanted to say behind. It felt weird to want Christoph Novak's backup in a fight of all people, but she felt better knowing he was around. She walked back to the storage room off the parking area. The secret door rested half-closed. Sal half stood in the back corner cell. His unsettled gaze was on the hunter in the wheelchair. Constantine, Quinn cajoled from his jail. Let me out. If there's trouble, I'm better used outside bars. Disquiet slowed her feet. That didn't sound right. Her boss had demanded to be locked up. Red slipped open her spirit gaze. Vic asked, Getting itchy in quarantine? Quinn had a glint to his eyes as he leaned against his cage. A darkness tarnished his aura. Very itchy. Let me out. Vic sat flush up against the bars. He placed his hand on the joystick controller of his electric wheelchair. Let me get a key. Red ran toward the cells. Get away from him! Quinn laughed with a hand on the other man's shoulder through the bars. He tightened his grip. Hey, I'm chatting with my fanboy. Vic's wheels squeaked as the electric chair raced into reverse. He said, Fuck, Evil Quinn, Code Fang. Lunging, the vampire punched him through the bars, square on the nose. Help! She tugged Vic back, heartbeat throbbing in her ears. Slumped in his chair, blood ran over his top lip. The goosebumps on her arms had grown goosebumps. Quinn sucked on his knuckles, malicious delight in his eyes. Never meet your heroes, kid, she said. This isn't you. I tried to tell you before, Red. This is always me. Chapter 22. January 27th, evening. Sunset Strip, Club Vltava. Red yelled, We've got a soul problem in here. She pushed Vic to the other side of the jail room, holding his slumping body against the wheelchair back with one hand. She tilted his head back to slow the blood dripping onto his brown jacket. Someone get in here! From a bench in the far corner cell, Sold Sal watched the scene with crossed arms over his expansive orange jersey-covered belly. I tried to warn him. Celine laid on the floor in her enclosure, arms over her head, grinning widely. It looked ghoulish on her hollow-eyed expression. Quinn stood in the middle cell. The light cast by the bare bulbs dangling from the ceiling was bisected by the bars. It left his face in partial shadow, framing a calculating gaze. His aura, usually tawny, was thickly striped with malignant black like a junkyard dog from hell. He wore the same dark gray turtleneck and black slacks as before, yet there was no mistaking it. His soul was gone. They had thought the Dague would take Quinn and hold him hostage until he could be sold. They had been wrong. Did they have a new soulmancer or a new magical weapon? A chill came over Red. What other souls could they take in the area? Lucas and Kristoff arrived, bumping into each other in their haste to get inside the hidden room. They asked at the same time, What happened? Quinn pointed to Vic's blood on the ground, smirking from behind bars. I'd say the butler did it, but he only just arrived. While you're here, could you clean that up? Someone might slip. Kristoff shared a glance with his sire and crossed his arms, stepping in front of her. The black libertine is back, I see. Bingo, Red said. Stomping down her fear, she focused on Lucas's horror-struck face. She tried to catch his gaze, but his wide eyes were fixed on the elder vampire. Quinn shrugged, lips tugging down in exaggerated confusion. I guess the Dague did have another soulmancer. Lucas approached the cage, staying out of reach of the demon within. There's the old bastard I reviled. You'd follow me into hell, boy. Get her out of here, Novak, Lucas said. Red tried to find some remnant of her boss in the caged vampire's brown eyes. A soul mancer has to be nearby, maybe hidden in the garage or the building above. Come closer, girl, Quinn leered at her. His gaze had none of the empathy or guilt of a soul. I need a refill. She refused to react. They couldn't fall into hysterics yet. She lifted her chin to address Kristoff. They could have a way to extend the Soulmancer's reach. Check parked cars, RVs, and nearby buildings if you can, too. He pulled out his phone to make a quick text. Look at the CEO hop to like a secretary. Quinn laughed, snapping his fingers. He shot a sly look at her. He always did like being under a redhead. Kristoff shrugged. I'm flexible on my position. Lucas snapped. Shove it, Quinn. Stop nattering on. Always so sensitive. Must be the poet in you. Would have thought Celine had sucked that all out, Quinn said idly. He beamed at the prone seer in the other cage, tapping a curious finger to his lips. Lucas shoved his fists in his pockets. We get it. You're back to bed. The elder vampire said, Once she wakes up, I wonder what song she's going to sing about your desert chase. Red said, You'll be sold again before that happens. That's sweet, Quinn said condescendingly. She's defending you, Lucas. I bet your soul just twisted a bit at that innocent faith. She hated the mocking tone in his voice. He was probing for weaknesses, and she wasn't going to give him one. Stuck in a cage and all you can do is try and play mind games. Sad. Honey, I'm free. I can finally stretch. Quinn sighed with the contentment of a man in a hammock. He pointed to Sal, shaking his finger with a grin. This guy knows what's up. Sal lifted his hands, shaking his head, and leaned farther back on his bench in the next cell. I ain't even part of this nonsense. Lucas stomped to the manacles hanging on the wall and clicked one shut on his wrist. Resolve clenched his features. I need to be chained up. Delilah, too. Quinn said, She'd like that. Chain yourself up, Lucas. See what it does. When they pull that soul out of you, save a bite of the redhead for me. Kristoff growled, You know the law. That's a claim mark on her neck. Laws are for the straight-laced. Cool Hand Luke here has always been a rebel. Once that demon comes ripping through, bam! Quinn clapped his hands to emphasize the point and chuckled. He's on her. I'll watch. Skin crawling, Red glanced away from him. Gross. You're foul. Lucas met her gaze. His gray eyes told her that he feared it was the truth. Kristoff stepped closer to shield her. He'll lose a soul, not his mind. She's claimed. He's never misplaced his Jiminy Cricket before. It's a shock to the system. I remember my first time. Quinn sighed as if remembering a fond vacation memory instead of apocalyptic mayhem last decade in the Pacific Northwest. Red turned to take Vic's wheelchair handles. This ghoulish banter was a distraction. Kristoff, we need more vampires on guard. Already ahead of you. He rested his hand on her back, rubbing a brief, comforting circle with his palm. I have 3 outside. Nodding, she pushed Vic, still slumped back in his chair, past Lucas. She wanted to say something, but the caged peanut gallery would only ruin the moment. She tried to give Lucas a resilient smile as she walked to the parking garage with Kristoff. It felt like a grimace. 3 vampires in black stood silently on either side of the storage room, hiding the jail. The shortest one was the female with green hair that Red had seen before. All 3 guards pointedly did not look at their master's claimed human. Distant traffic from the strip echoed on the concrete walls. The parking garage was bare except for a few cars and motorcycles. The Millennium Falcon, still covered in Arizona sand, sat by the mouth of the underground garage. The party raged on the rooftop for appearances, but the patrons must have been warned to park elsewhere. Donal paced under a buzzing light beside one of the few cars in the lot. He brushed a hand through his red hair, chin trembling as he stared at the concrete floor. Yeah, Trey, I know. I'm sending some friends to come get you. I want you safe, baby. Glancing at Kristoff, he hung up the phone. His demeanor moved from worried boyfriend to warrior. The building is being searched, but we haven't found a soulmancer. Cora knows the situation. Good. Have him made comfortable in the bedroom off my office. Lock the door. No one goes in. She didn't care that a plea entered her voice. Please take care of him. Push the unconscious Vic toward a nearby elevator. I'll do it myself. Anything for a pretty girl. Donnell. Red stepped from the guards for the illusion of privacy. She pulled out her ponytail before nervously putting her hair back up again. That was intense in there. Kristoff touched her upper arm. You don't have to be here. I've started evacuating the building. Take Vic and go. The Dague could drop in at any moment. She looked over her shoulder as if she could see through concrete to the cells. She undid the top flap on her hunter's kit and felt the outline of the revolver loaded with wooden-tipped bullets. Dread froze her fingertips. Quinn told me to kill him if he lost his soul. I don't know if I can do it. He snorted. Guard him for a bit longer and then think about it. Chaining the four up doesn't stop them from being a risk. We can guard them from kidnapping, but not soulmancy. Do you think you could set up a shield around Lucas? You made a witch trap. Do you have one for souls? Red tried to inject some confidence into her stance and nodded. Rusty was what she felt like. She had read about soul protection spells, but she hadn't cracked open a magic book in months. Neve's ring had helped her make an orb, but without it, she'd be lucky to juice up a spell with her weak powers. Can't guarantee anything. Tell me what you need and I will get it. I'll need white paint, salt, moonwort, and selenite. More than that, I need focus. I have to remember that's not Quinn. If it's comforting to think that, Kristoff looked down and clasped his hands behind his back. The Black Libertine can use words like another demon uses blades. Some cuts you won't notice until they're gangrenous. Red started walking back to the guards at the storage room. I've met silver-tongued demons. He sows discord when he can't take a hot poker to someone. He'll take a half-truth and twist it into the worst light. That is a true monster wearing your boss's face. Kristoff put a hand on her lower back to guide her to the hidden cells. He paused at the threshold of the door, disguised behind a swinging shelf. A crease appeared between his shadowed blue eyes. He jabbed a finger toward Quinn in the cage. I know you think we're all the same without a soul. I killed to survive, but he danced on lines that I wouldn't touch. She did a double take, thrown by the fervent disdain. I'm not like either of them. Remember that if the worst happens. He stalked away to grab a can of paint from the corner. With one last look at Kristoff, Red walked into the cell room. She was dealing with a vampire that other undead feared. Quinn, as a souled vampire, had channeled his artistic tendencies into sketching. Without a soul, that creativity went into murder and depravity. He was literally classified as a scourge by the Brotherhood. All that separated them were iron bars. The three occupied cells were opposite the waist-high candelabras and manacles. A few yards of space between them were a no-man's land. Sal did push-ups in his cell like a man killing time on a life sentence. Celine lay drone on the floor, eyes glazed, arms over her head. The he-undead seer twitched her foot as if chasing humans in her mystic catatonia. Quinn tightened his big fists on the bars. My ears are itchy. You talking about me, Red? Only bad things. Lifting her chin, she strode over to Lucas to visualize how she could set up the ritual circle. She didn't have any spell books, and the barred net kept dorking on her. She would to freestyle it, stacking as much salt and intention as she could into a barrier. Lucas sardonically with his one free hand. A manacle bolted into the wall kept his other arm pinned. This isn't going to get any prettier. Don't be like that, Red. It's your good pal, Q. You're not my friend. I might not have a soul, but I'm very much him. Quinn bowed with a flourish. I just don't have all that stinking guilt. The ever-present moaning. I killed my dad. I massacred those nuns. I convinced John Lennon to leave the Beatles. He groaned, clutching his head. constant whining and deliberating over every decision. The soul couldn't even buy paper towels without feeling guilty about deforestation. It was like a possession. We have that in common, Red. We're nothing alike, she spat out, full body shaking in disagreement. Don't lie. You know exactly what a body snatching is like. I saw myself do things, saving cats and other idiots too stupid to know to stay out of dark alleys. She turned her back. How terrible. You became a better person. I feel for you. Want to stake him yet? Kristoff asked, leaned setting a paint can topped with a brush on the ground. He handed her a blue cylinder can of salt and patted his pockets before pulling out a white selenite pendulum on a necklace. Best I could do. Moonward is on the way. Red tucked the salt canister under her arm before palming the necklace and knelt by Lucas's feet to set her burdens down. It'll do, Quinn called out. I'll wipe that smirk off your face, Novak. They might have taken my soul, but they could give you yours. Red looked over her shoulder at Kristoff. That was a possibility that she had never considered. What would he be like with a soul? Curiosity dug at her like kneading cat claws. Kristoff's eye twitched. It was clearly something that he hadn't considered either. He was less of a fan of it than she was. Lucas scoffed, glowering at the caged vampire. Oi, Novak, they won't. You're staying the same old devil. I guarantee it. Quinn laughed, gesturing between the men. Is that some sirely feeling bursting loose, Lucas? Red pulled the paint can over to Lucas. I need you to stand still. Dropping his glare, he nodded. I trust you. Red traced a thick line around him to the wall with the wet brush. She tried to shake off how icky Quinn was right now. Sal's murderous outburst was like a simple romp compared to this. Referencing sigils on her phone, she recreated the signs. Finished with the physical representation of the intention, she opened her third eye and visualized a golden barrier of protection. She teased out a wiggling thread of magic from the well behind her navel chakra to plug into the ritual circle. In the dreamland, mystical energy flowed smoothly to her grasp. In the real world, it felt like jerking on a vacuum cord stuck on a furniture leg. She pushed intention into the ritual. Lucas waved his free hand to catch her attention. You need to latch the other one, Red. Don't want me running off again. She squeezed his hand, then latched the shackle closed. Green eyes met turbulent gray. You'll stay you, she whispered in his ear before turning and stepping away. With the press of time upon them, she fell into hunter mode. Where's Delilah? Kristoff scrutinized them with quiet contemplation. Coming. Any word on the moonwort? She picked up the paint and the bucket to move to the other set of manacles on the wall. It needs to be sprinkled on the circles. Even the box stuff will do. Quinn said, Are you going to help her grind up eggshells or lay down cat bones, Novak? Rub her third eye? No one's rubbing anything, Red said. Rolling her eyes at the innuendo, she asked Kristoff, Could you pour salt around Lucas? She started painting the ritual circle for Delilah. Her motions were impossibly slow compared to his. Kristoff said, Done. I'm going to check on that moonwort. He turned on his heel. Give me the word, Red, and your boss's last wishes can be honored. She shot him an unamused look. Quinn was acting like a slime ball, but that was still her boss in there. They weren't giving up on him. Lucas said, what? Quinn motioned his thumb toward the departing vampire. Tough guy, am I right? She returned to painting arcane sigils on the edge of the empty white circle. You don't want to know, Lucas. Reed! Quinn sang her name off-key. Shut up. She sighed, wishing she hadn't said anything. The beast behind her was bored. Even if it was negative, he wanted attention. No, especially if it was negative. He was playing with them, looking for his chance to escape the cage. The gang can still stick together. I got it all planned out. Quinn raised his hand in an arc. Fingers flared dramatically, as if he was picturing the scene. The words were upbeat, like a studio executive pitching a TV show. I turn Vic, Kristoff loses in this little love triangle, and we solve mysteries in the van. Hit the East Coast. Forget this West Coast, Best Coast stuff. I'm nearly 300 years old, and I've never even been to Delaware. Talk about a series reboot. She struggled to keep her breathing steady. He said it like a joke, but she could tell it wasn't, except for maybe Delaware. White paint dropped from her brush on her sneakers. Lucas grumbled, "Put a cork in it, Quinn. Don't be jealous about the new baby." Scalp prickling dread gnawed at her. It took every scrap of control to not lay into Quinn. She knew he wanted her to rage at him. It would make his day. She couldn't stop from saying, "You won't ever get a fang in Vic." "Don't you want to see him walk again?" Quinn asked the question without his usual arrogant smirk. "A bit of my blood would get that boy a running. Only at night, and he'd have fangs. But hey, that's better than now. You all know he'd give anything to stand." "Fuck off with this shite," Lucas said, then launched into a barrage of curses. "How dare you?" Quinn said. "I'm being a good friend here, thinking of solutions, doing all I can for the team." Red forced herself to concentrate on preparing the ritual space instead of Quinn's poison. The team, yeah, everyone wants to be on the team. He was trying to goad her. He'd succeeded. The golden line she visualized in her third eye wobbled. She tugged it back into place and eased a thread of energy into the painted circle. Finishing the sigil, she pushed her intention to protect Delilah's soul into the ritual space. "Feels good, doesn't it?" Quinn crouched at her eye level, staring from between his cell bars. His low voice seemed to carry over the distance between them, as if he were whispering over her shoulder. "You missed it, the power." Red rolled her shoulder to shrug his piercing words away. He could put half-truths into the worst light. It wasn't like she hadn't been warned. She felt both vampires' stares like a laser beam. "Raw and primal like a live wire," Quinn murmured. "I can tell you're tapping into it right now. Magic. Will I get to see your eyes change color?" I do so love a black magic woman." She pressed her lips together, a retort of, "I don't do black magic," simmering on her tongue. It would be meat to that jackal. Insinuation buzzing in her ears, she ignored him to continue painting a rune associated with the goddess Freya, the Norse goddess of witchcraft. Kristoff stomped to the cage from the storage room. "You'll sit silently until we slap your muzzle back on." "So, Butch," Quinn said, "I still remember what you look like on your knees, boy." Red quirked an intrigued eyebrow before deciding she didn't want to know. A vampire's history could take nights to understand. This crew had more together than most. Kristoff sneered at Quinn. He turned to sprinkle dried gray viney moonwort on white-painted sacred semicircles around Lucas and where Delilah would be. Red walked to a standing candelabra and grabbed two pillared white candles, then set one beside each circle. Runic sigils, selenite, and salt would boost the spell. That was the theory. Lucas smiled sadly at the empty set of manacles above the other protection circle. "The gang's back together." Red said, "It's just a riff off a standard protection spell against psychic attack. Fingers crossed it's enough to repel a soulmancer." She wasn't a real hunter, and she was barely a witch. The best she could hope for was to hold off an enemy soul attack long enough for her side to find the source. The legend had it that even Father Matthew had collapsed after souling 4 vampires. If they were lucky, the Dague had already returned their soulmancer to the desert to recharge and left the Black Libertine behind to sow chaos. Lucas said, "You can do it, Red." She nodded, trying to seem confident as she went to the exit. "I need to concentrate so I can fuel the sacred circles." Kristoff met her at the threshold. He brushed paint off her chin with his thumb. "What else do you need?" "Quiet. I'll go to the storage room." She ducked her head and lingered in the doorway. "Be careful." Quinn watched them with growing amusement. "Doesn't it gall you that Lucas is still fucking your dream girl, Novak?" Red blushed, meeting Kristoff's eyes. Quinn knew the barb hit. He seemed delighted by the sudden tension in the jail. Admittedly, it took him long enough. Made me think he was losing his touch. Lucas flipped him off from his shackles. Sawed off. Lot of effort for a rerun, Novak. I repeated on the old girl myself, but still. Juniper was a pro. Quinn's leer felt like a gross pinch on the butt. He licked his lips. If this version was as good of a lay, would Lucas have run off? Pig, she said. I don't need to hear your bullshit. My honor has been besmirched. His sarcasm sharpened. Quinn put his hand on his chest. Why would I lie about a tumble with a whore? That's what Juniper was. You think Lucas didn't share his toys? He flicked a sly glance to Kristoff. You already knew she spreed it around. Red folded her arms, skin crawling under her clothes, trying to cover herself. You're disgusting. And you're the reincarnation of a hooker, Quinn said. It wasn't all bad, Red. I stepped in when Lucas got soft about discipline, but we had good times, Juniper and I. Once I beat her place into her. It'll be fun breaking you in again. She forced her face blank. The chilling words rippled through her brain. Nausea churned in her belly. A cold shudder rocked her rib cage. Lucas shook his manacles in warning. Red, go. This asshole is only getting warmed up. Quinn leaned against the corner of his cell, arms crossed and one ankle over the other. He leaned his head back, waggling his eyebrows. I don't know. We have plenty to talk about. Maybe she wants to hear about an underworld contract signed in blood. Call your agent at Smith and Reaper. She can order it from a vault in hell. Lucas ground his teeth. Shut your gob, Quinn. Go, Red, Kristoff said quietly. She had her hand on the threshold, but she couldn't move from the sight Lucas's shamed expression and the worry hanging on Kristoff's shoulders. Cold sweat beaded on her neck. She felt like she needed a shower, as if Quinn's words had left a film of filth on her skin. Quinn rubbed his knuckles over his dark gray shirt before examining his nails idly. The contract could still be valid. You are a reincarnation, after all. Better have your lawyers look over the fine print. The devil is in the details. Red fled into the storage room. She took a deep breath behind the door, leaning against the shelves. Maybe she should have asked for noise-canceling headphones. His voice followed her into the decoy storage room, turned on a new victim. Lucas, aren't you curious to know your progeny's next gambit? Maybe you might learn something and stop being an eternal disappointment. Novak here. Didn't he make something of himself? A vampire's American dream. The kids call it a glow-up, Kristoff said. She tried to disconnect herself like a real hunter would. Quinn had twisted a verbal dagger into each one of them with the skill of an assassin. These were mind games to pass the time until he could escape. And find Vic. Just when she thought it was safe for him to come home. Delilah stepped into the storage room from the parking garage. Are my boys fighting again? Be careful in there. It's dangerous. He is, I don't know. Red fumbled on her words. What was the kindest way to say that he wasn't the man that the vampiress loved? Or had Quinn returned to the man she had first fallen in love with? I can handle my child. Delilah walked stiff-backed toward the cells in a cloud of Chanel No. 5. Polished like a diamond, she was ready for a model's runway, not shackles. Her beachy blonde waves were perfect, and her purple cocktail dress hugged her curves like it was sewn on. The reddish tears in her blue eyes betrayed her pristine image. Chapter 23. January 27th evening in Sunset Strip, Club Vltava. Red felt for her magic. Cross-legged on the floor of the storage room between the jail and the garage, she mostly felt the cold concrete under her jeans. The rapid burst of research on her phone had given her a rough idea of how to fuel the spell. She had created protection circles before, but it felt different outside the dreamland. The hardest part wasn't the setup. It was powering the engine. She hadn't gained the discipline to keep it up. Her magic sputtered. After weeks of pushing her magic away, she felt like a relapsed smoker, lungs protesting as they puffed away on an illicit cigarette. She visualized a shimmering thread of power unrolling from above her navel. The thread fought. She yanked it to heal. Muffled, biting banter echoed back and forth under the door from the cells. She was happy to not hear Quinn clearly. Unsuled, he was vile, so unlike the man she had come to know. What he had said before was grotesque. Christoph crouched beside her, setting a rough cylinder of ghostly selenite in front of her. His elbows rested on the knees of his dark jeans. I found a bigger crystal. Her attention fluttered away like a flock of pigeons. Thanks. He dipped his head to meet her lowered gaze. This is a good thing you're doing. The world doesn't need the Burns gang back up to their tricks. Are you worried about Quinn? I'll keep you safe from him. I have a pilot on standby if we must retreat to Portland. No, it's just... I used to be excited to do magic. It felt like a missing piece. If I could just understand my power, maybe the rest would fall into place. Then I met some other witches. When you don't know who you are, it's easy to be scared of who you could be. You're better than you think. Remember that. Christoph smiled, deepening the dimple in his chin and left cheek. Magic is your birthright. I'll tell my magic that. Red shut her eyes on his handsome face and took a deep breath. She still felt his piercing gaze. You don't need to watch me do it. You really don't, Netta called out from the doorway to the parking garage. We're waiting for you, Christoph. Red yearned to journal or do something from her list of sanity-making activities to calm her mind. Her fingers twitched on her knees. She tried to ignore the sound of Christoph closing the door as Donal greeted him from the parking garage. Relax, she told herself. Her third eye opened, revealing 2 golden lines shimmering on the dingy floor of the storage room. The lines connected her to the protection circles in the hidden jail room. The spell instructions had given a weird, flowery description of flying buttresses and rearing horses for what to visualize as the psychic barrier. Red couldn't picture it. She didn't know how to make a flying buttress, but she did know how to knit a scarf. Coaxing her wild magic out like a spinner taming unruly wool, she spun another thread. She visualized silver needles knitting the gold threads of energy into a chainmail curtain around Lucas and Delilah. Sweat beaded on her forehead. She was finally getting it. The door slammed open. Red jerked her head up, pulse spiking. Her connection to the spell unraveled. 2 hissing vampires in plaid shoved through the threshold, elbowing each other in their haste to get inside. Skeletal-cheeked, they looked like brothers who needed rehab. The older one called out, I get first nibble, bro! She jumped up and pulled the snub-nosed revolver from her hunter's kit. A green-haired minion leapt on the nibbler's back and dragged him from the storage room, leaving the other behind. Red fired. The wooden bullet pierced his heart, and the second vampire collapsed into reddish bones. She didn't have a beat to take a breath before a female in a pink romper skittered on the ceiling through the open door. Arms prickling, she pulled the trigger. Her ears rang from the gun blast. The wall crawler fell from a bullet in her head. Red fired a heart shot into the prone vampire. 3 bullets left. Eardrums throbbing, she dashed to the threshold for cover and peeked her head out. Growls and grunts echoed off the concrete. Vampires battled in the parking spaces, supernatural speed on display. More flooded into the garage. She stopped counting the intruders after a dozen. The Club Vltava crew fought in a semicircle around the storage room, guarding the way to the captives. The green-haired minion tussled with a soccer mom-looking vampire who kicked her in the jaw. Netta ran circles around a hulk of a dead man in ripped jeans. Pint-sized and throwing elbows, she held her own. She staked him in the back. Donal swung a broadsword, decapitating a vampire before spinning and thrusting the blade into another's gut. Reinforcements streamed out of the elevator, but hit a wall of a dozen vampires between them and the 6 defenders. Christoph appeared at her side. I'm taking you to the club. Red shook her head. They need you here. Netta shot them an annoyed glance as she drew back to give the 2 cover. She drop-kicked a lanky vampire in the face. She twisted his head 180 degrees. Red said, Just get me to the door. Veins pounding with adrenaline, Red darted out of the storage room after Christoph. They moved along the parking garage wall through the line of attackers. A female Dege supporter broke past Netta, pushing the smaller vampire into the arms of a craggy-faced Danny Trejo lookalike. She jumped for Kristoff. Her legs turned hazy, white sneakers dissolving into a mist. A shadow warrior. Once fully shifted, she could reappear on top of Kristoff with a stake. Red fired her gun. Hitting the shadow warrior in midair, she stopped the metamorphosis into a dark fog. The gun blast exploded in her eardrums. The vampiress dropped to her knees, bleeding from the kidney. Kristoff grabbed the injured minion by the hair and ripped her heart out. Gore ran up to his rolled sleeves. He kicked the swiftly decaying corpse away, tossing the heart to the side. Red ran ahead. She had 2 more bullets left. This wasn't a fight she could compete in, but she could still finish the spell. She reached the foot of the staircase leading into the club. A vampire rushed her in a dark blur. Kristoff tackled him. Red dodged their rolling feet to run up the steps. Breath catching, she jabbed the pin into the keypad on the secured door. She slipped inside, slamming the door on a flailing arm. Her stomach dropped. She pulled a vial of holy water from her kit and splashed it on the clawing hand. Hissing, the vampire pulled back. She pressed against the door, panting as she dropped the empty vial. She didn't want to lure any vampires upstairs to Vic, even if she could do the spell from that far away. Instead, she ran down the hall and slipped into a door marked Gallery on the first floor. Red rushed past photography on the white walls. She could protect Lucas's soul, but she needed some place where nothing was trying to kill her. She reconnected with the protection circles. The energy jumped to her will, but she couldn't cast spells while running. She tried to remember where Kristoff's darkroom was. A vampire hit her like a wrecking ball in a Yankees cap. He slammed into her back, knocking her to the ground. Red's hip banged hard on the wood floor. She tried to twist and shoot. He swatted the gun away, then lunged. The vampire's eyes bulged. He fell to the side. A pencil jutted from his back. Dissolving to dust, he left only the baseball cap behind. She brushed herself off as she stood. Blinking away dead vampire ashes, she squinted at her rescuer. "Basil!" "It's one scrape after another with you," Basil said, world-weary in a colorless, oversized sweatsuit. He pulled her into a hug. Chains clanked around his ankles. Dark circles under his eyes, he hobbled and coughed. "I can't say better for myself. You can tell by the outfit that I'm in dire straits. I was supposed to rip the soul from Lucas, but I ran off when my guards were attacked by Kristoff's minions." "Damn it, Basil. You were supposed to be on a beach." Red held him up, feeling his ribs through his sweatshirt. She stepped away to pick up her gun, putting the safety on before holstering it in her hunter's kit. Only 1 bullet left. She pulled out a stake. "I was. They found me at this most delightful resort in Bali. It was the accent. I just couldn't give it up." Red nudged him away from the pile of vampire dust. "First let's hide, then you can tell me all about it." "Don't go that way. They have an RV parked out back for your prisoners." He pointed to a wide set of double doors at the end of the gallery. "I'll text the others once we're safe." She led him past the detached walls of the gallery, looking around each one for lurking vampires. He shuffled in his chains. "I haven't seen the sun in maybe weeks now. They've kept me locked up with a mad scientist, strapped me to a cursed machine, and dressed me in Walmart sweatpants. It's been horrid." "What does the machine do?" Red asked, stomach dropping. She guided Basil past a photo of Eartha Kitt and other muses of past days, locking eyes with the sepia portrait of Juniper. She was beginning to understand the hard experience in the portrait's eyes. She quickened her steps. His stare grew haunted. He whispered, "They call it the Genesis machine because it takes them back to who they were in the beginning. It amplifies my power and turns it into a signal. They just need one soulmancer, and they can rip the souls from any vampire in a 500-mile radius. Maybe more. The prototype is almost ready." A phantom hand seemed to squeeze her lungs, making it hard to breathe. "That's impossible." "I've seen it. Hell, I saw the blueprints for the next generation device. It sucks the energy from a mage and runs on it like a battery. Witch, wizard, empath, soulmancer, anything with magic." Basil took her by the shoulders. His voice grew raw and fervent. "This will undo everything that Father Matthew did. No souled vampire will be safe. Not from the Genesis machine." His eyes widened in warning. "Red!" She jerked to the side. Pain exploded as a baseball ball bat pounded into her left upper arm. Dropping to her knees, she dodged the next swing and unholstered her revolver. There was a new demon on deck. Run, Basil! Basil Bunny hopped in his chains. A vampiress, decked out in a mesh top and metallic booty shorts, flashed Fang. She tossed the bat to hit Basil in the back, sending the man falling head over feet. Red balanced on one knee and fired her last bullet. It wasn't a kill shot. The vampire clutched her shoulder before spinning to kick Red in the face. Agony racing across her jaw, Red fell onto her back. She rolled to see metallic booty shorts racing away with Basil. The vampire disappeared through the swinging wide back doors of the gallery. Red ran after them into an empty small cargo bay. Jumping down from the loading dock, she called out for him. An RV sputtering dark smoke, windows spray-painted black, sped past the open cargo bay. Honks and tire screeches bounced off the alley walls as it fled at top speed. She had lost Basil. What else did she lose tonight? Chapter 24. January 27th evening, Los Angeles Sunset Strip. Red hunched over on a stool, her elbow resting on the bar of Club Vltava. She needed a breather from the VIP room where the bigwigs were debriefing on the clusterfuck that was their night. An empty glass sat in front of her with a residue of Pinot Noir and Dr. Novak's super-secret vampire elixir lingering on the rim. She didn't have any bruises left from the fight, but she still felt it. It wasn't even 8, but she was ready to throw in the towel. A low buzz of excited and panicked chatter filled the dance floor instead of music. Minions gave her a wide berth as they tended to their wounds and slurped up blood bags. That was okay with her. The DAG were ahead of schedule with the Genesis machine and planning the next-gen device. No more stealing souls one by one. Soulmancy had entered the modern age of mass production. Basil had gotten to her, and she had let him slip through her fingers. That vampire in the booty shorts had come out of nowhere. She wasn't the only one caught off guard tonight. Her team had been distracted with a feint attack on Moon Enterprises. The bulk of the raiders laid siege to the Club Vltava building, sneaking Basil inside through the gallery to steal Quinn's soul. It wasn't the last plot twist to the night. The DAG somehow had a key to the cells. Once they broke through the line of minions, they had nabbed Celine, Quinn, and Sal, then fled. Kristoff and Netta had stopped them from taking Lucas and Delilah. The effort kept the defeat from being totally crushing. Red pushed the glass away, knowing her pity party had come to an end. The night was young, and their enemy had already gotten first blood. She walked toward the VIP room where Kristoff waited by the cracked-open double doors. The green-haired minion stood by the dangling velvet rope. Rips marred her Club Vltava uniform of black slacks and matching collared shirt. She held out a blood bag to Kristoff. He waved it away. That's the last bag, and you need it more, Anna. Go rest until the next order. He had changed his bloody white-collared shirt for a crimson long-sleeved V-neck. Noticing Red approach, he turned to her as his minions slunk away. He opened his mouth to speak, stilling as threats exploded through the ajar doors. Let me rip through every burrow until I find my husband. They took my family, Cora. Wake up Father Matthew already and get his ass risoling them. Red winced at the furious anguish in Delilah's tone. Netta's permanently youthful pitch flattened to an aged growl. The prince isn't waiting to get Alzbeta back, and neither am I. We're bringing in our squad, permission or not, and coordinating this alone if we have to. On a video call, Cora's voice was quieter through the speakers, but there was no love and light in the tone. Don't play hardball with me, Director, not after dropping the ball tonight. How in the hell did they get a key to your cages? That is not... Delilah jabbed a finger at Netta. Listen to me, bitch. If you had anything to do with Quinn being taken... You'll what? Red gestured toward the voices, peeping inside. Still yelling, I see. Kristoff said, You haven't missed much. His weary glance toward the door only partly covered his frustration. He put a hand on her arm, gazes softening. You could still take Vic and go. They already got what they wanted here. Red fought the self-preservation telling her to go. It wouldn't be safer. The building was still being watched. Taking Vic out of Club Vltava, even with a small guard, would make them an easy target out on the streets. The DAG had taken so much, but they were still gunning for more. Delilah called from the room. Christoph, get that tight ass in here. Biting her lip, Red opened the door wider. Her therapist would have diagnosed this as inappropriate humor caused by near-death trauma, but she couldn't resist intoning seriously, "After you, Mr. Tight Ass." Christoph shrugged modestly, even as smirk bloomed on his face. He walked to the center of the room where Netta and Delilah loomed over a table, video conferencing with Cora. The white chamber looked sterile without strobe lights. Shadows huddled in the empty DJ booth and alcove seating. A table covered with folios, flat-screen monitors, and laptops dominated the dance floor. Christoph, the Supreme said from the large computer monitor. Dressed in morning black, she squeezed a stress ball. The stuffing popped through her fingers. You better have answers for me. No one will be pleased with them, least of all me. Delilah and Netta's urgent questions blurred together as Cora called out for order. Red slowed her roll into the room, avoiding an argument between three alpha females. That was the benefit to being the token human. You were expected to lie low in meetings. Lucas stood by the wall, leather-clad arms folded over his chest. His unfocused gaze was nearly hidden by black hair flopping into his eyes. He looked so lost when he turned to her. Red's heart went out to him. Half his family was taken tonight. Who knew what the dog had done to them already? He took her hand. Let's get some air, love. Nodding, she let him guide her out of the VIP room. She squeezed his hand as they walked through the minions in the club and up the staircase to the rooftop lounge. Lucas let go of her hand as they stepped out into the chilly air. He took them to the low tables and cushioned circular couches that skirted the bare dance floor. Red felt suddenly so small on the empty rooftop, surrounded by a giant metropolis. It an eerie reminder of how many lives were at stake. The congested Sunset Strip bustled below the 5-story building. Lit-up billboards and spotlights from nearby clubs reflected on the smog above. They were so few, and they had so many to protect. She shivered, wishing she had good news. Vic had sent her an email about the missing souled vampires before he arrived, but his hunter friend in burrower territory still hadn't touched base about a map of the tunnel systems. She tried to share the most hopeful nugget that she had. Cora says the antidote for Father Matthew is almost ready. Day late and $1 short, Lucas muttered, peering over the darkened bar counter. He picked up a bottle and gave it a sniff before taking a swig. Red took his hand and drew him toward a white couch. I can find a way to protect your soul. I know all the mayhem interrupted the ritual, but I can do it. He flopped down and rubbed his face. You can do damn near anything, I reckon. I'd bet more than a few quid on it, but we're running out of time, love. Cora ate crow. Higby should have been here with Blood Alliance troops, not twisting arms to keep everyone in the dark. We have the fucking sword of Damocles over our heads while politics rolls on. It's a real shitstorm. That doesn't mean we won't get your family back. She curled her legs up on the cushion. You saw Delilah. She's angry enough to take on an entire burrow of vampires. I know Quinn and Selene will survive. That's not why I'm afraid. Lucas glanced away, shadows falling on his face. You can tell me. Red nudged her shoulder against his. I told you I was prepared for the bad with the good. I'm afraid I won't be strong enough to do the right thing. His voice came out choked and he couldn't look at her. What do you mean? She almost asked him if this was about Selene, but she didn't want him clamming up. Had he finally come to terms with the fact that he couldn't always save his sire? I've never been strong enough when it comes to the women I love. He looked down, putting his hands in his pockets. His voice pitched lower. I was my father's only heir. My life had been planned out, from my occupation to my fiancé. He was a burly trader at heart. I was a disappointment until the day he died. He knew I was soft. Red rested her head on his shoulder. She breathed in his sandalwood scent. He could fight like the devil and crack a quip with the best of them, but there was always that core of sorrow inside. The guilt of his soul wasn't the only burden he bore. The bright side to amnesia was she didn't know if she had mommy or daddy issues. Childhood traumas weren't her problem. "You're being hard on yourself," she said. "No. My father was free with that fact whenever he caught me scribbling when I should have been overseeing shipping reports. My mother died in childbirth, so my spinster aunt raised me when he was away on merchant voyages." A small smile of distant remembrance drifted across his features. "I started writing funny poems to make my aunt smile. Even after I died, I'd mail some silly snippet when I remembered. I loved her." She nuzzled his shoulder. "You've always had a big heart." Lucas tilted her chin up. His gray eyes were magnetic. Red couldn't look away. He looked at her as if imprinting her face to memory. He took a shaky, unnecessary breath. "It rules me more than it should. I act first, think second. The first night I saw you, it took every scrap of will to walk away. You're the girl I never should have met. The first time your soul entered my life, I had been dead for nearly 20 years. Then to see you again, it was like I had been given a gift." She smiled, a blush heating her neck. His expression crumpled as if his heart broke at the sight. "I didn't realize this was a test." "What are you saying?" He let her go. "The Dag want my soul, and that device could be ready to zap the city any night now. You're leaving again, aren't you?" She gestured to the city lights around the rooftop. Their enemies could be lurking behind every shadow with his name at the top of the hit list. "Did you learn literally nothing from last time?" "Quinn was right, kitten. My demon will have you in its sights. I'll rip through any hunter to get you. I'll enjoy it too. It won't matter that Kristoff claimed you. I'll turn you anyway. You're not safe if I am around." Red touched his chest, biting back the panic to remain calm. This was madness. She understood his logic, but it was going to get him killed. Maybe her too. "I'm more vulnerable without you. I need you to have my back in the fights ahead." He took her hands, bowing his head. "I have killed every human woman that I have ever loved, starting with my mother at my first breath. I would have killed Juniper if it weren't for the soul. Even my aunt was eventually used against me because I couldn't say goodbye. That's what I am trying to tell you. I need to let you go. I need to be strong, or else you'll be the one to pay." Red scooted away from Lucas on the couch, yanking her hand back. If he was worried about hurting her, he was too late. "You're making a mistake. We need you here. I need you here." "Not if I kill you." She stood. The wind chilled the tears in her eyes. She wouldn't let them fall. "We can fight this. Going on the lam isn't going to bring down the dog." Lucas put his arms around her from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. "We don't know the range on their rotten machine. I shouldn't even be on this bleeding continent." She spun around, heart dropping. "You're not coming back." He rubbed her upper arms. "Not until I'm sure it's safe for you." She studied his strained, determined expression. How could she reach him? "My life has never been safe. This is different. If they change me, I'm not going to be like Kristoff, content to sniff around in the friend zone." He cradled her face in his hands, fingers trembling. His voice came out a husky growl. "I'll do every wicked thing you ever dreamed of and more than you can even imagine. Then, when your body can't take any more, I will make you a monster." She couldn't stare away from the tempest of his gaze. "That's why I can't be your boyfriend. I would only be your death." His cold touch radiated on her skin even as he turned away. "Lucas." Red blinked and found herself alone in a city of millions. Shivering, she bowed her head before draping herself over the couch. She pulled a pillow to her chest. Her phone rang. Fucking hell. Sitting up, she pulled it out of her pocket. It was the Supreme. She put it to her ear and answered it as calmly as she could. "Hi." Cora took a beat. "Are you okay? You're sounding off, Chica." Flushing from being caught in a breakup, Red scrubbed at her wet cheeks as if the vampire could see her through the audio phone line. It's nothing compared to all of this mess. Your feelings are valid. This night has been hard for everyone. What is it? The hunter weighed the options of confessing about him leaving now, or the Supreme finding out on her own. Either way, she would find out quickly and be pissed. Red tried to say it as cut and dry as she could. Lucas left. He's scared of the Genesis machine hitting him from a distance. He thinks he is a liability. Her voice cracked. Please don't punish him. Center yourself, Cora Moon, the Supreme said. The low whisper came over the line before she spoke louder. I'm not going to hurt your man. Former, if ever. Oh, it was that kind of exit, Cora drawled, the Louisiana coming out in her voice. Girl, we need some Chardonnay for this story. Red chuckled, throat froggy with tears. Once we smash these terrorists, I'll take you up on that. I know it's probably the last thing you want to hear, but I gotta tell you that this too shall pass. I've been telling myself that a lot lately. You've been dumped on enough too, Red said. Cora had lost her Childi Jo Chang, and now her city was in danger again. It put a breakup into perspective. Lucas was leaving town. He wasn't dead. Could you tell the universe that? I'm on the razor's edge. And that soul machine. A blast of low Creole cursing came over the line. I'm guessing August Harvest Part 2, but the wacky reversal. Chaos again. These young ones don't understand. Looking back, I don't know how I survived, Cora said, voice growing distant with memory. I was a jazz baby, fresh to Harlem from the South, and ready to party through the roaring 20s. I was nocturnal before I was reborn into an eternal night at war. 1926 was the bloodiest year of the harvest. The humans had an armistice, but the vampires never stopped. You never knew who would be next. I dodged the curse for nearly 30 years. Then once I got it, I knew it was a gift. Red leaned back on the couch, curling her feet under her. You didn't resent it. I hated it at first. The guilt was maddening. Every morning the sun called to me. I could only drag myself out of bed to the late shows. Half starving and full of loathing, I lost myself in the theater. It's how I met Delilah. Cora paused, necklaces rattling through the phone line. She's a wreck. I've seen her tortured, and I never saw her lose it like this. I need you to keep an eye on her there, please. I will, Red said. The earnest plea touched her, shaking loose the chip on her shoulder that she had been carrying about the tribunal's appointed supervision. The Supreme wasn't perfect, but she protected her people and hadn't earned her resentment. She ran a restless hand over her pulled back hair. Cora, I have to apologize to you. Why? Working for me might just get you killed. You helped me, stood up to your own kind, and I repaid that with paranoia. Maybe you haven't noticed, but I've been projecting on you. I won't bore you with the details of my existential crisis. I've been afraid of my own power. It made me suspicious of yours. Not really all that feminist of me, I know. Red pinched the bridge of her nose, wincing at her own awkwardness. It's been a weird night. I don't know why I needed to tell you that, but there you go. I appreciate that. Cora's words came out with a raw quiver. We're going to bring our friends home. It's all going to work out. The universe has our backs. Red didn't believe her. Chapter 25. January 27th, evening, Los Angeles. Club Voltava. The cold of the rooftop drove Red back to Kristoff's office. She checked on Vic earlier, yet she didn't like leaving him alone with all the minions on lockdown in the building. They might have been on the same side, but too many still sported bruises from their earlier fight with the Degay. A pinched hunger soured their features. Vampires had super strength, speed, and healing, but using those talents drained their energy without a blood refill. Kristoff had them all well trained enough that not even one looked at her. She locked the office door anyway. Red retreated to the spacious bedroom suite attached to the office. She took Vic's hand and sat beside him. Damn it, Constantine, you get hit in the head too much. This can't be good. Vic rested on pillows under a green duvet on a massive bed. Quinn had landed one hell of a KO on him. The impact had blackened both his eyes. He breathed heavily through his mouth. Butterfly bandages crossed the bridge of his flattened nose. He wasn't in a coma, but she feared for his life anyway. The world was changing too quickly. He had been knocked unconscious in a city where there were vampires with souls. Would he wake up before or after the Dague stole them all? You're going to be bummed that you missed a big fight, but you did miss a big meeting, so it's a wash. She screwed up her face, fighting back the hot tears behind her eyes. You're going to give me a big fat "I told you so" about Lucas when you wake up, too. She couldn't stop herself from imagining a ghoulish vision of a target on his forehead. Quinn was in the market for a new child. Vic was a clever hunter and knew how to cover his tracks. He could have dodged the Black Libertine in the old days. His electric wheelchair lurked in the corner. It won't always be like this, Vic. I just have to decide if I'm willing to have you hate me. I'm ready for the other trade-offs. The swing of a door filtered in from the office. Kristoff stepped to the open threshold between the attached rooms, as if conjured by her dark thoughts. He lingered, in the doorframe. Even over 6 feet tall, he seemed small and uncertain as he gazed at her. I just wanted to check in, but I can leave if you want to be alone. It's fine. She gestured to the California king-sized bed. Why did I have the couch again? You grumbled when I tried to move you. Kristoff smiled. You demanded covers and rolled over. You should have told me the thread count on these sheets. Red looked at Vic. His nose isn't going to be as pretty as before. More than that, he's going to be broken up about Quinn. I can help with one of those. He brushed his finger along a sharpened fang and let a blood droplet drip onto Vic's nose, turning the thin butterfly bandages red. The cut healed as the bruises lightened from deep purple to a dusky green. His eyes darted to her. Too bold? Should I have let nature take its course? She stood shakily. The idea had been in the back of her mind ever since she guessed Kristoff's powers. Quiet as a shadow, it'd follow at her. She'd be doing research with Vic at Quinn Investigations when it would pop up, like a ghoul from a crypt. The specter would rise as they had tacos and iced raspados outside a food truck. She'd fall asleep with the lurking idea. It wasn't something she had said aloud or even journaled. A chorus of shame and reminders of bodily autonomy never chased the idea away fully, only kept it wordless. Tonight, it needed to be said. Kristoff withdrew from the bed. What are you thinking? You fixed your brother's legs. Red made herself meet his gaze. Can you do it for Vic? I wondered when you ask. Do you think he would thank you? I don't. He might see it as owing a vampire. We both know it wouldn't be his debt. I'm asking you, Red said. He wasn't wrong. It wasn't a deal in her favor either. She knew that this would tie her closer to the demon. She didn't care. If Vic had a fighting chance against Quinn, she was willing to make the sacrifice. I've kept this secret for a long time. People will wonder when a man starts to walk again. I'll say it's a Smith and Reaper secret treatment. Hell, I'll tell Vic that. He's like you. He'd just get into trouble trying to figure out the mystery. He can keep a secret, please. Quinn is going to come for him. I don't want him to be... Red lowered her face. What was she expecting? Vampires with the dark gift of healing had to stay hidden. Their power would be coveted by any desperate person watching a loved one suffer. She was one of them. I'll do it for you, but tonight is a bad night. Kristoff ran a quick hand through his dark blonde hair, giving a minute shake of his head. I'll need to feed afterward to be ready for the fight ahead. We've run out of blood bags and none of us have time to hunt. I don't know how long we can wait. She had vowed once that there was one thing that she'd never ask Kristoff to do. Swallowing back the lump in her throat, she glanced at Vic's battered face. The dog had forced her hand. I'll make sure you feed. Please heal him now. I'm intrigued. Kristoff rubbed his chin as he considered her. He clasped his hands behind his back. The doctor is in session then. Thank you. Throwing herself forward, Red hugged him. She could already picture Vic swaggering into a highway honky-tonk again. Joy in restoring her mentor overcame her doubts. Vic might wake up angry, but he'll be able to kick her ass about it. Kristoff held her close, strong arms tightening around her. You're welcome. She pulled back, realizing what she'd done. Conflict bloomed on his features. Are you sure? Not at all, but I'm willing to try anything. Red glanced at Vic. She didn't add what she was willing to lose to keep him from joining the evil dead at Quinn's hand. Kristoff took stock of his patient. His vampire fangs lengthened over his human teeth. Instinct told her to block the predator from the helpless prey. She forced herself to back up to the foot of the bed. It wouldn't help Vic if she distracted the vampire with a heaving bosom and throbbing anxiety. Kristoff bit into his own wrist. He rubbed his thumb along Vic's throat to force the other man to drink from him. Vic healed, the deep purple bruises disappearing into the natural golden tint to his skin. She gasped. It worked! It's not enough, he grunted before cutting his wrist deeper with a fingernail. The process took longer than she expected. Kristoff had to bite his wrist again and again as he healed. He grew paler as he administered his blood. There, I can't do any more tonight. He scrubbed the blood off his wrist with a handkerchief. Amber flickered in his gaze. I need to feed. Red retreated from the bed, shivering from the hunger in his eyes. Her retreating trembles were a dinner bell to a vampire. Backing into the attached office, she stilled her shakes. He followed her, blue eyes darkening, and closed the door behind him. Now, what is on the menu? She raised her chin, her heart hammered against her ribs. Me. How did you know that's what I wanted? He ran his fingers over his mark on her neck. What's the catch? Will my sire come at me when my back is turned for touching his girlfriend? I'm not his girlfriend. Red looked away from him. I don't think he'll notice, not where he's going. Kristoff didn't say anything for a long moment as he twirled a rogue curl on the base of her neck under her high ponytail. His whisper-soft touch tingled down her spine. I don't want to mistake you. Tell me what you want me to do. Don't make me say it. Do you need an engraved invitation? I need to hear it, he whispered into her ear, lips brushing against the lobe. Mr. Novak! She tried to be sardonic as she held up her wrist. I'm giving you an invitation to the bar. I'll need to drink deeper than that. His gaze followed the line of her throat. She pulled her wrist back. You'll have to make sure to stop. You're a flavor that I want to savor. I'll be on my best behavior. He inched closer. Until you ask me to be bad. It's dinner, nothing more. Red was throwing herself on a lion and betting her life that he would let go. Kristoff loosely grasped her wrist and brought her knuckles to his lips. So just say the words. She chewed the inside of her cheek. He was playing this game again, drawing the naked words from her. Just do it. Don't you want to? More than anything. He swept the ponytail off her neck. Tell me what you want, so we're crystal clear. I want you to bite me, she whispered. Maybe she had since he'd bitten her the first time. Not that she would admit that to anyone. An excited shame warmed her cheeks. Anticipation curled his lips. He brushed his fingers over her cheek. This won't hurt at all. Red almost wished it would. Tilting her head, she scrunched her eyes closed. Kristoff kissed her skin before his fangs sank into her neck. The initial shock of pain sent sweat beading on her skin. She gripped his biceps as the strange pleasure sank into the bite. A vampire's venom usually brought victims into a daze. His bite felt like ecstasy. Her toes curled. Damn it, Novak, not so much venom. I promised it wouldn't hurt, and I keep my promises. He chuckled, lapping at her blood. He bit into her again, pulling her closer, sucking on her neck. His fangs sent shockwaves through her core. Red clutched him desperately. Her nipples poked through her bra, rubbing against him. All shame, doubt, and logical thought escaped her. He started to pull away. She pressed his head against her neck. Don't stop! Growling, Kristoff wrapped an arm under her ass, spinning her around to lift her onto his desk. His fangs sank into her again. Fuck, Red said, legs wrapping around him, knees gripping his hips. She tugged at his dark blonde hair. His cold touch burned. She struggled to get closer. Time stopped as he drank. He pulled out, licking her bite. His tongue worshipped her neck, tracing down her clavicle for a stray drop of blood. He caressed her back. Red slumped against him, heart skipping, body humming from his touch. She pawed at his shoulders, trying to pull herself up, but her arms felt boneless. Kristoff cupped her cheek and brushed his thumb against her panting lips. He leaned his forehead against hers. He stared at her as if he were going to kiss her. She didn't know if she would stop him. Her fingers gripped his shirt as if she were falling overboard. Kristoff. Strawberries and magic. That's what you taste like. Wonder suffused his voice. Did I hurt you? You're making a face. No, but I can't catch my breath. She shook her head, belly clenching. Suddenly aware of being wrapped around him, she released her thigh's death grip on his hip. Her hands fluttered uselessly. Not when I hold you. He leaned back. His gaze traced over her, quiet satisfaction growing. Face hot, Red slipped off his desk on wobbling legs. She staggered to the couch and flopped down. Fixing her hair and shirt, she tried to look everywhere but at him. The fog of the bite faded enough for the embarrassment to sink in. She had nearly dry humped him. Kristoff walked over to a small rolling drink stand hidden in a metallic globe. He poured her a glass of wine and spiked it with his blood. You need this. Yeah. Still incapable of complete sentences, she stuttered before falling silent. Her body vibrated. Drink that. He handed her the glass. Thank you. Their fingers brushed as she accepted the wine. Her stomach tightened. You helped my friend tonight. I should be thanking you. I'll let you get settled. He brushed a lock of hair off her forehead. His twinkling blue eyes took in her sweaty, flushed face. Rest up. I'll let you know when the next calamity hits. Watching him leave the office, Red rubbed her neck. Not even a raised scar marked where his fangs had penetrated her. Oh God, why did she have to think the word penetrated? Lucas had broken up with her, and she had practically gone to second base with his progeny on the same night. She dropped her head into her hands. This was bad on top of badness. Vic's phone vibrated on a nearby stand. She picked it up with shaking hands, telling herself to get a grip and focus. The voice on the other end didn't wait for her to say hello. Goddamn, Constantine, you have to check your email. I got the intel. Chapter 26. January 27th, evening. Sunset Strip, Club Vltava. Red didn't know if it was Kristoff's blood, Vic possibly being healed, or the new information on the dog's lair, but she felt a caffeine jolt like 10 espressos. She trotted out of the private hallway into the first level of Club Vltava. Xavier, the desert contact, had been cagey when he had found Red on the other end of the line. She'd had to give Chuck the hunter as a reference and wait for the paranoid fact-checker to call her back. It felt like an eternity, but she was finally able to coax him into spilling the details on what he'd learned from flying over the desert in his small crop duster. His plane might have been old, but his mobile radar Wi-Fi system, with through-the-wall sensors, was state-of-the-art. Cranky as Xavier was, Red was proud that it was a hunter who had cracked the location before the vampires. It wasn't yet 10. They still had enough moonlight to hit back at the dog. She snagged a small croissant off the bar counter. Chewing the flaky pastry quickly, she hustled toward the VIP room where she was certain Delilah and Netta were still sniping at each other. She darted through the milling minions on the dance floor. Time had healed some of their wounds. She tried not to think about how few their numbers were. The latest intel had shown her the door, but they still had to bust through it. She slipped into the makeshift war room where Netta and Delilah faced off, Both female vampires shot Red a look of nearly equal disdain before refocusing on the other, and they thought they didn't have anything in common. Delilah said, "I don't care if Higby can't trust her people. Go above her head, Netta." "She is the chairwoman. That is like my boss's boss's boss." Red strode to the laptop on the long table connected to a large external monitor. Logging into her email, she downloaded the maps sent by the desert hunter before exiting her account. She made sure she had the right documents up on the screen before alerting the bickering vampires. "Are you guys coming to a good stopping point on this? I know exactly where the burrowers are keeping their prisoners." Delilah stomped to her. "Why didn't you start with that?" "You two were occupied. Cora sent Vic nosing through the hunters for help. Well, my people came through," Netta said. "Quit gloating." Delilah wrinkled her nose. "Get to the point, and then I'll decide to be impressed." Red brought up a standard-colored geographical map of the area around the Salton Sea on the computer screen. "Sal told us the Daig's lab was in a burrow near a circle of dead trees, a livestock pen, and the water. He could smell the fish. My hunter discovered new tunnels, farther north than we suspected. Black dots marked the scattered burrower tunnels, and orange dots indicated the recent finds." She pointed to a patch of desert close to the inland sea with a bright orange dot. "This is the only tunnel system that fits. The radar scan revealed enough traces of equipment and numbers to indicate they'd been there a while. Basil didn't mention being moved, so I'm betting that their spooky device doesn't travel well. If they're doing the Genesis machine soon, they'll make a production out of it with their captives on display." Delilah leaned closer to the laptop. "How do we get in?" Netta asked. "Can you guide us down there?" Red pulled up a rough radar map of the new tunnel system. "It's a labyrinth, but based on his testimony, Sal was kept on the side closest to the entrance by the trees. They wanted the pains and the asses, as he called his cellmates, away from their device. There are 2 other known entrances." She pointed them out on the east and north sides, then switched to another image, clicking the laptop's touchpad. "You can see the tire tracks by the north one, even on the aerial shots." Netta furrowed her brow, squinting at the zoomed-in aerial image. "There is nothing by the east entrance," Delilah commented with a superior air. "They wouldn't want the rank and file hopped up on meth around their pet scientists." Bristling at the tone, Netta crossed her arms. "It will take hours to get there, and they will have eyes on the highways." "Oh, vampires of little faith." Red scrolled north in the picture to reveal a small landing strip. "We don't have to go by car." Delilah didn't miss a beat. "Christoph will be happy to loan his jet, I'm sure." "Yeah, where is he?" Red asked, striving for an apathetic tone even as the back of her neck heated at the thought of him. "Never you mind," Delilah said quickly, sharing a glance with her progeny. "Can you bring us hunters as reinforcements?" "Vic and I spread the word, but how many really want to fight in a vampire's war?" Red shrugged, trying to hide her frustration with the fact. Chuck had promised to alert others too, but he wouldn't promise they would come. Hunters were skittish in LA when it came to vampires. There weren't any other factions strong enough to hide behind in this city ruled by the undead, not even the Brotherhood. A small team could surprise the Dage long enough to release the prisoners before destroying the lab. Netta sneered. "We don't need hunters. The prince has men on the way." Delilah huffed. "You Portlanders keep saying that, but I don't see these fucking knights charging in." Red held up her hands. "Stop fighting. The Dag took people you love. You're both stone-cold diabolical bitches, so team up already to get your honeys back." Netta glanced at her sire skeptically. "We need to report this and get a plan in order." Delilah pulled out a phone and leaned over the laptop. "Cora, I have good news." Red knew it was as close to getting an atta-girl from either vampire as she was going to get. Her stomach growled, reminding her that a croissant wasn't a meal. Netta gestured Red away from Delilah on the phone. We're taking the fight to them tonight. Get yourself something to eat so your stomach doesn't give us away. Be useful and fetch Kristoff from the cells on the way too." "Sure." She waved a dismissive hand, then walked back to her sire. "Put the Supreme on speaker." Red scowled at the imperially icy tone. There was more of a family resemblance than either vampire would admit. Leaving the room, the hunter grabbed another snack from the bar, then headed to the elevator. She descended to the underground parking garage, munching on a hipster brand of breakfast bar and sipping on a small bottle of mint tea. The treats were inhaled before she reached the storage room that concealed the hidden entrance to the cells. Walking inside, she set down her drink to open the fuse box to trigger the secret door. "Stop!" A muffled scream echoed under the decoy shelf. Harsh panting followed. It was Trey. She hurried to open the hidden door. Kristoff's growled words slashed through the air like a sword. "Get to the parts we don't know, then." Red rushed into the hidden jail room, stopping at the edge of the first cell. She covered her mouth. "The bastards!" Trey slumped over in a chair, bound in ropes, chest heaving in the center of the chamber. The dim ceiling lights and flickering candles created deep shadows on his battered frame. His right eye was swollen shut, skin purpled under the smeared eyeliner. Bruises mottled his upper lip and jaw, like stubble. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips. Damp patches and jagged rips marred his dark sweater. A single fabric cat ear remained on the torn hood, discarded on the floor. He wasn't alone. Donald was in black, as if he were already a widower. Blood drops shone on his leather jacket and pants. He paced, biting his fingernails. Kristoff circled the tied-up human, a glacial expression on his face like an executioner on a scaffold. White fangs gleamed in the light. Bright, fresh blood speckled his bare chest. He stalked around his victim with the confidence of a king in his castle. This wasn't playing diplomat or photographer. This was the real monster behind the visage of civility. At her entrance, his fangs snapped back into his gums. The dominating demon posture shrank as his shoulders slumped. "Red." She shook her head as if the terrible sight would disappear. It didn't. Trey was on their side. He had been her guide to the underground Paisa party. Now he looked like Hamburger. "Why are you two doing this?" "He betrayed me," Donald glared, slamming a meaty hand on his boyfriend's shoulder. "He betrayed all of us." Kristoff said softly, "Get out of here. You're torturing a man." Anger surged through her toward him, but more at herself. She stared at him like he was a stranger, but this was who he had always been. It's not like he had lied about it. Kristoff said, "We need to find out how much he told them." She backed away from him, fixated on the splatters on his bare chest. How could she have let him touch her? She had almost thought of him as a friend, not as a murderer. Kristoff flinched as if pained from the fear in her eyes. Donald gritted his teeth. "Get on with it. Who cares if she sees? This might be good for her to know what happens when a claimed human betrays their master." She forced herself to match the challenging gaze. A light bulb went off in her head. Netta had set her up, sending her down here. Another vampire power play. "Donald!" Kristoff warned, amber flashing in his irises as he glared at his friend. "Help me," Trey begged, slurring through quivering cut lips. Red stepped forward, hand on her hunter's kit. He might have betrayed them, but she couldn't let the torture continue. She had cracked Sal with compassion and logic. She could do the same to Trey. This was unnecessary with the new intel. With the shock of an icy wind, she realized they wouldn't need him then. Cora wouldn't like this. Kristoff's gaze pleaded with her to leave. She wanted to know how the dog got the keys to our cells. She won't care how she learns it in the end. Donald ran a shaking hand through his red hair. "This is my claimed human, and she's not my supreme. She can't do anything." Trey sobbed, bowing his head. "I've told them everything they asked." "Leave him alone," she said. "He's confessed. Cora can send him to a human prison on trumped-up charges to punish him. You don't have to do it this way." Donald shouted at her. There is no other way. He spun to face his former lover. Trey here wanted immortal life, didn't you? Got sick of waiting. Red chilled at the rawness in his voice. Her odds of getting Trey out of this room, let alone out of a building filled with minions, were bleak. If she shot her way out, she then had to deal with the Blood Alliance bringing her in for killing a vampire. She already knew what the punishment would be. Violence wouldn't get him out, and she had a sinking feeling that neither would reason. Kristoff shook his head, rubbing his face. He stalked to his prisoner and rested his hand on the battered man's shoulder. From the top, then. She balled her fist against her hunter's kit. Don't make a show of it. No, you need to know how this traitor hurt your friends. Kristoff roughly patted the wincing man. And this treachery to humankind goes back a spell, doesn't it, Trey? You can skip how you were feeding intel to Michelle during the Blood Summit. Red slumped her shoulders. That long? Donald confirmed through clenched teeth. That long. Kristoff loomed over the bound human and leaned to speak at his ear level. Start with Soul House and how you managed to create an enemy for life in the Prince of Portland. It's a bad move for a boy who wants eternity. Trey closed his eyes, licking his dry lips. His words came out slurred as if the beating had knocked teeth loose. I didn't know that would happen. I was just supposed to pump the cop for information, then pass it along. Donald sneered. What else did you pump? I see the new marks on your neck. Kristoff pulled Donald away. He glanced to her, eyebrow arched, as if his words were really for her. You knew who you were dealing with. If he thought he could cow her, he hadn't been paying attention. Donald pushed his friend away before straightening his leather motorcycle jacket. Kristoff put his hands behind his back. Shirtless and blood-splattered, the corporate pose didn't inspire confidence, only dread. The dim lights cast his face in shadow. Remember the people in Baker? This is the traitor who signed their death warrants when he told the Dague about Soul House. She would never forget the massacre at the Welcome Cafe. Kristoff stepped out from behind Trey. His amber-tinged gaze met hers. You cried. I'd kill him for that alone. Red covered her grimace, throat tightening. I don't want anyone to die over me. Donald crossed his arms. Oh, quit busting his balls, you ginger minge. You're lucky that it's him steering this interrogation, or else you would have walked in on me gutting this Blackheart. You're both sadists, she spat the truth out. It had been too easy to be charmed by them at the Pandora Hotel. She felt like a moron. Kristoff said, I'm a vampire. This is how we're going to find out how to stop the Genesis Machini. That's a good guy thing, right? This is wrong! She couldn't even begin to explain ethics to a soulless demon, especially not one like him. He wasn't like his sire. Unsold, Lucas had started riots for fun, with an unpredictable boyish thoughtlessness. Kristoff wasn't flashy, he was strategic. He blended into the modern world, brutality pointed to a business-like purpose under the cloak of shadow. Now it was unleashed. She said, Trey might not know the bigger picture, probably didn't know what he was doing. Donald roared, He knew he was fucking me over. You can bribe him or something, Red said before clamping down on her next words. Donald was livid. Pissing him off more was stupid for more than her own sake. Kristoff shook his head. That's not how this works. You've been killing long enough to know it. She flinched at his words. I'm a hunter, not a killer. There is a difference. Sighing, Kristoff turned and walked to the prisoner. He tapped the chair leg with a lazy foot. Tell her what you did to earn this. I drugged the cop, told the Dague about that weirdo artist in Slab City. I got the address to Soul House. Trey glared at Donald. There was an eagerness in his confession. I worked with Michelle before he died. Fucking pirate wouldn't turn me, but his followers didn't give a shit about the claim on me. I got the dog everything they asked for. The Genesis machine didn't matter. I didn't want to be a sold vampire anyway. Red said, You knew it all? It's going to be a feeding frenzy when they turn that thing on. She remembered Trey at the Rogue Minion Bar, the Halloween Ball, and even at the Fine Line. He had just been another claimed human in the crowd. She had made a classic supernatural mistake, underestimating a human. They had lost Joe Chang and so many others because of him. He hadn't cared what the vampires would do with that information, even knowing what they had planned. Only that he had gotten caught. Trey's voice pitched up in panic as if he realized he was losing the sympathy of the only person in the room who didn't want him dead. You understand, Red. You know what it's like to sweat, fart, and age next to these fucking perfect creatures. They bring you in, make you crazy about them, and it's all on their terms. Lucas's last words flashing in her mind. Her cheek twitched. Maybe she understood too much. We change everything about ourselves for them. Trey strained against his bonds. Bloody spittle landed on his bruised chin from his fervor. I gave up the sun years ago. It was my destiny. How could I say no to their offer? I would have started eternity on third base. Sancha Constanza was going to be my sire. Bile rose in her throat at the desperate longing in his eyes. Donald pointed to himself, lips curling over his bared fangs. I would have been your sire. Trey screwed up his bruised face. How long have I been fucking with you with no ring to show for it? Kristoff blocked Donald's lunge. He tried to pull them away, but the other vampire charged again. He held his friend back. Boyo, be calm. Trey sniffed through damaged nostrils before spitting on the floor. Chuckling darkly, he flashed his teeth like they were fangs. It looked like a jack-o'-lantern grimace, marred by the bloody gaps where his canines used to be. He had wanted to be a vampire, and they had punished him like one. That's what I think of your blood, he said. It doesn't matter what I know now. It's already done. I copied your stupid keys, and I shared every bit of pillow talk. The Dagui have everything they need. They will zap every single vampire in SoCal with that unsouling death ray. Tonight. Red gawked at the bound human who had brought the master vampires to their metaphorical knees. No! Kristoff's eyes widened at the confession, his grip loosening on Donald. You arrogant dead fucks didn't see insignificant me pulling strings, and now it's too late. The Dag couldn't have done it without me. That's how good a vampire I would have made. Trey laughed. The hollow sound wheezed like a breeze over a grave. You could have had this forever, Donald. You didn't even give me a drawer at your lair. Shut up, Red hissed. She tried to figure out if she could shoot Donald before he reached his boyfriend. Trey deserved human jail. A smaller, colder internal voice whispered that he had betrayed humanity and deserved more. Kristoff held the burly ginger by the shoulders, his heels slipping on the ground. Donald pushed him aside and rushed the human. He gripped Trey's collar and his shoulders dropped. I cared for you. You wanted my blood and the body it came in. If you had been loyal... Donald cradled Trey's jaw in his big hand, caressing the bruise-dappled skin. She opened her hunter's kit to get a revolver. Kristoff grabbed her wrist. His loose grip didn't hurt her, but it felt as solid as iron manacles. This is not your fight. This isn't a fight, it's murder. Red tried to pull away, but his hand didn't budge. She tried to pull on her magic. After crafting orbs and protection spells in the last few days, the wild energy could only hobble to her reach, even with the boost from his blood. There was no time for a proper incantation, and she didn't have the supplies for ceremonial magic. Red only knew a few down-and-dirty elemental tricks anyway. She evened her breathing to sink into hyper-awareness of the air. It was the only element that came when called. She opened her senses to be aware of every molecule. The dank underground air might have been tinged with blood, but it still answered her. Her ponytail fluttered in a sudden breeze. Air scampered from her, overeager like a puppy, too quickly for her to control. She couldn't aim it to propel Donald back. Air energy diffused over the room. The pillar candles in the tall candelabras sputtered before burning stronger than ever. She shuddered, dropping the magic. Channeling an element burned through energy fast. She hadn't even managed to blow out the candles. The Bell Witch had warned that until Red learned magic, she would always tire too quickly. Red had been so afraid of hurting people with her magic that she hadn't thought of the people she could save. Kristoff pulled out his phone with his free hand. His eyes snapped to the screen, lips pressing into a line as he read. He shot her an annoyed side-eye. We know where the burrowers have their lab and keep their most valuable prisoners. Donal paled, even for a ginger vampire. The drained color left him looking truly dead. Reddish tears stained the whites of his eyes. He looked at Trey as if seeing him for the first time. His expression softened. Kristoff tightened his grip on Red, then pulled her against her chest, pinning his other palm over her mouth. His sympathetic words rumbled in his chest. I can do it for you, Donal. She tried to yell, but the cold fingers muffled the sound. Trey whispered, You said you loved me. Fury sharpened Donal's features, and he backhanded him. He grabbed the other man by the collar, yanking him up so forcefully that the back chair legs lifted. I've loved exactly one man in over 400 years. You couldn't compare. He dropped his hold. The chair legs clattered back on the floor. Trey spit in Donal's face. Blood dripped down his chin. No one could compare to a memory. That's why you'll be sad and alone forever, serving a creepy fucking boy. Donal wiped his face with his sleeve. His quiet words cut through the air. And you'll be dead. Red threw herself against the arms that held her. It was too late. Donal bit deep into his lover's neck. Trey screamed, bucking against the bonds. His breath gurgled in his throat. She struggled against Kristoff, biting his fingers pressed against her mouth. He scooped her up in his arms and sprinted away from the cells. The shelves of the decoy storage room passed by as he hauled her into the underground parking garage. That was reckless. Set back on her feet, she shoved him away from her and backed off, hand half in her hunter's kit. Don't fucking touch me, Novak. I never wanted you to see that. He put his hands up, brows knitting together to dig a worry trench between his eyes. You have to believe me. Of course I do. Her voice sounded robotic to her own ears. A chill ran down her spine at the hope blooming on his face. You're very deliberate in what you let me know. You want to look good, after all. Kristoff's face fell, and he swiped at the dried blood on his toned bare chest, as if realizing that it was there. Setting his jaw, he raised his gaze. That's not the vampire in me, that's the human. He crossed his arms as if lobbing a defense before a judge. We all try to make a good impression. Red sneered. Well, that's blown now that I've seen you help murder a man. He was a traitor. How many people have you lost because of his double dealings? Kristoff counted on his hand, starting with his thumb. I bet those models from last year would still be alive today. The people at the cafe, too. Selene would never have lost her soul, and we all know what that did to your personal life. Stop. She waved her hands, trying to block his dimpled chin and excuses. I know he was guilty. That doesn't mean I need to be okay with watching him die. It didn't have to happen like that. I'm sorry you saw it. I was trying to do the right thing. You don't even know what that is. Unlike Lucas, Kristoff had never been cursed. It didn't just give you a soul, it chucked empathy and a moral compass back into a vampire. Explaining mercy to the soulless, why bother? She spun on her heel and stomped toward the stairwell. You can chill out on the rationalizations until Donal is done slobbering over Trey. Kristoff appeared in her path, hands hovering over her upper arms. His shoulders loomed over her, jaw slack as his worried eyes studied her face. We should... Startled at his sudden nearness, she flinched and jumped back. Wincing, he bowed his head, dropping his hands to his sides. Please don't fear me. I would never hurt you. You say that now. Red shrugged, swiping at her wet cheek. She glanced over to the storage room where Trey had died. Until I need a lesson. Or was that it? Hey, what Donald said, that wasn't a lesson. I would never. Or you just haven't gotten the chance. She swallowed a lump of dread. Trey's final words had hit her hard. He'd been sick of being compared to a memory. She knew what that was like. Kristoff didn't know her well enough yet to be disappointed that she wasn't the Juniper he remembered. Would it turn deadly when he did? God damn it, Novak. I saw you in there. I had to be by his side. I couldn't let him be alone. You saw Donald. He was crushed. Kristoff gestured to the door. That kid twisted him up. Donald was crushed? Seriously? Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair. You wouldn't let a friend put down his pet alone. They were together years. Good to know that claimed humans are up there with a prized schnauzer. He opened his mouth to argue. Don't deny it. She shook a finger at him, nearly jabbing his bare chest. That's what you think of me. I'm just as disposable. The murder upset your sense of honor, but you know hunters have done worse to human betrayers. That's not what gnawing at you. You started to like me, to care for a demon, and now you wonder if any of it was real. You're not my friend. I was stupid to even think that we could be. She tried to sneer, but her chin trembled instead. I'm not going to end up like Trey. Red, I trusted you with not just my own life, but Vic's. Nausea churned her stomach. Her words came out in stumbled disgust. I let you bite me, touch me. Ugh. His expression darkened. Hurt entered his narrowing eyes. You got what you specifically asked for, and we both know you liked being bitten as much as I liked biting you. Deny that. There was no refuting the hormones that he had no doubt smelled, and then the whole wrapping her legs around him thing. Trey had told her that cemetery fever had no cure. It had killed him. Red glared. Fine. I don't deny that your venom caused a chemical reaction. That has nothing to do with anything. And all those other times that your pupils dilated, a blush rose in your cheeks, and your breath caught in your chest when I touched you. Kristoff brushed his cold fingers down her jaw. What chemical reaction caused that? She shied from him, trying to fight the heat creeping up her neck. You're imagining things. I don't need to. I have supernatural senses, remember? He whispered in her ear. I can smell a lie. Red retreated from him. He was right. She had been drawn to Kristoff at first sight, even if she kept telling herself it was just for a case. Her lips gaped as she struggled for a retort. All she had come up with was telling him to smell this and then running away. A small, hesitant voice called from the top landing of the parking garage stairs. Sorry to interrupt, but Miss Cora and the director are calling a meeting. Red cocked her head at the female vampire with the green pixie cut in the open doorway. Kristoff had called her Anna. The olive-toned face had tugged at Red's memory for days, but it wasn't until the other woman spoke that she placed her, the Club Vltava bartender. She had been alive when questioned about Julia Crispin's murder before Halloween. Red turned back to Kristoff. You said you only turn those who ask you. I suppose she did. I won't. His brow furrowed as he took in her death glare. Stomping ahead, Red passed the petite minion on the stairs, then walked into the building. She slammed the door behind her and she slapped her forehead. Stupid. Stupid. Chapter 27. January 28th, after midnight, airborne over Southern California. Red wasn't in the mood to enjoy her first time on a private jet. It was Kristoff's, after all. Hiding in the flight attendant's cramped hall, she peeped through a crack in the privacy curtain into the passenger cabin. The small plane had leather interiors, an entertainment center, and even 2 couches. 6 minions played cards at a table, dressed identically in black pants and armored vests, while the master vampires perched pensively on couches and chairs. The green-haired Anna hadn't come along. Donald and Netta huddled, their heads close in whispered conversation. Delilah stared out the window. Her irises were demon yellow. Kristoff sat in a stand-alone chair, head bowed and fingers steepled. He matched her gaze through his eyelashes. The dim cabin lights cast his face in shadow. Red closed the curtain. She was happier here, pretending to be a stewardess on break. It was as close to one as she'd had tonight. Hopefully Vic had had better luck. Earlier, she white-knuckled it through a final strategy debrief of the plan to take out the Genesis machine and free the captives, and ordered a security van from Smith and Reaper to collect Vic. The Millennium Falcon looked puny as it tagged along behind, driven by another guard in a convoy to the pump house. After Trey's execution, she wasn't keeping him at Club Vltava. She was willing to fight beside Kristoff to save lives, but she wouldn't trust him with Vic's life again. The hour-long plane ride into enemy territory felt like eternity. They were the first of 3 waves of attackers. The souled vampires from LA would come second. Cora had given permission to Prince Merrick to send men into her territory as the final assault with the promise of secrecy. The Blood Alliance couldn't know. Red was supposed to use her magical knowledge to disable the Daeg's device, then flee the tunnels to wait for backup. It felt more like a last stand than a rescue. The plane's chill reached through her leather jacket. Her dark thoughts didn't help. Kristoff walked to her. They were all supposed to be on the same team, even had matching uniforms to prove it, but he had more on his agenda than stopping the dog. He leaned on the cabinets opposite her and pulled earplugs out of his ears. All the vampires had them in. Red guessed the ambient noises of air travel must have been agony on supernatural hearing. Good. He said, "You know, if we are to fight together, you'll have to look at me. I'll have other vampires to look at, those ones I can kill, legally. Accidents do happen." Kristoff closed the cabin curtain behind them. "You forget who I am." "On the contrary, Mr. Novak," Red said. She had relied on him in this investigation. That false security died with Trey. "I thought you liked it when I threatened you. Part of our fun dynamic. Are threats not so cute now that you know I could actually hurt you?" He arched his eyebrow. "You know things are different between us now. I put more than my trust on the line. Worry about the burrowers. They're more likely to kill you tonight." Red meant it. Revealing his dark gift would make him the target for any mage, human, or demon who wanted his blood. That was leverage that she'd put on hold. She could barely look at him, but she'd still have to fight with him tonight. There were too many lives at risk to let her feelings jeopardize the plan. The flight attendant peeked around the curtain at them. She looked like a normal stewardess, from her navy blue skirt to her polished brunette updo, except for the armored vest on her unbreathing chest. "We are landing soon. We need everyone seated." Red took a window seat as far from the vampires as she could. Kristoff sat on the couch, putting his earplugs back in. His expression was inscrutable. Flying over the dark Salton Sea, they descended into the desert. The smell of dying fish crept from the vents. At the end of a landing strip, a lone vintage trailer shone like a silver bullet in the moonlight. It was dwarfed by a nearby barn. A small airplane graveyard of old crop dusters and vintage 2-seater crafts stood behind it. The plane landed. Red unbelted herself and met the flight attendant behind the cabin curtain. "I need to be the first one off. Keep everyone else on until I talk to the ground support here." "Ground support? That trailer looks like a meth lab." "Probably in another life." Red shrugged, gesturing for the exit. "The sooner we leave, the sooner we come back." The attendant sighed and hurried to open the door. Kristoff strode to them. "Let me walk with you." Avoiding his gaze, Red crossed her arms. "You heard the Supreme better than I did. I'm not going with a vampire. It was a struggle getting this hunter to agree to let us fly here. Keep an eye out." "If you need me, yell quicker this time," he said dryly, turning around. Red tried to center herself and breathe deeply. This was the first step on a path that led straight to a warren filled with the Dag and their burrower allies. All the breathing techniques she'd learned in therapy escaped her for a moment. She squared her shoulders. If she couldn't zen her way through it, she'd barrel through it. The chartered plane's stairs rolled down with the CEO's flourish for her. A winter wind whipped across the sand. The dark horizon held a deceptive peace. They had come to break the illusion, putting up her hands. She walked around the nose of the plane. A silver Airstream trailer came into view. Two men rose from creaking lawn chairs on the cracked concrete landing strip. At least the one in the cowboy hat liked her. She smiled at Chuck. The Hispanic man raised his shotgun. A battered silver Spangen helm rested on his brow, a thin strip hanging down to protect his nose. A woven silver metal tunic lay over his shirt. The Budweiser logo was visible through the links. The guy looked like a redneck cosplay of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. He asked, "You human? Breathing?" "Yep, I'm breathing as we speak," she said. "I got cargo to unload." "Yeah, you brought me the undead," he grumbled. Chuck stepped forward. "Ease off, Xavier. It's the right girl. Let the vampires pass." Red blamed the dust for the moisture welling in her eyes. This wasn't an ordinary job. It took guts to take it up, and a lot of trust in her word. "Chuck, I never thought I'd get to do a job with you." "Retired doesn't mean dead." He hitched his thumb in the front pocket of his Wranglers as he shook her hand. "I knew the fight was here." Xavier lowered his shotgun. "Tell them, Fangs, that this is one night only. Destroy the sandpit and get the hell off my property." "Will do." Red had dealt with enough paranoid old hunters to know that getting out of their faces was the best way to deal with them. "Thanks for getting us the radar maps. The Supreme appreciates it." Xavier spit. His helmet banged against his forehead from the force of his loogie. "She can appreciate my nuts for all I care. I did it because those vamps are clearing out the desert. Get on now." Red turned, gesturing for Chuck to follow her around the small jet. "We have two Supremes sending convoys of fighters, but they won't get here for 2 hours yet. It's just us until then. Any movement from the tunnels since we've been in the air?" "None that we can tell. We did a drone flyover as low as we dared. They have a few scattered guards about a quarter-mile away from the burrow. I have people watching the highways for reinforcements. Some were mighty excited to know it was open season on vamps. These vamps aren't playing by the old catch and release rule. It could get sticky." "That's the hunter's fight for you." Chuck puffed his white mustache up as they approached an old truck parked on the landing strip. "LA has more sold vampires than anywhere else in this great country. They've been dieting on animal blood for decades, too. The way I see it, if we don't stop them by this sea, the blood's going to wash ashore when they unleash those demons. We'll stop them." She tried to keep the quaver out of her voice. They were the first strike on the burrows, but more would follow. They just had to survive long enough to destroy the lab and free the prisoners until Cora and Prince Merrick's men arrived. It sounded as tough in her head as it was. "You two should still head off, though." "I'll stay. I reckon your plane might just need defenders." He gazed at the beat-up Ford silhouetted in the desert shadows. "Take my old beater truck. I call her Vera. I don't expect I'll see her again." Cora could flash around money, but a hunter and his wheels were like a knight and his trusty steed. Red knew what it meant to offer her to the cause. "If I can't bring her back..." "She'll go to Valhalla," Chuck finished and handed her the keys. He hooked his steely, practical gaze on her. "This might be adios, kiddo. I heard about your hunter's challenge, and I'm telling you I don't need to see it to know you're one of us." "Thank you." Means a lot to hear that. It was an understatement, but she didn't have the time to tell him that if she had brothers in arms like him, she didn't need the brotherhood. He backed away, tipping his cowboy hat up. "Time to release the hounds." "Stay safe, Chuck," Red said. Waiting until the hunter had disappeared around the other side of the plane, she cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, "Get on the bus. We're rolling out." A blur tugged the keys from her hand. Netta paused and smiled. "I'm driving." Sighing, Red jogged to get to the passenger side. "I call shotgun then." Delilah opened the door and gestured to it. "Guess again." Half an hour later, Red perched on the middle console between the vampiresses and the old truck. The hard plastic dug into her ass with each bump from the rugged terrain. It was better than being crammed in the back. Donald and Kristoff hunkered in the truck bed with their 6 minions and a cache of weapons. The miles felt like inches as they trekked closer to undead-built tunnels by a man-made sea. Netta drove through the desert without headlamps. She wove between the stunted cacti and rolling tumbleweeds by the light of the moon. Her narrowed hazel eyes focused on the horizon like she could already see her lost love. Delilah stared down at a dimmed phone screen, reading out directions in a flat voice. Her usual loose blonde curls were pulled into a thick braid. When she looked up, murder was reflected on her face. Red had expected bickering over the route, but the two vampires had fallen into a grim alliance. Only the crunch of desert under their tires broke the silence. A flash of yellow glinted in the gloom from behind a dead, slumping palm tree. "Ooh, a guard!" Netta said, hunching over the steering wheel. She gunned the engine. Delilah chuckled darkly. The attacking vampire hissed, climbing over the hood. His boots dented the metal with a thump. A ripped brown leather vest flapped around his bare chest. His chin looked like he had scratched it raw in places. Red instinctively reached for her hunter's kit, but stopped herself. Popping off a wooden bullet would announce them to the entire desert. Grinning, Netta jerked the steering wheel to shake the hitchhiker loose. The attacker rolled into the desert, kicking up dust. Kristoff jumped out of the truck bed to tackle the burrower. Kneeling on the sand, he twisted the other vampire's neck. He dragged it into a mass of dead bushes and kicked the foot deeper under the thorns. Until they were forced into an open fight, they were on firm orders not to stake anyone. It was assumed that at least one of the guards had a sire in the tunnels to sense a death. A cracked neck wouldn't kill a vampire, but it wasn't something that could be walked off. The truck shuddered to a stop, engine huffing like it felt out of shape. "I guess this is where we go on foot," Netta said brightly, as if she had found a good parking spot at the mill. Donald passed out semi-automatic guns from the truck bed like they were beers at a football game. He moved with savage anticipation. Red filed out of the truck cab and lurked behind the huddle of 10 vampires. The 6 minions stared at Kristoff with rapt attention. The masters were more distracted. Donald watched the horizon while Delilah and Netta shared a look of secret communication. The group had felt bigger on the plain. They were small in a wide desert. Kristoff brushed the dust off his black sleeves. "We've reached their patrol line. After this, no one talks. On this flat terrain, they'll spot us in a clump, so spread out. Stay in eyeshot in small groups. Incapacitate and hide any guard that tries to stop you from getting to the east entrance. Wait for the others there. Our target is the lab where they are keeping the prisoners. We extract them, trash the place when we leave, and nothing more until backup arrives. They know these tunnels better than us, so if they jump out at you, keep your finger off the trigger. We're sneaking in. Save your ammo for blasting us out." The minions split off in pairs, darting into the gloom. Delilah and Netta, semi-automatics hoisted, dashed after them into the desert shadows. Donald shot Red a side-eye as he clapped Kristoff on the shoulder. "I'm not waiting for your human. It'll take forever at her pace." She opened her mouth to argue, but he was long gone. She pulled out her phone to orient herself on the pre-downloaded map. It wrecked her night vision, making her squint. "I'm better than a compass," Kristoff whispered and marched ahead through the scattered brush. Turning her phone off and slipping it back into the zippered pocket inside her jacket, she stomped after him. Her snubby revolver might not have packed the same heat as his weapon, but it didn't weigh her down. She pulled out a stake from the hunter's kit belted to her waist and slipped it into the wrist strap under her sleeve. Her kit was tricked out for a vampire fight. She had filled it with vials of holy water, a cross plated with blessed silver, and extra rounds of wooden bullets. She would need them all tonight. As they hiked in silence toward the hidden burrow, she felt like the loudest thing in this stretch of desert. Her breath rattled in her lungs, her heart pounded. Her creeping feet seemed to find every patch of crunchy gravel. Arid wind dried her throat. She wished she could have brought water, but a sloshing bottle would have only added to her accidental mortal cacophony. She glowered at the vampire who walked soundlessly in front of her. Kristoff nudged her with his elbow, nodding at the livestock pen rising indistinctly from dark underbrush in the distance. He turned to walk toward it, then started to jog. Red ran to keep up with him. The dedicated fence leaned in a broken yet determined rectangle near 3 dead desert willows. Her night vision had sharpened, but she couldn't see why he had veered away from the east entrance. Slipping her third eye open, a burnished yellow aura glimmering in the distance. No trace of darkness marred its shine. She ran a few yards before her mundane sight caught up. It was Sal, sitting on the ground. His arms were stretched on the T-shaped hitching post, smoke curled from his skin. The bindings were silver-plated straps tied fast with belt-like clasps. Dark stains mottled his ripped jersey. His aura glittered golden like a pure soul. He was her friend again. Red scurried between the broken fencing and knelt by Sal. Finding him whole felt like a good omen. Guilt hung heavy on his brow. "You shouldn't be here." She unclasped the silver bonds belted on his arms, ignoring Kristoff behind them. "Well, you made the burrows sound so cool." "Then you misheard me." Sal sucked in a pained breath. "Y'all should be dropping a bomb on this place." "Totally agree. Can you stand?" He got to his feet using the post for balance. "They gave my soul back when Quinn told them I snitched. It was his idea to leave me to meet the sun." "Then it's good that we came along." "Red, I tried to kill you." Sal put a shaking hand on her upper arm. "I'm sorry." "Water under the bridge. You weren't yourself." As far as she was concerned, everything he had done was on the Daig's head. She was just happy to have her friend back. "This is touching," Kristoff murmured sardonically. He pointed the barrel of his gun toward the east. "We have a laboratory to destroy." Red asked Sal, "Are you in? We could use a guide." "I can't duck out of this hunt, not after what I've done. I didn't see the machine, but I saw Alzbeta Chernin." Kristoff handed over his gun. "Good enough. Follow me, then." Sal adjusted his grip, then jogged ahead. Red glanced at Kristoff. Why would he give his gun up? Her world tilted as he scooped her up into his arms. She bit back a rabbit-like squeak. "We need to catch up with the others." Kristoff took off at a sprint. The background blurred around them. Red glowered, resenting her tight grip on his shoulders, to stay steady on their jaunt through the desert. Darting through cacti and dead grasses, he finally stopped near a tumbleweed patch and set her on her feet. Sal handed Kristoff the gun, then pointed to a thatch of giant, rusty-colored tumbleweeds. A single booted leg stuck out from the bushes. She fell into step beside Kristoff. They walked around the brambles and the fallen burrower. The tumbleweeds obscured a shallow dugout tunnel opening. Salvaged beams braced the ceiling. Finger marks lined the concrete walls as if it had been hand-spread. Wide enough for a van to reverse into, it narrowed to double doors at the end. Mismatched, one looked like it had been stolen from a nice suburban home, and the other looked like it had been salvaged from the dump. She could tell a licensed contractor hadn't touched this mess. Their crew stood guard at the entrance. Red took a head count. They were missing a minion. Donald sniffed. "Took you long enough?" Kristoff pushed the newly sold vampire ahead. "I found a guide." Sal held his arms up. "I'm working with you people. Willingly, so ease off." Netta jerked her thumb toward a smaller door. "We've secured the hall. 5 guards down." "Dozens to go," Delilah said. She stalked inside with her shotgun raised, braid swishing behind her. Donald unsheathed his broadsword, following with Netta, Sal, and the minions. Kristoff gestured for Red to go, scanning the desert behind them as he took the rear. A beam of moonlight pierced the tunnel, but the darkness grew after a few yards. Her third eye looked for magical defenses, as her regular ones adjusted. Wisps of glowing ether, psychological residue, and mystical energy hugged the walls, defining the hallway and brightening the gloom. Red hadn't imagined using her spirit gaze for this, but it was better than night vision goggles. The magic felt chaotic and spiky. The tunnels weren't the only unstable things under the desert sands. A rancid odor grew stronger in the hall, like sulfur and ammonia. The scent pricked something in the back of her memory, but she couldn't shake it loose. It smelled like they were racing toward hell's brimstone. Kristoff shifted closer to her, his midnight purple aura mingling with hers. His feet moved soundlessly. In the rough radar blueprints, the hallway split in a few yards. The through-the-wall sensors had detected equipment in this sector. She tried to keep her breath quiet as they went into a larger tunnel. Crates lined the walls. The earthy air felt dry and hungry, like it was trying to mummify her alive. Dodging litter on the ground, she kept her spirit gaze wide open. The darkness had grown absolute. She tried to count steps to calm her anxiety. It was 100 steps until Sal turned the group left, then right. An aura skittered on the ceiling above them, glimmering a poison green. It sprang at the smallest one in the group, Netta. Red pulled out holy water and flicked off the top. She tossed the vial at the vampire, dropping onto Netta. The wall crawler hissed, falling back. Delilah grabbed the wall crawler by the neck and twisted. She tossed the limp body behind a crate. The action was so brutal and short, Red hadn't even caught her breath before the group moved on. She trotted after them, glancing behind her where Kristoff covered the rear. His aura assured her that he was still there. A strange energy brightened the darkness. Neon ether flashed like electric currents. It zigzagged in bursts along the wall before disappearing through the cracks in a doorway. The sparks lit up the threshold of the doorway as they wiggled through. She pointed to the doorway as Sal did. Kristoff bolted forward and pressed his back against the wall by the door. The doorknob squeaked as it turned. Blinding light poured out. Chapter 28. January 28th after midnight. By the Salton Sea. The secret burrow. Red teared from the change in light from the opening door. Kristoff nodded to Donald on the other side of the threshold. Sniffing, a burrower stuck his head out into the hallway. Headphones were on his ears. His jaw dropped at the sight of the black-clad squad. Kristoff slammed the butt of his gun into the other vampire's temple and shoved his way into the door. Delilah pushed Donald to charge into the room. Netta elbowed past the swordsman to follow her sire. Elsbeta, she's here. Donald drew his sword and rushed into the light. The fight erupted immediately. Stay back, girl, Sal muttered. He dropped his remaining fang out and charged the burrowers. Remember me, tweakers? Red kicked the door closed to keep the brawl from echoing through the tunnels. 8 defenders stood their ground in front of occupied gurneys covered with white cloth. She pulled out 2 vials of holy water from her kit. Skirting along the edges of the fray, she dodged minions rolling on the ground in a whirl of fists. Netta fought like a berserker to get through the line with Kristoff and Delilah. Sal slammed a metal stool on the back of a burly, bearded minion with bloodshot eyes. Red focused on her task, spirit gaze scanning the room for the machine. Would it look like Patrice's final painting? A pillar of twisted magic and metal? Even if it could fit into her pocket, its magical signature would give it away. Work counters were piled with scrap wire and crystals. Skeletons of computers and electrical equipment leaned in a corner. A wide slab spiked with metal rebar rose inches from the concrete floor. Thick cables dangled above it. Ceiling tubes covered with duct tape passed through a hole in the wall. Energy zipped along the tubes. Magic hung in the room, but the curious setup didn't have unusual power. This was the laboratory, but where was the A-bomb? She reached out with her senses. It wasn't here, but something powerful was close by. Fingers brushed her ponytail. A chill jolted over her spine. She spun around, flicking the tops off the vials, and tossed holy water into a snarling vampire's face. He lunged, hissing through blistered lips. Red thrust a silver cross from her hunter's kit against his cheek. The vampire slipped on the dropped vials. She kicked the back of his knee with a grunt. He tumbled onto the slab, falling headfirst against the rusty rebar jutting up from the concrete. She glanced away, cringing at the metal impaling the burrower through the skull. He hadn't met the final death, but he wasn't getting up anytime soon. Were they still trying to lie low with the no-staking rule? That was the trouble with plans. It all could change on the front line. Red rummaged through the leather hunter's kit strapped to her thigh. She was low on holy water. The last two defending burrowers, malnourished looking in dingy wife beaters and saggy jeans, kept a cowering vampire in a lab coat between them. The scientist said, "My name is George Patil. I'm an engineer, not a terrorist. They grabbed me after a Buffalo Bills game. Don't hurt me, too." Red darted forward between the fallen vampires. That was the one Vic had told her about. His captor kicked him in the side. "Shut it!" Delilah yanked the burrower back by the arm, snapping its neck brutally with the other hand. She dropped into a front flip, blonde braid fluttering behind her. Her heel caught the last guard in the chin. She spun and jumped to land on his shoulders, her legs wrapped around his neck. They crashed to the ground. The sound of cracking vertebra ripped through the air. She rose to her feet to face the recoiling engineer. "Where the fuck is my husband?" "I don't know. What?" Red ran to George Patil. "Don't kill him yet. The machine isn't here." Delilah raised her clenched fist before dropping it and stomping away. She huffed and leaned against the wall. Her eyes drifted over the 8 burrowers fallen in grotesque states of incapacitation. Her fingers twitched as if she was forcing herself not to stake them where they lay. Netta picked up Elsbeta, unresponsive and pale in a hospital gown, from the gurney. She stroked her wife's short dark hair. Her relief made her seem human for a moment. Donald pointed to the bodies on the gurney and gestured to his minions. "We got what we came for. Get them up." George waved his hands. "The Genesis machine is being readied. I'll help you destroy it. I designed a faulty exhaust port in that Death Star." "Listen to him," Sal said. He shielded the kneeling vampire from the others. "The man still has a soul. He's not lying." Red helped the engineer to his feet. She ignored the looks from her crew. "How do we destroy it, George?" "I'll tell you on the move. These guys are hopped up on speed and twitchy in this hole. They must have heard us." He mopped his brow with a stained white sleeve and pointed to an open, crudely crafted tunnel doorway. The shelf covering it had fallen in the fight. "We can get the comatose out that way. Then you can come back for the machine." Netta pushed past him with Elsbeta in her arms. "If there is an ambush at the end of this tunnel, I'll eat your face." George gulped and shook his head. "There's not!" Red pulled him back from the others. Donald nudged a minion forward. He raised his broadsword and stalked first into the darkened secret hall. "I only smell dry rot down there. Grab a stiff, everyone." Sal grabbed 2 and hoisted them over his bulky shoulders. Red wondered who the lab's guinea pigs were as they were carried out. One was a wizened Asian man, another a statuesque Scandinavian blonde. They must have all been powerful souled vampires like Alsbeta, too strong to keep awake and under control. George clutched his side and drew back a bloody hand. He exhaled sharply. "I designed the signal amplifier to do more than they think. If you can get to the arena, it's the biggest chamber in the burrow." Red was trying to remember the rough radar blueprint when she noticed Netta had paused. Netta shared a small smile with Kristoff, then gazed down at Alsbeta. "We got her back." Delilah stalked forward. "I'll guard your flank. Get her out of here and stay gone until your prince comes." Her progeny raised her eyebrow. "What about Quinn?" "I'll find him. Go!" Delilah raised a gun as if already jonesing for another assault. In her dark cargo pants and armored vest, there was little of the glamorous model agency owner in her grim demeanor. Netta tightened her hold on her wife, but froze as if she wasn't sure. A burrower burst into the room with a rifle, firing over his fallen brethren. George Patil exploded to dust above Red as a wooden-tipped bullet tunneled through his heart to ricochet off the wall. "Go!" Delilah shoved Netta into the hidden tunnel and returned fire. Kristoff dove under the rain of bullets to pull Red back. He ripped a wide metal cabinet away from the wall for a barrier. Scrap parts tumbled off with a clatter. Red ducked behind it, gun ready. Kristoff crouched beside her as bullet pinged off the cabinet. "Get out of here!" "I came for the Genesis machine." She popped up to shoot a burrower sneaking along the wall. The blast rang in her ears. He decayed to a fresh corpse. 4 others streamed through the open door. Delilah sprayed the fighters with hot metal before pulling out the old ammo magazine and jamming another back into her semi-automatic. And I came for Quinn. Red held a hand over her aching ear. I'm sure they'll be together. Kristoff jumped up to fire. Then we're shooting our way there. Delilah laughed. Sounds dandy. Red pressed herself against the cabinet, wishing she had been in line for the big guns or the earplugs. Her chest tightened in panic. She forced herself to breathe deeply and think. Her thighs shook as she crouched. If we take a right in that hallway with all the spun-out shooters, it leads straight to the arena. He ducked down as the crackle of a machine gun echoed in the room. Red scooted toward the concrete threshold of the secret tunnel that the others had disappeared down. She dashed to the stronger cover. The blast shook the nearby wall on impact. Delilah crouched beside Kristoff. Her arms bled from bullet grazes. Dark blood glittered on her leg. Red pulled her trigger, aiming for the heads and hearts of the walking dead until the revolver clicked empty. She leaned back against the wall, grabbing wooden-tipped bullets from her hunter's kit and reloading quickly, searing her fingers. Sweat beaded on her brow. Their enemies had more cannon fodder to lose. 5 more entered the fray. Dilated pupils nearly blocked out the predatory yellow gleam in their irises. Kill 'em all! Kristoff looked to her. Run! Red fired on a burrower, leaping forward, hitting him in the thigh. I'm not leaving you. Kristoff gritted his teeth, finishing the attacker off with a wooden-tipped bullet to the chest. Please. Juniper died to save me. You shouldn't. Red raised her revolver, knees shaking and heart in her throat. Fight with me then. Gunfire echoed in the hallway behind the burrowers. They stilled their charge before falling back into the hallway they'd come in from. One yelled, confused, It's us, fuckers! What the hell, it's the... Another said, stepping into view. He dropped from a bullet between the eyes. The burrowers turned their weapons away from the lab. A gunfight ripped through the hallway. Red held her breath. Was this Cora and her souled vampires? Had they come early? Relief cascaded through her veins. She reloaded in case it was just tweaker-friendly fire. The hallway fell silent. Delilah changed magazines again. Finally. Hilda Higby swept into the room carrying a rifle. She looked like a Black Ops Annie Oakley in her modest high-neck dress and armored vest. The Supreme Master of Salt Lake City smiled as she spotted Kristoff. Gunpowder smudged her pale forehead under her high, curled bangs. Praise Satan! We reached you! Kristoff stood, uncertainty on his face as he lowered his weapon. Red held back her sarcasm. The Blood Alliance had finally gotten off their asses and sent in the Dark Veil assurance. Holstering her revolver, she stepped forward. Delilah slid over the metal cabinet to the other side. Save your prayers for my husband. Hilda arched an eyebrow, resting a gun on her shoulder. I thought you two were divorced. Finally found the mole in the DVA or your courage? Delightful to see you again, Mrs. Burns. Kristoff said, We appreciate the rescue. How many did you bring? Enough until Cora gets here with her souled minions. Hilda nodded toward the door. We'll cut a swath through the dog while we wait. Red stepped beside him. The rush of survival cooled. They had more to do tonight than save Prince Marek's mother. We have to destroy the Genesis machine first. You know its name? Hilda seemed shocked. She wasn't the only one keeping secrets from her bosses, apparently. Cora must not have told her. Do you know how to destroy it? Delilah stormed into the darkened hallway. Let's just blow it up. The nerd said it's down the hall. Shaking her head ruefully, Hilda followed with a raised fist. Move out, men! Dark-clad agents in suits and sunglasses marched past the doorway. Kristoff kept his hand on his trigger as he and Red left the lab. His remote expression revealed nothing. Even his aura seemed guarded and coiled tight around him. Red's eardrums aching from oral abuse. She tried to breathe deeply to control her racing heartbeat. Hilda Higby had finally gotten into the game at the right time. The Supreme didn't just rule Salt Lake City, Utah. She was the chairwoman of the Dark Veil Assurance Oversight Committee and half a dozen others in the Blood Alliance. She was a good ally to have in a fight. Red couldn't shake her disquiet. As the quiet group stalked down the pitch-black hall, a strong energy signature grew in the air like burning ozone. The Genesis machine was close. Jagged thunderbolts of ether charged along the ceiling as if guiding their way. The strange sulfur smell intensified. She jogged to keep up with the vampires. The tunnel narrowed as crates crowded along the walls. The burrowers should have followed, but she didn't even see the faint aura of a scout. She stubbed her toe on a crate and bit back a pained hiss. Her magic flared up, the rainbow light from her chakras flickering over the wooden boards of the crates. A tiny beehive was stamped on the box. Ice-cold fear realization tightened her throat. She had thought the tunnels smelled like rotten eggs. It was meth. Hilda Higby didn't fund her regime in Salt Lake City with bake sales. Meth got the burrowers on her side and then amped them up to dig out new secret tunnels. Capitalizing on Michelle's death, she hid behind the politics of the Blood Alliance, lurking on the edges with a dagger made of secrets and shadows. She hadn't been keeping the Dag investigation under wraps because she had a mole. She was the mole. A dozen DVA agents marched in a square around them. It wasn't a rescue, it was a setup. Red shifted closer to Kristoff, trying to stay calm under the watchful eyes. He touched her lower back. "Let me guide you in the dark." "It's a trap." She mouthed the words, palming her hidden stake. His face didn't change, but tarnished silver thunderbolts shot through his purple aura. Sudden artificial light flooded into the hall from a wide archway. The dozen DVA agents spun on their heels with their weapons up. The barrels were pointed at Red. She gulped and lifted her hands. Kristoff shielded her as best he could. "This is the dramatic villain reveal, then. Michelle would have made more of a production out of it, Hilda. That's why he died. We saved that for the cameras. Now drop the weapons or it's a headshot for each of you, starting with the girl." Red dropped the stake quickly, hoping that would distract them from her kit. Delilah cursed as two agents turned to aim at her. Hilda had the severity of a schoolteacher. "Mind your manners and you'll keep the girls safe." "I couldn't care less about her. What about Quinn and Celine?" Delilah asked, cool blue eyes scanning the agents for weaknesses. "You'll see your family soon. Behave and your kneecaps will be intact when you do," Higby said. "Grab the witch." Red managed to elbow the DVA agent who grabbed her wrists, but he overpowered her, wrenching her arms behind her back. Kristoff growled. "Safe, is she?" "She'll stay alive long enough for you to turn her tonight," Hilda said. "Isn't that enough? Vex me, and I'll give her to a minion to turn. She'll be so weak in death that she'll have a reflection." Red stopped her struggling. It would be better if they shot her now. Amber flared in his eyes. Kristoff dropped his gun. "You'll still have to deal with Prince Marek, Higby?" "I have his mother, his child, and his two best disciples in my grasp." The satisfaction clear on her plain face. "He'll have to bargain with me, I think. You're a clever one. We are making a new world. Obedience will earn you a place in it. We will need leaders more than ever in the chaos ahead." Kristoff chuckled darkly. "You still think you can manipulate the Blood Alliance from the inside after turning on that machine?" Hilda flicked a lazy hand at the door. "Oh, Mr. Novak, I've been an undetected cancer in that beast for decades. You'll find it politically wise to keep it that way." The DVA agent cranked Red's arm behind her back and pushed her toward the archway. A slow glow pulsed in the dark chamber. It was the place that George had called the arena. Twisted magic radiated out. 6 agents split off to keep her in their gun sights. Red dug her heels into the earthen floor, but her guard was too strong. Her powers felt weaker here. Hilda led them into the arena. Dim lights revealed empty bleachers along the high walls. The crescent moon shone down through a circular hole in the ceiling. A long shadow fell on the ground. Spiky energy currents jetted to the shadow's source. The Genesis machine jutted 20 feet high from a wide raised platform like a nuclear reactor from the dark side. A center interface at the base had lit up dials and keypads that seemed to form a grimacing face. Raw rivets and raised seams ran up the dull steel. Crimson light radiated from a top edged in metal planks. Basil Bankso was already in place with room for more. The agent pushed Red forward. Hilda boasted to Christoph, "Our next generation prototype. The signal will cover the Southwest. Evelyn Weiss did fabulous work before she passed. History will remember her, even if she dressed like a harlot." She wiped at her eye. "Oh my, I am just overcome from the occasion. This long sojourn through the wastelands is over. Tonight I reopen the gates of Eden and bring my people back to our truth." "We're getting our kind's balls back," the agent grunted, tightening his grip. He directed Red to a small set of stairs built into the Genesis machine. Red recoiled. The pulsating energy sucked at her like a black hole. She visualized a wall forming around her magic to protect it. The machine tugged at her defenses. "Cora will be here soon." Hilda shrugged off a Kevlar vest and handed her weapon to an agent, then grabbed a flat white mask from another. "With her best and most loyal soldiers. They'll fight for the Dag once I send out the signal." "So you're just going to edit out their struggles before posting the video?" "It's almost time for my debut. Michelle was to be at center stage. Then I tried to groom Sancha for the role. It's the call of destiny." Hilda pulled the mask on. The narrow eye slots couldn't hide the excited twinkle in her gaze. A mesh circle hid her mouth. Her voice came out robotic, disguised by a voice-scrambling device hidden in the mask. "Do you hear it, Red?" There was too much creepy anticipation in the creepy computerized tone. Hilda ordered from behind the mask, "My machine needs more fuel." An agent threw Red over his shoulder. He scrambled up the rough steps to the top of the Genesis machine too fast to resist. He pushed her face first against the gaping lips of the machine beside Basil. She caught her footing, chest pressed against the hot metal. The touch zapped like the mother of all static shocks. It bonded with her magic on impact. The agent crossed two chains over her shoulders and back, securing them with padlocks on rusty hooks bit her hips. With the chains tightened, he fixed her into place next to the Soulmancer. Red raged against the machine. The crimson core of the towering device stared into her. It was like a brilliant star hiding inside scrap metal. Her magic drained into the swirl of energy. Basil sighed. "Why can't we ever just hang out like normal people?" Chapter 29. January 28th, hours before dawn, by the Salton Sea, the secret burrow. Red was strapped to an unholy melding of technology and magic. She struggled against the chains. The roughly welded mouth of the tapered tower jutted into her bottom rib. Agents hadn't taken the hunter's kit belted to her waist, but pressed to the metal, she couldn't reach the revolver and holy cross inside. Basil drooped beside her on the metal planks, crowning the Genesis machine. Stars glittered in the ceiling oculus only a yard above. It was all so clear now. Hilda had known the rescue team was coming and left Sal to lure them into a false sense of security. The dog leader hadn't said anything about Prince Merrick's unsold vamps coming in force. Red wasn't going to breathe a sigh of relief yet, but it seemed like at least one part of their secret plan had stayed that way. Of course, if the machine blasted all of the sold vampires, then the Portland forces would be hopelessly outnumbered. 20 feet in the air, she could only watch. Rogue DVA agents forced Delilah and Christoph to the center of the arena at gunpoint. When were the cameras going to show up for this sick production? "These are the times that I miss dream teleportation," Basil said sardonically in his fake chipped British accent. His chin trembled. "We won't wake up from this." "Hey, snap out of it. I need you sharp. We're not dead yet." Whirling energy made all three eyes tear up as Red scanned the device. Sheet metal hid the jumble of mismatched electrical parts, crystals and relics wedged inside like a Rube Goldberg machine created by wizards. A rusty pool ladder hung down to reach the servers at the bottom. The engineer had told her he had designed a flaw into the device. She just had to find the signal amplifier. "There are others on the way," she said. Basil scowled. "Who? The National Guard? Unless you have a grenade conveniently hidden in your pocket to drop into this infernal thing. We're about to be squeezed for every drop of magic that we possess. Then they'll do it again when we recharge. Unlike you, I have a lot of magic, and I want to keep it. You might be surprised at who shows up. We need to hold on. This is a juicer, and we're the oranges. There's no holding on." A loud creak rocked the chamber like a giant settling into a chair. Sand fell into Red's hair. More pinged against the machine. The ceiling cracked open like an observatory, widening the circular oculus to reveal more of the starry sky above. "It opens? I thought this was the arena," she said. "The lighting is atrocious here. Hold on when they start hoisting this thing up." He nodded toward a line of generators connected with thick cables to the platform of the Genesis machine. A black-suited agent waited by a lever on a podium. Basil's fake British accent lapsed into his natural Midwestern one. "They're getting us ready for our close-up. Gotta make a splashy entrance." Red hung her head. The fighting had been intense in the laboratory, but they hadn't seen nearly as many vampires as the dag claimed. Now, she knew why, they were waiting elsewhere for the show to begin. Gunfire broke out below, and he ducked his head. "Oh, bloody hell." She lifted on her tiptoes to see what was going on below and grinned. Kristoff had wrestled a gun away from a DVA agent. He fought back-to-back with Delilah, who held another agent as a shield. Hilda fled the fighting to run up the stairs of the Genesis machine. Her white mask bobbed. She hiked her long, dark skirt up. "Get the last original." Agents muscled Kristoff aside to tackle Delilah. Silver cuffs flashed in the scuffle. 3 managed to grab the blonde vampiress and drag her to the unholy tower. Kristoff fired at the remaining agents who rushed him. "Pull the lever." Hilda's order came out a robotic bark. The Genesis machine jerked, screws and metal scraping together, and the molten, airy stew of magic frothed up. Red swayed on her plank, foot slipping in a gap in the tarnished metal. Her stomach dropped as the machine rose. Kristoff yelled for her. The machine twirled on its platform as if on a squeaking screw, taking him out of sight. Approaching the surface, the machine's glow brightened. Cheers sprang up. Hilda Higby appeared beside her. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, nearly quivering. "Just think, you'll be the first child born into this new world. Momentous." They were going to drain Red's magic and turn her into a vampire. What was worse? The Genesis machine broke the surface. Lost in her so-called momentous occasion, Hilda wandered down the creaking metal stairs. She waved to her followers. Red flinched as a harsh spotlight hit her face. The tower spun away, bringing relief to her watering eyes. She squinted through the sparks in her vision to take in the scene. Lighting equipment illuminated the machine. Dozens of white-masked vampires circled the spectacle. They inched closer as the panels drew together to seal the underground cavern shut around the tower base. Few had the ragged counterculture air of the burrowers. These were modest demons in pressed slacks and tidy denim dresses. 2 cameramen wove through the crush, lenses pointed at the rising abomination. Another stood on generator and filmed the crowd. 4 armed men in white-collared shirts pointed rifles at a familiar trio in the front. Netta and Donal knelt beside Sal, bound in silver and gagged. The minions hadn't made it. Prone prisoners in hospital gowns had sacks over their heads. They were like hunting trophies on the ground. Red had a sickening feeling that those sleeping elders were the grand finale. As the rising machinery spun, the rest came into view. The dog displayed all 4 Burns, the original souled vampires, as the opening act. Lucas stood chained in silver at the foot of the machine, pale and snarling under lights. His trademark battered leather jacket, covered in safety pins and band patches, was missing. Fading bruises marred his right cheek. Defiance sharpened his aristocratic features. He jerked against his chains, smoke sizzling up from the metal on his wrists. Red! Quinn was unchained beside him. He looked at his nails, lips pressed into a bored line. In his dark turtleneck, he looked like a yuppie waiting in line at Starbucks. A cameraman circled him. Celine waved, smiling as if at a parade. I wish Phil was here. Red said to Basil, Oh God, they're going to unsole Lucas and Delilah first. We can't let that happen. You know who they are, what they've done. You think I want the bloody Burnses reunited? Strain cut deep worry lines between his brows. I'm fighting it, but it's draining my will to live here, literally. They need souls. We're lost if they don't have them, Red muttered, drooping as fatigue ate at her. She kept building mental barriers to her magic only to see them crumble like sandcastles in the tide. Her head swam from the spinning. They had to find a way out of this. Hilda couldn't win, or else the entire world would lose. This tech would only spread. The machine jerked into stop. Agents dragged Delilah over to her family at the base. A spotlight followed. She tossed her head. Blonde braids still impeccable despite the fighting. I find you three in the center of a mob. Why am I not surprised? Quinn said, You know you missed this. Celine cooed, We'll be a family again soon, they promised. Did you at least kill some before they caught you? Lucas asked, blowing a lock of unruly black hair from his eyes. Red sighed in relief. They hadn't ripped out his soul. Yet. A hush settled the crowd as Hilda Higby descended from the Genesis machine to the sands. Her mechanical, disguised voice boomed from behind the mesh mouth of her mask. Our species has been cursed for over a century. Tonight, we will bring the most wayward of our flock back into the fold. First Southern California, then the world. Hilda held up her hand to hold the applause. It was thought to be impossible by the Blood Alliance, but we had a leader with vision, Michel de Gramont. For decades we strove for a remedy to this plague. Peril dogged our righteous quest because we had to hide from the few who profited from our suffering. No matter what we lost along the way, we knew the truth. It was all for the cure. Her followers stomped, cheering and whistling. Some held their palms up and swayed as if feeling the unholy spirit. Crimson light from the machine glowed on their flat white masks. Each one was identical to Hilda's. Hilda waited, letting the throng bellow its approval. I worked beside Michel until the end. I know he would be so proud of the Dage, whether they are here at this unholy restoration or watching the pre-recorded video around the world. Even in death, his plan guides us. He showed us who we are. Red cursed. The thunderous applause didn't block out the recriminations looping in her head. She thought she had saved LA on Halloween, but Michel had wanted more. His fatal mistake had been being distracted by the possibility of regaining a lost love, Penelope. Maybe his death had sped up production, but it hadn't stopped his ultimate plan. This whole farce, from the cameras to the dramatically lifting tower, was pure Michel. Hilda seemed as delighted by an audience as he was. The August harvest was a plague unleashed on our kind. None of us have been immune. I lost my own to this scourge. 2 walked into the sun. 1 asked a hunter to stake him. Another still remains afflicted. Hilda pressed her hand to her chest. The voice scrambler in her mask couldn't hide the mother's sorrow. We have suffered while the Blood Alliance has done nothing but take our most precious traditions from us. We once had mighty bloodlines that caused the alchemists, the shifters, and the fae to tremble. It wasn't the curse that took that from us, but the opportunist elders in the Blood Alliance. The mob hissed. Red swallowed back her fear. If there was time for speeches, there was time for sabotage. She anchored a thread of her energy and let it spool down into the Genesis machine. There was a flaw. She just had to find it. You will witness the restoration of the most profane and bloodthirsty vampires our world has ever known. Hilda disappeared, blocked from view by the bulky machine, as she strode closer to the base toward the controls. We have already cured the Black Libertine and the Mad Seer. The Genesis machine will restore the rest of the original four-souled vampires. You'll never guess our other surprise guests. The spectral brightness ratcheted up in the device. A throbbing hiss escaped out the top like a boiling tea kettle. Basil screwed his eyes shut. Oh God, it's happening! Red grimaced as her magic drained from her. She felt it twist and mingle with his inside the Genesis machine. Straining to keep a hold of her power, she followed it, spinning around the hollow core. Her spirit gaze tracked it as it tumbled into a stereo amplifier, hanging on the inner wall of the device near the top. A satellite dish rested on the boxy contraption. She felt her magic rumble as it hit the component. It was the signal amplifier, but was it too late? Hilda waded into the crush of white masks in front of the crowd and raised her palms, shaking them as if at a prayer circle. We were shunned from paradise, thrown from our destiny as the supreme predators. Tonight, we push open the doors of Eden to feed. Our souled brothers and sisters will be free. Tell me if you feel the hand of Satan upon us. The cheering echoed through the flat desert. Masked vampires cavorted as if they were at something between a rave and a tent revival. Cameras pointed at the thick haze of energy spewing from the top like a volcano. The mystical mist was visible even to regular eyes. Red strained against the chains crisscrossing her back to reach for Basil. Your hand. Their fingers brushed. Chains cutting into her side, Red yanked herself closer to him. The device shook, loosening the bolts on one of the chain hooks. She squeezed his hand and connected to his soulmancer power, examining the signal amplifier through their magic. It had a single switch labeled with two stick figure doodles of an angel and a devil. The last George Patil had left his sense of humor in his device. Gold wire connected the electronics on either side to raised floating shelves of bone relics and gems. It looked shabby in comparison, like they had salvaged the parts from the dumpster of an electronics store. Energai passed through the amplifier through the weir to the right shelf where crow feathers adorned a bleached jawbone. Not a trace of magic travelled through the weir on the left to the dove feathers and uncut emeralds. Red realized that she had been focused on the tech instead of the mystical. The mini shrines on the shelves were the real amplifiers, one for good and the other for evil. The box nailed into the wall was the switch. The engineer called it a bug. It was a fucking feature. The Genesis machine did more than just suck souls. It could return them. Applause rose under the growing haze of ectoplasm. Hilda was drowned out by the roars and cheers. Red thought she heard Lucas calling out to her again, but it was too loud. Hushed, she explained her plan to Basil. We can flip the signal, take out her army. She has over 50 here. Look at them, they're her inner circle. She'll break the machine herself to stop it. We'll get most of them until she does. The rest will scatter. I don't know, he grumbled, sweat pouring down his face. What if we mess up and make them eviler? He was frozen from fear. She felt it too. Adrenaline battled fatigue within her. The machine was warmed up and ready to blow. They needed to do something before they were too weak to do anything. Start small, then. Hit the soul whammy on Quinn. She shot Basil a wavering smile. Quinn was unbound and seemingly trusted by the Dague now. If they had him on their side, he could get Lucas and Delilah free. We'll do it together. Basil nodded, gripping her hand tighter. Red imagined braiding their magic together into a rope. She anchored it to the mouth of the volcano. Visualizing diving into the energy like a bungee jumper, she let her last barrier down. Her awareness spun in the center of Genesis machine. She tumbled through smoky quartz strapped to the walls, then shot down through gold wire to computer servers at the base, retrofitted for magic with mystic relics instead of motherboards. It was like a roller coaster, even if she hadn't physically moved from her chains. As the magic bounced toward the signal amplifier near the top, she pushed her will into switching the polarity. Hilda cried out to her disciples, "The Genesis machine awakens!" The crimson clouds thickened, obscuring the sight of the assembled Dag. The machine shook, Screws popped out of the hook, securing Red's left chain. She gripped the steel wall to stay upright. This might have the most advanced mystical technology she had ever seen, but it had been built as quickly and shoddily as the tunnels. Basil yelled, "It's not working!" "Fuck, I have to switch it manually." Red shrugged off the loosened chain and crouched under the crimson smoke. She slipped over the edge to step on a rickety pool ladder, climbing quickly to the signal amplifier. A yard down, she flipped the switch from devil to angel and returned as the machine belched smoke. "Get those chains back on before they see you. The clouds are parting." "Focus on Quinn. The energy wants somewhere to go." Red pulled the two chains back over her shoulder, holding one in place, and grabbed his hands. She visualized the rising currents of magic directed toward the tall, broad-shouldered vampire. The fog of the machine lightened to a pink. "Now, do it now." Basil screwed up his eyes and reached out toward Quinn. White fairy lights danced around his straining fingers. Gathering into an orb, it shot down through the haze to the ground below. He slumped. The Genesis machine trembled. The spectral glow dimmed and sputtered to darkness. A collective gasp ran over the crowd. The wind blew away the haze to reveal a sea of white masks staring up. Netta, Sal, and Donald whispered among themselves as they slyly studied their gawking guards. Hilda pushed through her minions, stomping past her kneeling captives to the tower. Her disguised voice held a note of uncertainty. "This is a part of the process." Quinn put his hand to his temple and closed his eyes. Red squinted to see guilt fall on his face. He merely straightened his shoulders. Delilah looked at him, eyebrow arching. Did she notice anything unusual through their sire bond? Celine hopped and clapped her hands. Her little black dress fluttered around her knees. "Do it again." Lucas laughed, pointing his bound hands at the machine. "Your rubbish pile broke." "Unplug it and plug it back in again," Quinn suggested dryly, as he rubbed his nails on his chest and then looked at his fingers. Casually, he inched closer to the machine. Hilda released a robotic hiss of frustration as she walked past him. In their perch above the action, Basil poked at Red as much as his bonds would let him. "It didn't work! Isn't he supposed to go all superhero?" "I don't—" She trailed off as a stir rippled through the dag. Quinn lunged for the Genesis machine, fists raised to punch through the control interface. Hilda jumped for him, pushing him off balance. He dented the sheet metal side. His impact rippled up the machine. Red clutched the rail of the top platform to hang on. "Yes, I knew it." Quinn rushed to the generator. He grabbed the thick cable connecting it to the machine. He ripped it out. The spotlights went dark and sparks flew up from the generator. "I don't think you can plug it back in." "Fool, that was for the lighting," Hilda said as she kicked him. The mask fell off her face, leaving only unvarnished fury and fangs behind. She signaled to her disciples. "Attack!" He circled her, mindful of the crowd surging closer. "I thought about your offer, but I'm not much for cults." Delilah lifted her silver-cuffed wrists. She darted to the nearest guard and looped her arms over his head to yank the blessed silver chain through his neck. The head popped off like a dandelion off a stem, body crumbling to bones. Quinn wrestled a gun from an agent before shooting him in the heart. He raced to his wife. "I'm sorry for everything that I said tonight." "Love you too, baby." Delilah blew a kiss. "Kill everything in a mask, kids." Celine trilled, "Just like old times." "When did you get fun, Delilah?" Lucas chuckled and headbutted the guard to his left. He turned to run toward the steps of the machine. Hands still bound, he spun-kicked a mask off a doggy attacker. Distant gunfire broke out. Blurred figures sprinted from the darkened desert. The pops of guns mingled below with the thud of fist-meeting flesh. An afro and raised fist were at the front of the charge. Red pushed her chains off and hopped over to Basil. She tugged on the hooks, fixing his chains in place. They were screwed tightly in place. She popped her head up to call out for Lucas. "Cora's here. We can win this." Hilda sprinted to the controls. "Fight, my warriors. We will soon turn them to our side." Groaning, the Genesis machine came to life. The metal quaked, rivets squealing. Light grew in the center. The energy bounced chaotically. thumping like a shoe in a washer's spin cycle. It sucked at Red like a tidal undertow. Damn it, Basil moaned, swaying in his bonds. It's worse than before. Shaking her tingling fingers, Red tried to free him. The effect of the machine had eased now that she wasn't pressed against it, but each touch of the metal slurped at her magic. Hang on, I'll rip out one of the components in this fucking thing. No, it's unstable. The shoddy thing is falling apart. It will blow up with me strapped to it. Turn it off. A bolt flew off the machine. Disjointed humming echoed inside its core. He stared hollowly down the center of the device. We switched the signal, but it's not going to resolve the state. It'll be lucky to span 50 yards. The machine is breaking down and taking me with it. No, it won't. I'll stop it. I don't want to die a legend, but I accept it. I'll soul vamps as many I can. When you retell the story, be a dear and double the numbers. Red hugged him quickly. Fear tightening her throat, she ran down the trembling stairs, hoping to dart to the controls before someone caught her. She pulled out the last vial of holy water from her hunter's kit. A revolver was better protection, but the sound would draw attention. Soon someone would notice that one of the batteries had escaped even in the chaos. Pressing against the metal sheet body of the machine, she sidestepped toward the interface. Quinn noticed Red. Guilt darkened his eyes. He struck Hilda with the butt of his gun and pulled her into a headlock. Red jogged towards the controls, heart in her throat. She didn't know how long Basil would last before she could shut it off. An agent marched to her with a raised gun. Recognizing him as the one who'd cuffed Delilah, Red recoiled and tossed holy water into his face. Hissing, he grabbed at his face, dropping his weapon. She dodged him to go to the machine's controller. It still felt too far away. Delilah tackled the agent, holding down his shoulders. Blessed silver cuffs burned his face. Get the key, Celine! Celine leapt on the agent, straddling his hips. Giggling, she fished a key ring from his jacket and unlocked herself. She tossed it to the other vampirist before grabbing a stake and slamming it into the agent's heart. Lucas grinned. Oi, undo me, Delilah. Please would get you further, Delilah groused and unlocked his cuffs. A bullet caught her in the arm. She spun and charged a masked gunman. The wily Utah Supreme broke out of Quinn's headlock in the chaos. I need cover, Red ran to the interface. The lit-up keypad teased her while the unlabeled dials mocked her. How did she turn this off? Lucas spun-kicked an agent in the chest. Coming, kitten. Her heart rose at the sight, but the sinking feeling in her stomach hadn't faded. The LA troops were breaking through the center of the mob, but they were still too far away, with too many between them. Cora led the pack with a raised scimitar as she sliced through the dog. Kristoff fought alongside them, Kevlar vest and one of his sleeves missing. His blue eyes found hers. Red grinned in relief to see that lucky devil then refocused on the interface, twisting a flashing dial, using her spirit gaze to monitor the effects. She hovered a hand over the interface to try to feel the magical threads connecting it to the grotesque towering apparatus. Feeling a tug from the smallest switch in the corner, she flipped it. The lights flickered. Lucas sprinted to her. I got to Anaheim. Huh? Before the dag caught me on my bike, I got to Anaheim. You were right. I'm sorry. Good to know, but not the time. Red smiled and reached for a lever on the interface. A blur slammed into him, sending him skidding across the sand. Lucas! Hilda Higby grabbed the witch's arm and raised a sawed-off shotgun with the other hand. You'll learn your place, Hunter. Red tried to pull away, but the vise-like grip wouldn't budge. We'll use both mages. Hilda pointed at Selena, caught between two masked men in white Coleridge shirts and black pants. This one may be dead, but there is a spark in her. You'll regret this, Higby, Lucas said. He rolled under two vampires, growling as he tried to block their onslaught. Red-eyed the shotgun. She has wooden bullets. You have 50 childer here. He slammed his elbow into his attacker's face. I will rip through them all for my girls. Another vampire tackled him in a billow of dust. How salacious. You love a human claimed by another. And the rumors about Miss Celine here and her sire? Hilda sighed and dragged Red forward to the steps of the Genesis machine. I suppose that is gossip for another day. Red tried to dig her heels into the sand, but her toes slipped on the concrete platform of the machine. The rainbow energy of her chakras drifted towards the hungry device. She felt too weak to build up a psychic barrier. Basil, hold on. Selene glared. Unsold mania glimmered in her doe eyes as her captors pulled her up to the stairs first. You wicked thing, the light crawls over me. Don't you feel it? I see the ill wind coming. Red reached across her body to her hunter's kit. If she could just get the revolver. I fucked with your prototype. You won't like what it'll do next. You flipped some switches. I'll flip them back. Hilda dug the barrel of the shotgun into Red's back. A fuchsia glow cast a blush over her wan cheeks. The Genesis machine is billowing smoke. You'll be kindling on the fire. Take me up there, and I will throw myself in and tear every wire and crystal down as I fall. Oh yes, I'll help, Selene said. She pushed her guard at Quinn. Lucas grabbed the other guard by the neck and snapped it. Red flipped open the magnetic flap of her belted hunter's kit. Hilda noticed the movement with a snarl. She jabbed her gun in Red's back. I'll shoot her first, Lucas. Red spun around. She had nowhere to run. Was this how it ended for her? Quinn staked a lanky vampire and darted to join them. Hilda, it's over. Lucas said, give them up while I'm still inclined to let you go. You brought this curse upon us. I lost my own blood kin. Hilda looked askance at him, then to her followers battling for their lives. Ragged tendrils of blonde hair framed her gaunt features. Her long neck stiffened. She raised her semi-automatic shotgun at Red and Selene. So will you. Time slowed as Red looked down the barrel of the gun. She reached for her magic, that primal force that came to her aid when she was in mortal danger. The machine had drained her of what she had. In weeks, she might recharge. She didn't have days. Hilda Hugby pulled the trigger again and again. She was too close to miss. Quinn pushed Red and Selene out of the way, facing the gunfire himself. He shuddered as multiple bullets struck his chest. Lucas bellowed and dove for Hilda's knees, knocking her to the ground. Red fell against the machine. Hot tears welled up in her eyes. Chest tightening, she stared at her boss. He had walked off gunfire before. Then she remembered. Wooden-tipped bullets. Falling on his back, Quinn clutched at his bleeding chest. His head rolled to the side as if seeking out a face in the crowd. Dalel. Decay grayed him. His gelled blonde hair crumbled first before his body dissolved in a wave. 280 years of blood, passion, and history faded into the sand with a whisper that sounded like atonement. Chapter 30. January 28th, hours before dawn. By the Salton Sea, the secret burrow. Pale fuchsia fog billowed down the straining sides of the Genesis machine. It looked like a cartoon nuclear reactor. Red pulled out her gun. Her sorrow stole as much of her energy as the machine. She looked away from the spot where Quinn had fallen. A primal scream roared above the brutal violence on the sands. It ripped through the night, so loud that it must have reached the moon. The intense heartache cowed the scattered clusters of fighters to a hush. Hear that? Lucas said, holding Hilda by the neck. His nails gouged her skin. That's the sound of the widow who's going to kill you. Red said, make her turn the machine off first. Never! Hilda croaked in his grip, rolling eyes seeking the unseen enemy twice her age in the crowd. Selene raised her sharp nails, fingers poised to strike. Unhinged fury darkened her tear-streaked features. I want to eat her eyes, then her heart. Basil is dying up there, Lucas, Red pleaded. Grief ate at him, and his sire whispered revenge in his ear. It was a stronger spell than any she could perform. She had to hope he would choose her over Selene this time. Her voice cracked. Please, for me. The eerie glow of the machine illuminated his murderous anguish. A long second stretched in the dusty, dark, magic-drenched air. Grimacing, Lucas nodded and dragged Hilda toward the controls. "Turn it off, you slag!" If he hadn't broken up with her, Red would have kissed him. She walked behind him, keeping Celine in her sights. The raven-haired vampiress stomped her foot. "I want an eye." Hilda spit out a choked order. "To me, my childer." Masked minions rushed Celine. She met them with a hiss, manicured nails slashing across the throat of the first foe. The cloudy ectoplasm rolling down the machine lightened. A low-pitched whine trilled from its depths. White mist fell on Celine and her attackers. Fairy lights flickered in the depths. Trembling, they fell to their knees. Hilda elbowed Lucas aside. "What is happening?" Red pointed a revolver at Hilda. White smoke obscured her sight as Basil's soulmancy enveloped them. "It's giving them their souls! Soon all your people will be cursed!" Hilda hurried to twist knobs and press buttons to turn off the machine. Her wide eyes darted up at the approaching fog. She slapped the interface. The lights darkened. She breathed a sigh of relief, looking over her shoulder to check on her numerous offspring. Tiny white orbs dropped on her like a gentle snowfall. She screamed, knees buckling, and fell to the ground. Sobs escaped her throat as she rocked back and forth. "Get Basil," Red asked Lucas. He sprinted to the machine, pausing only to check on Celine. "Stay here." Red hustled to Hilda, the woman that had been the steel spine of Michelle's world-shaking plans. This was her clan, and she could call them off. This could all end now. Hilda lifted her face, moonlight reflecting on her tears. "What have I done? I made scores of demons and called them my children. The blood, it's everywhere." Red didn't know what to say. It was like watching someone wake up in hell. "You have a soul. It feels like a curse, but it is a gift. You can atone." "How?" "Call off your soldiers." Red gestured to the battle around the dark husk of the Genesis machine. More and more fought hand to hand. Christoph tugged a small vampire in a denim skirt off his shoulders, tossing the female aside like an inconvenience as he strode toward Red. Cora tried to rally her people while facing 10 vampires with only a scimitar. Desperation lingered over the field. The dawn was only an hour or two away. Hilda stood, hugging herself, and nodded. Demonic yellow eyes peered suddenly over her shoulder. White jaws flashed to strike. Red tried to call out, but it was too late. Delilah bit into Hilda's neck, shredding the skin. The very act was an abomination forbidden by the Blood Alliance, a perverse ritual of revenge from a darker time. She drank deep. Blood drenched her chin. Stomach heaving, Red looked away. Their only chance at a white flag had gone down the vampire's throat. The Dag weren't going to give up after seeing someone eat their leader. Delilah ripped Hilda's heart out through her back. Letting go of the body, she lifted the dark muscle to her mouth to drink. Hilda flopped forward onto the sand, rotting to bones and dust in an instant. Red jumped backwards. "So gross." Delilah wiped the blood from her mouth. Her fangs retreated and her eyes returned to blue. She stepped over to where Quinn fell. Head bowed, she dropped to her knees and wept. Her beautiful face was ugly in pure grief. Red backed away from the raw emotion that dwarfed the surrounding chaos in its intensity. She shook from fatigue and fear. The air changed like the buzzing of an agitated hive. "Hilda!" A wild cry rang out over the crowd. The masked defenders fought with renewed rage, mutterings and moans drifting up from the slap of fist on skin. "Mother!" "I'll take you to Mama," Delilah said, grim certainty in her voice. She bolted into the fray. In the distance, Cora gestured for her people to pull back. She swung her scimitar, slipping out of sight to the other side of the Genesis machine to bark orders to her 24 fighters around the perimeter. "Circle this damn reactor! We're making our stand!" The prisoners had already made their move. Netta and Sal guarded the unconscious souled vampires beside the tower. Donald thrust his broadsword into the throat of an attacker before slicing the masked head off. Red pulled out her revolver, trying to remember how many bullets she had left in the barrel. The will to survive jolted nervous energy into her limbs, but she couldn't move. Frozen in the swirl of chaos, her training escaped her. Kristoff lifted a broken baseball bat and jammed it into a charging vampire's chest. His missing sleeve revealed a tense tattooed bicep. He touched her shoulder. 40 vampires have lost their sire. Stay with me, please. I'm cool with that. Scared shitless, his touch lifted the panicked daze. She raised her snubby revolver and fired at a vampire in a sweater vest leaping for them. Kristoff twisted and caught the vampire by the starched collar and slammed him to the ground. He crouched to stake him. Looking over his shoulder, he raised his eyebrow at her. You saved me. We're still on the same team. Trying to ignore his small smile, she turned on her heel to cover his blind side. Lucas carried Basil over his shoulder and set him against the metal side of the machine. Anguish radiated from his gray gaze. He cupped Red's cheek. He's still alive, but this could still be the end. His touch tingled on her skin, soothing the rawness of the moment. This wasn't the time for being soothed. It was time for war. She shook her head. It's not yet. Lucas stepped beside Kristoff, moving into a defensive position. He shared a long glance with his progeny. It was the first piece that she'd seen tonight. Red knelt by the Soulmancer and put a hand against his forehead. He still had a spark of magic and life within him. For Hilda! 5 vamps rushed Lucas and Kristoff. Amber irises glowed behind the narrow slots in their flat white masks. For the Dag! Lucas threw himself forward in a flurry of fists. I get the big ugly one. I'll take the rest, Kristoff quipped, drop-kicking a matronly demon in a floral church dress. A vampire crept along the side of the Genesis Machine. Red shot him between his masked eyes. Panting, she spun on her heel as another broke past. She hit it in the heart. Bones rolled to her feet. Sweat dripped down the collar of her jacket. Her eardrums screamed in protest. Kristoff fell back, denting the darkened shell of a tower. He lifted his head, fangs retreating, and eyes turning back to their deep blue. His gaze darted over her as if taking a picture. I respect you more than you think. I would have regretted dying before telling you that. He rushed back into the fight. Oh, fuck, Red said. She was used to doom and gloom from Lucas, not Kristoff. They really were going to die. She had one more bullet before she had to reload. Time to make it count. A familiar guitar riff rose from a cloud of dust over the horizon. Over a dozen headlamps broke through the night, illuminating bushes and dunes. Drums kicked in over a loudspeaker. Hushed, the sea of white masks turned toward the convoy. The ragtag cavalry of farm trucks, jeeps, and bouncing cars honked their arrival, racing toward the Genesis machine. A black van led the charge, blasting rock and roll. Faint lyrics drifted on the wind. It was Highway to Hell. She grinned at the sight of the Millennium Falcon. It's the Hunters! Lucas laughed, headbutting a bulky giant of a minion. He ripped a stake away, then slammed it into his enemy's chest. Just the lads I wanted to see. Kristoff clubbed a gawking vampire. Let's hope they know to kill the ones in disguise. The vehicles circled the battle. Hunters leaned out of car windows and the sides of vans. Raising crossbows, rifles, and neon super soakers filled with holy water, they fired on the Dag. Screams exploded from the outer line. Facing attack on 2 fronts, the masked vampires drew back from the machine. They clumped together for protection. Sal let out a whoop from yards away. He lifted his arm, clotheslining a portly vampire. That's my people, y'all! Cora's yell pierced the night. The universe has our back! Push forward! Red holstered her gun. Going to Basil, she slipped her shoulder under his armpit and heaved him up. Come on, buddy, wake up. What? He grumbled, knees creaking as he stood. Sweat glistened on his ashen face. Oh, good, I didn't die in these god-awful sweatpants. Be ready to move, Red huffed as she adjusted his leaning weight. He was a slender man, but she buckled under his weight. The night had taken more than magic out of her. We might need to run. I'm dressed for it. Basil lurched forward, his gait even to a strained hobble. The Millennium Falcon whipped out of the convoy to bulldoze through the vampires. Sand billowed in its wake. A white SUV followed it. Vampires dove out of the way. One skinny male didn't move fast enough, and his legs crunched underneath the wheel. Red yelled, "Coming in hot!" Christoph and Lucas jumped back. The white SUV broke away to park by Netta, Donnell, and Sal, who guarded the comatose vampires. Anna, with her short green hair, peeped out from behind the windshield. The black van skidded to a stop. Chuck waved his cowboy hat from the driver's seat. The side door slid open. Vic jumped out of the Millennium Falcon with a two-arrow crossbow in his hands and a wild grin on his face. He stood straight-backed and strong, legs braced for action. A breeze kicked back his black mullet. He pivoted to shoot a vampire dashing for the door. The arrow struck the heart. Dust dropped by his boots. Red could only stare at him. Basil and Lucas sputtered beside her. Christoph leaned the broken baseball bat over his shoulder. "Hey, Vic, how's tricks?" A minion jumped onto the hood of the van. Vic lifted the bow, releasing the second arrow up at the minion, who fell over into a pile of bones by the wheels. He stepped forward. "Your chariot, milady. You can come too, Basil." Red pulled Basil forward. "And they say chivalry is dead." The soulmancer ran. "I have never been so happy to see a mullet in my life." "Load that, will ya?" Vic handed Basil his crossbow. Tipping the brim of his trucker hat up over his shaggy hair, he cupped his hands and called out to Sal, who carried a Pronell's Beta into the SUV. "Sold, Sal? Want a ride?" "Nah, I'm good. Got more hunting to do tonight. Nice to see you walking, buddy." Vic shrugged. He glanced at Red, brow lifting. "We'll talk later. Let's survive first." She nodded, rubbing her neck. Oh boy, did they have a talk ahead of them. Wobbling on her feet, she was too drained to dread that conversation. She was simply happy to see him. Chuck called out from inside the van. "It just came over the CB. The prince arrived. Best get along. These vampires can take it from here." But Red scanned the battle. Donnell and Cora led the advance, bruised but rallying, to chase the dog into the waiting range of the hunters. More headlamps reflected on the Genesis machine from the distant horizon. A metal plank fell to the nearby. Selene stood at the top of the twisted metal tower. She reached inside the core and pulled out a fistful of wires. Tear tracks glittered on her cheeks. Sobbing, she tugged at the sides as if committed to tearing down the machine with her own hands. Red bowed her head, thinking of Quinn. They had won this battle, but at what cost? Lucas touched her arm gently. Bruises darkened his chin. A whirlwind brewed in his stormy gaze. His voice came out choked and raw. "Get on, then!" Christoph stepped over to her. Battered, with two black eyes, missing a sleeve off his dark shirt, he still smiled. "You've done enough." Red bit her lip and nodded. Drawing away from them, she felt like she was getting on the last helicopter out of a war zone. The tide might have turned against the dog, but the vampires would be fighting until the sun drove them to shelter. She felt the piercing gazes on her back as she jumped into the van. Vic climbed into the front seat, taking the loaded crossbow from Basil. She turned around, crouching in the open doorway. A goodbye to the two vampires caught in her throat. She couldn't look away as the van started moving. They had saved the world, but she still felt it change. Nothing would be the same again. Christoph tilted his chin up as he rested the broken bat on the back of his neck in a lazy stance. Lucas was hunched, muscles roped with tension. He snapped his head to the side, then blurred into a sprint to tackle a vampire chasing the van. Red forced her stiff hand to the handle to close the door. Chuck sped away, hurtling through the battle. He spoke into a portable CB radio to order the hunters to fall back. "It's a vampire matter now." Red slumped against the back door of the van. She wiped at the small, dingy window with her sleeve. Exhaustion hit her like an avalanche. Her eyes fought to stay open. Legs quaking, she knelt, face pressed against the glass. Fresh soldiers in tactical black uniforms poured out of SUVs to face the dog. Delilah jetted across the van's tire tracks to leap on a masked woman's back. Cora fought to get to her friend. The hunters' convoy raced around the edges of the fighting to follow behind the Millennium Falcon. The van sped from the battle. Red crawled to Basil and flopped against him. Sparks grew in her vision. She closed her third eye. The sparks remained. She leaned her head on his shoulder. The soulmancer snored. She patted him, making sure he was still there. Vic leaned out the window, fist pumping the air. We've broken through the line. Can I pass out then? Red asked. She didn't wait for permission. Chapter 31. January 31st, early evening, Los Angeles, California. California Sunrise Apartments. Red woke with a headache and breath bad enough to wake the dead. Stretching in her bed, she rubbed her back. Her black camisole rode up her side. Nose wrinkling at her own smell, she sat up with a grunt. She strained for coherent thought. Had she been run over? Her bladder cut through the dulled musings, urging her out of bed and into the bathroom in the hallway of her apartment. She sighed in relief to not see Vic in either the living room or the attached kitchen. She did her business, then hopped into the shower. Flashbacks of the battle in the desert hit her waking mind like thundering hail. She let the water wash away her tears as she sobbed in the shower. Her tears started because of Quinn, and then she couldn't stop. The last week had ripped her open, taking away everything she thought she knew and leaving her shaking and naked on the shower floor. She had been barred from the brotherhood of bards and heroes, revealed to be Juniper St. James's reincarnation, and made more than a few deals with the devil along the way. Her breath shortened, fear rocketed up within her. She hugged her knees to her chest. Racing thoughts looped around her mind, banging together like bumper cars. She had survived, but she felt like she was going to die. Heart palpitations thumped in her ears. She turned off the shower, shaking. Water dripped down her sides. The steam dissipated, leaving her chilled. Breathing deeply, Red forced herself to count. 1 for the machine they had destroyed, 2 for the friends she had lost, 3 for the hours it had taken to drive to Soul House. She lost herself in focusing on the numbers instead of the memories, using the count like a rope to guide her out of a dark cave of panic. She calmed the loop in her mind. Red had survived. Not only that, but she also stood her ground as a shield in the darkness. She wasn't perfect. She had baggage. She made mistakes, but she never gave up. It might not get her back into the Brotherhood, but it counted with the people who mattered. When you don't know who are, you fear who you could be. She knew who she was when her back was against the wall. That was enough for now. Pulling on a bathrobe, she went back into her room to dress quickly. She wasn't surprised to see Vic waiting when she returned to the living room. Sitting on the couch, he crossed his legs and gestured for her to join him. The sunset cast a golden glow over his pensive face. You look like you're actually going to stay awake this time instead of just eating and going back to bed. Been sleeping for the better part of 4 days. Red walked around the couch, tossing her damp hair back. Shit, that machine really sapped me. You're up, so we might as well talk about what you did. His hard expression told her there was no escape. Red sat next to him. She picked at the knee seam of her jeans. Guess this is about how you can walk again. I was going to ask if you finally finished Breaking Bad. Rolling his eyes, he shook his head. Worry seeped into his waspish tone. Glad as I am to piss standing up, I'm pretty curious. Understand that when I made the call, it was serious. Quinn had just been unsold and was threatening to make you the newest member of the family. I didn't do this lightly. She forced herself to meet his eyes. What did you do? I did every good magic procedure we could afford at that mage hospital. There ain't nothing left but the dark. Did you make a wish to a fae? Get a demon mark? Sacrifice a harsh exhale flared his nostrils. You gave me a gift, but it could be a curse for you. Magic like this has consequences. She flinched at the raw concern on his face. It's not what you think. Then tell me what to think. All I know is I can walk, but I'm waiting for the bill to come due like some kind of monkey's paw bullshit. Or did it already happen? Quinn, he died. Vic dropped his head to his hands. I wanted you to learn magic. Had to let you find your own way, but I was pissed when you gave it up. I kept thinking you could cure me, maybe, fiend away. You're smart and stubborn as hell. Then you actually did. Her voice trembled. I had to, even if you hated me. I woke up before the van reached the pump house. I didn't think about it. I just sat up and stood. I've never been happier in my whole damn life than in that moment. He leaned back against the couch with a sigh. Did I trade my oldest friend for legs? Was this the price? Red couldn't imagine him spending days with that fear hanging over him. No, whatever consequences are ahead, they're on me. He tugged at his mullet. How did you do it? You can't tell anyone. You must promise me. This is a secret he'll kill to keep. She faltered. A vision of Christoph shirtless and spotted with Trey's blood rose in her mind. She had seen his demon on full display. A shiver ran down her back at the idea of that brutality directed at Vic. Christoph has a dark gift, the rarest of them all. I guess it was magic, but it wasn't mine. He paled under his stubble, body jerked as if tasered. Red cringed, hands on her temples, damp hair sliding forward to cover her face. He healed you. I convinced him to feed you with his blood. I didn't get your permission. I'd be mad at me too. Are you kidding? I'm freaking yippee skippy. I can walk again without mystical blowback, but I'm scared for you. Vic curled his fists in his lap. That's nothing a vamp like him does lightly. You owe him. What did he ask of you? Red avoided his eyes. Her heart hitched like a hand squeezed it. She chewed on her lip, face heating. Christoph hadn't asked her to do anything. She'd asked him. It was more like a trade. His tone grew pointed, anger surging. Grinding teeth announced his attempt to bite it back. What did that bastard force you to do? Her voice came out small to her own ears. I let him bite me. Shit. A cascade of emotions fell down his face. It deepened the worry lines around his mouth. Red, you know he could have killed you. That was the only hand I could play to keep you safe. How did she explain that she had thought Christoph had become a friend? It was stupid, but that's how hunting could be. A stranger could become more in the rush of dancing with death. She couldn't even say that he hadn't been on his best behavior with her, but that didn't change what he was. Red knew what lurked behind those compelling blue eyes. Christoph made it easy to forget. I'm not proud of it, but if it got you walking, I wanted to give you a fighting chance, Vic, even if you hated me for it. She bit her rambling tongue before she said anything more. I don't hate you. Damn it, I'm not sure how to feel, but I've lost enough friends. I can't lose you, too. You won't. Red said it quickly, knowing it was a promise she couldn't keep. She put her hand on his, taking it and squeezing it quickly. I'm sorry about Quinn. He died saving Celine and me. He swooped in and... Tears crackled in her throat. She felt hollow at the thought. That was my Batman. Vic hunched his shaking shoulders. They had a wake. Irish style. I drank until I forgot he was gone. Then I woke up. Quinn might have been the type who wanted to go out saving a damsel in distress, but the notion didn't bring her peace. Not when she was the damsel. Vic broke the silence. I was angry when I met him. Henry had just died. I hated myself because I was flunking out of UCLA. He adopted me so I could use his GI Bill, and I was pissing it away. I was a waste of space, and I knew it. If I wasn't stoned at frat parties, I was hunting feral werewolves. I should have died 1,000 times for being a reckless idiot. Then I met Quinn. He cared about you, Vic. I don't need to read souls to know that you were like a son to him. He didn't just save my life. Vic blinked wet eyes, voice dropping. I don't know if I can go back to the office. Hey, don't think about that now. We don't have to go back to business as usual yet. Yeah, he said wanly, scrubbing a rough hand over his face. Business, cases, protecting the innocent. Right. A sudden thought popped into her head. Where's Basil? He ran off. I told him I could find him sanctuary, but he ghosted once we got into town. I figure he's sleeping it off in a hotel somewhere. Vic heaved himself off the couch with a sigh. He went to the fridge, releasing a beam of bright light as he grabbed a beer. The sun had fully set, casting the room into twilight. She got up to flick on the light switch, noticing her purse on the wooden stand by the door. Her cracked phone blinked with notifications from its depths. A missed call from Lucas showed on the screen. She grabbed her purse and keys hanging on the wall. "Hey, Vic, I need to go. I'll be back in a few hours." "I know. You have more crying men to visit." Vic waved her away with a dismissive hand, grumbling, "Get out of here. You're bothering me." He gulped down his beer, leaning back against the counter. "Text me when you get there safe." The drive to Quinn Investigations was a slog through rush hour as twilight darkened the City of Angels. She merged without a blinker, sped through yellows, and generally drove like an asshole. It had taken months, but she finally drove like a true Angelino. The honks from the other drivers couldn't drown out the heavy thoughts in her head. Red parked the Millennium Falcon by Lucas's motorcycle in the parking lot of the small strip mall. The smell of curry from a nearby restaurant wafted over her as she entered the shared business hallway and walked into Quinn Investigations. Her gut twisted as she scanned the Spartan room. A couch and coffee table were pressed near the wall, waiting for clients who came in nightly for help from an immortal gumshoe. The front desk by the far window stood empty. She rubbed her arms. It was as hard as she thought it would be to not see Quinn. He had lived and worked here for decades. Every inch had his signature on it, down to the literal one on his framed investigator's license. The door to the private office opened on the opposite side of the room. Lucas smiled wanly at her as he stepped inside. Clad in a long-sleeved navy blue shirt and jeans, his black hair fell wild over his eyes. The errant locks couldn't hide the sorrow etched over his sharp features. He put his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels. "It's good to see you." "Is this a bad time?" Red didn't know what to do with her hands. Her heart jumped at the sight of him. Her head held her back. She didn't know what they were to each other. He'd made it clear that he wasn't her boyfriend, but it still hurt to see him look so mournful. "No, we're still on the old man's business hours." He strode over to her. "It's safe for you. Celine went back to Soul House with Father Matthew. It's just Delilah here, sleeping downstairs." He stopped as if uncertain how close he should get. "Did Vic tell you that they woke the stiffs from their comas? You were lucky to sleep through it. It's been long, all of it." "Oh, Lucas." She pulled him into her arms. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what you must be feeling. I am just so sorry. Quinn died saving me." He murmured into her hair. "He died how he wanted to. He was a big galloping hero, hair gelled and cape fluttering." "I know. I just still." Red tightened her arms around him, then let him go, feeling shy. "How are you holding up?" He brushed a curling damp hair off her forehead. "I'm not, but he left big shoes to fill. Gotta sack up." "You don't have to open up for clients yet." "I told Vic that you two didn't have to come in for a few weeks, but I think a monster mash would suit me fine. Better that way. I don't want to be like Delilah, down in his room, staring at the walls." He sucked in his cheeks, exhaling needlessly through his nose. "After 166 years, I might finally have to grow up." "You don't have to start tonight. You can grieve." "I have eternity for that." Lucas bowed his head. He released a harsh, bemused chuckle. "I almost envy the bastard. In one poetic coup de grace, he sacrificed himself for the two women that he might have tormented the most. You might not be Juniper, but the man loved a good symbol." Lifting his face, his eyes crinkled at the corners in a pained grimace. "And fussing at me about the damn dishes. Fuck Red. He's gone, and I even miss the nagging. I'm sitting at his desk trying to do what he would do, but what if I cock it up?" Red wanted to pull Lucas back into her arms and tell him that it would all be okay, but they would both know it was a lie. "Hey, you're immortal. You'll figure it out along the way. And right now, I think just being here is enough. I'm sure Delilah appreciates it. I've seen her drink from a heart, but I've never seen her cry before. She's the original Iron Fist in a velvet glove. I never thought it would be the two of us left together in the end. Sometime when we had the time and the wine, I'd tell you how hilarious that is. A ghost of his usual impish smile rose on his face. Lucas reached out with gentle fingers before pausing. He glanced at the door behind him in concern. Did we wake you? Delilah stepped into the room, long, blonde hair in unkempt waves. She crossed her arms over a crinkled designer black dress that looked like she had been wearing it since the wake. Thick eyelashes framed a numb gaze. Dried streaks of reddish tears covered her cheeks. Red held her breath, chest panging to see the vampires like this. She shared a worried look with Lucas. Nose wrinkling, Delilah narrowed her bloodshot blue eyes. I know why my boy did it even if I hate it. You're lucky I don't hate you for it. She disappeared back into the gloom of the private office. Her shuffling steps retreated into the basement apartment where the specter of her lover hung in every corner. Would it be easier to bear without a soul? Lucas sighed, tugging at his hair. The messy locks escaped through his fingers. He smoothed it back, fidgeting. His eyes darted between Red and the door. She needs you right now, Lucas. Are you going to stick around LA after she gets on her feet, or... Red looked away, flush rushing up her neck. None of my business. Well, she stuttered, jerking her thumb toward the exit. I should go. I'm not dodging off, not anymore. He kissed her on the cheek. Smiling sadly, he backed away with his hands in his pockets. I'll be here whenever you get back. Red touched her cheek. The ache in her heart didn't feel metaphorical. Her lungs seized, trapping the goodbye. All she could do was nod and leave. She paused at the exit, but he was already gone. With one last look, she closed the door of Quinn Investigations. She left the building where she had made some of the best memories that she could remember. Winter felt colder outside. The Millennium Falcon waited for her. She slipped into it, feeling the warmth of something like home. It soothed her heartache. Backing out of the parking lot, she had the wild urge to keep driving out of Culver City. She could hit the highway north to find that mysterious diner in Oregon. Her vibrating phone broke her musings. Cora's name popped up on the screen. I found Basil Bansko. He's just fine. Come to headquarters to pick him up. Red turned south at the next intersection. She sat through the stop-and-go traffic on the way to Moon Enterprises. He had been revealed as a soulmancer to the Blood Alliance and committed the crime of soul-cursing vampires. If he didn't already have a target on his back, he would soon. Speed walking into the building, Red nearly barreled into a woman in khakis and a white pea coat. Sorry, she did a double take, squinting. Aisha? Detective Calloway had never smiled so widely. She wasn't even in a sternly tailored pantsuit with a badge on her lapel. Red said, You're glowing. The cop laughed, brown eyes crinkling. I got a good reason. I was just laid off with a severance check I can buy a house with. Couldn't have happened to a better person. Aisha might have started working for the Supreme and her vampires out of some desire to limit their damage, but the job of being a double agent inside the LAPD had weighed on her. This was some of the best news Red had heard in weeks. What had gotten into Cora while she had been sleeping? The Supreme had released one of her most valuable human assets. A shred of hope appeared. I'm getting the hell out of this city. I'll find a little town that needs a sheriff and see what the country life is all about. Calloway put out her hand. Good luck, Red. Be safe out there. She shook the detective's hand before heading to the elevator, passing the murals in the Moon Enterprises lobby. The front desk clerk waved her along with a distracted glance. Red stepped into the elevator, pressing her thumb to the scanner. The latest hit by Mr. Hyde serenaded her on the ride up to the penthouse. Primitive duality of man. Radically both. I let my brother go to the devil in his own way. The rapper had been one of Neve Morgan's victims. Seeing the lengths that the dark witch had gone to hurt him and her other enemies, It had more than sickened Red. It had made her doubt herself. She'd held the other witch as a dire warning about magic and pushed her own talents aside. What difference would it have made against the dog if she had learned to use her gifts? Who would be alive today? Red shoved aside her internal critic as she stepped into the retro-looking hallway and walked to an open door at the end. There's my girl. Cora waved her in from a squat white velvet couch. Casual in black leggings and a tank top, she looked like she was fresh from the yoga studio. Chica, you got here earlier than I thought. Basil was still tormenting my personal shopper under the guise of packing when I last checked, but he should be done soon. She gestured to the cushion beside her. Sit. Where did you find him? Red asked as she obeyed. Half conscious at a motel with DVA agents at the door. I put some pressure on to get him free. An informant at the Mage Hospital revealed him to the Blood Alliance. It's how Hilda found him. I made sure to erase that record. I'd like to see him somewhere safe. It'll be a favor. But the last one. Red arched her brow, holding her breath in hope. The tribunal's verdict was thrown out, too. You're a free woman. I release you from any bonds. You can leave L.A. Cora cocked her head to the side. Maybe go on vacation? Self-care is so important. Thank you. I have some ideas. A relieved chuckle escaped her throat as Red leaned back against the couch. It sounds like you've gotten your clout back. Cora shrugged glumly. After bringing down Higby, no one thinks I am weak now. I crushed her followers and helped install souled vampires as supremes in both Utah and Oklahoma. I didn't just secure my city. I redrew the map of power in the West. You sound enthusiastic, Red commented sarcastically. She didn't get it. The Supreme's tottering throne had been firmly nailed back into place. I manifested what I wanted, but I don't like how I got it. I fought to be supreme because I wanted to be a different kind of ruler. These last few months made me realize that I failed. Sure, I don't kill innocents. I do good deeds. But the things that I have done to save face or maintain my rule, justified or not, I've been using people as pawns. Joe, Aisha, and you. You were a little pushy in asking for help, admittedly, but your check cleared, and the world was in peril, so... Red lifted her hands, miming a balancing scale. I'm cool with it. I'm not. Cora stood, walking to the wide windows, studying the streets below the skyscraper. The lights of Los Angeles silhouetted her slender form. I have to confess something. You said you were paranoid about me, thought you were projecting. Red shifted in her seat, bracing herself. When I sent you to the Pandora Hotel to do recon, I did it because I knew Kristoff would be there. He's solid, but I still put a vulnerable human under my protection in the path of an infatuated vampire. I wasn't thinking of your safety. I was moving chess pieces. Cora looked over her shoulder. The city's glow dappled across her delicate features. That's not who I want to be. Did he ask to get closer to me? Cora shook her head. He's crushing on you hard, girl. I wanted to use that as leverage to keep him on my side. A manipulation for the greater good, I thought. I was just steering you toward a vamp without commitment issues. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to trust your gut. You weren't wrong in being suspicious of my motives. Cora faced her. A fervor grew in her voice. You've got good instincts. Keep using them. Trust your own power. I will. Basil should be ready in the lobby now. He needs to leave Los Angeles tonight. I don't want to know where. She turned away to gaze at her domain. Thanks again, Red. The witch stood, saying a quick goodbye, and left on unsteady legs like a dog uncertain off its leash. She barely remembered stepping into the elevator. The next thing she knew, she was walking out in the lobby. A thin man lingered by the door in a grayed wig and lime green suit patterned with palm fronds. He jerked a quick wave at her and tapped his foot. Red snorted. It was supposed to be a disguise, but that was definitely a Basil Bansko outfit. Jogging over to him, she eyed the silver streaking his wig. You look so distinguished. Did Cora take you on a shopping spree? Hardy har. He lifted his nose and stalked out the double doors. Get me the devil out of here. She led him to the Millennium Falcon, keeping an eye over her shoulder as he tossed his bag into the back. The footage from the Genesis machine must have been destroyed, but too many local vampires had seen him. Hyper-awareness honed her focus. She started the van and sped into the street, double-checking the mirrors for tails. Basil shifted in the front seat, scratching his wig. Dark circles lingered under his blue eyes. Digging his nails into the door handle, he peered at every passing shadow. She drove in silence. At a red light, she texted Vic to grab their go-bags and be ready to take the Soulmancer to a safe house. She flipped idly through radio stations after they hit the highway toward her apartment. Cora gave her an abrupt order that upended her routine in LA. She should be irritated. She had movies to watch and scarves to knit in her quest to craft a real life. And yet a trill of freedom sang in her heart at the idea of hitting the road again. The danger pressed on her as they passed familiar billboards and shops. Basil had to leave tonight. The only question was where. The best she could come up with was Stan, a hunter in Colorado with a zombie-proof weed farm. He rested his elbow on the door, chin on his knuckles. His reflection looked thin and wan in the window. You're concerned? Just say it already. Obviously, but you'll have me and Vic with you. We'll drive you to, do you have a direction in mind? Red quirked an eyebrow at him, then merged into traffic to turn onto an exit ramp. I have some ideas, but you'll have to be open-minded, at least about Stan. I know how to hide. I've been doing it since I was 21. Changing names, changing cities, it's all I know. Basil sighed, pushing his wig back, revealing a beige skull cap. He ripped it off, flicking it roughly on the wig in his lap. Henry Constantine killed the first vampire who found me out. He told me to run. In 18 years, I never stopped. I'm tired. She turned onto her apartment complex's street. We'll keep you safe. His eyes glittered with unshed tears. I don't want to stop being Basil. It's more than the British accent. I like who I am. Running means giving this life up. There has to be somewhere you can go. Basil sniffed, smoothing over his mussed hair and recapturing his faux English composure. There could be, but it depends on if they have a use for a notorious soulmancer. And if I want to see my old boyfriend, bother, they might make me teach. Care to share with the rest of the class? Because I'm not following you. There's a magical academy where I could find sanctuary. You might find it interesting. He smiled, a sly twinkle brightening his tired eyes. I can sense I'm not the only one who's tired of running from themselves. Can't fool a soulmancer. It wasn't an easy topic. Father Matthew had told her that her true path was the one she had been resisting. She had to finally trust herself to walk the line. Magic is inside me. It's who I am. I gotta start making friends with it. Red pulled up to the curb in front of her apartment building. The headlamps illuminated Vic, waiting on the sidewalk with 2 duffel bags in his hands. She put the van into park, leaning her elbow on the steering wheel. So, where is this academy? You're going to love it. Basil stuck his head out the window and bellowed to Vic. Get in, we're going to Vegas. The Red Witch Chronicles continues in Witch on the Run. Find Witch on the Run and the entire series reading order at semivalentine.com books. About the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and got really into tarot. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town, and she had only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was 3 years and a dozen countries ago. Find out more at SammyValentine.com. Have you read the short story Oracle in the City set between book 1 and 2 yet? Red is searching for a clue to her origins. 2 pixies of unusual size stand in her way. Oh, and she has to confess to being Amnesia Girl to Lucas. Find the novelette epilogue to A Witch Called Red, other exclusive reads like the prequel Terror in Tahoe, updates on my new books, and the skinny on the latest hot urban fantasy paranormal titles by subscribing to my newsletter at sammyvalentine.com mailing list. Go there to sign up.